Chapter 1. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Number 86 Primordial Red Maple Valley, a long train speeds past. In the number 5 ordinary cabin, 10 or 2 seats, squatting or sitting, are cats with whole body hair and bright beards at the corners of their mouths. Except for wearing beautiful human-like clothes, these 10 or 2 are completely cats. This is cat-type earthling. At this time, some of these cat-type earthlings are taking a nap, some are enjoying the scenery outside the train, and some are talking and chatting. The rest of the eyes are curiously looking at only one purebred human in this train compartment. Body. Black hair. It is a very clean, sunny, and handsome Easterner youngster. Although it is still young, it looks like 13 to 14 years old, but it does not have the childishness and hairiness of a normal junior high school student at all. It is like an imperial family prince. Also reveals the elegance and atmosphere emanating from in the bones. The corners of youngster's mouth are slightly tilted, and this sunny smile can definitely charm many nympho girls. At least there are a few cat-type earthling young women in this car with obsessive eyes, and even involuntarily learning the youngster's sitting posture to sit upright and respectful. The ups and downs of crouching are like galloping horses, and the volley is like a god. This horse stance squat method of martial arts can't think of such a good effect in this world. Youngster sighed in his heart. At this time, if there is a real martial arts expert, he will find him. Although it seems to be the same as the other people in the car, they are all sitting on the soft seat, but the buttocks did not really fall on the seat at all. He has been sitting in this posture since he got on the car. Sun Yueben is studying martial arts using the horse stance pile method of internal family fist in Chinese martial arts. This is not the way he concentrates on martial arts, but for those who focus on learning, this is the best way of martial arts training. Sun Yueben uses training like this whether he is studying at school or traveling by car on weekdays. Sun Yueben, born in the martial arts aristocratic family, is not the primitive natives of this world, or Soul is a 21st century modern person from alternate timeline Earth. While this world science and technology civilization is extremely developed, the rise of hot weapons will inevitably squeeze the development of martial arts, the source of power in the cold weapon era. The martial arts circle of this world is also shrinking under the squeeze of science and technology. Although Sun Yuben's family has been dedicated to martial arts for generations, and even the Sun Wu Dojo, which was opened by the family, is extremely renowned, when they arrived at Sun Yueben this generation, they also began to put their eggs in other baskets. Sun Yueben, who was the only child in the family, was also the mother Mir had high hopes to become a great scholar in the future and earn endless wealth. So Sun Yueben did not drop out of practice martial arts as early as his 2 genius older sisters. But when Sun Yueben saw that grandfather, who rarely went home, was able to catch the flying bullets empty-handed since he was a child, after his father walked on the ground, and the love of martial arts from previous life, his heart not at all gave up martial arts training completely. Although he was burdened with heavy learning tasks and didn't have time to study martial arts, Sun Yueben still thought of a way, that is, horse stance. On weekdays, whether you write on the table, attend school, or attend class, try to maintain the posture that looks like you are sitting on a chair, but in fact, at first is just a pure horse stance. Later, I suddenly thought of the internal family fist. Horse stance station method. Horse stance should stand out. He recalled the internal family fist training method of previous life. After repeated experiments, and personally observed the horse walking and running, he gradually figured out the horse stance standing method of the internal family fist. The effect was immediate, becomes extremely significant. Practice each time, Sun Yueben can even sense the rapid growth of his skills. Sun Yueben. I saw cat-type earthling sitting across from Sun Yueben put down the coffee in his hand. I heard that there is a Sun Wu martial arts school in Huanghe City. You surname Sun, I don't know. Sun Wu Dojo is driven by my house. Sun Yueben glanced at the majestic black-skinned cat-type earthling opposite. Although Mr. Carlo is just a cat, he is sitting on an ordinary train like him, but Sun Wuben listens. He has said his legend that this cat-type earthling, who entered the city from the countryside, started from nothing in just 20 years and has been running a company with 10 million assets from nothing to the present. No matter how successful he is, it is worthy of respect. It turns out that you are really a member of martial arts, Sun Wuben. Carlo's squinted eyes lit up, and the cat's whiskers around his mouth were raised and excited. I admire the members of martial arts the most. I also met God of martial arts Master Roshi. Master Roshi. Sun Wuben's clear and beautiful eyes lit up. There are no fewer martial arts schools in this world Earth than in previous life Earth. Turtle School, Crane School, Koran Style, Mutato Style are all famous schools among them, especially Crane School and Turtle School are the most famous. Master Shen, the founder of Crane School, is said to be an old man who wears immortal crane hat and white hair ruddy complexion all year round. It is said that he has the immortal technique of fly into the sky and flee into the earth. Turtle School founding Grandmaster Master Roshi, is an old man with a white beard with a bald head carrying a turtle shell all the year round. He has the ability to destroy mountains and seas. Master Roshi and Master Shen compete for the title of world's first all the year round, and who is the true god of martial arts has been controversial. The martial arts circle in Tokyo almost everyone recognizes that Master Roshi is the #1 expert in the world, but the Hesu area, where Sun Wuben is located, belongs to the influence scope of Crane School. Here, Martial Arts Circle recognizes Crane School as world's first martial arts school. Master Shen is world's first. Sun Wuben's family biography, dojo, belongs to Crane School under school. It was created by honorary disciple Sun Wujao under the name of Master Shen. It has been more than 200 years and it is also very famous in martial arts circle. These information are all 2 years ago when Sun Wuben learned from his father that his family Crane School and Crane School founding Grandmaster were Master Shen. Sun Wuben thought of Dragon Ball's plot and then deliberately searched for information. Only then did he know these things. It's a pity that the descriptions of Master Roshi and Master Shen in the materials are not exhaustive, and there are so many contradictions that make people totally unconvinced. More importantly, there is only one retreat of Master Shen and Master Roshi that simply cannot be found on the map. The name of the place. Although Sun Wuben suspected it was Dragon Ball World, he couldn't really visit Master Roshi and Master Shen, and couldn't find other Dragon Ball World information such as Son Goku, Krillin, Great Demon King Piccolo, etc. It has always been a pity. Mr. Carlo, Master Roshi is a martial arts master, a martial arts training as deep as the ocean, deep and unmeasurable. I have no admiration for anyone in his elderly martial arts. I always hope to visit him elderly, but Master Roshi see the head of the divine dragon but not its tail. Few people know where he is. I don't think that Mr. Carlo would be fortunate enough to see immortal. Sun Wuben tisk said. Although there are at least 5 or 6 powerful martial arts schools in the information searched by Sun Wuben in this world, and there are many other schools, the protagonists in Dragon Ball World are trained by Master Roshi, Son Goku, Krillin, and even Son Goku. The grandfather, each and every father-in-law are turtle schools, and all other schools, except for a crane school, are all unknown. Even Crane School's 2 most outstanding disciplines, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, were eventually invested in the Master Roshi under school, showing the power of Master Roshi. If you come to Dragon Ball World and don't worship Master Roshi Master, it is a brain problem. I not only met Master Roshi, but also saw him take action. Carlo talked about Master Roshi with great interest, and soon a bald head wearing sunglasses, and an insignificant and lecherous white-beard old man appeared in Carlo's speech. Suri. Sun Wuben listened carefully, and the people around him were also very interested in Master Roshi's rumor and asked questions from time to time. The red maple canyon in front of this train seemed like a knife. On a very steep cliff, stood a graceful silhouette. It was a beautiful, curvaceous, very fit woman. Although she was covered in her face, she looked at her figure. Temperament, a concept will emerge in my mind. This is definitely a rare beauty. What a great place! The woman glanced at the cliff below her. The cliff was several stories high. Once it fell, it would definitely fall into a meat paste. But the woman's expression was calm, as if the place she was standing on was flat ground. Suddenly her ears moved, and then she looked in the direction of the canyon, where a black spot appeared, and it was the approaching train. It's finally here, really slow enough. The woman chuckled, and lifted the side bag and jumped down. Bang! Like a meteorite fell to the ground, the woman's silhouette hit the track under the cliff heavily, as if an artillery shell exploded and dust filled the sky with a small mushroom cloud, and the dust gradually dispersed. I saw the woman standing beautifully. This dust, I only washed my hair in the morning. The frowned woman bent down and put down the black leather handbag in her hand that could hold a pig. Ka! The zipper opened, and there was a rocket launcher. Mother, wait! I will definitely earn enough money to treat you. The woman faintly glanced at the speeding train facing her in the distance, then took out the shoulder-mounted bazooka, loaded the gun, and carried it. Align the direction of the train on your shoulders. In the first car of the train, the driver wearing a big cap drank saliva and suddenly the pupil shrank. Not good. There was a silhouette standing in the middle of the track in front of him. Why is there someone standing in the center of the track in this place, courting death? The driver stepped on the emergency brake, the train made a sharp brake sound, and the speed of the car dropped rapidly. It stopped, and gradually stopped, but at this moment, the woman corner of the mouth slightly raised on the track, revealing a weird smile, and the finger holding the trigger of the bazooka gently squeezed down. Bang! Flames spurted. Rocket artillery roared and shot in the direction of the train. Chapter 2. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Car number 5. Master Roshi is not afraid of artillery barrage bullets. Carlo spit 4 splashes, dancing and talking about Master Roshi's deeds. Bang! In the sound of the play, his whole body was thrown away by a huge strength. At the same time, all cat-type earthlings of the entire carriage were thrown away and hit the top wall of the carriage. Sun Muben was also thrown away by the sudden force, and he was about to hit the roof of the car. A hand appeared on top of Sun Muben's head. That was Sun Muben's right hand. This hand gently pressed the roof of the car. Sun Muben, the figure that was thrown up and hit, stopped for a while, and then Sun Muben stretched out his left hand and pulled a cat-type earthling that was about to be thrown out of the car. This was so light that it fell into the original seat like a fallen leaf. On. His few movement sirens are light and fast, with an elegant concept. Fortunately, there is no expert of training martial arts in this carriage, otherwise you will be stunned to see it. What happened? How could the train suddenly be like this? What's the matter with the explosion? There was a scream in the carriage, each and every package, cat-type earthling fell down, and it was a mother. Sun Muben put down the cat-type earthling he had rescued, and then gently reached out his hand to catch Carlo, who fell from the air. Mr. Carlo, are you okay? Ah, Carlo had a look of horror, and half-genius's expression was much better. Every cat-type earthling in the carriage also began to regaining composure. Mr. Carlo, guys, this kind of train is impossible to have a traffic accident. Even if it happens, there won't be such a big shock. Sun Muben's voice resounded, with a calming force of its own. The sound just now seems to be an artillery shell explosion. Sound, I think it should have exploded just now. Blow up the rails. Well, either someone used an artillery shell to attack the track of the car, or the front of the car was blown up. If I didn't expect it wrong, it should be a train robber. Train thief. Carlo looked at Sun Muben and suddenly remembered something. The whole person was shiver coldly, Mr. Sun Wuben, are you talking about the thief launch of the bounty ranked first on the wanted list? Is it launch? That crazy girl! There were screams of panic immediately inside the carriage. Sun Wuben's eyes flash a hint of weird. After listening to Carlo's detailed description of Master Roshi, he is now 90% sure that this is Dragon Ball World, and now he will encounter a bounty number 1 thief launch. If everyone talks about other robbers, perhaps Sun Wuben knows the limit, but launch, this has a dual personality, body transformation when he sneezes, when it becomes a blue hair state, it is extremely gentle, innocent and hard-working, but once it becomes blonde, nature it will become violent. Earthling, who is sweeping with a machine gun, is the most characteristic female supporting role in Dragon Ball World. Although the launch late-stage scenes are pitiful, the impression in Dragon Ball fans' heart is very deep. Launch also appeared. Is it really Dragon Ball World? Sun Wuben's face was flushed with excitement. Dragon Ball World is a miraculous world. Before, he was not dare be sure. He was in Dragon Ball. Does not dare to follow the rules too outrageous. Now launch is robbery, this little girl is a good seed. Sun Wuben smiled at the corners of his mouth. Many people within Dragon Ball have unfathomable miracles. Blonde launch can pull out machine guns, bazookas, etc. from inexplicable places at any time. A modern weapon, obviously she has a dimensional space that can store and retrieve items at any time. Space and time rule are the strongest and most terrifying rules in the world. Launch can have spatial abilities, which is by no means ordinary. Although the consciousness of others in Dragon Ball World is less than this point, Sun Wuben is very interested. Moreover, the wanted amount of Launch's bounty is 21 million, and the wanted amount has reached 21 million. The money in Launch is probably far more than 200,000. As a famous martial artist family, Sun Wuben's family should not be poor, but Sun Wuben's mother Mir suffers from Xiang's viral congenital myocardium weakness. This is a kind of existing technology that cannot be cured and can only stop the target. Congenital genetic disease, and this disease is simply a money-burning bucket. A large amount of money must be prepared every year to maintain Mir's condition. For this reason, the Sun family not only exhausted the family property, but also owed some debts. Father has passed away. Mother's illness cannot be cured, but the family's money can only guarantee this year's expenses, and next year's treatment expenses. For this reason, I even dropped out of school without telling my family, just to enter the society to work. That's right, what Sun Wuben's family didn't know was that Sun Wuben had already applied for dropout from school half a month ago, and then half a month has been running around various job seekers. The talks with Carlo this time are also about work. After all, although Carlo's company is not particularly large, but the prospects are good, Sun Wuben naturally hopes to enter such a company. It's just that Sun Wuben's monthly salary for his work is 100,000. In today's situation where the monthly salary of ordinary workers is only a few hundred, Sun Wuben's price of 100 is obviously too crazy, but Sun Wuben also has confidence. Sun Wuben's previous life is not a high IQ person. Although his essence has not changed since he was born in this world, he has the wisdom of an adult after all. Whether it's learning Chinese, literacy, or other things, it is faster than normal children. Coupled with Sun Wuben's own efforts, he also won the title of a child prodigy. He achieved outstanding academic performance at a young age. After repeated assessments, he passed 100,000 levels and cut 5 generals, and was lucky enough to enter the important class of North City Middle School. Today the school ranks first in West City. East City second. South City third. North City fourth. Although it is fourth, even Sun Wuben is not outstanding in the class, but after all, it is the top 4 school in the world, and it is an important class. Every attending school who can enter such a class is a genius with super high IQ. For example, in Dragon Ball, Genius Bulma, who is the most rich and beautiful in science, and the highest IQ, attended the West City important class attend school, so being able to enter this class is just like entering Harvard in previous life. Very difficult. Sun Yueben entered the important class of this kind of school. If he really graduated, he would be very popular even with a monthly salary of 1 million. But after all, Sun Yueben is young, and now he is only reading the 3rd grade. This greatly reduces his value. After all, his potential is potential. Before turning into strength, everything is unknown. Not everyone is willing to make long-term investments. Carlo is not at all. I was willing to pay too high a price for Sun Yueben. 2 people talked for a long time, but Carlo only wanted to pay 3 wages. Naturally, this matter could not be negotiated. Mother's illness, without million years' salary, simply can't support it. Sun Yueben also knows his own situation. The million years' salary is indeed too much, but he has to. Now I have encountered the launch robbery. 200,000 is an astronomical figure for Sun Yueben, who is ill and desperately short of money. Sun Yueben made a plan and seemed to be able to borrow a sum of money from Launch. Help! Mr. Sun Yueben, what can I do? I heard that the Baron where Launch passed. Mr. Carlo brow-beaded with sweat, he brought a lot of cash with him this time. Don't panic, Sun Yueben said, let's take a look first. Launch may not be the one to rob. In short, no matter who it is, I will never tie my hands. That's good, Carlo still looks like a sheikh all over. This Sun Yueben, although he was born as a martial artist, can enter the North City important class. I am afraid that all his time is spent on cultural studies. There is no time for training martial arts. I can't count on him at all. Alas, I have taken this train. In the next 20 years, nothing happened, but what happened today? Carlo had a bitter expression on his face, and he had forgotten that when the train had an accident, the whole car was stumbling. It was a very difficult situation. But it was Sun Yueben opposite him. It is an exception. Put the money on. If you don't want to die, give this lady all the money. In a car of the train, the covered-face female's machine gun fired at the entire car. I must grab enough money so that I don't have to worry about mother's medical expenses, and I can leave without worry, and go to that place. The covered-face female silhouette was moving fast in the car, whether it was shots or bullets, or reaching out to grab the parcel and flipping through the cash, the entire movement was so fast that it was dazzling. Some people didn't even reflect, and the money in the bag fell into the big parcel in the woman's hands. In a very short period of time, the woman ransacked one car, and then rushed to the next car. Car 2 was looted. Car 3 was looted. Car number 4 was ransacked. It was not that there was no resistance, nor was it that there was also a gun that shot at the woman, but regardless of whether there was a gun, or martial arts training, the woman was like the autumn gale sweeps away the fallen like the leaves, knocked down instantly. Each and every rebel can't even stop a woman from slowing down 1 minute. Soon the woman rushed to the number 5 car. Before the person arrived, a shuttle bullet shot her from the door. Idiot! The woman coldly raised her gun, and the machine gun in her hand fired. The firepower of carriage 5 was immediately muted, and then she rushed into carriage 5. The bullets in her hand kept shooting out, her eyes just swept away. Both eyes meets the eyes of the woman. Bang! The woman's body trembled. This is a pair of eyes that are as bright as stars and as clear as the sky, but this is not the point is that both eyes are the eyes of a woman. Yueben. There seemed to be a voice in the woman's mouth. She looked at the 13-year-old youngster standing on a seat on the left side of the carriage, and her whole body almost froze. Sun Yueben met the woman's eyes, and his brain was blank at this moment. How could it be an older sister? Sun Yueben looked at the silhouette of the woman who appeared at the door. The woman was holding a huge black leather package in one hand and a huge machine gun in the other. She still shot at the entire carriage. She was covered in black cloth and covered her entire head. It was so strict, only one of both eyes was revealed, but with those eyes, body shape, and temperament, how could Sun Yueben admit his mistake? The big sister is actually a trained thief, how could someone as good as an older sister be a trained thief? Sun Yuben's brain almost crashed, staring at the covered face female in a daze, until the woman's eyes changed from consternation to panic. Dodged, then turned around and left like crazy, disappearing from everyone's sight. Quick, call the police. Hey, police officer, Launch is here to rob. Chapter 3. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. After the woman disappeared, there was another flutter in the car number 5, but Sun Yueben didn't care. His mind was filled with the silhouette of the covered face female, the pair of shocked, panicked, and then both eyes that fled. I don't know what to do. When the new train arrived, Sun Yueben followed everyone on and off, unconsciously in a small village. What should I do? Sun Yueben looked at the road ahead. Half a mile from the road ahead is Sun Wu Dojo, that is his home in this world. A blue truck parked beside Sun Yueben. Hey, Yueben, you are back. The rejoicing voice resounded, and I saw a fat middle-aged man sitting in this blue truck. Uncle Kara is good. Sun Yueben called again. Haha, our gifted scholar is back. Could it be a holiday? Okay, your mother seems to be sick again. You should come back to see her. Mother is sick again. Sun Yueben frowning. Wait and sit down at uncle's house, don't worry, this time you won't let you make up lessons, haha. Kara laughed loudly. Sun Yueben also laughed, smiling very reluctantly. He naturally knows how people in the village think of him. Sun Yueben has been smarter than other children since he was a child. In addition, he passed 5 levels all the way, cut 6 generals, and finally entered North City. The little Ginkgo village had a person who entered the North City important class, completely in the chicken coop. Flew out of Golden Phoenix. The entire Ginkgo village is proud of Sun Yueben. Everyone starts to talk and shuts up. Sun Yueben will be the greatest scholar in the future. North City study task is very heavy. You are also filial, mother just got sick, come back. Kara muttered, and said with a smile, my beautiful home is also considered hard work, but unfortunately, if she has Yueben half of your smart, I would thank the heavens, thank the earth. Saying shake one's head, I drove the car away. My mother is sick again, so soon? It's not a year yet. Sun Yueben walked to the house with heavy steps, and soon a huge sign was hung in front of a door with Sun Wu Dojo written on it. Tall buildings with big characters appeared in front of them. Dojo's door was half open, and Sun Yueben opened the door and smelled an alluring smell of vegetables. Bah! The cooking voice resounded. The older sister is in the kitchen. Sun Yueben hesitated slightly, then walked to the kitchen, and saw a beautiful shadow from a distance. Sun Yuben's heart trembled slightly. It was a beautiful girl wearing a dark blue base t-shirt and a pair of short blue tight denim shorts. Wraps the fully developed hips, exposing the long, snow-white legs full of legs under the neck, which looks very tender. With her back to Sun Yueben, the girl was busy in front of the blue flame of the stove. Just looking at her back is a pleasure. Is the train robbery really an older sister? Sun Yueben was in a daze, and he couldn't connect the murderous aura on the train today, sweeping with a machine gun, and the gentle, quiet, virtuous housework woman in front of him. Older sister. Sun Yueben started to talk, his voice was hoarse. The silhouette of the girl in front of the stove trembled slightly, and then it seemed to solidify into a statue. Older sister. Sun Yueben walked into the kitchen like a walking corpse. The young girl's silhouette felt a trace of anger. And she turned around slowly, just glanced at Sun Yueben, then dodged, with a stiff smile on her face. Yueben is back. N. Sun Yueben walked to the girl. Sun Yueben is the only child in the family. There is no brother-sister. Mia, the older sister with maroon hair, fair skin, and flaxen pupils, is not a biological older sister, but a dry granddaughter of grandfather Sun Wuxian, who has been traveling and training. After Mia came to Sun Yueben's house, she no longer drifted with Sun Wuxian grandfather everywhere, but settled down. When Sun Yueben father passed away, she took over Sun Wu Dojo and became the new dojo master of Sun Yueben school. Sister Mia. Sun Yueben walked to the 1 meter in front of Mia, stared at her and whispered, "Why?" Mia smiled softly, "Yueben, what did you say?" "Why?" Sun Yueben's voice was hoarse. "Well, Yueben, stop making trouble. There is frozen tea in the freezer. Take a break first, drink water," Mia said with an unnatural face, and turned around and picked up the spatula on the side. "Today, a train was bombed in Red Maple Canyon on number 86, and I happened to be on that train." Sun Yueben said solemnly, "You are the robbed train thief, Sister Mia." Silence, slight silence, and then a surprised voice resounded. "Train thief grabs the train, Yueben, are you okay?" "Don't pretend, Sister Mia, I want to ask why." Sun Yueben's voice was a little dazed, "Sister Mia, I know that's not the real you, but I want to know why. What are the difficulties? Is it not good to say it? Don't forget, I am a man from this family, how do you make me behave like this?" "Yueben." Mia slowly turned off the fire on the stove, turned and looked towards Sun Yueben, no more panic and dodge in her eyes. "You dropped out of school." Mia's voice had a hint of ice cold. "Ah!" Sun Yueben in one's heart trembled. Sun Yueben was admitted to the number 4 North City important class in the world, and the entire Ginkgo village's villagers are all proud of Sun Yueben. This is true of villagers, not to mention Sun Yueben's family. "I didn't." Sun Yueben said solemnly. Mia was silent slightly. "Today is not the school holiday day. Half a month ago, the teacher make a call to Milo in North City came." Dreamlike voice resounded, "It's Mother." Mother answered the phone. Mother's phone call. Sun Yueben felt as if he was being pulled, his head was a little blank with a thump. Sun Yueben, in order to conceal his family from school, once again instructed the school teachers and leaders not to make a call to the family, and the family also changed the phone number. This was originally 3, but why did the school know the new home telephone number? "Until now, my mother is proud of your entry into North City." Mia said, low voice resounded, "But, Mother at first does not dare believe it, but again 3 make a call to North City for inquiries, I'm sure. And I can't reach you yet." "Mother." Sun Yueben felt numb on his scalp and looked up at Mia blankly. The thing that he feared most about dropping out was Mother understood. "Hey!" Mia sighed, and there was a moment of silence in the room. "Older sister, you don't want me to worry about my family, that's why." Sun Yueben slumped against the wall. "Sister, you are confused. Even if the family is rich, I cannot worry about the money for Mother's treatment. But I have already dropped out of school. North City important class, it's easy to get out and it's hard to get in. Now that it's out, even if it's me, it's impossible to get in again, and on my condition, I can't keep up with work after dropping out for a week. What if you can go in again? And if you rob like this, once? Yueben, I can't enter the important class, but it's not easy for other classes in North City to enter on your terms." Mia said solemnly, and then slightly shake one's head, "It's not all because of you going to school. Mother's illness has committed again. Why is this so fast this time? By the way, I'll go see my mother." Sun Yueben turned and ran out. Since he has returned, it is impossible to hide his mother. "By the way, how is my mother's disease? What did the doctor say, is it serious?" Sun Yueben stopped and asked again. "This is the medical record." Mia grabbed a coat next to him, took out an envelope and handed it over. Sun Wuben opened the connection, glanced over the medical record, his face was pale. Wuben, mother this time is very ill. Not only does myocardial failure become more serious, but he also loses his intelligence, thoughts, will, and even emotions, so he has become a vegetable. If the rest of the family's money is just the same as before, it can still afford medical expenses, but this time. And I also want you to continue to concentrate on attending school. I have no strengths. Except for martial arts training, I don't know where to go and suddenly get such a large sum of money. My family is already in debt, so, Mia is low. A sad voice floated in the room. Vegetable. Mother this time, Sun Wuben glared at the text written on the medical record, his eyes moved slowly, and suddenly a date jumped into his eyes. The date when mother fell ill. This is not the day when I finished the dropout procedures. Sun Wuben felt like his whole person exploded. The date of this medical record was the day when Sun Wuben officially dropped out of school. It's me. It's all me. Mother answered the phone call from North City. After learning that I had dropped out of school, she couldn't bear the sudden shock and got sick. At this moment Sun Wuben seemed to suddenly understand. Mother's greatest wish is that I, her most beloved son, can graduate perfectly in North City and become a great scholar whom everyone admires, but I. Mother has always hated her illness. She hates that she has been depressed because her illness has exhausted the Sun Wu family's wealth. Only when I enter North City will it become her greatest hope. Now I personally broke her greatest hope, she feels shameless to see people. Perhaps she thinks that she has harmed me, because her illness requires too much money to make me drop out of school secretly, so she blames everything on herself, so. Chapter 4. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sun Wuben is sick. Sun Wuben, who had never been ill since he came to this world, fell ill for the first time. He had a full fever for 3 days, and then he recovered after 20 genius. During the 23 days of sickness, Sun Wuben did not lie in bed, but sat next to the mother's nourishment cabin, or sat silently, or grabbed the mother's hand, nagging and talking, as if to wake up mother, and said what happened. Sun Wuben can't remember at all. It was not until this day that Sun Wuben walked out of Sun Wu Dojo and came to the mountainside with the wind blowing and watching the distant mountains. Wuben. A pretty silhouette appeared behind Sun Wuben. You can't be completely blamed for the mother's matter. Mia looked at the youngsters back in front of me with a bit of distress. The 14-year-old Sun Wuben was taller than the normal youngster. Before, this back was so handsome and full of vigor, but now this back but a little crooked, bleak, like a back view of an old man in his twilight years. Sister Mia, you don't have to say it, I have figured it out. Sun Wuben turned his head and grinned at Mia, the old sunshine seemed to return to his face. Mia heart relaxes. Wuben, it's good if you can figure it out. After 2 days, wait for your health to go to North City. Give it a try. If the important class really can't enter, go to the common class. On your terms, North City's common class. I'm afraid I have to rush to get it. Going to school. Sun Wuben whispered, and was silent for a moment. Shake one's head, Sister Mia, I figured it out. In fact, I went the wrong way early in the morning. If I dropped out of school, I will stop. Mia was taken aback and walked to Sun Wuben's side. Wuben, what did you say? This life, I want to live for myself. Sun Wuben turned his head and smiled. What I want to say is that I don't really like attend school, maybe it's a dead book. I also like thinking and researching. There is no better choice. To be a scholar, a scientist may be good, but now there is a better choice. Oh. Mia was confused. Actually, it is also good to study and think about martial arts. I have been interested in martial arts training since I was a child. Sun Yueben lightly smiled. Mia frowned, then stretched out her white hand and leaned against Sun Yueben's forehead. Sister Mia. Sun Yueben raised his head. Although Mia was taking care of him for the 20-odd days he was ill, and he lived together for more than a year, but the intimate movement like Mia was still the first time, which made him quite unaccustomed. The warm back of his hand rested on Sun Yueben's forehead, and Sun Yueben felt a little warm at the base of his ears. I don't have a fever. Mia retracted her hand on Sun Yueben's forehead suspiciously. Sister Mia, my illness is cured and I am not talking about it. What's wrong with martial arts? The most promising person in this world is not a scientist, but a martial artist. Sun Yueben turned his head and looked at the distance. Mountain Color said solemnly. The most promising is martial arts. Mia laughed. Yueben, there are fewer older sisters attending school, don't lie to me. Sun Yueben twitched his cheek. If he didn't know that this is Dragon Ball world, no matter who said the most promising is martial arts, even if it was the president of the country, Sun Yueben would sneer like Mia. Yueben, you said that martial arts is the most promising. Older sisters have fewer attending schools, but they have traveled through the world with Wushan grandfather. Not to mention experienced and knowledgeable, but they can't be fooled casually, and they know this world. Among the richest and most powerful people, there is no training martial arts. If you don't say anything else, I'm understood depending on your older sister. What about the ability? Except for dojo, be a bodyguard for others, look at the door, what else can you do? Once you encounter things that cost a lot of money, you are at a loss. A martial arts training home, without a family property, is really difficult. Last time the older sister was a train robber and robbed property, you would be an older sister. Yet, it can be pushed to the limit. If you want to make money quickly, I really can't find any other way except grabbing. Sun Yueben is slightly silent. Dragon Ball World martial arts training to certain realm, fly into the sky and flee into the earth, extinguishing heaven, destroying earth, destroying planets with one palm are nothing difficult, but don't say this, don't say that Mia doesn't believe it. It's now Earth the peak expert, Master Rashi, Master Shen, two big guys in front of them, will also fart Sun Yueben's words. A person needs to see his own heart to go far. Sun Yueben laughed. My heart is in martial arts. Martial arts training as far as I'm concerned is not about making money, and you have to know to be a person put the goal on money, then he is impossible to make big money. When a person does not put the goal on money, he can make big money instead. Oh, my Yueben has a set of truths. I know you have a lot of attending schools, and you can speak well. Older sister can't argue with you. Mia he smiled, and then said resolutely, Yueben, you are still young, maybe I don't know the difficulty of martial arts training. Older sister, you don't have to say, martial arts training is difficult, and I don't make a lot of money. I understand that I already have a spectrum to make money, and it won't be delayed, Sun Yueben looked towards under the mountain. A silhouette ran up panting. Yueben, Mia, you are all here. Uncle Kara, what's the matter? Yueben, it looks like your illness is almost healed. Well, it's done, many thanks Uncle Kara cares. Sun Yueben smiled and said. Yueben, this child is polite. It's fine if he gets better. If my girl is sick for 20 days like yours, the homework will definitely fall. Let alone 20 days, it means that if you don't go to school for a day, you won't be able to keep up. Kara smiled and sighed, looking towards Sun Yueben with a weird look. Sun Yueben felt uncomfortable in his heart. He naturally understood Kara's thoughts. As a North City important class student, he has always been the pride of the village. This time he suddenly came back when he was not at school for a holiday, and he did not go to school for another 20 days. Although Mia was hiding this for Sun Yueben, how could the villagers not doubt it? Kara said clearly about his daughter, but in fact he was inquiring about Sun Yueben. By the way, Yueben, your grades in the class are very good. I remember when you were attending school here, but every time you got a certificate. If my girl is, Kara said with a smile. Not only was Sun Woo-ben uncomfortable at this time, Mia's face was a little stiff. Saying that Sun Woo-ben, a high-talented student, had dropped out of school. She couldn't say it and couldn't afford to lose that face. Uncle Kara joked. It was a fluke that I was able to enter the important class. How could I get good grades? Sun Woo-ben reluctantly said with a smile. Really, then this time you will stay at home for 23 days, so you won't lose progress, will you? It's okay, by the way, Uncle Kara, are you okay? Sun Woo-ben laughed and changed the subject. There is something, by the way, when are you going to the North City important class? Kara said. Sun Woo-ben felt a little hot on his face, and didn't know how to answer. Wait until Woo-ben's disease is completely cured. Mia's voice resounded. She pulled Sun Woo-ben's arm. Woo-ben, the mountain and wind are strong here, and your body is just a little better. You should go back to the house first. Stride under the mountain. Kara frowned. By the way, there are 2 weird-looking children who come to ask training. No, I will let them wait and call you here. Kara said loudly. Ask training. Mia's voice is extremely unnatural. Now she takes over Sun Woo Dojo and naturally hopes that the business is booming, but after a year, there are no more people who come to dojo training. It can be said that she has completely defeated the foundation left by her ancestors. Sun Woo-ben frowned. Since the death of father, Mia has rushed into battle and took over Sun Woo Dojo. Because she was young and unconvincing, she was also a girl. Even though her own martial arts training is very good, it is hard to get people sought after, come and go, even those who recognize her power level are reluctant to come. In just 1 year of effort, there are more than 10 disciplines in the hands of father, and no one wants to come to dojo. Inheritance for more than 200 years, the well-known Sun Woo Dojo has been so miserable in the hands of Mia. Sun Woo-ben can see that Mia has always been guilty and blames himself. In addition, the villagers in Ginkgo village and surroundings point to the guidance, although rarely someone accused Mia face to face, but Mia's martial arts training, how could they not hear what they said? Chapter 5. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The sun is coming out from the west, finally someone is willing to come and train. Kara didn't notice the embarrassment of 2 siblings at all, and a big throat sounded. Dojo has been closed for 2 months. No one is doing dojo training. The whole village it feels like something is missing. I am very lonely. Now there are 2 of them, but this time I won't run away for 10 million. Mia's face was a little ugly, and he pulled Sun Woo-ben and ran towards under the mountain. Uncle Kara. Sun Woo-ben even said, dojo business is not a general trend, think about it, even my Sun Woo-style soul successor went to study literature, let alone others. Haha, that's right, speaking of which dojo was booming back then, I remember in childhood, every year dojo opened the door to collect the discipline, and everyone who came would line up to grow up, haha. Kara burst into laughter, and suddenly realized something. Laughter, Mia, I didn't mean you made dojo like this, haha, or Woo-ben said it well, the general trend, the general trend. By the way, Uncle Kara, what is the name of the person who came to ask for training this time? Sun Woo-ben changed the subject. I didn't ask, these 2 people are weird. It looks panicking. The taller one has actually grown 3i. I have seen such a person for the first time in all these years. Kara emotionally said. 3i? It's actually a 3-eyed race. Sun Woo-ben's heart trembled, and he vaguely guessed the person coming. Sun Woo Dojo in front of the towering gate. Standing by the stone lion with 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, in addition to having 2 eyes like a normal human, the forehead also has a huge eye, just like the demon god from hell. The short man had a pale face, so white that it was stunned. Tian Xinyan. The voice resounded miserably like a child's. The pale-faced baby looked towards the mountainside where Sun Wuben and Mia are located. They are here, something is wrong. Tietsu, what did you find? Three-eye youngster said indifferently. Well, that person is called two children, a boy and a girl. Listen to them, as if they are responsible for this dojo, said the pale-faced doll. Two children. Three-eye youngster was slightly silent. Tietsu, are you sure? Listening to their conversation, I'm sure they are really two children, Tian Xinyan. We seem to be fooled. This Sun Wu dojo doesn't seem to be as powerful as that person said. Or let's go. Don't waste time here. No wonder this family dojo looks like an imposing manor, but there is no one cold and cheerless in it. It's not like a dojo. Three-eye youngster said silently, and then there was an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't urgent, Tietsu, since I've come all the way, there is no time to take a trip. What does Tian Xinyan mean? Didn't we play all the way? This Sun Wu dojo, even if it is brat, is no exception. Since a child dares to open dojo, it must be interesting. I want to see what his ability is. Tian Xinyan's ability is Peak's martial artist, and far from being an opponent. The pale-faced doll gave out a shrill smile. Tian Xinyan's hands are itchy. These two children are in trouble. Tietsu, if your hands are itchy, you can also give them to you. Anyway, you rarely take action on this path. Leave it to Tian Xinyan. Soon two silhouettes appeared in the sight of Three-eye youngster and the pale-faced doll. Are these two people? Not bad. Three-eye youngster and the pale-faced doll looked at Sun Wuben and Mia. Sun Wuben, 14 years old, is taller than normal. Although he has just suffered a serious illness, he is a man in his second life. This life is still a talented student of North City important class, giving him a particularly eye-catching temperament. And Mia is also tall, naturally beautiful, and she traveled the world with Sun Wuxian when she was young. No matter how she fell down, she couldn't hide her radiance. Sun Wuben also looked towards Three-eye youngster and the pale-faced doll. As soon as his eyes fell on them, pupils shrank. The tall silhouette standing in front of the stone lion, naked, just wearing a simple white tank top with a pair of green flared pants, wearing a simple dress, not even tall, but a sturdy and courageous key spews out, especially the three-eye on his face. Each one is a point bigger than normal human eyes, especially the eye between the forehead. There is a huge key. Looking from a distance, you can feel the hot, big, sturdy, and brave key from the sense youngster. And the pale-faced doll next to the youngster is another feeling. If you just look at the appearance, it is like a short-lived ghost who died in childhood. Under a small melon cap, two sides of the pale face have a little red with a normal bottle cap. Rouge, the whole person gives a kind of gloomy dense forest, the feeling of hairy bones. It's them. This dress, this cooperation, who else can anyone besides Tian Xinyan and Tietsu? Almost immediately, Sun Wuben determined that the two people who came to train for training were Z Fighter in Dragon Ball World, the well-known Tian Xinyan and Tietsu. At this moment, Sun Wuben has a sense of unreality. Within Dragon Ball, Tian Xinyan is shocking and stunning. Many powerful styles such as Solar Flare, Tri-Beam, Four Witches Fist, etc. were invented by Tian Xinyan. Solar Flare, like Dancing Sky art from within Dragon Ball and Kamehameha from Master Roshi, late stages Z, the necessary style of fighter, has played a miraculous effect many times. How powerful are within Dragon Ball Tian Xinyan and Tietsu? Such a person would come to dojo for advice. Excuse me, are you two going to ask about training? Mia walked to Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, said with a slight smile. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu looked weird and key out of the ordinary. She could also see it, but nothing too much great feeling. After all, I wandered around the world with Sun Wuxian when I was young, and I have seen many strange races. Yes, who are you? Tian Xinyan said coolly. My name is Mia, and now I am the dojo master of Sunwoo Dojo, that is the dojo master of the family dojo in front of you. Mia said with a slight smile, you come to ask for training, and you will find the right person if you tell me. Really, I heard that Sunwoo Dojo's dojo master is called Sun Wuxian. Tian Xinyan said coolly, are you really a dojo master? Sun Wuxian is my father, he has passed away. Mia sighed, and then said, although my father has passed away, I also master the training of Sunwoo School. If you want to ask about training, I am fully capable of it. It doesn't matter whether you can be competent or not. Tian Xinyan said coldly, eyes flash a hint of disdain. Tsu's sharp voice resounded. Tian Xinyan and I walked all the way. Family Dojo didn't brag about being strong, but some dojo masters couldn't even catch Tian Xinyan's punch. You don't look like an expert. I do not believe. Is it? Mia lightly smiled, martial artist always speaks with fist, two people's provocative behavior is normal, and she is a young girl, and it is indeed impossible to have a powerful martial arts training in her body. That's right, the mouth says nothing, martial arts will work, you can understood when you reach out and compare, it seems this Your Excellency Tian Xinyan wants to try my martial arts training, that being the case, please. Mia said with a faint smile. Very good. Tian Xinyan's eyes lit up, he unloaded the package from his shoulders, hung it on the stone lion, and made a posture. Ha! Tsu's eyes lit up, Tian Xinyan take action, I don't know how many punches will be used this time, it looks like she can receive 3 punches. Wait a minute. Sun Wuben's heart moved, older sister, let me come. You. Mia looked towards Sun Wuben in surprise. Sun Wuben nodded, although he didn't know it was Dragon Ball World at first, he saw grandfather Sun Wuxian physical body carrying bullets when he was 8 months old. Because children are not sensible yet, they often forget things before the age of 2 years old. But Sun Wuben has a previous life soul. Since birth, as long as he doesn't want to see things he has seen, he is impossible to forget. He has seen Sun Wuxian physical body carrying bullets, the physical body training is so powerful that it is so powerful, which is too shocking for Sun Wuben. Therefore, I have been observing Father Guidance Dojo disciple training silently, and even studying the inner principles of training. From 8 months old to 4 to 5 years old, I have been observing and studying Father's Sunwoo School martial arts training, and even practiced secretly. At 5-6 years old, I have been training for 2 years under the guidance of Father. Although it has only been 2 years and it is still training outside of school homework, Sun Wuben understands all the training knowledge that Sunwoo style should know. Since then, even if the father has no guidance for Sun Wuben training, even the Sun Wuben learning tasks are getting heavier and heavier, and there is no time to train martial arts. But Sun Wuben has been squeezing time from his busy schedule for training martial arts. In the past 8 years, I have made great progress, especially when I have learned about the martial arts horse stance pile method. I use this pile method training whenever I sit and stand. Today's Sun Wuben does not say anything else, at least the effort has reached the human physical capability. The limit. But, Mia frowned, she didn't know that Sun Wuben also had martial arts training, not to mention that Sun Wuben was born in the martial artist family, it was Sun Wuben's strong muscles, not weak hands. But Sun Wuben study literature, especially entering the North City important class, has a heavy workload. Mia also came to Sunwoo Dojo many times when he was young, and this time was in one breath and lived here for more than a year. Until now, Mia has never seen Sun Wuben conduct martial arts training. Without the arduous martial arts training, military force impossible is too tough, unless the bloodline is good and has a natural talent, but Sun Wuben is a very pure Earth Asian race. Bloodline is not terribly bad. It is not too good, I can only say yes. Ordinary. Wuben, you want to fight with that person. Kara, who followed by on the side, called out in surprise. Chapter 6. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. I remember Wu-Ben, you haven't been training for 6 to 7 years. Kara cried out in surprise. By the way, you were only 5 to 6 years old when you were training for a while, although this person doesn't look good, but it seems to have been trained. You haven't touched training for so many years, and you fought with him. Isn't that good? What? Tian Xinyan's eyes widened, and then the complexion was ugly up. He hadn't been trained for 6 to 7 years, and he had only practiced for 5 to 6 years. He actually wanted to fight Tian Xinyan. Too much, Tian Xinyan! Tietsu exclaimed sharply, a small finger pointed at Sun Wu-Ben. Who you are? What qualifications do you have to compare with Tian Xinyan? He is my younger brother. Mia said, looking at Sun Wu-Ben with a puzzled look. Wu-Ben, you have always been at the attend school, and you haven't trained seriously. This brother doesn't seem to be weakling, do you, still not want it? I know he is not weakling. If not, I would not take action. Sun Wu-Ben smiled lightly and waved his hand to stop Mia's persuasion. Don't worry, it's just a pass. It's nothing else. I know, you go up again. I think this Tian Xinyan brother is a militant, heart of martial arts is extremely strong, to long for the more the better with his hands. Tian Xinyan corner of the mouth twitch. Sun Wu-Ben was right about his nature, but... Young fellow, Tian Xinyan, don't bully weakling. I don't have time to play with you. Tian Xinyan, strictly speaking, I am Sun Wu Dojo first successor. Sun Wu-Ben said with a smile, I am Sun Wuxian of Sun Wuxian, you come to kick dojo and want to try the depth of Sun Wu style. I will take the trick. What's wrong? Really? Tian Xinyan was also on fire, frowning, since you want courting death, all right. Wait a minute, Tian Xinyan, let me fight him. Tietsu. Tian Xinyan looked towards Tietsu, and then nods. Although Tietsu is far inferior to him, there are few opponents in his skill. Sun Wu-Ben looked at Tietsu weirdly up and down, looking straight at Tietsu, and then lightly smiled. Your name is Tietsu? Yes, do you dare fight me? Tietsu pointed to Sun Wu-Ben and said. Good, good, good. Sun Wu-Ben hands behind one's back, as if the martial arts senior saw the fine jade and wanted to collect it as a discipline. Your physique is very good, I ask you, your special ability has developed several. When these words came out, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu's eyes opened wide, as if they had seen a ghost. You, what did you say? Tietsu screamed. How far has your superpower been developed? How many have you developed? Sun Wu-Ben said with a slight smile. How do you know? Tietsu screamed as if looking towards the most terrifying thing. He has telepathy ability, and only Tian Xinyan knows it. I can see it. Sun Wu-Ben faintly smiled. I ask you, how many have your superpower developed? How many? Tietsu stretched out 10 fingers, repeated the comparison, and finally concluded, 7. When Sun Wu-Ben stunned, Tian Xinyan was also stunned. 7? How is it possible? Sun Wu-Ben screamed, and then asked, speaking of one after another, how could there be 7? This is not right. Sun Wu-Ben had to suspect that Tietsu's arithmetic ability had a problem in Dragon Ball World, in World Martial Arts Tournament. Tietsu lost to Krillin subordinate because it was stunned by Krillin with arithmetic problems. I can telepathy with people, this is 1, I own Iron Head art, this is 1, and it adds up. 7. Tietsu cursed his fingers. Nothing. Sun Wu-Ben said incredulously. Tietsu blinked. No, by the way, I seem to be able to make my stomach ache, but I don't know whether it counts or not. That's all. Sun Wu-Ben corner of the mouth twitched, everyone also had an expression that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that your arithmetic is very bad, telepathy, superpower, iron head art add up to 3. Kara haha said with a smile. Tsu fly into a rage out of humiliation, glaring at Sun Wuben with anger. It seems that everything that your superpower should be developed is basically developed. Sun Wuben said in a calm and easygoing expression indifferently, and then raised his brows. You said controlling people's stomachaches, and it doesn't work. This is indeed a superpower, and it is a very useful superpower. Its complete version should be able to control people's actions. Reason why you are not working well at times, because of insufficient ability and still not perfect for key control. Really? At this moment Sun Wuben not only became unfathomable in Tsu's heart, even Tian Xinyan did not dare look down on this youngster, and wisely did not speak aside. Tsu, right? Your ability, not training martial arts well, is really a waste. You are also lucky. When you met me, no more than 3 people can teach you well in this world. Sun Wuben said with a slight smile, down. It's not a pure flicker. People like Tsu and Tian Xinyan can develop their full potential only after being trained by a master, otherwise it's a waste. Within Dragon Ball, Tian Xinyan is not bad, and Tsu's opening superpower is very good and can be reduced. Later, they almost became sideline supporters. Humph! Tian Xinyan snorted coldly. Tsu, don't believe him. Tian Xinyan made a secret movement and said in his heart. He knew that Tsu has telepathy ability. Naturally Tsu could hear this. This young fellow does have some ability, but I think I should be with you. I also know some mind reading, so I can read some information from our response, knowing that you know superpower and iron head art, and deliberately say these pretending to be experts, trying to scare us, and fooling us to their dojo. I know. Tsu also woke up. He and Tian Xinyan had walked a lot, naturally they had their own opinions. You, Tsu pointed at Sun Wuben, fight or no fight? I'm ready. Sun Wuben faintly smiled, hands behind one's back, looking at Tsu indifferently. Tsu little brother, you take action, let me see how far you are. It is good. Tsu stopped talking, and slowly squatted down into a lunge, playing a commonly used martial arts competition movement, and then only saw a yin smile at the corner of Tsu's mouth. Hoo! A gust of wind blew, Tsu's body moved, like a motorcycle that suddenly drove to the maximum throttle rushed to Sun Wuben, and even the feet running under Tsu's feet were like flying electric fan blades, and almost disappeared at this moment. As soon as the experts take action, they know if there is. Tsu's take action, Mia's heart was raised. Tsu's speed is nothing to her, but it has reached a very high level, placed in any dojo. Speed can be ranked in the forefront. Can Sun Wuben to deal with? Mia even looked towards Sun Wuben, ready to take action to rescue. Very powerful. Although Kara is not a martial artist, as a resident of Ginkgo village, I have seen many martial arts training homes from Sun Wu Dojo and I have developed my vision. This is called Tsu's brat. It seems that the whole body is less than 3 weights, and the small arms and legs are so strong. Wuben is afraid. Kara looked towards Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben, because of his extremely high IQ since childhood, therefore, my family decided on the path of study literature. Although I have also trained martial arts, it was only 5 years old when I was carefully trained by father guidance for 6 years, and then I completely put it down. In the eyes. Seeing Tsu approaching quickly, Sun Wuben stood motionless like a rock. Hurry to hide! Mia screamed, but Sun Wuben was still standing, as if unable to react. The fist that Tsu was holding had hit his thigh. Seeing that the little fist hit Sun Wuben's thigh, Sun Wuben's foot finally moved, and that foot was like a leaf blown by the wind, with a peculiar rhythm, and Tsu's fist struck it against the thigh. Chapter 7. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. What? Mia stared at both eyes. Her sharp eyes naturally saw the punch Sun Wuben dodge had just now, but it was so clever and so easy. Is it a coincidence? Who? The Tutsu punch was empty, rubbing Sun Wuben all over and rushing over, then turned over and rushed from behind Sun Wuben, punching towards Sun Wuben again. Still the same, Sun Wuben didn't seem to be able to react, and didn't hide at all, until Tutsu's fist was about to touch his body. Tutsu's fist and body again rushed past Sun Wuben. Damn it! Tutsu also stunned, turned around, frowned, and then rushed over again. Unbelief. Punches and punches, even punches and kicks. Tutsu is completely angry at this moment. If the opposite side is an elderly martial artist, it's all so easy to escape his own attack, but the opposite side is obviously a 14 to 15 years old the youngster. But no matter how fast Tutsu's fist was and how fierce he was, I saw that Sun Wuben only moved his 2 feet from time to time, and his body dodged from time to time, so he avoided all attacks. It is good. Kara saw dumbstruck from the side. At first he couldn't see if the fist attacked by Tutsu had hit Sun Wuben, but Tutsu's repeated and 3 attacks, he could see no matter how stupid he was, Sun Wuben seemed to avoided every blow. But isn't Sun Wuben focusing on his studies? Has he not trained since he was 7 years old? In the blink of an eye, it has been half an hour before Tutsu, who was attacking Sun Wuben frantically, stopped, and panting with a mouthful of mouths at Sun Wuben. Are you just hiding? Tutsu panting called. Oh, you are still not convinced? Sun Wuben faintly smiled. Although he has some fine sweat on his face at this moment, he is not at all panting like Tutsu. To deal with Tutsu, Sun Wuben doesn't need to show true strength. Yes, there is ability. We fist played against fist. Tutsu called. Tutsu's voice resounded, you are not his opponent, let me come. Tian Xinyan. Tutsu looked towards Tian Xinyan. To dodge your attack, you can do it with good martial arts training, but hide so easily like him, his martial arts training is obviously higher than yours. Tian Xinyan said coolly, looking towards Mia dojo master, right? Myself Tian Xinyan, I have seen the strength of your younger brother, it is indeed very strong. Wuben's ability is actually, Mia's chest rises and falls. This is the first time Sun Wuben showed martial arts training in front of her. This display surprised her. Just listen to Tian Xinyan coolly said, I have a request, can dojo master and I fight, because I want to see the strength of Sun Wu style dojo master. Tian Xinyan, Sun Wuben start to talk. Mia waved her hand, Wuben, let me come. Then she looked towards Tian Xinyan, you take action, full strength take action, don't worry. Okay, I'm taking action. Before the voice fell, Tian Xinyan squatted slightly, both eyes shot sharp radiance, and the whole body exuded a kind of key-like ferocious beast. Bang! Blink of an eye, everyone seemed to see a pounce of old Hu, Tian Xinyan's take action, aura fierce, fast speed surpassing by far Tutsu, terrifying speed even caused a gust of wind. Worthily is Tian Xinyan. Sun Wuben squinted slightly. As a martial arts expert who has obtained all the knowledge of Sun Wu style martial arts training and carefully studied and sorted out theoretical knowledge, he is also a martial arts expert trained to extremely high realm, and an eyesight of Sun Wuben very superior. Although Tian Xinyan and Tutsu tried their best to show the appearance of martial arts expert, Sun Wuben still saw that 2 people simply steal a little from the owner dojo, learn a little from the West dojo, and learn a little like drawing a tiger using a cat as a model. The punching and kicking skill is actually too unpolished jade. So even though he knew the power of within Dragon Ball Z Fighter and Tian Xinyan was a well-known figure in Z Fighter, Sun Wuben still stepped forward to take the battle. I haven't received the martial arts training of the system. I have such a strong physique. It is really fierce. Sun Wuben's heart is full of enthusiasm. If such talents are tricked into Sun Wu style under school, they will be trained in the future. Whatever you reach, think about it. Rumble. Tian Xinyan attacked Mia frantically. Mia just stretched out a left hand, patted from the east to the west, dodged from the left to the right, and took it all easily. After attacking 20 punches in a row, Tian Xinyan stepped back abruptly and stopped the silhouette, panting. Yes, worthily is Sun Wu Dojo's dojo master. Tian Xinyan took it. Tian Xinyan said coolly, and then a cup one fist in the other hand, please also dojo master teach us martial arts training. Your strength is very good. Mia lightly smiled, but I can see that you have not undergone formal martial arts training at all. You can still have such a physique, which is very good. If you want, I am willing to teach you training. Right now, you should know the rules and fees of my Sun Wu style recruiting discipline, right? Expenses. Tian Xinyan and Tietzol look at each other. You mean to collect money? Tian Xinyan said weakly. Mia lightly smiled. Which family dojo does not charge for the admission of disciplines? My Sun Wu style's rule is that each discipline costs 20,000 yuan per year. This, a drop of sweat rolled down Tian Xinyan's forehead, Tietzu, and I only have 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. Mia's smile narrowed. In fact, Sun Wu style dojo's charge for the discipline is at least 50,000 a year, but it is not booming now. The original discipline is gone and no one enters. This time I saw Tian Xinyan and Tietzu, the innate talent is good. If you train it well, you might be able to become a dojo brand, so you are willing to reduce the price to recruit, say it only costs 10,000 yuan. You guys are laughing. The usual cost of martial arts dojo receive disciples is 50,000 per year. I also have a Sun Wu style. Today is a special case. Seeing your aptitude is good, it has only dropped to 10,000. 10,000 yuan a year is a loss. This impossible is lower. Mia said indifferently. Sun Wuben also complexion was ugly. 10,000 a year is indeed a loss price. 1,000 yuan a year, say it. Sun Wu school has become the laughing stock of martial arts circle. Dojo master Tian Xinyan and I must work hard to train. I know iron head art. My head is harder than a diamond. Tietzu took off his melon cap, revealing that he has only one hair on top of his heart, which makes mosquitoes unsteady. White head. As long as dojo master accepts us, we must try our best to train. Tian Xinyan also said. Your innate talent is really good, but, Mia shake one's head. Tian Xinyan and Tietzu are indeed good seedlings of martial arts, but so what? Really want to recruit discipline at a loss of 1,000 yuan a year, like this body Mia can easily find a lot of innate talents. Can't you? Tian Xinyan frowning, then communicated with Tietzu telepathy. Tietzu, they are the same, what should I do? Should we beg them again? Tietzu said. I'm afraid it won't work. We have been along the way. Every family dojo is like this. They only need 10,000, which is indeed the least. No matter how few others are, it will cost 40,000. Tian Xinyan said. But finally there is one that only costs 10,000, I am not willing to. The two people communicated, and the expressions were extremely frustrated. Why did at first pretend to be very strong and have to fight with Mia, not really look down upon Mia's skill, but for performance, so that Mia can see the two of them strength and innate talent, exceptionally collected as a discipline. Sorry, 10,000 yuan is the minimum limit. Mia said solemnly. Then goodbye. Tian Xinyan finally made up his mind and asked him to lower his dignity by 3 to 4, he couldn't do it, otherwise it would not have been included in dojo until now. Tietzu, let's go. Tian Xinyan grabbed the package on the stone lion and turned and walked out. Tietzu also kept up. Sun Wuben squinted his eyes and watched the two people walk out of 100 feet distance, just as Mia Shake One's head was about to enter the house. 2. Wait a minute. Sun Wuben said loudly. Chapter 8. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. N. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu turned their heads and looked towards Sun Wuben in confusion. Give you a test. Sun Wuben laughed. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu's eyes lit up when they stared. They looked towards Mia, apparently thinking that the master here was Dojo Master. Mia frowned and looked towards Sun Wuben. Wuben, what are you doing? Sister Mia, I'll talk to you later. Don't mess around, it's not a trivial matter that our Sun Wu style accepts the discipline. If one is not good, it will break the signboard. Mia said solemnly. Sister, put your heart in your stomach, I am not a child anyway. Sun Wuben said, and moved his hand to Tian Xinyan and Tietsu. What are you doing in a daze? Come here. He said that he walked into the woods beside the road, a fist-sized pebble was found on the ground, and a pen was taken out of his pocket. You two are optimistic about this stone. Sun Wuben wrote a large Chinese character Wu on the stone, and then moved his hand, follow me. He led everyone to the mountainside cliff and threw the stone fiercely at the jungle under the cliff. Zai! The stone was thrown far away and flew into the woods and disappeared. Give you a chance. If you find this stone within 30 minutes, this time, I will be the bishop of your martial arts training. Sun Wuben said solemnly. 30 minutes. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu's expression changed. In such a big forest, find a stone with words written on it. How could it be possible in 30 minutes? Kara took a pitying look at Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, then turned in hands behind one's back and walked towards under the mountain. Mia smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth, looked at Sun Wuben with a weird face, and shake one's head also walked towards under the mountain. Are you kidding us? Tian Xinyan was angry. Humph! Sun Wuben said coldly snorted, I'm full and holding on? I still don't look for it. Although it's difficult, it's not without a chance. Maybe it's lucky, Kami, bless you, I'll find it all at once. Speaking laughed, no longer caring about the angry two people, turned and walked towards under the mountain. Before long, two silhouettes walked into the dojo hall. Wuben, if they find the stones within 30 minutes, do you really want to accept them? It's not 30 minutes. As long as they find the stone, I dare to take it away. They didn't bring the watch anyway. They couldn't tell the specific time. It would take 2 or 3 people hours to find a broken stone. Sun Wuben seriously. Mia smiled immediately and converged, Wuben, you are determined to accept them as a discipline. That's right, Sister Mia, I know you are not reconciled, and you are afraid of ruining dojo's reputation and letting martial arts circle watch jokes, but martial arts circle does not have a rule. There is no charge for recruiting legacy disciple. There are such rules, but although these two people have some innate talents, they don't have to. Mia was puzzled. Believe me, these two people are still very promising, but I am worried that they are too strong towards martial heart, and our Monkey King dojo cannot keep God. Sun Wuben said, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu showed their potential at this time. Although it is strong enough, it is too strong. Sun Wu style is a discipline, and the price is not high. But Sun Wuben can't tell Mia the story of Dragon Ball, telling him that the potential of these two people is like the starry sky ocean. Mia frowned, staring at Sun Wuben, and suddenly sighed. How come you are like this all of a sudden, and you don't want to go to school, and mother is so sick, and you are still so self-willed? I really don't know how to take care of you. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu's luck were not bad, but after Sun Wuben threw the stone, he brought the stone over at 500%. It was the pebble that Sun Wuben wrote. In the lobby of Sun Wu Dojo, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu sat down. Mia brows tightly knit, the complexion was ugly looking at the two people. She didn't want to accept these two disciplines at all, but she didn't accept them. Sun Wuben accepted them in her own name. Mia didn't want Sun Wuben to waste precious time on these two people. Body, so reluctantly agreed to accept them. Listen. Mia started to talk coldly. I created the founder ancestor of Sun Wu style as the Sun Wu Jo old ancestor 200 years ago. The old ancestor worshipped the martial arts master Shen master at that time and became its honorary disciple. Mia spoke the basics coldly. Wrong. Sun Wuxian frowned as he listened. From historical inheritance to basic theoretical knowledge, what Mia said is almost the same as what Father Sun Wuxian said. Regardless of historical inheritance, it is not important, but martial arts training. Nor can it be said that Mia is wrong. It's what Mia and Sun Wuxian said, it's like curing a disease and saving people, knowing what kind of disease to prescribe, but not understanding the principles of sickness and medicine. The so-called headache treats the head and foot pain. You know it but don't know why. What makes Sun Wuben weird the most is that Mia said so badly that Tian Xinyan and Tietsu were so excited, especially Tietsu. Sister Mia, from today I will resume martial arts training. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu will be taught by me. You. Mia stopped the lecture, and the complexion was ugly looked towards Sun Wuben. You are still young and naive, listen to the words of the older sister, the road of martial arts is a road of no return. I've decided. Sun Wuben shook his head, and Tian Xinyan and Tietsu had been arguing with Mia for a long time when they were looking for stones. I can't help myself, even more how, my righteous sister, forget it, I don't care about you, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Mia sighed, she is much older, and her expression is exhausted. Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, my older sister told you just now, in order to deepen your impression, I will say it again. Sun Wuben stopped looking at Mia, turned his head to the strange expression, and Tian Xinyan and Tietsu said solemnly watching the play. Tian Xinyan frowned, cool said, I have almost remembered, Tietsu's memory is better than mine, presumably. Humph. Sun Wuben said coldly snorted and said, that being the case, then I ask you, what is the source of my Sun Wu style? Source? Tian Xinyan and Tietsu stunned. This teacher Mia didn't seem to talk about it. Tietsu whispered, and suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming excitedly, by the way, teacher Mia said that Sun Wu style was created by Master Shen's honorary disciple, and the source is Master Shen. Yes, Tietsu, you have some brains. Master Shen is the source of Sun Wu style. Which is the crane school he founded. But go further, do you know? Go ahead. Not only Tietsu and Tian Xinyan stunned, but even Mia is confused. For her, and even the whole Sun Wu family, she knows that Master Shen already knows a lot. Before Master Shen, I'm afraid it's the Sun Wu style school founder ancestor may know a little. The teacher Mia didn't talk about it. Tietsu shook his head repeatedly. Remember, crane school inheritance from Mutato style passed on by Mutato. Sun Wuben said solemnly start to talk, Mutato style is the ancestor of most martial arts schools today. There is also Mutato style today. This sister Mia should know. Mia nodded, surprised. When grandfather and I traveled around the world, we also visited Mutato dojo. We saw the dojo masters. They didn't expect their inheritance to be so strong. No wonder they godly ki are so ridiculous, they just ignore us. Mia was surprised. Said, and then frowned, but I don't think they are very good. It's natural. Sun Wuben chuckled. Mutato's discipline was killed and injured by one incident. Only 2 people survived, namely Master Shen, the founder of Crane School, and Master Rashi, the founder of Turtle School. So now the world has truly inherited all the martial arts of Wu Tai Lu, which are concentrated in Turtle School and Crane School. The inheritance of Mutato martial arts by Mutato style is not as much as these 2 schools. There may even be no genuine Mutato products at all. Just borrowed Mutato's name. Is there anything else? Mia stared at Sun Wuben. She and Sun Wuxian grandfather traveled around the world, and they didn't understand the secrets of martial arts circle as well as Sun Wuben. Wuben, the older sister, today is still the first time I know the legendary Master Shen and Master Rashi. These two archenemy were originally fellow disciples, and they were studying at Mutado under school. I'm afraid that even Wuben grandfather and Wuxian father don't know. Mia has a weird voice. Wuben today can be said to surprise her again and again, and of course there are shocks. Sun Wuben cast aside his lips. Just now these martial arts historical secrets can be said to have been covered or forgotten intentionally, or unintentionally, let alone Sun family. I am afraid that Sun Wu style school founding founder ancestor has limited knowledge. Chapter 9. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. That being the case, you should understand. The two schools that are the strongest today are Crane School and Turtle School. Sun Wuben said solemnly. Crane School, Turtle School. Tian Xinyan's eyes gleamed, remembering the two names. For Tian Xinyan, the biggest ambition is to become the martial artist of first under the heavens style. The little Sun Wu dojo is not what he wants to stay at, but no other dojo is willing to take in, so he has to train here. What I'm talking about below is a secret history. The whole world knows no more than 10 fingers. Sun Wuben's expression became extremely serious. Tian Xinyan corner of the mouth twitched. The whole world knows no more than 10 fingers of history. You are a younger son of Sun Wu style, younger than 10, how can you know? Suddenly he felt as if he had been fooled. The secret of Crane School that Sun Wuben said earlier may not be true. Mia couldn't help his eyelids beating. When did his younger brother have such a thick skin? About 300 years ago, our world produced a super evil terrifying great demon king Piccolo. Piccolo is extremely powerful. No matter how many troops or how powerful weapons are, they can't defeat him. Great demon king Piccolo wants to rule the world. The world becomes a terrifying hell. At that time, in order to prevent the great demon king Piccolo, I don't know how many martial artists were sacrificed. Among them was the strongest martial artist, which was recognized by the world as Mutado. The martial arts level of Mutado is unknown how many times better than other martial artists. If you want to rule the world, no one can defeat him, but he and great demon king Piccolo hand-to-hand combat, but they are defeated. After escaping from the difficult situation, Mutado finally developed a powerful cultivation technique called Evil Containment Wave, but Mutado's strength is not enough, so although Great Demon King Piccolo was successfully enclosed in an electronic heat preservation pot, he also exhausted Essence Ki and died at the same time. Sun Wuben said that he was very emotional. In Dragon Ball World, Mutado sacrificed his life to save the world. He should have been remembered by the whole world. But in fact, Mutado sacrificed meaninglessly. After the Great Demon King Piccolo cataclysm, the entire world completely forgot Mutado. Even the originally powerful martial arts school Mutado style has fallen because of this, and now few people know it. And in Dragon Ball World, hero in the blink of an eye that saved the world like this is forgotten not only in Mutado, but later Z Fighter also saved Earth several times in the blink of an eye. I has become a passerby. No one knows that they saved the world, an indescribable irony. It's no wonder that a good person like Master Rashi, who holds the righteous way of justice, martial arts, and several hundred years, also confiscated a few disciplines. Later, he took Son Goku and Krillin, and there was a test that was almost impossible to complete, even after teaching two people training. Also a little messy. It's just that the physical body potential of Son Goku and Krillin is too great. Simply is an innate talent. Therefore, with the chaos of Master Rashi, normal people will only waste their bodies, but they, on the contrary, stimulate the potential of the body. Grow more and more stronger, each time makes Master Rashi stare away. Wait a minute. Tian Xinyan started to talk in a cold voice, I want to ask, how good is the great demon king Piccolo? What is the mutato level? Good question. Sun Wuben smiled lightly, and asked instead, Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, do you know why my older sister only talked about inheritance, but I told you that only a few people in the world know the secrets? Tian Xinyan's mouth twitched again. He simply didn't believe the great demon king Piccolo and Mutato's secret history mentioned by Sun Wuben just now. Not only did Tian Xinyan not believe it, Tietsu and Mia also looked weird. Tietsu, Tian Xinyan, you must remember that human potential is endless, and martial arts training is the process of gradually unlocking potential. From the life level of the human body, training has 3 levels: mortal, immortal, God. That is say, through training, we can make the physical body and spirit power reach immortal and even God level. Tian Xinyan's mouth twitched again, and then he smiled evilly. Excuse me, what is mortal, immortal, God? How to distinguish mortal and immortal and God? Sun Wuben teacher. Tian Xinyan said the 2 words teacher even more emphasis. You have few attending schools. Based on your IQ and knowledge, you don't understand if it is complicated. I will simply divide it by power level. Power level not surpass 200 is mortal, said Sun Wuben, Earth. The division of martial arts on the not at all power level, within Dragon Ball, is only in the Universe Saga. Aliens struck, and the high-tech glasses used by Frisia Force can observe power level. Since then, Z-Fighter and Z-Fighter on Earth, the immortal god of Earth, knew the standard of power level. Sun Wuben said that this power level division is 1 era ahead of Earth. Power level. Tian Xinyan eyebrows raised. Excuse me, what are the power levels of Tietsu and I, and what are the power levels of teacher Mia and yours? Sister Mia's power level is about 7 to 8. Sun Wuben said solemnly. Sion Son Goku, who is a powerful warrior race within Dragon Ball, was born with a power level of 1, but Sion's planet gravity is Earth x10, which can be achieved under 10x gravity. Survival without feeling, it can be seen that 1 power level is definitely not low, otherwise it will be difficult to survive. Then in Dragon Ball plot, Son Goku was already impervious to sword and spear and could carry guns, and bullets were hard to hit. He couldn't break the forehead with an axe. At this time, his power level was 10, and Krillin was not afraid when he played. Bullets, Blonde Launch carried the gun and swept at him, but it only made him scream. Krillin's power level 8. Then Master Roshi did a 100-meter sprint test for Krillin and Son Goku. Both people ran out results that were not possible for a human to Sun Wuben's previous life. Therefore, Master Roshi also said that both Krillin and Goku have reached the human body limit. It can be seen that power level 8 is the limit value of the human body. Reaching power level 8 is no longer afraid of bullets, and power level has reached the impossible and enhanced human body limit. So the 1 power level is already very high, and I am holding a gun and sweeping equal to 5 power level. When the Dragon Ball Universe Saga was opened, Raditz, the ancestor of the War 5 Slag, descended from the universe to Earth. When measuring the power level of the farmer's robust man with the gun with glasses that could measure the power level, he finally said something that made him famous for 10,000. Scum with level 5. This does not mean that the farmer's physical body strength is 5, but the gun's attack power is 5. As long as the farmer's physical body strength does not exceed 1, the overall attack power will not exceed 5. For Rads, who had a power level of 1,500 at the time, this farmer was indeed a scum. Tietsu's power level is about 3, and Tian Xinyan, your power level is 3.8. As for me, I'm a bit lower than Mia, but it's only 6 points. Sister Mia is very strong, I think it's definitely 7 and maybe even 8. Sun Wuben said. 3 point. I'm Tian Xinyan only 3.8. This time not only Tian Xinyan and Tietsu were unhappy, but even Mia was also slim eyebrows. My power level is only 7 to 8. Really high enough? And Wu Ben, you all have 6, so Wu Ben, you can wrestle with my older sister. Mia glared at Sun Wu Ben. Chapter 10. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sister Mia, don't underestimate 7 to 8, this is already very high. Sun Wu Ben even explained, and glanced at Tian Xinyan and Chietsu, don't underestimate your power level 3, the world has reached this kind of power. Not many people at level. Power level 3 is very high? Are you really complimenting me? Tian Xinyan said coldly snorted. Chietsu stretched out 10 short little fingers for a long time and said in a daze, 3 o'clock is higher or lower than 6 o'clock. By the way, Sun Wu Ben teacher, what is the power level of a normal person? As soon as these words came out, each and every looked at Sun Wu Ben, whether Sun Wu Ben just talked about power level 3, 6, 7 or 8, it is difficult for people to understand their position. The power level of an ordinary person is very low, so let's go. Generally, a normal human who has not trained martial arts has a power level of about 1, and the power level of a gun attack is about 5. The gun's attack power is only 5. Tian Xinyan's eyes widened. Wu Ben, are you really mistaken? Mia also started to talk, although she always thought that Sun Wu Ben was making things up, but even making things up would have something to do. Do you doubt my IQ or my arithmetic ability? I am a North City important class top student who can even make a mistake with such a simple algorithm. Sun Wu Ben hummed. Even so, Wu Ben, you have 6 points, which is only a little lower than me. It's a little bit lower than me. Mia smiled and looked at the competition of Sun Wu Ben, and Chietsu. Although they performed well, Mia's eyes were almost staring. I fell on the ground, but that's because Mia had never seen Sun Wu Ben training martial arts, and had never trained, but was able to achieve such results. It's amazing. I really have to say that Sun Wu Ben's power level is as high as that of his Mia. Mia was not convinced. Sister Mia, should we try? Sun Wu Ben said with a smile. This is not in a hurry, you continue the previous topic. Sun Wu Ben nodded. Previously Tian Xinyan asked how strong Mutato and Great Demon King Piccolo are. According to the power level, Mutato's power level is 150. What? Tian Xinyan screamed, 100, 5? You said Mutato's power level is 150. Wu Ben, did you make a mistake? Mia said in surprise, I traveled all over the world with grandfather and visited many martial artists. No matter how famous they are, their ability is not much better than I am now. How can Mutato's power level reach 150? Do you mean that the more developed martial arts, the more backward it will be? You all heard it right, it's 150. Sun Wu Ben said solemnly. The air in the room seemed to freeze. After a moment of silence, Tian Xinyan shot a longing radiance in his eyes. It's a powerful number. Knowing that you are talking nonsense, it still makes people yearn for. Mia is also a shake one's head, looking towards Sun Wu Ben. Well, Wu Ben, don't talk about this kind of things that make martial arts circle laugh out loud. It seems that you don't believe that human training can reach a power level of 150. Sun Wu Ben was helpless. The Earth power level early period of Dragon Ball world was extremely low. If he didn't know the plot, he would also say this to himself. Do not believe. Not to mention Mutato, in fact. Some of the martial artists who are still alive have reached, even exceeding Mutato's 150 power level. Sun Wu Ben dropped another blockbuster. Oh, then I want to listen. Mia became interested again. I have traveled around the world with grandfather. I visited martial artists in the world for 8 years. Wu Ben, tell me, maybe I have seen them all. Sun Wu Ben stretched out 3 fingers. 1. Master Rashi who lives on a certain Kame House Island, the other 2 are Crane School Master Shen and his younger brother Mercenary Tao. By the way, mercenary Tao is also called first under the heavens assassin. It costs 2 million to kill a person. Although the charges are ridiculously expensive, there is no one in the world who can't kill him. Even if he wants to kill King, he can do it as long as he can afford it. Sun Wuben slowly said. The three people in the room stared again. Sun Wuben teacher. Tian Shinyan laughed, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You just said that Sun Wujao, the founder of Sun Wu style, is Master Shen's honorary disciple, and Sun Wu style was created 200 years ago. I think as for my arithmetic, no problem. Isn't Master Shen already nearly 300 years old? Yes, these three people are all 1,000-year-old undead old monsters, and they are all 100 years old. Sun Wuben slowly said, don't believe it, although Master Rashi and Master Shen are still missing, no one knows exactly what they are. The residence is definitely still alive, and the power level is definitely above 100. Master Rashi has 2 disciplines, which are still alive, they are called Ox King and Sun Gohan. If Sister Mia can visit them, maybe you can get the trace of Master Rashi from them. It took me a lot of energy to find these things, believe it or not. Sun Wuben said solemnly. Tian Shinyan has a yearning expression on his face. Sun Wuben teacher, although I still don't believe me, I still have to ask if there are other people in this world who have reached the 100 power level in addition to Master Shen, Master Rashi, and the first under the heavens assassin mercenary Tao you said? Even higher. Good question. Sun Wuben said expressionless, as far as I know, Master Rashi's 2 discipline Ox King and Sun Gohan power levels are quite good. Maybe they also have over 2 power levels, but the entire world has such a power level. Ox King and Sun Gohan will never exceed the number of 10 fingers. I think it's good to have 7. So few. Tian Shinyan was speechless. So if we want to achieve that kind of power level, we should either worship Master Rashi Master or Master Shen Master. Humph. Sun Wuben snorted coldly, perhaps 20 years ago, but now, the best martial arts training instructor in the world is no longer the teacher. Who is that? Naturally, I am myself. Sun Wuben said indifferently, this is not a silly, if you only learn some training knowledge of Sun Wu style, Sun Wuben is really nothing, but I have seen Dragon Ball Z in Dragon Ball World Fighter training, from mortal to fairy level, from low-level immortal to high-level immortal, from Earth to universe, from universe to God, mortal world, dead world, God world, Z Fighters combat training upgrades all the way. The height of Sun Wuben station has been surpassing by far the so-called Master Rashi, Master Shen, and even the immortal and God of Earth. Coupled with Sun Wuben's careful research over the years, and even the practice of physical strength, the theoretical dimensions of martial arts have far exceeded the times. The 3 people in the room looked at Sun Wuben strangely. Especially Tian Shinyan, he suddenly felt that he listened to Sun Wuben so seriously, and he was even really idiot with great interest. Okay, Sun Wuben teacher, when will we start training? Tian Shinyan said coldly. Wuben, Tian Shinyan, and Tietsu just started training, so it's better not to talk too much. Mia also said indifferently, and she also lost interest in listening to Sun Wuben's boasting. Sun Wuben's eyebrows are slightly frowned, and then nodded, all right, I dropped out of school this time and I also trained with Tian Shinyan and Tietsu. The older sister needs your care at home. I will bring Tian Shinyan and Tietsu. Follow you. Mia shook her face and left. Soon the training started. Mia didn't care about how Sun Wuben will bring Tian Shinyan and Tietsu training. Sun Wu style's training system has been perfected, and that's all it is. But second day Sun Wuben took Tian Shinyan, Tietsu 2 people, and left Sun Wu dojo with simple luggage, and the direction of travel seemed to be in the mountains. This makes Mia weird. They don't train well, what are they doing? Then Mia followed it up and saw the scene that made her dumbstruck. Chapter 11. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. On primordial grassland number 100, 13,848 miles away from Ginkgo village. Left, Kyutsu, pay attention to the direction, this is our breakfast. The chopsticks are on the right, and the left is. Tian Xinyan, don't be too nervous. This is a game. When you run, you have to relax your body. It's wrong, it's wrong. It's not to stop you, it's to loosen your body, and to attack. A group of antelopes, known for being good at running, ran wildly, as if they had seen something unfathomable. Not far behind this herd of antelopes, two teenage youngsters, a small baby yelling and chasing a smaller antelope. This antelope was kicked back by the tall and sunny youngster every time it was about to hang on the back of the antelope army. Not far away from the canopy of a tall tree, Mia was watching the scene. What the hell is Wu Ben doing? Mia's pretty eyebrows were all squeezed together, and Sun Wu Ben led Tian Xinyan and Tyutsu to chase the antelope. This method seemed to Mia to be training, simply playing. This young fellow, did the attend school have a bad reading? If it weren't for Sun Wu Ben's title of being a child prodigy and being able to enter the North City important class, even with heavy learning tasks and no time for training, martial arts training would be astounding. Mia would almost rush to stop Sun with military force. Wu Ben took Tian Xinyan and Tyutsu's mischief. It's really not reassuring, it's still a child after all. Mia shakes one's head and flew under the tree. After all, she has to look after the house, but she doesn't have time to stay here for long. She also asked Sun Wu Ben the reason before, but she didn't understand Sun Wu Ben's explanation. In the blink of an eye 1 week later, Mia found Sun Wu Ben 3 people again. This is a canyon. Tian Xinyan, what did you do? You got thrown off. Tyutsu is great, that's it. What? You still don't know which side is on the left and right? I served you. Standing at the top of the canyon, Mia blinked and looked at the one after another silhouette jumping on the suspended wall. This time Sun Wu Ben was taking Tian Xinyan and Tyutsu to climb the cliff with a group of monkey competition. After watching for a long time, Mia left with disappointed shake one's head. After half a month, Mia saw that Sun Wu Ben 3 people were provoking a group of elephants. Finally, the clever elephants came to a siege and drove them to jump, cry for dad and shout for mother, and finally escaped, just each and every are lying on the ground panting like a dead dog falling apart. Another half a month, Sun Wu Ben 3 people were chased by a crazy old who was crazy like a wife robbed of his wife, and ran away. The difficult situation was unbearable. Finally, he escaped by using the terrain and tricks. For another half month, Sun Wu Ben 3 people and a bear blind were fighting for honey. Finally, 3 people connected to the bear blind and were chased by a swarm of bees and scrambled around until they ran to a river. He rushed into the water and hid in the bottom of the river to escape. After another half a month, 3 people and an old ape robbed bananas, and finally they fought, and finally they were unable to defeat and fled frantically. Once again, Mia even saw 3 people catching dragonflies in the competition. Running and jumping on trees, digging out bird nests with snakes, and chasing monkeys for running away, chasing the birds in the sky all hit the cliff. Mia is completely stunned. Is this really training? Although Sun Wu Ben often uses guidance Tian Xinyan and Tyutsu training method, is it really necessary? In the end, Mia stopped for a long time, until 2 months later did she lazily go to see Sun Wu Ben 3 people training again, but this time. Ayo! I saw a group of elephants attacking 4 silhouettes from 3 all directions. The number of this group of elephants is more than the number of elephants that almost killed 3 people last time, but the 3 people in the elephant group each and every laughed, jumping from the east to the west, drilling into the belly of the male elephant from time to time underneath. He sometimes jumped on the elephant's back, and even Sun Wu Ben sat on the trunk of a crazy elephant, as if playing Diokai 1000. How can it be? Mia almost roared out. Then 1 month later, she came to the forest again. Hello. It was the yellow-haired old who chased the three people last time and had nowhere to go, but this time it was old who fled in a panic, behind him. Hurry up, if you don't hurry up, I'll catch your tail. A pale baby laughed chasing behind it. It looks like you are not good, Chietsu is going to be angry. As soon as the pale-faced little doll stretched out his hand, he grabbed old who's tail, and then pulled back and pulled old who back, who could not resist, and threw old who far away. Haha, I helped you. If you still can't get away, Chietsu will be more expensive. Chietsu chased old who away. Unexpectedly, Chietsu, the worst of the three people, could chase the fierce black-clawed tiger. Mia's eyes widened in a big tree. After watching for a while, she quietly left. Another month, Mia entered the forest again. In the valley within the valley, it is still the old who, or Chietsu yelling and chasing, old who flees in front of him, but this time Chietsu carried a wild boar larger than others on his back. A month later, she came to the forest again. In the woods, Sun Wuben, Tian Xinyan, and Chietsu were actually breaking their wrists with an elephant who was alone. They saw Sun Wuben grabbing the elephant's nose and howling, while Tian Xinyan grabbed the elephant's ivory and worked hard. The tail behind the elephant was pulled by a baby with a pale face. Obviously the three people want to knock down this strong as an ox male elephant. Another month. Sun Wuben three people was about to walk to a group of elephants far away. One of the elephants had three people. A loud roar reminded the other elephants that three people were found in the entire elephant group immediately. The group dominates the king in the forest, and even the old who lion does not pay attention to the king without fighting spirit and flees into the distance frantically. Then Mia discovered that not only elephants, but all the beasts in this forest, whether it is kind herbivores like sheep, deer, horses, or ferocious wild beasts like old who, lions, wolves, and even clever and cunning monkeys, each and every ape group saw three people, just like seeing a plague god, turned around and ran away. Even these ferocious beasts saw her Mia's silhouette, or saw her human-like silhouette and ran away. The sun is shining, and the largest river in the forest is under a huge rock. Bang! The surface of the river exploded violently, and a huge blue fish jumped out of the water in the sky, and then flew toward the river bank. After the tail of the giant fish, you could see a little baby with a pale face. Chietsu, you are too slow. A sturdy silhouette appeared on the shore. It was Tian Xinyan dragging a giant fish. Fish is too hard to catch, and it's not slippery. Chietsu jumped ashore, dragged the giant fish that he threw ashore, and looked around. Tian Xinyan, shall we grill the fish here? Sun Wuben may be back, let's go to the tree house. Tian Xinyan said, a weird flash in his eyes. This Sun Wuben, I heard him say that he is a top student in the North City important class. N. Chietsu's strained nods, listen to him, as if entering the North City important class is something extraordinary. What's so great, it's not a blow. Tian Xinyan snorted, he wasn't never going to school. His grades were pretty good when he was in school, but there was an accident at home and the parents died. On the one hand, he was revenge for the study martial arts. I didn't like the rigid life of sitting in the classroom and writing before I left school. Well, Sun Wuben really loves boasting. He also said to follow him in training. Only 3 years will allow us to travel to Bahai and Zaiwu, controlling air flight. Chietsu replied. His time to school is shorter than Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan is what he says. Controlling air flight, dancing sky art? It is said that Master Shen will do it, but it is impossible. We have traveled so many places. Where do we see the real controlling air flight? Tian Xinyan hummed, Sun Wuben, with this revolting behavior, if you don't boasting for a day, your mouth feels uncomfortable. Yeah, ah. Chietsu slammed nods. By the way, Sun Wuben said that he would participate in the Happy Boys audition that day. Can you guess he can pass it? Chietsu gestured his fingers, and said happy boys from a television station program. He and Tian Xinyan had also heard of it when they were walking outside, but they never understood what this happy boys sound was. It's hard to say that he started singing and training martial arts only these days. How could he have gained great skill? Tian Xinyan said indifferently. Although he didn't have enough knowledge, he also understood that many children of rich people practice singing since childhood, and even can please go to a good vocal teacher to teach. Compared with those upright sect children, Sun Wuben is too lacking in this aspect. I hope he can live it. Tian Xinyan said. I also hope he does. He said that he participated in the Happy Boys to make a lot of money to treat his mother. Can singing really make money? Tietsu shake one's head. It's not that simple. Tietsu, that's called a TV draft. Sun Wuben said that he would pass 5 levels and cut 6 generals and rush to the first place. It's difficult. You can only be famous if you are selected. If you are famous, you should be able to make money. Right. Tian Xinyan also not dare be sure. No matter what, Sun Wuben said that he will be back in at most 1 or 2 days. Today is the 2rd day, he should be back. Absolutely back, I seem to smell his key. Tian Xinyan dragged the giant fish in his hand, kicked the ground with both feet, jumped on the huge rock in front, and glanced at the giant fish in front of Tietsu. Tietsu, do you want me to help? Humph! Don't underestimate me. Tietsu whispered, and dragged the fish in his hand that was bigger than the giant fish in Tian Xinyan's hand, jumped onto the top of the boulder, and ran up the mountain. By the way, Tian Xinyan, we are really great when we grow up these days. Yes. Tian Xinyan replied, thinking about the power and physique he has now, and then thinking about the physique before Sun Wu Dojo training, it is completely different from the world. These days, the rapid growth of their skills is far beyond their imagination. Chapter 12. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Our innate talent was originally good. In the past, there was no correct martial arts training methods. Now we have trained real martial arts. Naturally rapid progress. Tian Xinyan hummed, with an ambitious radiance in his eyes, unfortunately, we didn't money, not to mention Crane School, Turtle School, the 2 largest peak schools, even some other dojos are unwilling to take us in. This is the Sun Wu style like rubbish. Although it is a 3-rate dojo, the real dojo master Mia is unwilling to teach us. Throw us to Sun Wuben to play. Sun Wuben is teaching Tian Xinyan and Tietsu training in his own way. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu didn't feel it at first, but after a long time, they naturally noticed it. Yes, the training knowledge that Sun Wuben taught us is simply not authentic. It is his own way of understanding Sun Wu style martial arts and then taking it for granted. Tietsu said with a frustrated face, if Sun Wuben will be authentic, the Sun Wu style training methods taught us that our strength is probably. Forget it, don't talk about it, speaking of which will be bad luck. When we find a teacher who is willing to teach us the real martial arts, just leave. I listened to Tian Xinyan. 2 silhouettes are flying in the woods. Under a big tree upstream of the river. Chirp. A few sparrows were jumping on the rock under the tree. No, it was not a rock, but a silhouette, but the man sitting and fishing was so quiet that the birds thought it was a rock. The mind must be like the sky. Sun Wuben closed his eyes. Although he closed his eyes at this time, he did not look at the float on the fishing line at all, but a clear river appeared in his mind, and the activities of the fish in the river were clearly reflected in the heart. A small fish opened its mouth and swallowed the bait on the hook. Here. Sun Wuben's eyes were still closed, and the hand holding the fishing rod was raised, the thin azure bamboo rod swung, and a small fish was immediately hooked. Sun Wuben reached out to catch the fish, threw the fish basket behind him, and then caught the fish. The line was thrown back into the water. During the whole process, he just opened his eyelids when he caught the fish and dropped it into the basket. Yes, what Sun Wuben is doing now is the training of the mind. After Son Goku defeated and took charge of the powerful great demon King Piccolo of Earth's Kami immortal like in Dragon Ball world, Immortal Korin guided him to enter heavenly realm and trained under the guidance of God and Kami's attendant Mr. Popo. The content of this training is the requirement of the mind is to achieve quiet like the sky, faster than lightning. When Son Goku was training quiet like the sky, Mr. Popo sent him to a place where there was an old man who had fished for a lifetime, and his best is fishing. The old man's guidance Son Goku is fishing, in fact, he is training quiet as the sky in the guidance. The sign of success in Son Goku training is that you can sense the fish in the river in front of you with your eyes closed. Son Goku innate talent is outstanding, and it only took a day to reach this level. Sun Wuben naturally does not have the innate talent of Child of Destiny such as Son Goku, but in the past few months, everyday guidance Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, and his own normal training. They will take time to carry out this training. Skill pays off, and now Sun Wuben can also close his eyes to the activities of the fish in the sense river. Tian Xinyan, they are here. Sun Wuben suddenly eyes opened, just at this moment. Sun Wuben, are you fishing again? Two silhouettes rushed from far away, and Tietsu from far away called. Sun Wuben frowned. Within Dragon Ball guidance Son Goku's fishing man, Son Goku couldn't sense him even when he walked in front of him. He just called Son Goku while the fishing man was fishing, and Son Goku found out that there was someone sitting next to him. The external manifestation of quiet like the sky, but here I am. Tietsu and Tian Xinyan saw Sun Wuben 500 meters away from Sun Wuben. What does this mean? It shows that Sun Wuben's training skill is as quiet as the sky, even the fishing man's 1% level cannot be reached, or some opportunities are missing. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Sun Wuben thought for a moment, and didn't care. Within Dragon Ball's Z Fighter, everyone has superhuman innate talent. It's not the same that it takes one after another famed master guidance to reach the later heights. I said Tietsu. Didn't I say that this is not fishing, it is training? Sun Wuben looked at Tietsu and Tian Xinyan who came under the tree. Come on, you guys do it too, take a deep breath, take a big breath, and then exhale. Angry, look at the sky, it's very beautiful, isn't it? Like this, the mood will become very calm, like the sky, you have to concentrate and listen carefully to the surrounding sounds. Come on, other training has some effect. This kind of training is not what we are good at, and it is not a waste of time. Tian Xinyan indifferently said, Sun Wuben guidance is not the first time they fish. At first Tian Xinyan and Tietsu are still interested, it's very exciting, but it didn't work for 3 months. Tian Xinyan couldn't guess it. This must be the training methods that the young fellow Sun Wuben thought of. It doesn't match the authentic training of Sun Wu style. I'm so hungry, Sun Wuben, should Tian Xinyan and I make fish soup first? By the way, did you pass this time? Tietsu said. Sun Wuben naturally understood that he was asking about the audition of Happy Boys. It's just the easiest audition. Is my singing training in the basic skills so bad? Sun Wuben laughed and scolded, and glanced at Tian Xinyan and Tietsu with weird eyes. You two are also really impossible to tell good from bad. I asked you to meet the world together for 2 days, but I refused. Humph! Tian Xinyan let out a coldly snorted cry, jumped up, and the big sword flew out on his back, and fell into his hand. Only a few sword lights flashed by, and a section of the cut branches fell. Tietsu also connected to the stone-built stove to start a fire, and soon the attractive smell of fish soup filled the forest. On the clearing next to the river, 3 people are eating fish. Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, good news, from tomorrow on, you can train by yourself. From now on, I will only come to check your homework occasionally, and I won't stay in your ears all day long and chatter. Sun Wuben said. Really? Very good. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu became excited. Tietsu, I know that you are a little dependent on Tian Xinyan. I think you will be with Tian Xinyan in future training. I advise you two to separate training occasionally. It is not necessary to be together all the time, so that the effect will be better. Separate. Tian Xinyan looked towards Tietsu worriedly, but Tietsu had a bitter face. Among the three people, his skills were the worst. Without Tian Xinyan by the side, he was really worried. It's really good for nothing. Sun Wuben said coldly snorted, I have taught you all the training methods of school first stage, and your current skills, even Tietsu, are fully capable of coping with all occasional crises in the forest. Now, what else is there to be afraid of? Tietsu has a firm expression on his face, I'm understood, Tian Xinyan, we are talented for training. All right. Tian Xinyan nodded, and looked towards Sun Wuben. By the way, Sun Wuben, I have always wanted to ask. Why do we have to go to this mountain for training, and still play like this? At this question, Tietsu also pricked his ears. The two people followed Sun Wuben training. At first they didn't understand anything, so naturally Sun Wuben did what he said. But after a long time, I gradually got an idea. Especially in the last 2 months, Sun Wuben not at all brought out new things, and the two people pondered privately and felt that they had already learned the training method. And I think Sun Wuben's approach is mostly a waste of time. If they train by themselves, find a place to abandon the dregs and time-wasting things of Sun Wuben training methods, and design a more concise, efficient, and scientific method, the effect is definitely 100 times better than this. Why, do you think it is wrong? Sun Wuben gave Tian Xinyan a faint glance. Tian Xinyan's eyebrows twitched, and brace oneself said, you don't need to treat the two of us as country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Although I don't know other school training tools within the body, I also know that they are not like us. It's such a mess. At least it's not necessary to chase ferocious beast all over the mountain like us. Isn't running after the ferocious beast just training the waist and leg muscles and practicing running ability? Tietsu said, we can also practice in dojo, why do we have to chase the ferocious beast? Not only running, all physical body exercises can be done in dojo. With the help of dojo's weightlifting, running, dodge and other fitness equipment, your training can progress faster and better. Why abandon those? High-tech equipment is not used, but, Tian Xinyan said coldly. If it weren't for Sun Wuben's favor to them, he would have cursed opposite side have brain issues. Chapter 13. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The smile on Sun Wuben's face receded, and he turned around and looked at the distant mountain shadow for a moment of silence. You are right. Normal martial arts training methods can indeed be done inside dojo. Sun Wuben's voice seemed to come from the horizon. It is indeed my Sun Wuben's original creation to let you come to the forest for training like this. Why? Tian Xinyan had sharp radiance in his eyes. Remember the life level I talked about, martial arts training, there are 3 life levels, mortal, immortal, and God. Sun Wuben's voice is far away, but in his mind he thinks of the levels of ordinary martial artist that can break through in Dragon Ball world. Reached the expert training method of unfathomable realm. In this world, there are very few people who have transformed themselves into immortals through martial arts training. 10 fingers can count them. You two are my Sun Wuben's first guidance training person. I don't want you to seduce everyone in the future. Become a martial artist like other ordinary martial arts expert. Playing with monkey in the mountains, and grabbing honey with bears can you become immortal? Tian Xinyan sneered. There are not 1 million martial artists in this world, but there are also 100,000. Why are there only a few who have transformed into immortals? Naturally, you don't understand, and other martial artists don't understand. Perhaps the only person in the world who understands this truth is Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben's voice is flat and natural. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu wanted to laugh, but they didn't laugh because it was not the first time to say such arrogant things in Sun Wuben's mouth these months. Because they only know how to train martial arts, or practice fleshly body. Sun Wuben said solemnly. Don't martial arts polish the fleshly body? Tian Xinyan said coldly snorted. It's natural to polish the fleshly body. Sun Wuben said indifferently, according to my research, I finally came up with a guess. Martial arts training, short-term, low-level cultivating body, long-term, superior cultivating heart, and physical body are just a stepping stone, although indispensable, cannot be regarded as everything in martial arts. Take you to fight with lions and tigers. Compared with the practice in the training room, you should be able to think of the difference. Martial artists who can truly step through the separation of immortal and mortal have a true heart of martial arts, and I take you training these days, naturally to cultivate your heart of martial arts, which is done in the training room. Repeated dead movement cannot give. Heart of martial arts. Tian Xinyan frowned and Tietsu bit the fingertip. What is heart of martial arts? Tietsu start to talk. Different people have different heart of martial arts. Every martial artist who can really stand out will have their own heart of martial arts. Sun Wuben said solemnly, have you and Tian Xinyan, I don't understand, but I can only take you to do the current training. Stay away from the red dust, avoid the temptation and life of the city, get close to nature, not far away from it. Fighting tigers and wolves, fighting eagles, hone your heart of martial arts between life and death, find passion and happiness in games and battle, become stronger in passion and happiness. And excite between life and death your spirit and will, soul and physical body. Instead of killing a martial heart in mechanical boring repetitive exercises, you gradually lose your passion and the fun of training. Picture after picture appeared in Sun Wuben's mind. It was the training method of first expert Son Goku in Dragon Ball world. If you are not suitable for martial arts, not suitable for this kind of life and death battle, not suitable for the fun of fighting in this kind of life and death game, but also have the passion for battle, even if you have the ability to become stronger, strong desire, so what? The world has a martial artist who has a strong heart to become stronger. One can't tell how many. Or that 90% of all martial artists want to become stronger. How many people can be successful? Martial arts is the same as everything. Without a strong heart, the progress of working behind closed doors cannot be fast. But martial arts training needs more passion and a pure heart, or pure heart. In this world, although I have not seen the real immortal God, according to my guess, the real immortal God, maybe they have with this or that kind of fault, you must have a pure heart. Sun Wuben felt very emotional, the expert in Dragon Ball world, whether it is a good perverted old man like Master Roshi, or a joke king like Kai, or God of Destruction, Supreme Kai, Grand Kai, each and every they are very selfish. Their behaviors and hobbies are ridiculous to outsiders, but they don't care at all. No matter how the world changes, they will do their own way. These days, I'm taking you all over the mountain for crazy fun. A lot of training is the same as child's playhouse. Does it make you feel embarrassed? Tian Xinyan and Tietsu both blushed. Those games really made them feel a bit embarrassed. I have seen some good study martial arts genius, they are often too in the unexpected world, and even think that training martial arts in this era is kicked by the donkey. Some simple training methods are too embarrassing, so even though they are deep in one's heart likes martial arts very much, but can only sneak in training, does not dare just and honorable, abandons everything and devotes itself to it, what great achievements can such training have? Your performance is quite satisfactory to me. Although I feel embarrassed, I still complete it without compromise. I even found passion and fun from it. I also began to like those battles and games and eager to fight. This shows that you have overwhelmed martial heart. Other distractions. Remember, Only by abandoning all distracting thoughts and not changing with the slightest opinions from the outside world can we be able to progress bravely, break through the realm gate of Xian Fan, and this is also the most important part of Heart of Martial Arts. Today I will stop here. Tomorrow you train by yourself, you can continue to self-tempering in the forest, or you can go back to Sun Wu Dojo training. Sun Wuben sighed and walked forward. Naturally, the training method used in the past few months is not only Heart of Martial Arts, but also a lot of things. It is based on Sun Wuben's training experience and Sun Wu style within Dragon Ball Z Fighter. The training knowledge sums up those things that really make people shed one's mortal body and exchange one's bones, and can reach a height that other martial artists can't reach. It's just that Sun Wuben is not going to say it through. What you can't get is valuable. I have taught them enough. Sun Wuben sighed in his heart. Wouldn't he fail to see Tian Xinyan and Tietsu disagree with him? Back to dojo. Tian Xinyan eyelids twitched. You mean? I know that you are not convinced of my guidance, and I have taught you what I should teach at the first stage. The rest is up to you. You can use your own methods as much as you want. You can think of the right way to train. Sun Wuben's silhouette disappeared in the woods. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu looked at each other, and then there was excitement on their faces. Tietsu, what are you going to do? Go to dojo. Tian Xinyan, how about you? Naturally go to dojo, haha. On a forest road, two silhouettes walk side by side. Unexpectedly, you actually let go. Mia sighed. She was also there when Sun Wuben talked about Heart of Martial Arts to Tian Xinyan and Tietsu earlier, just invisible. Are you not afraid that they will go the wrong way and make your efforts in vain? Mia said with a smile. If I just want them to become ordinary martial artists, then everything is arranged, but if you want to really go out of your own way, you have to let go. Like Heart of Martial Arts, everyone must find their own training method. Sun Wuben laughed. Furthermore, what if it is wrong? They chose it themselves, and only if they feel the pain, can they believe in certain truths and finally walk firmly on the right path. Making mistakes now is better than making mistakes in the future. It is good. Just like me, I simply don't believe the truths you said. Mia smiling sweetly, indeed, Sun Wuben's Heart of Martial Arts also told her, but Mia doesn't think it has much effect, and not only that, since Mia didn't agree with what Sun Wuben did after dropping out of school, just helpless. You will believe it after all, but, Sun Wuben sighed, I'm afraid it will be too late. Absolutely impossible. Mia hummed, not sure if she said she couldn't believe it, or it was not late. Okay, older sister, go back, I should also start my own training. Sun Wuben said. For the guidance of Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, Sun Wuben's own training was delayed too much. Well, let the older sister also see how your training is going, I hope you are right. Mia flew out like a large bird, and a few flashes had disappeared in the forest. Chapter 14. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The dandelions bloomed all over the slope. The slopes of dandelions actually flew up, forming a straight line from the green grass. It was a natural phenomenon caused by the strong wind brought by a galloping youngster. How many? Sun Wuben stopped under a tree and looked towards the tall girl with a stopwatch under the tree. 11.3 seconds. Mia threw the stopwatch to Sun Wuben, lightly smiled, yes, Wuben, but I think you should go to school. Is it 11.3 again? Sun Wuben looked at the numbers on the stopwatch. Originally within Dragon Ball, Master Roshi on Kame House tested Son Goku and Krillin in a 100-meter run. Son Goku ran in 8.6 seconds and Krillin in 8.8 seconds. So 100 seconds for a 11.3-meter run is an amazing number, especially in a world like Dragon Ball that pays great attention to bloodline. As a pure Asian, Sun Wuben is a very low-level physical body. The potential of the physical body is not to say that it is stronger than some. The beast race is worse than blacks, even worse than whites. It is almost impossible for pure Asian to reach this value. 11.3, Elder sister, if I get to the Olympics, I might win a prize. Sun Yueben laughed at himself. Since the beginning of martial arts training with Tian Xinyan and Chietsu has only been 9 months, and Sun Yueben has achieved this right. Purely Asian is an amazing result. Then there is the end of a long journey. Sun Yueben has stopped growing at 11.3 seconds for a full 7 months. Of course, all of this was actually expected by Sun Yueben. Study literature and martial arts are fundamentally impossible. Although I use the horse stance pile method to force martial arts training during my studies, it just makes my bottom line skills extremely outstanding. Unlike other martial artists, Sun Yueben has skill surpassing by far other parts of the body. So I have reached the limit of the physical capability of the human body a long time ago, which is normal. The limit of physical capability of the human body is a name that has changed countless martial artists, and even caused headaches for sports athletes. In the World Martial Arts Tournament of Dragon Ball World, there are simply 2 appearances when Z fighters such as Son Goku and Krillin participate and when they do not participate. Without Z fighter participating in the martial arts tournament, even if the strength of the contestants is stronger than that of Sun Yueben previous life Earth fighting competition, it is not much stronger, at least not outrageous, and will not casually ruin the arena beyond recognition. At least the strength shown by the martial artist, it can still be accepted by people. But once Z fighter entered the battle, even if Son Goku participated in the martial arts tournament for the first time, he was still very weak at that time, and his power level that was close to 50, but at that time, even the moon of heaven was taken by Master Roshi. Disappeared. The shock of this force completely stunned all onlookers. Why? Because in addition to Z Fighter and Master Roshi, Master Shen and so on, all martial artists are stuck on the problem of human body limit. The martial artists of Dragon Ball World, the martial artists who reach the human body limit are not 10,000 or 9,000, but there are not many people with power level above 50. And even above 10 can be counted on one's fingers. In this period, even martial artists such as Master Roshi and Master Shen who stand on the peak of martial arts can't do anything about it. The only thing they can do is to collect the bloodline innate talent when collecting the discipline. Master Roshi, Master Shen's late-stage discipline, Scion Son Goku, Nose Man Krillin, 3-Eye Race Man Tian Xinyan, and the strangest Chietsu. Which one is not super innate talent? People with physique like Sun Yueben are basically impossible to get into the eyes of Master Roshi and Master Shen. Yueben, you can run 11.3 seconds, which is pretty good. Genius like grandfather only reached this level when you were 18 years old. You have reached the limit of the physical capability of the human body. The future training does not mean that it cannot grow, but this kind of growth meaningless. Mia said with a sigh. The limit of human physical capability is not only encountered by Sun Yueben. She met Mia too, and she had the same headache and helpless. The limit of physical capability of the human body is also called human body realm gate. Different physiques have different realm gates. No one in martial arts training in the world can break it. Mia said with a heavy tone, no one can break it, I don't believe it. You can. And you were stuck for so long in 11.3 seconds, and you didn't make any progress for such a long time. Obviously your physique is really bad, and it is even more impossible to break. Sun Yueben glanced at the tall Mia. Although Mia also encountered the limit of physical capability, he did not stop growing like Sun Yueben, but his skill growth was too slow. Okay, I should go, you think about it for yourself, if you continue to go to school, don't worry about money. Mia flew away and disappeared in the mountain forest. A bad bloodline is trouble. Sun Yueben watched Mia leave without any fluctuations in his eyes. The so-called realm gate of human body limit does exist. Even in the entire Dragon Ball world, no one knows how to break this realm gate, including the real controller Kai of this world of aloof and remote, the Grand Kai above, and even Supreme Kai, God of Destruction, etc. Of course, these immortal gods know, but they just don't say, or the Dragon Ball world seen by Sun Wuben does not have a plot that shows their ability. No one knows, doesn't it mean Sun Wuben doesn't know? Sun Wuben turned his head suddenly. With the sound of hoof surging, I saw a huge wild beast with a round sarcoma on his forehead, and rushed towards Sun Wuben madly ferocious with his mouth wide open that could swallow Sun Wuben's whole person. It's good. A black light shot out, Sun Wuben drew out the metal stick behind him and rushed towards the rare beast. Soon the two silhouettes collided together, and the rare beast sometimes bit his mouth, sometimes the giant claw pounced and grabbed it. The tail lashes at Sun Wuben, and Sun Wuben is waving a metal stick, while dodging, lashing rare beast's body. A man and a beast just played a few rounds. Roar! Just listen to the roar of world shaking, accompanied by thunderous hoof surging. Not good. Although Sun Wuben was fighting this rare beast, he was always alert all around. At this time, he found a large group of rare beasts with sarcoma on their heads rushing here in the distance. Fuck, the idea is hard, what a fuck. Sun Wuben yelled, avoiding a rare beast. And then fleeing into the distance. In the face of this kind of rice ring beast, Sun Wuben can cope with it, but he can be surrounded, and absolute death is fixed. In the primordial natural area number 13849, Sun Wuben either fights rare beasts or flees for his life every day. Occasionally, Sun Wuben will leave, go home to accompany his mother, or go to the city to participate in the Happy Boys audition. Sun Wuben's singing training in the basic skills is actually very good, but there are many people like him. Fortunately, Sun Wuben has its own characteristics. When this time really entered the TV draft, Sun Wuben carried a guitar go on stage. Someone will bring you the new school bag you enrolled in. Your flower-folded umbrella in the rain, someone will call you. When Sun Wuben sang the song Mother, the whole scene was completely silent, and then it was boiling. Sun Wuben this time sang the song he composed and composed. The contestants singing their own creation songs are not new, and most of them are not very good. There are either too many other songs, or they cannot move people's hearts. After all, they are professional songwriters. Even if the work is good, let alone a contestant. So when Sun Wuben said that he was singing his creation song Mother when he went on stage, not only the referee and host did not have much expectations, but the audience was also the same. But after hearing Sun Wuben sing, every was shocked. Mature. Perfect. Every note can move people's soul. Not only is this kind of tune completely different from what a newcomer, a teenage youngster can do. Even a famous writer can reach peak level. Sun Wuben was naturally impossible to create songs by himself and also impossible to write lyrics. Yes, after deciding to take the martial arts path, Sun Wuben shamelessly learned from other rebirths and decided to commit plagiarism. Even if the normal Happy Boys voice talent sings heaven-defying, it will be due to various unforeseen factors, with a 1% chance of standing out. But a person who sings heaven-defying, sings songs that he created and created lyrics, and every song is heaven-defying in terms of lyrics and scores, that's different. So this Mother is naturally a popular song of Sun Wuben's previous life. And it is not a general pop, but a peak pop song that can occupy a place no matter how the music industry changes. After the audience boiled, the host expressed emotions and questions as usual. When asked how Sun Wuben created such a touching soul song, Sun Wuben slowly said about his family. A mother has untreated Xiang or virus-type congenital myocardium weakness. The annual treatment fee alone is astronomical. The family owes a lot of debts to treat the mother. Sun Wuben as a son, in order not to drag the family, would rather drop out of school. And this mother, in order not to drag down son and the family, she would rather commit suicide. That's right, Sun Wuben's mother Mia reason why became ill after receiving the call. In fact, the real reason was that she took a lot of sleeping pills, but she was found early by the alert Mia and sent to the hospital in time to save her. The mother's suicide was originally concealed by Mia, but it was finally discovered by Sun Woo-ben. When Sun Woo-ben talked about the family affairs selectively, the whole scene burst into tears, and countless audience tears burst in front of the TV. Countless people have remembered Sun Woo-ben since then. Chapter 15. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. After that, the matter of Sun Woo-ben being a student of North City important class was also explored by the reporter. Although Sun Woo-ben did not perform well in the North City important class, the reporter ignored this point with consciousness and was able to enter the important class. This in itself is a kind of ability. Therefore, it is said that Sun Woo-ben is a top student in the North City important class. Obviously, the future is unlimited, but in order not to burden the family, I would rather drop out of school. What a magnificent image! How in line with mainstream values! The only thing that makes people wonder, and even some people don't agree with it, Sun Woo-ben obviously has such a high IQ, a pillar of the country. After dropping out, he chose to inherit the martial arts of his family for 200 years, and now he is doing martial arts alone in the mountain forest. Training, this is a waste of the IQ and innate talent given by God. But in any case, Sun Woo-ben is considered to be an initial stage fame. If his performance in the subsequent draft levels is not too bad, he will enter the top 8 without a doubt. But no one didn't expect, this time the draft is not Sun Woo-ben's peak, but just a starting point. When the next draft came, Sun Woo-ben was carrying a guitar, and again he sang his own creation song, and this song Father is not inferior compared to Mother. Cause a sensation again. But again in the draft, Sun Woo-ben again took out his new song My Fellow Countrymen, which has a different style from the previous 2 songs, but it is the same mature, perfect, and novel. Every note has penetrated deeply into people's hearts. Crazy. Especially Sun Woo-ben is still such a handsome human youngster. Many students at school, especially young girls each and every, have become fans of Sun Woo-ben. Beautiful tree in the forest, wind must certainly destroy it, and Sun Woo-ben are so popular, naturally there are many people who look at an eyesore and are crazy with jealousy. There are also many people wondering, does he have the next new song of the same level? Will Sun Woo-ben be exhausted? These 3 songs are his accumulation of 10 years? But when the top 16 matches, when the quarter-finals, when the top 4 matches, competitions are carried out again and again. A new song that has never been heard before, but can break into soul appears. Sun Woo-ben told them, what it means is not impossible, only can't think of it, what is an unprecedented musical talent. While participating in the draft, training martial arts in the fight against the wild rare beast, just 1 week after that Mia test, Sun Woo-ben's stuck 100-meter running record became loose. It didn't take long before the breakthrough was 11.2 seconds. Then the value stuck for several months never happened again. Bang! Sun Woo-ben knocked down the beast in front of him with a stick, then drew out the sword from the metal stick, cut off the tail of the beast with a sword, and walked to the river with laughed humming in his hand, and a fire soon started. Roast this tail. Sun Woo-ben looked towards one direction, and then laughed. It's a coincidence. Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, an older sister. You 3 came here together. I saw the grass shaking in the distance, revealing 3 silhouettes. Sun Woo-ben. Tietsu and I are here to say goodbye. Tian Xinyan said. His eyes fell on Sun Woo-ben's skewered rice ring beast meat that was grilled on the sword and swallowed saliva. Tian Xinyan, should you say that the old friend is here, shouldn't you invite me to eat a piece of meat? Sun Woo-ben shake one's head, you young fellow is still so boring, and you can only be a practice martial arts family, what? Say goodbye, are you leaving? Yes, we are leaving. Tian Xinyan walked to Sun Woo-ben and said. After the three people separated for training, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu went back to dojo. After training in dojo for more than a month, they went to the field again, and then returned to dojo again for more than a month. This time they have been training 3. I went to the wild again for a few months, and never returned to dojo. Mia was curious and asked the reason again and again. Tian Xinyan and Tietsu at first hesitated and hesitated. They really couldn't get through Mia's thorough investigation, and then they vomit the reason. It turns out that the two people in dojo training, at first, are still a bit new, but after only 2 or 3 days, they can't be refreshed. Although I endured boredom and insisted on training, the progress in a month and a half was far from that of when I was with Sun Wuben before. So the two people went to the forest, but once the forest was trained according to the old method, the progress came up again. But at this time, Tian Xinyan and Tietsu still don't believe in evil, so they returned to dojo again, this time in one breath, and endured the boring repetitive method in one breath training for 3 months, but still the same as last time in dojo, the progress is far can't compare with training in mountain forest. In this way, two people who do not agree with Sun Wuben's training methods can only go back to the forest, obediently and honestly back to the original path. These things are all Mia told Sun Wuben. Because of Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, in this period of time, Mia also began to use Sun Wuben to train alone, which seems to be quite effective. Why are you leaving? Do you want to switch to another door? Sun Wuben smiled so that his eyes were narrowed. Tian Xinyan's face twitched. He and Tietsu did have this meaning, but they never knew it before. No, Tian Xinyan and I want to take revenge. Tietsu said, in fact, our training martial arts has one purpose, which is revenge. Vengeance. Sun Wuben looked at Tian Xinyan and Tietsu curiously. Tian Xinyan didn't plan to explain in detail. I think Tietsu and I have enough skills now, and our recent training has greatly reduced the pace of growth, and it is about to stop growing. Teacher Mia said that this is the human body limit, so, Tian Xinyan said solemnly. Human body limit? Do you believe in human body limit? A smile appeared at the corner of Sun Wuben's mouth. Tian Xinyan was taken aback, isn't it? Teacher Mia said that martial artists in the world are trapped at the threshold of the physical capability limit of the human body, unable to break through. Could it be the truth? Sister Mia is right and wrong. Sun Wuben said with a smile, and regardless of Mia's ugly face, he took out a stopwatch from his arms. Let me see what you can achieve in a 100-meter run. Grades. Can. Soon everyone was ready. Ready, to run. Bang. 2 silhouettes shot up sharply from 100 meters away. Okay. What is Tietsu's score? Sun Wuben looked at the number on the stopwatch. It was 10.8, and then at the number 10.4 by Tian Xinyan. Sun Wuben's mouth twitched slightly. The bloodline of Tian Xinyan and Tietsu is far from what normal earthling can compare. When watching Dragon Ball at this point, Sun Wuben is understood, and during Guidance 2 people training, the progress of the physical strength of the two people also makes Sun Wuben was mad with envy and jealousy. This time I had anticipated such a number in advance, but when I really saw the number I had anticipated, it still made the training Sun Wuben tremble. By the way, Sun Wuben, your current 100-meter run results, why don't you also test it? Tian Xinyan said, watching Sun Wuben's eyes flash with bright radiance. Tietsu also looked at Sun Wuben eagerly. Sun Wuben level, when training with them, the two people just feel that Sun Wuben is much better than them, but how much it is not quite clear. Never mind. Sun Wuben threw the stopwatch into Tian Xinyan's hand, and it was ready soon. Get ready, run. Bang. A violent wind swept past Tian Xinyan. Sun Wuben, your number is 10.2. Tian Xinyan looked at the stopwatch and exclaimed in surprise. 10.2. Sun Wuben lightly smiled, it seems to be performing normally. That's right, since the 11.3 threshold was loosened, Sun Wuben has been improving, and training is now close to breaking the 10-second barrier. Don't look at the gap of just 2 seconds. After reaching 11.3 seconds, Sun Wuben has reached the limit of physical capability, just like Olympic contestants reached their respective limits. At this time, it is often difficult for many athletes to break 0.0001 seconds. Contestants, after reaching their respective limits, have not only been unable to exceed this limit for decades, but have even regressed rapidly. And Sun Wuben can break through again and again, even close to the 10-second level. Chapter 16. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Yes, better than Tietsu and me. Tian Xinyan sighed, and then frowned. Headache, Sun Wuben, your training time is longer than us, and now it only reaches 10.2 seconds. It seems this human body, the realm gate with the limit of physical capability, is really hard to break. That's not it. Sun Wuben smiled lightly. It is a physical person like me that is difficult to break. As for you, I tell you that you simply don't have the realm gate with the so-called physical capability limit. Do you believe it? What? Tian Xinyan and Tietsu both stunned, staring at Sun Wuben thinking they heard it wrong. You still like cracking a joke so much? Tietsu said sharply. Who cracking a joke with you? Not only you two, but Sister Mia. I suspect there is no so-called realm gate. Sun Wuben put away his smile on his face. The so-called dragon begets the dragon, the phoenix begets the phoenix, and the mouse can make holes in the sun. Dragon Ball world is the most particular about bloodline and innate talent. The physical capability of the human body is indeed limited by any race, but a dragon with 1000,000 Jin strength is born. The descendants of training to have 1000 Jin strength is said to have reached the limit of physical capability. Simply nonsense. It is for this reason. The original method used by Master Roshi in this Dragon Ball to train Son Goku and Krillin. If you change to any person, you will be useless in half a day, and you may be dead in 1 day. Master Roshi is also the importance of consciousness to bloodline and innate talent, so receive disciples Krillin and Son Goku, give them normal far surpasses, and even in human training volume. It only took less than a year to give Krillin and Son Goku the strength. Promotion 100 times. To know that when Krillin and Son Goku apprenticing to a Master Roshi, the power level also reached the limit of the so-called physical capability of the human body in the martial arts circle. Although the bloodline potential of Tian Xinyan and Tietsu is not as good as Son Goku, they can definitely reach Krillin's strength. Tian Xinyan, Tietsu, you are going to take revenge, and I will not stop it, but the level you reach now is far from your so-called limit. The slow growth is due to a problem with your training methods. Sun Wuben said solemnly, so, if you trust me, I will give you a new kind of training method. As long as you train for 1 year, then you will have more confidence in revenge. Training for another year. Tian Xinyan hesitated. By the way, Sister Mia, Sun Wuben looked towards Mia. Mia had only met Sun Wuben 3 days ago, and now he came back again. Obviously something happened. Good news. Mia's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes flashed with excitement. Didn't you say that if the money for the record arrives, I will tell you at the fastest speed? Record. Sun Wuben became excited. After the Happy Boys Voice audition entered the top 8, Sun Wuben found the management agency and soon released his first album Mother. This album contains all Sun's Wuben's new song of his creation sung in Happy Boys. How much did you sell? Sun Wuben's voice is a little trembling. Why did you participate in Happy Boys? Isn't it just for money? If the sales are too bad, Sun Wuben himself will not forgive himself. 10,000, 350 sheets. Mia spit out these words slowly. So much. Sun Wuben was so happy that his head was dizzy. Because of the degree of control, this Earth does not have a population of more than 70 and 100 million like the Earth of Sun Wuben previous life. The total population of the world has never exceeded 1 billion barrier, and many of them are scattered in the country. The crowds that buy records are mainly concentrated in towns and metropolises. In addition, each of Sun Wuben's albums is not cheap. On the one hand, I am afraid that the sales will not be enough. On the other hand, it is also worthwhile. After all, every song in this album is a famous pop song of previous life, otherwise Sun Wuben can't remember either. For such classic songs, the price is too low and the music industry is offended. Sun Wuben wants to do this, and the management agency that signed it will not agree. So, don't we have become 10 million rich people? Sun Wuben pinched his cheek hard, feeling the pain. This is only the result of the first week. The sales for this week have not yet come out. Mia's face was red, and his eyes were shining brightly. When Sun Wuben returned from school, he was reluctant to go to attend school again, and concentrated on martial arts training. Mia, and even since, the whole world has become gloomy. Although Sun Wuben refused to let her rob and said that she already had a way to make money, how could Mia believe it? And after Sun Wuben went to participate in Happy Boys, Mia didn't take it seriously. Such a TV show is too lucky, even if it is Sun Wuben luck good. How about becoming the top pick in the draft? The Happy Boys sound is not the first time. Mia still knows how the top picks in the past drafts are mixed. Although there are some mixed well, many are not. So Sun Wuben did not go to watch Mia each time participating in the draft. It was not until Uncle Kara came to her door that she knew that her adopted younger brother was already on fire. Still fire all over the northern domain. At this time, Mia had expectations for Sun Wuben's draft for the first time. Only then did I realize that my adopted younger brother actually has such a musical talent. That night, Mia told the mother Mia in the nourishment cabin and played the song Mother repeatedly at home. Then the development of the matter once again made Mia stare off, until this time the album was released. Wuben, management agency said that your record sales have broken the 30-year record of pop music. Okay, very good, now I'm relieved. Sun Wuben calmed down a bit, and looked towards Tian Xinyan and Tietsu aside. The training of the guidance you two may have to wait a few days. I have enough money here, some things have to be done, if you can, you guys wait for me at dojo. Okay. In the blink of an eye 4 days, Sun Wu dojo. Did Tian Xinyan and Tietsu take revenge? Sun Wuben said in surprise while taking off his jacket. The past few days Sun Wuben went to the house of Dr. Brief, the richest man in the world. The reason is naturally for the Dragon Ball world's first treasure, which can realize any wish of the Dragon Ball, but there were some accidents on the Midway Plain, which delayed the trip and let Sun Wuben go. Slowly a step, Bulma actually left with the Dragon Ball radar before. Wuben, it seems that the two of them don't seem to be very cold about your new guidance. Mia said with a smile. The sales and money of the album in the second week were also hit, although not as exaggerated as the first week, but at any rate, there are nearly 2, which makes Mia happy to be light as a feather all day long. The combined laughter of her 2 years has not been more than this week. I will come back eventually. Sun Wuben laughed. Of course he understands the ideas of Tian Xinyan and Tietsu. These two people have not been in other dojo training. There is no harm if there is no comparison. The two people don't trust the training of Sun Wu style. Methods are also normal. The two of them have reached the limit of physical capability. It is impossible to open the realm gate. When they walk through other dojos, they will know that their training in Sun Wu style has reached the extreme, and other dojos are also impossible for them. Better. Mia nods said. Ding sharp voice resounded. Who called? Mia even got up and grabbed the old phone that had been used for many years. Hey, you are Tian Xinyan, oh, what? Master Shen, really Master Shen, Mia. After a while I hung up the phone with a weird expression on his face. Wu Ben, I really made you right. That Master Shen is still alive, and heavens is a legendary character. He is still alive in the world, and Tian Xinyan and Tietsu are lucky to see this Master Shen. It seems you said Master Rashi it's true to be alive. Tian Xinyan met Master Shen. Sun Wuben looked strange. The original within Dragon Ball Tian Xinyan and Tietsu were Master Shen's disciplines. Putting it that way, these two thankless wretch are afraid that they have gone with Master Shen. Sun Wuben said. Don't talk about them, it's me. I met Master Shen receive disciples like the old ancestor, and I'm afraid I will run. Mia said with emotion, these two people are also lucky enough. They may come back with other masters, Master Shen, we can't grab him. It seems that my son Wu Style's fate with them ends here. These two young fellows are not things in the pool. If I read correctly, they will definitely become very strong in the future, but no matter how they are, they will be enlightened by me. Sun Wuben laughed, his tone was extremely flat. From closing after Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, Sun Wuben thought of one day. After all, the original within Dragon Ball Tian Xinyan and Tietsu were the legacy disciple of Master Shen. Perhaps. Mia shakes one's head, no longer thinking about it. For her, as long as Sun Wuben can make enough money, she will be so happy that she can wake up when she sleeps. As for Tian Xinyan and Tietsu, they just leave. Now, after Sun Wuben is gone, he can be more dedicated to hard training. After Tian Xinyan and Tietsu left, Sun Wuben entered deep in the mountains again for his martial arts training. Chapter 17. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Time flies. Deep in the mountains, Sun Wuben wrestled with leopard. In the mountain streams, Sun Wuben chases Old Hu. In the wilderness, Sun Wuben feeds on lions. Every day there is a battle, every moment is like being on the battlefield, there is a great good fortune between life and death. In such training, every moment Sun Wuben can sense his own changes, and every day Sun Wuben's strength is growing. This is a transformation, a washing and refining, a transformation from spirit, soul to physical body. As Sun Wuben grows day by day, in a primitive forest outside West City, rows of big trees are rumbled down. It is a 15 to 16-year-old youngster crazy practice with wolf fang fist. Youngster punches faster and more fierce than wolves, and his eyes are more ferocious and blood-eating than wolves. Youngster fights with packs of wolves, and even groups of wolves are trembling with fear. This is Bulma's sweetheart, so handsome, that makes 1 million girls scream, one of the future Z fighters Yamsha. In the south, a certain island can only accommodate 3 ordinary houses, and 2 11 to 12 years old young people sitting on flying nimbus gave this island hermit Master Rashi a beautiful gift, beautiful and gentle. Girl launch, these 2 children require apprenticing to a master. These are 2 amazing children with innate talents, hidden in their bodies as huge potential as underground lava. Old Fartyukai Master Rashi, who has lived for several hundred years, can see it at a glance. Naturally, Master Rashi accepted these 2 amazing potential disciplines. This is the child of Destiny Son Goku of Dragon Ball World, and Krillin, one of the powerful Z fighters. Then, Master Rashi's days have begun to moisturize. There are beautiful girls accompanying, and 2 little guys who are clever or stupid for him to play with. And these 2 children who don't know if they are lucky or bad luck also officially started hard training called Turtle School. I got up early in the morning and started to deliver milk every family. After delivery, I did morning class. I didn't have a car, and I just jumped with my feet. Can't finish? Then pack it home. Go to the farm to plow the land. Because the stones in the mud will wear the iron hoe, you can't use a hoe. You can only use your free hands to plow the soil. It must be plowed faster than 100 farmers with a hoe. Can't finish, please pack and go home. What? My fingers are worn out, Drenched with blood? I can't take this bitterness, and I'm still training. Take it home, don't give it away. Going to work on the construction site, because a car for transporting sand and gravel will consume oil and vehicles, so it is completely dragging a cart of gravel with both hands to run, and everyone must do the weight of 10 workers driving a car. Can't finish, go home. To swim in the lake, you only need to swim 10 back and forth. It is really easy, but you are chasing a man-eating shark with a big mouth behind you. If it swims slowly, it will become a shark's mouth food. Tie a rope next to the hornet's nest, and then stab the hornet's nest and demand the bite of the dodge hornet. One inhuman torture after another. What? It won't die, it doesn't matter, Master Roshi has so many ideas. For example, if you carry 10 kilograms of turtle shell on your back, and you can bear. Then add 10 kilograms, the training who was tortured to death in minutes by the ordinary person fell on 2 to 11-year-old children madly. Body. As time passed, the weight of the turtle shell on the backs of the 2 children also increased again and again. But what makes Master Roshi dumbfounded time and time again is that these 2 children who look to him amazing potential have completely withstood one of his items of training, and no matter how tired they are like dead dogs during training, gasping for breath, but only with a whip and 2 throats, you will be able to jump up and down immediately, without breathing anymore, you will have your energy, and you can continue training. After more than 7 months of such crazy torture, 2 children actually moved the island, which in the eyes of Master Roshi, was simply a rocky hill that could not be moved by humans. Shock. Unfathomable. Amazing potential. Ever since, on the day before the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi, who almost never went to the martial arts tournament, took these 2 disciplines to the plane and set off for the martial arts tournament. Of course it is not just to make Turtle School famous. It's Master Roshi who knows that Son Goku and Krillin have almost no opponents in this world, but 2 people are still a little sensible child, especially Son Goku, which is completely a wild nature difficult subdue, so naive, it makes people speechless and partial. It seems that there are no fear cells, and I never know nervousness and fear. An innocent and cute child suddenly has great power that scorns the entire world, which is simply not a good thing. Although at first Master Roshi may not pay attention to 2 brats. But seeing the potential of 2 brats, Master Roshi has already regarded 2 people as treasures. Krillin and Son Goku can be said to be closer to his own son. Naturally, Master Roshi wants to consider the 2 people, mainly the martial arts path of the 2 people. Master Roshi also wants to see where his 2 amazing potential disciplines can go and how strong they can be. But no one in the world can be the opponent of 2 brats, so Master Roshi can only be their opponent by himself, and prepare to disguise himself as another person on the martial arts tournament, defeat the 2 disciplines, and let them know that people beyond people, heaven beyond the heaven. Of course, for this difficult task, Master Roshi has no idea. It is not a problem for him to defeat Krillin, but Son Goku. When he thinks of Son Goku's amazing power, Master Roshi has a headache, but any more headaches have to be brace oneself up. Also on this day, Yamcha returned to West City to join Bulma and set off for the martial arts tournament. Each and every martial artists who are training hard, or to prove themselves, or to get that huge bonus, are all rushing to martial arts tournament. On a mountain forest road, youth, with green hair dyed as if against a chicken coop, was humming and riding his car. Suddenly a gust of wind blew behind him. Youth looked suspiciously, and what caught his eye was a long-haired youngster. Sing well. The youngster grinned at him, and then the whole person overtook him, and then his back became smaller and smaller, and after a while, he ran to the front where the green-hair youth could not see. Human can run so fast. The green-hair youth eyes almost stared out. On the mountain road invisible in front of him, Sun Muben's eyes flashed. It seems that one day earlier than expected, I can reach martial arts tournament today. After Tian Xinyan and Tietso left, Sun Muben started training alone. This year, he rarely goes home. He usually trains in the mountains for a month or two. He goes home only because he wants to visit his mother. And recently the World Martial Arts Tournament was held, and Sun Yueben made an amazing decision, not to take the speed car, not to take the train, completely relying on his legs to run wildly to the martial arts tournament 1,000 miles away. Obviously this is not a task that can be completed in a short time. Fortunately, Sun Yueben's strength has increased greatly. He has been trained to run as fierce horse, fist like wind, and the skin, muscles, and bones are as hard as steel and not afraid of bullets. Sun Yueben is just like within Dragon Ball Son Goku when he is out of the mountain at this time. The bullet hits his body and he can't even break his skin. Of course, I am not afraid of bullets, but I will not be easily injured by ordinary pistols. It does not mean that the bullet is not painful when hitting the body. Even because Sun Yueben refers to the training methods of martial arts. Martial arts training is most concerned about listening and requires whole body skin. Can sense that the enemy takes action that instantly moves towards. Although Sun Yueben did not reach this unimaginable realm, his skin was more sensitive than normal. So when the bullet hits the body, the pain is absolutely uncomfortable. And not afraid of bullets is just relative, like the special bullets of some people within the Dragon Ball Red Ribbon Army, they are Dr. Gero's masterpieces. Shooting steel plates is like shooting tofu. Son Goku can't hold them, Sun Yueben can't dare be. Sure can carry it hard. The next day, the martial arts tournament scene was vast crowd. No. Bulma. Well, where is the bottom? I saw two little boys with pink jade carvings, who were less than adult waist high, yelling and screaming through the crowd. Although the crowd was dense, most people couldn't squeeze in, but two children drilled in the east and drilled in the west. Like a slippery loach, squeezed around in the crowd, free to come and go, without even a drop of sweat on the forehead. Look, that person is so weird. Oh. Krillin, who was holding a light bulb-like head, pulled Son Goku, who was pulling the head of the leaf, and pointed at a person close to him. It was a man wearing big sunglasses and a big mask that almost covered half of his face. At this time, the man was looking towards Son Goku and Krillin, with a smile on his face. Is this the child of destiny Son Goku and Krillin from Dragon Ball? Sun Yueben's eyes behind the sunglasses are also looking at the two children. Both brats are wearing the orange-red martial arts uniform that Sun Yueben has seen on TV, and a bowl of traditional Chinese character turtle is embroidered on the chest and back. In addition to Master Roshi's two disciplines, it is impossible that someone else has such a dress. And Krillin's body is similar to Tietsu, and it is also a bald head, but Krillin's head is bigger than Tietsu, especially with a high forehead, but overall it looks more likable than on TV. If it weren't for a trace of crafty in his eyes from time to time, making people unable to treat him as a naive brat, he would definitely be more liked. As for Son Goku, although there are clusters of black hair that rises to the sky, which makes him look very different from other children, but that innocent and cute childish appearance can definitely make all young girls maternally maternal. Goku's power level is at least 48 at this time, while Krillin has 32. Sun Yueben only observed a little bit and found that the two brats were really powerful. They didn't use a bit of force in the crowd, but as long as they moved, whether it was a big person like a huge mountain or a muscular man who was rubbed by two people, move away from two like a weak grass. At least 32 power level, it is completely out of the crowd. Sun Yueben was very moved. The highest peak level power level of Earth martial artists is generally 8. When it reaches 8 it is a hero, who can start dojo and become a Grandmaster level. In the fighting and boxing arena, you can hold the gold belt of the Boxing King and the Fighting King. The power levels of Son Goku and Krillin reached 48 and 32, which is another level completely. How do the martial artists of this time martial arts tournament compete with them? Really? Son Goku looked at Sun Yueben with a childlike voice. Hello, little friend. Sun Yueben laughed to Krillin and Son Goku. Son Goku and Krillin were taken aback. They came to this martial arts tournament for 2 days. It was the first time that Lord met them and said hello to them, but they were a little confused about how to respond. You look like you are looking for someone? Would you like me to help? Sun Muben said. Krillin stunned again. Son Goku has started to talk in an innocent childish tone. Yes, we are looking for Bulma, big brother, do you know where Bulma is? Oh, yes, you don't know Bulma, goodbye. Wait a minute, you are looking for someone, it is very difficult to find this way, Sun Muben said. Then what do you do? Krillin buzzed start to talk. Climb high and look into the distance, as long as you stand on Lord's head, won't you be able to see far away? No matter whether you are a cloth horse or a paper horse, you can find it. Sun Muben reminded with a smile. Son Goku and Krillin became excited immediately. By the way, how did we didn't expect? Son Goku said. Towards Sun Muben thanked him, and then grabbed Sun Muben's trousers and seemed to be climbing up. I'm short. Sun Muben held him back. If you want to stand, choose a tall one. That's more effective. As he glanced around, he saw that the old man with his left hand was tall and he even pointed his finger. The old man with white beard, he is the best. The old man's mouth twitched twice, and he glared at Sun Muben. You, a young man, don't know how to respect the old and the long. Besides, I'm less than an inch taller than you. Old grandfather, just let me stand. Son Goku pulled the old man's trouser legs, showing innocent eyes. The child's tone made Sun Muben feel soft. Okay, don't pull it. The old man couldn't stand the look and tone of Son Goku, and he pointed his shoulder, come on. Thank you elderly. Son Goku grabbed the old man's thigh, climbed up to the old man 2 times, and stood on his head with his feet looking everywhere, and soon screamed, I found Bulma and Yamcha. As he climbed down the old man's body, he twisted his body a few times before disappearing in one direction. Chapter 18. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. In the crowd, 2 child mice strayed like a mouse, and they did not find Sun Muben at a moderate pace following them not far behind them. Bulma has an unfathomable high IQ. Although he is studying in the West City important class, he is by no means a good student. Instead, he skips class and plays outside. He does not need to study hard, but his grades are overwhelming all his peers. He has extraordinary creation talents and hands-on ability. In addition to biotechnology, all other fields of science have amazing insight creation power. In the Dragon Ball world, Future Trunks Saga, about 50 years old, Bulma unexpectedly invented the unfathomable time machine, which shocked God. Sun Muben recalled Dragon Ball's first white, rich, and beautiful Bulma profile. Unconsciously, Son Goku and Krillin had already met a blue-hair girl, and Sun Muben squeezed forward. Hi! She is the Bulma you are looking for? Bulma, hello! The first sentence was addressed to Son Goku, and the latter was naturally addressed to Bulma. The moment he saw Bulma, Sun Muben felt his heart trembled. Just like on TV, Bulma has a beautiful light blue hair, but Deist is more beautiful than on TV. In particular, the skin is not only as white and clean as the fine ceramics, but also tender enough to pinch out water. The short blue hair is as smooth as the fine silk, and her big bright eyes can speak. Moreover, she is dressed in a decent body and leisure outfit, short dress, upper body short-sleeved shirt, lower body denim shorts, exposing large white arms and thighs, and her face is sometimes angry and sometimes playful and smiling. It is a 15 to 16-year-old girl. The youth key is full of expressions, and at a glance, there is a vigorous vigor and key assaults the senses of spring. Who are you? Bulma looked towards Sun Muben suspiciously, and his big eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Sun Muben's face is hidden by big sunglasses and masks, so he can't see clearly, but his height does not lose to Yamsha, and the unique bodybuilding figure trained by people of training martial arts, coupled with a decent dressing up, looks outstanding. Such a figure and temperament, should he be a handsome guy? Bulma flashed a thought in his mind, but said, Gaku, is this elder in your house? Bulma's eyes fell on Sun Wuben's dress, a silver casual. The trousers are paired with a simple t-shirt. The t-shirt is all white with a large black lettering Wu on the chest. Elder in my house. Sun Goku glared, and then shake one's head, pointing to Sun Wuben, I don't know this big brother, but he is a good guy. It is his guidance that we found Bulma for you. It's not you, elder? But why is there a word Wu written on the chest of his clothes? Bulma said and suddenly realized, what, his guidance, you found me. Bulma slammed, staring at him. He yelled at Sun Wuben, who you are, why follow this young lady? Bulma, you are mistaken. Krillin put his hands on his head, said with a smile, this big brother is just a guidance. Gaku standing on someone's head, looking far away, Gaku found you, he may become with us. PA with Macron. Bulma fiercely slapped Krillin's bare head, why didn't you say so early that this lady lost self-control? By the way, who are you, why come to curry favor with this lady? Hee hee. There was laughter from the side. Sun Wuben looked over, and I saw a pig about the same size as Krillin. Yes, it was a fat pig, of course it was a pig wearing clothes and no tail. It should be Oolong. Oolong, pig race people, and Yam Sha's attendant Puer have all entered the body transformation kindergarten, but Puer has finished learning, and Oolong was expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear, so Oolong's shape-shifting can only last for 5 minutes. And the last time Bulma gathered all the Dragon Balls, summoned Shenron to make a wish, this wish was also wasted by Oolong, because Oolong promised a wish to give him a pair of girls' underwear. Sun Wuben looked from Oolong to flash past and fell on Bulma. I wonder if Miss Bulma is the 1000 gold of Capsule Corporation Dr. Brief's family. Sun Wuben refined in manner. Yes. Bulma glared at Sun Wuben with an aggressive look. I visited Dr. Brief last year and asked him to make a radar for me. I heard the doctor say that it was Miss Bulma that you stole the Dragon Ball from the house. Sun Wuben said this, Bulma immediately screamed. Ah! I remember, it was you. You are the singing guy in Old Man's Mouth, it's called Sun Wu. When she said this, Sun Wuben appeared in front of Bulma, and immediately she hugged her and covered her mouth. Miss Bulma, please don't say my name. Sun Wuben said, seeing Bulma flushing and struggling desperately, then said, blink when you agree. Bulma blinked desperately, her white face flushed like cooked shrimps. Although she and Yamsha were a bit ambiguous, she was still a pure dreaming girl who was suddenly held by a strange adult man. Come on! Sun Wuben even released his hand, and then jumped to 10 feet away, ready to escape, but Bulma not at all went mad as usual and furious, but blushed and glared at Sun Wuben, called Sun Wu. There is not a good thing about it, Son Goku is so are you. Son Goku, who was lying on the gun, blinked and looked unfathomable mystery. Last year, he stripped off the pants Bulma wore while Bulma was sleeping. This mattered to Sun, who had never understood anything since he was a child living in the mountains. For Goku, there is nothing to care about, he has long forgotten. But Krillin reacted and smirked to Son Goku's ear, Goku, have you taken advantage of Bulma before? Cheap. Son Goku said blankly, what is cheap? Is it delicious? Krillin opened his mouth, completely speechless at Son Goku's ignorant and innocence. The bastard of surname Sun. Bulma put hands on hips, shouted, take off the sunglasses and mask for this lady. Take it down. Sun Wuben hesitated. Why, does not dare see people? Bulma shouted, but coldly snorted in his heart, this guy is just a young singer who just made his debut. He pretends to be like big-name celebrity going out, and is tightly covered. For fear of being recognized by the paparazzi. If she is handsome, this lady will suffer. If she is ugly, don't blame this lady for her slapped skills. The Sound of Happy Boys is the television station in North City. The influential one refers to the North City area. It is difficult to spread to West City at all. After Sun Woo-ben became famous, North City became famous. Like the father Dr. Brief of Bulma, the richest man in the world, he is a music enthusiast himself, but he only knows that Sun Woo-ben is singing. Thanks to the self-innovation songs sung by Sun Woo-ben, every capital is a super classic. Which makes him influence the power far exceeds North City, reaching a level far less than the previous contestant of Happy Boys. But after all, the time is short, and Sun Woo-ben only released one album, and then disappeared, and never appeared in the public, which also limited his influence. Eldest young lady like Bulma has naturally heard Sun Woo-ben's songs, and Sun Woo-ben's album is still her favorite. It's just that's all, she is simply not a groupie. Even if it's a groupie, it may not be Sun Woo-ben. So Bulma simply didn't know that his favorite record was released by Sun Woo-ben. Knowing whether Sun Woo-ben was singing or Sun Woo-ben left Dr. Brief's house last year. After Bulma gathered the Dragon Balls and went home, Dr. Brief mentioned it when he mentioned Sun Woo-ben to his creating Dragon Balls radar. Bulma, who is this? At this moment, a youngster walked over holding 2 ice creams. It should be Yamcha. Sun Woo-ben turned his head and looked at him. He was really handsome. It's all handsome, but youngster has a sunny smile anytime and anywhere, plus his innocence that seems to be shy from time to time. The whole girl assassin. And Sun Woo-ben also discovered that following the youngster came. There were many big little girls, young women, and even some middle-aged women all around, their eyes lit up, staring straight at the youngster with stars. Yamcha is here, then poor. Sun Woo-ben looked behind Yamcha, and sure enough, not far behind his left shoulder, there was an extremely cute little animal with 2 pointed ears and denim blue hair. It was Yamcha's hardcore partner Poor. An unfamiliar CD list singing. Bulma said indifferently, seeing Yamcha coming, she was not interested in seeing Sun Woo-ben's true face anymore. How handsome could she be more handsome than Yamcha? Oh! Yamcha curl one's lip no longer pays attention to Sun Woo-ben. Miss Bulma, can you make a Dragon Ball radar for me? Sun Woo-ben asked. Bulma frowned, although making a Dragon Ball radar is just as easy as lifting one's hand for her. When switching to Son Goku, Krillin naturally agrees without blinking, but the person in front of her. Don't do it. Bulma replied very simply, and she had no affection for the familiar little singer in front of her. Young fellow, what do you want the Dragon Ball radar to do? Yamcha coldly opens mouth. Next to him, Oolong, Poor, and even Son Goku stared at Sun Woo-ben vigilantly. The last time they gathered the Dragon Balls they met King Pilaf, who was also gathering the Dragon Balls, and was almost snatched by Emperor Pilaf to rule the world. Evil wish, Dragon Ball, a heaven-defying cheater, must not fall into the hands of bad guys like Emperor Pilaf. Goku, what is Dragon Ball radar? Krillin was confused. He only met Bulma under Son Goku's link yesterday. As for Son Goku, he didn't know anything about Bulma's request for Dragon Ball. Naturally to make a wish. Sun Woo-ben said lower the voice, in a voice that only Bulma and others could hear, it does not matter if there is no radar, Miss Bulma can please gather the Dragon Balls for me and help me make one wish. Humph. Bulma said with a pretty nose, does it rule the world, or is it immortality, or is it invincible? This is a good idea. Sun Woo-ben touched his chin, and saw that the complexion was ugly. This was lightly smiled. But these wishes should be in the future. The most urgent thing is to ask Miss Bulma to ask Shenron to help my mother get better. Mother's disease. Bulma and Yamcha and others were stunned. Chapter 19. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Bulma, you can help him. Son Goku whispered. Bulma frowned, snorted, this young lady doesn't have the effort to do it. That's it. Sun Yueben looked regretful. Since Miss Bulma is unwilling to help, I can only do it myself. Although it is troublesome, the most important thing is that I can't find the Dragon Ball for a while, but it can only be done like this. Sun Yueben is not a talk big, after all, he is a North City important class student, and his education is at the same level as Bulma. Bulma can invent the Dragon Ball radar, and even Emperor Pilaf can do it. Sun Yueben is willing to make a skill, it is not impossible to do it. If fated will meet. Sun Yueben turned to Son Goku, Krillin nodded, and walked towards registration place. Who wouldn't boasting? Bulma snorted. Although the Dragon Ball radar looks unremarkable, it is by no means an easy task to make such a thing. It is only a genius like Bulma that can make it. By the way, the Dragon Ball radar you just said, and to make a wish, what's the bottom line? Krillin asked Son Goku. Just collect, Son Goku's simple-minded is about to provide everything. Bulma bang, hit Son Goku's head with his hand, stupid, how can I say this here? Okay, Krillin, I'll talk about it later. Yes, the young fellow just now also surnamed Sun, and also called Sun Wu and so on, I'm afraid it has something to do with Goku and your family, at this moment. What? You are Sun Yueben? There was a scream. You must be that Sun Yueben, wow! So handsome! Song God Sun Yueben, my girl has always admired you, and I also like you very much. You can sign me. The speaker was obviously a super loud voice, coupled with the constant excitement, the voice was even louder, immediately surrounding silence, almost half of the scene heard these words, and then Song God Sun Yueben is here. Song God also came to participate in the martial arts tournament, which is rare. The whole scene began to riot, and every girl rushed out of the surrounding area at some point. Song God! Where is Song God? Sun Yueben, Sun Yueben! I love you! Screams rang out, and a large wave of reporters around the registration desk grabbed the long cannons and short cannons crazily rushing forward, and immediately surrounded Sun Yueben in registration place, and then each and every microphone stretched out. Sun Yuben's lips, each and every question sounded. Bulma stunned. Looking at this scene, Yamcha, Oolong, Puer, Krillin are also stunned. As for Son Goku, he watched this scene curiously. For people like him, he naturally didn't know that there were star chasers and paparazzi in this world. Bulma, is this the little singer of the CD list unknown? Krillin opened his mouth, whispered in the direction of Sun Yueben. Bulma blinked, and wondered, could it be that this singing man named Sun Yueben is a big-name celebrity? Although she does not chase stars, she is also experienced and knowledgeable, knowing that only the real big-name celebrity can cause such a scene. Go back and check, where is this Sun Yueben divine? Bulma made up his mind, then hummed, and screamed at Krillin, Krillin, you idiot little baldy, suspect this young lady. What's your IQ? What qualifications do you have to question me? I ask you, 200,009,436 plus 800,008,808 180. 000 is equal to. Older sister. Son Goku grabbed a girl who was about to rush past. What is Song God Sun Yueben? Son Goku asked with his innocent face up. Go away, this young lady is not free, hey? What a cute little brother. The girl was about to shake off Son Goku, but when she tried hard, she realized that the legs held by Son Goku were like being tied by steel. Basically impossible to move a single step. At the slightest, I saw that he was holding myself again with such a cute little boy who made my heart soft, and he looked at you pitifully with a pair of watery eyes, immediately disappeared. More than half. Little brother, you don't even know Song God Sun Yueben? Haven't you heard his songs? Song God Sun Yueben is a long name. Son Goku looked naive. Haha, what a funny little brother, his name is not so long, Sun Wuben is his name, Song God is just a nickname given to him by everyone, because every capital of his music can touch the soul, let people from soul to physical body, it's all a kind of enjoyment. The most important thing is that each of these songs is created by him, written by himself, and sung by himself. The girl said with excitement. What? Bulma screamed. Each capital creates its own songs and sings. Although she doesn't chase stars, and she hasn't studied the music industry, but she is world's first white, rich, and beautiful. The friends around her are not only Yamcha and Son Goku who pursue martial arts, but also the same white, rich, and beautiful. Many of those people have deep penetration into the music and entertainment industries. Isn't this a monstrous talent? Bulma screamed. The girl immediately found her bosom friend. Yes, it is a monstrous talent. This classmate, when you see you are also attending high school, tell you that Sun Wuben is a top student in the North City important class, and North City is the 4 major university in the world. Yet, you should be the amount. North City, Bulma's eyes widened, again stunned. North City and her West City school are both ranked top 4 key schools in the world. Although her West City is ranked first, and North City is only ranked 4th, they are at the same level. The 2 schools have an important class. That is elite amongst elites. Although Bulma often skips classes during class and can get high scores without much study, she also knows how rare it is to get into such a class. Suddenly Bulma thought of Sun Wuben asking her to help build a Dragon Ball radar. After she refused, Sun Wuben didn't care much and said, "Forget it, I will do it myself, although it is a bit troublesome." At that time, Bulma still felt that the opposite side was talking big, how easily Dragon Ball radar was invented, but now Bulma doesn't think so. On the same level as me, I only need to find a real Dragon Ball. The creating Dragon Ball's radar is really hard to stop him, and he is still so rich, and the tools and equipment are not impossible to buy. Bulma's mind thoughts flashed inside, grabbing the girl's shoulder, and shouting, "How old is he in North City? By the way, if such a person is handsome and kind-hearted, wouldn't it be?" Bulma's eyes flashed a girl's unique longing light. "Handsome, of course handsome. She's so handsome." The girl was also full of stars, her hands holding her heart and her face red light. Sun Wuben on TV is very handsome, sunny, and cheerful, and she has a kind heart, mother. Suffering from Shiner's viral congenital myocardium weakness, a disease that cannot be cured by existing technology, spends a lot of money every year to treat the mother. In order not to drag the family down, he would rather drop out of school, so he went to Happy Boys to participate in the draft. Creation's first song is Mother. Wow, what a perfect man. I love him to death. If you can date him, said Bulma, this classmate, let's go find him together. Do you want an autograph? And this little brother, don't hold my leg, you won't be able to sign any more slowly. Bulma squinted. It turns out that his mother suffers from myocardium weakness that can't be cured. No wonder he asked me for a Dragon Ball radar. Bulma flashed his thoughts, and then patted Son Goku's head. Goku, let this older sister go over. N. Son Goku let go. This classmate, go together. The girl sincerely invited Bulma. Go yourself, that kind of signature, I want to get it is not simple. Bulma Tsundera's snort, she is not a groupie, so she won't be crazy for a signature, and it is very difficult to get a signature without saying that her identity easy, because Sun Wuben begged her to create Dragon Balls and she could hold it. No way. The girl obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't have time to think about it now, and as soon as she turned around, she rushed into the large force swarming at Sun Wuben. Unexpectedly, there is such an excellent man in this world, and he is so young, about the same age as my Bulma, but I don't know if he is really handsome. How is it better than Yamcha? Bulma glanced at Sun Wuben's direction. Surrounded by water, even if Sun Wuben took off his glasses and mask, he couldn't see his real face. Bulma. Yamcha's face is a bit ugly. When you look at Bulma's nymphomaniac, you can tell that Song God Sun Wooben has moved his mind, but he is Bulma's sweetheart. I'm just a nerd with a little musical talent, North City important class very difficult to deal with? Bulma, ask that many why, I should go to the martial arts tournament preliminaries arena. Yamcha said. Nerd. Bulma furious, what do you people with brain cells growing on muscles know? This young lady is also a nerd, why, you look down upon this young lady. No, no. Yamcha cautiously coaxed, how dare I look down upon Bulma. At this time a voice intervened, Bulma, the big brother may have come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Impossible. He will participate in the martial arts tournament? Goku, are you mistaken? Yamcha laughed. Goku is still so clueless. They are students in North City, and they also engage in music. How can there be time for training? Bulma said with a snort. Krillin, Oolong, and Puer also laughed. But, Son Goku looked serious, I sense he is very strong. Goku, you must be mistaken. If he can train, can this young lady also train? This young lady is the genius, beautiful girl of world's first. The only drawback is that it is too beautiful to match. Handsome guy. Bulma humph made a 2 sound, Akimbo, stop talking about this, go to preliminaries arena. Okay. Son Goku also suspected that he was wrong, and the entire group quickly left. Chapter 20. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The name of World Martial Arts Tournament is domineering, but the actual impact is not great. The competition is also extremely simple. The first is the preliminaries competition. Soon the preliminaries competition began. Sun Wooben, Son Goku, etc. Each and every contestant enter the competition pavilion. This tournament is to determine who is the #1 expert in the world. The host monk in the competition pavilion is making a pre-match speech. All the windows outside the competition pavilion are occupied by reporters. Because of the rules, only contestants can enter the competition pavilion. Here, I found Song God. There was a sudden excitement scream. What's the ghost? Bulma turned to shout at the reporter who screamed not far away. Suddenly he was taken aback. Song Kami? He said he found Song God, could it be? Bulma was stepping on Oolong's shoulder and leaning on the window to look in. He wanted to see Yamcha's competition, but at this time, there was a battle between heaven and man in his mind. I heard from the reporter that I found Song God. Could it be that Sun Wooben really participated in the martial arts competition? That guy should be a good student obediently attending school. He actually did martial arts training, heavens, what kind of person is this? Yet, it's actually stronger than this young lady. Is this young lady too beautiful, so the genius made my heavens have a small flaw and was a little bit crushed by this young fellow? But, Bulma, do I watch Yamcha's competition or Sun Wooben's competition? Yamcha world's first is handsome, and Sun Wooben is so strange and troublesome. Well, it's so decided. Look at both. If Sun Wooben is not legendary so handsome, just look at Yamcha's competition. As soon as Bulma made a decision, he couldn't find Sun Wooben when he searched the stadium. Oops, this competition pavilion Crown Prince is here. If Sun Wooben is also inside, it should be there, not Yamcha and Son Goku. Bulma became embarrassed again. The lottery started soon in the competition pavilion. Is it you on the 12th? Why, you are my opponent number 11. Seeing that you are thin or not, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand father's punch. Go on stage is better to surrender early. Just say this to you, I must beat your mother to no one. The whole atmosphere began to become fierce. At Station 1, Krillin also drew his own number, and he collapsed at the first glance. It's an arena with Gaku, I'm most afraid of battle with Gaku, what can I do? Krillin cowering looked worried. Son Goku looked nonchalant, and said to Krillin, Krillin, when you get to the martial arts competition, you must start lightly. Don't use too much strength for 100000000. Ah! Krillin was almost stunned, he was wondering if he could win the first stage. Son Goku actually let him start to relax. I feel that these people are so weak each and every, not as strong as that of Sun Wuben. Son Goku also said with some doubts, they are so weak, if you strike too hard, it's not good. Are you afraid that I might hurt someone by mistake? Krillin almost jumped up, Goku, when will you tell a joke? Anyway, you must hit lightly. Goku still said, just at this moment. PA with Macron. A big hand fiercely was drawn on Krillin's bald head. It was a tall and thin monk with a sly smile on his face. Isn't this Krillin? The tall and thin monk patted Krillin's head fiercely while he ha ha said with a smile. Teacher! Teacher! Senior brother, Krillin's body trembled. Krillin was born in the Oran Temple, which is famous for martial arts. When he was in the temple, he was often bullied by those senior brothers. There was already a shadow. When I saw this senior brother, I was frightened like a reflex. Who is he? Son Goku asked curiously, and frowned again. Krillin, what are you afraid of? Although Son Goku didn't know that Krillin's current ability, a fingertip, could defeat this tall and thin monk, but the sense opposite side is far less powerful than Krillin, so naturally I don't understand what Krillin is afraid of. The teacher I used to live in Oran Temple, senior brother, very strong. Krillin said shivering. The tall and thin monk laughed heartily and patted Krillin. Krillin, you have escaped from Oran Temple for more than 7 months. It turns out that you are hiding outside to train martial arts secretly, and you dare to participate in the martial arts tournament. You have gained a lot of courage. What is the number, hey? 1 Android 21, very good, senior brother. I'm the number 122. We are on the first stage. Let senior brother see how much you have grown in the past 7 months. The tall and thin monk is so excited. Krillin's rubbish is actually his first stage opponent, isn't it a gift to him? The monk from Oran Temple next to him also looked at the tall and thin monk each and every enviously. The tall and thin monk fiercely beat Krillin's bald head for a few more times, and then left Krillin grinning with pain and laughed heartily. Hateful! Son Goku murmured, Krillin, don't keep your hands for a while, fiercely teach this hateful person a lesson. What damn thing are you talking about? That person is Oran Temple first expert. Krillin jumped up furiously, and then frustrated again, oh, I will be beaten badly this time, why is it so bad? Luck, I thought I didn't have to be bullied by them if I escaped from Oran Temple, I didn't expect to meet them. Krillin, is it? A gentle voice resounded. You are. Krillin looked up at the youngster who came walking in the garden. This youngster is very handsome and makes people feel good at first sight, but this person Krillin doesn't know him, but soon Krillin saw his white t-shirt, the big character Wu written on the chest. Son Wuben, Kami? Krillin asked in confusion. It's you, big brother. Son Goku yelled, my name is Son Goku. Krillin, look, I said big brother is here for the martial arts tournament. Son Goku, you can have more Piccolo Linjiang. Call me Wuben. Son Wuben laughed and looked towards Krillin. Krillin, you are not only inferior to Goku, but your vision and courage are also far from that of Oran Temple. Monk, you don't need to be afraid of him at all. But he is Oran Temple first expert, you haven't seen his terrifying. Krillin said in disbelief. I said that your vision is not as good as Goku. So what if the monk is Oran Temple first expert? You still have to be afraid of him with your current skills? Krillin, you have to believe in yourself. Now you, tie your hands and use your tongue to kill that guy. Son Wuben said, shake one's head, then turned and walked away. An elephant is afraid of an ant. It's speechless. Ha ha. Loud laugh resounds. I saw a 30 to 40 years old black hair robust man pointing at Sun Wuben and laughing wildly. You young fellow said that brat can torture Oran Temple first expert with his tongue. It's so funny. Ma Xian was the first time I heard such a funny joke. Worthily is song god, and the joke I said can become a god, joke god, haha. Sun Wuben frowning, this Ma Xian laughed so loudly, everyone around heard it, and many people laughed at the guidance point here, and the monks in Oran Temple even leaned forward and beck with laughter. Stomach called stomach pain. After all, these martial artists are not able to sense other people's ki like the later Z fighter. Naturally, I don't know that Krillin's martial arts level is far beyond their reach. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. Sun Wuben hummed and went to the arena where he was in the distance. Hey, song god, you'd better go singing, your singing is good, but martial arts is not something you can play around. Ma Xian shouted. Sun Wuben ignored it at all. At this time, a white beard and white hair. The old man stood in front of Sun Wuben. The youngster is good. Elderly, what's the matter? Sun Wuben became vigilant and clicked on the original plot for this martial arts tournament. Master Rashi once disguised alias Jackie Chun to participate in the martial arts tournament, and Master Rashi had a white hair and white beard. Old man in tang suit. The old man in front of me is similar to the plot in appearance and dress. How do you know that these two little demon very strong can defeat Oran Temple first expert with your tongue? Master Rashi asked with a smile on his back and his hands. Sun Goku and Krillin are his disciplines. His god of martial arts is natural. I understand how strong these two disciplines are, so strong that they can easily sweep the entire martial arts tournament, but how could anyone else know? And he is also very interested in the handsome youngster in front of him, because from the people around him, it seems that the youngster is a super big singer, and he has also studied in North City important class. Two dolls so small, without heaven-shaking skills, how dare you come to this martial arts tournament of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Sun Wuben laughed, blinked at Master Rashi, and said, Elderly you, I am old enough to dare to come to this martial arts tournament. With this confidence, I am afraid it is also an expert among the experts. The people of Oran Temple who have a reputation for fame, I am afraid that they can't stop Elderly 2 punches and 3 feet. Master Rashi's lips twitched, his level has already reached the unfathomable realm, not to mention Oran Temple first expert, even the entire Oran Temple combined is not enough for Master Rashi to have a tri-beam. The expression on Master Rashi's face remains unchanged. Youngster, what do you want to say? My elderly ability is naturally strong. Youngster, can you make it to the top 8? It depends on what elderly thinks, if you are willing, naturally with no difficulty, Sun Wuben said with a smile, just at this moment. No 100, contestant number 101, please go on stage. Elderly, it's time for me, my number 100. Sun Wuben continued, and walked away from Master Rashi towards the arena in the distance. This young fellow really sees that I, Goku, and Krillin have reached another level, but this is impossible, even Kami and Immortal Korin are also impossible. If you don't hand-to-hand combat, you can see a person's power level, could it be as he said? That reason? Master Rashi looked at Sun Wuben's back with confusion. I don't know how this young fellow martial arts training is. Master Rashi suddenly became interested. Chapter 21. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Arena number 5, a silhouette jumped up, turned a beautiful somersault in the air, and landed firmly on it. Song God, you are number 100, what a coincidence, ha ha ha. What a luck. Ma Xian, is you my opponent? Sun Wuben walked to Arena 5 like a stroll, watching the stage full of energy, as if the middle-aged robust man who had won the grand prize, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The body jumps, and easily jump into the arena. Sun Wuben, I really admire you. Ma Xian laughed, with a very pleasant expression, a good North City important class student who dropped out of school. I don't know if you are a fool in attending school, and you are a bit lucky. Actually there are some innate talents in music, so I have the current results, but martial arts is not music, it is not played around by innate talents, even more how, you are just a yellow-skinned monkey, this kind of physical condition. Your bloodline is not stronger than mine. Sun Wuben faintly smiled. Ma Xian's face suddenly sank, and his expression was a little depressed and sad. He was silent for a moment before he said solemnly, yes, you and I are both Asian. We Asian have good brains and strong coordination. We are in persistence, strength and explosive power is the worst among the authentic human race, and in terms of martial arts aptitude, our authentic human is far less than an outlier. Ma Xian, in a trance, remembered the scene of his apprenticing to a master. Ma Xian, you shouldn't be from practice martial arts. Your bloodline is destined to be in your life, no matter how hard you train, you will not be able to get ahead in martial arts. I advise you to go. No, master, I like martial arts, and I don't like attend school. Ask master to teach me training. I believe that as long as you work hard, even if bloodline is not good, you must be able to get to the forefront of everyone. Ma Xian yelled. That being the case, then I have to charge you twice the apprenticing to a master fee. Do you still want to apprenticing to a master? Yes. Ma Xian replied, resolute and decisive. Since then, Ma Xian has started the arduous martial arts training under the guidance of the master. What can make Ma Xian suffer is to visit the master under school at the same time. Even those disciplines who started later than his Ma Xian, the same training has achieved the results are far beyond his Ma Xian. Each time Ma Xian's heart was bleeding when he saw the apprentice brothers surpass himself. If it weren't for a belief, you must prove your belief in Ma Xian's love for martial arts. There have been many times when Ma Xian would collapse and give up. Finally Ma Xian finished apprenticeship, you can leave sect to train alone. At this time, Ma Xian was not like other same sects, because without the supervision of the master, he started to lazy, fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, but worked harder. Even though the progress became slower and slower, the training effect was not as good as a year, and it had even stopped, but Ma Xian still did not give up. The physical capability has reached the limit of the physical capability of the human body, and it is almost impossible to increase it in a big step, so start from the martial skill. Nearly 30 years of bitter training, nearly 20 years of intensive research on martial skills. And this time Ma Xian's World Martial Arts Tournament trip. Perhaps, I may not be world's first in terms of physical capability, but relying on my newly developed strongest martial skill Whirlwind 52 styles, I will definitely be able to win the champion. At that time, I will take these bonuses. Meet the master and let him see that even the purest Asian bloodline can win the World Martial Arts Tournament champion and become the #1 expert in the world. Ma Xian's eyes became firmer and firmer. Sun Wuben, I am different from you. You are just for fun. You really think of yourself as a genius. You are just to show off what you call the omnipotent. Being able to get the first place in any domain means that you are a genius. Ma Xian said solemnly. Sun Wuben's face twitched, my purpose is not at all, okay. Sun Wuben, I know you want to deny it, but it's not important. What's important is that Ma Xian came to martial arts tournament this time for reason why, just to prove that we want martial artists in the world to see, even the purest Asian bloodline, even if our strength is not as good as them, we can beat them, cry for dad and shout for mother and become the god of martial arts of world's first. Sun Wuben in one's heart trembled, the smile on his face disappeared. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, race is the biggest unfairness in the world, and Dragon Ball world, because there are too many intelligent races on Earth to compete with normal humans, this unfairness is even more extreme. Martial arts is a bloody example. Purebred earthling, training to the extreme may not be comparable to the power of some races that never train. In the original Dragon Ball world, Krillin, Yamcha, and finally Tien Shinyan, Tietsu, Piccolo, these junior boss level Z fighters, why did each and every give up the goal of defeating Son Goku in the end? It's not because the bloodline gap is too big, so people have to despair. These Z fighter bloodlines are 10,000 times stronger than normal humans, but they are comparable to Son Goku and others. Planet Namek Saga, Son Goku, in just about 10 days, from the power level of 10,000, it rushed to 150 million, how compare? How can I catch up? This is the strength of Sion's bloodline, and only Vegeta, also of Sion bloodline, can catch up. When Sun Yuben watched Dragon Ball, he couldn't understand why every time Son Goku and Sion saved Earth, those Earthlings were obviously in the eye, but in the blink of an eye, he forgot about these things and put a power innate Satan on the left and right was launched as the hero who saved the world. The bosses who destroy Earth all have the formidable power of a nuclear bomb, which can destroy a city, just stare at it, and easily destroy a mountain. Obviously everything happened, and everyone was seeing it. Satan can only split 16 pieces of 15 layered bricks in this way with a full power attack, and there is one person who can't split. Can he really defeat the person who can destroy a city by spitting? A technologically advanced civil society that can create and transform spaceship, is intelligent race really stupid to such a position? Sun Yuben understands now, not that he doesn't understand. The ordinary person may not understand it, but the elite character and martial artist would not understand it. But I don't want to understand, or because the bloodline is too different and the dimensions are too different, I choose to forget. The experience and sense of the Earth martial artist in the original Dragon Ball world, will I also encounter it in the future? Sun Yuben felt a little at a loss, how weak his body is. Sun Yuben's training over the years has been deeply sensed, especially compared with the original within Dragon Ball Z fighter Tien Shinyan and Tietsu, it makes this feeling seem unforgettable. You Sun Yuben, who has a musical talent with a match in the world, should follow the way of music, and push the purebred Asian to world's first in music, which makes people look at it. Other races are crazy about it and admire it, but should not coming to this martial arts tournament, this is a waste of your talent. And I am in martial arts, Asian, Ma Xian talked endlessly. Cough. A cough sounded and Ma Xian stared at referee brow beaded with sweat. I said contestant number 101, please also, immediately start the competition. This is the arena of martial arts tournament, not a short tea party for parents. The host referee yelled. Ma Xian's face flushed, and then a martyrdom-like solemn appeared on her face. Sun Yuben, in order to make you the song god sober, to let you go back to the right path of music, and to show you what the strongest martial arts of Asian is like, I decided to use the strongest boxing method from my creation for this blow. Whirlwind 52 styles, of course I will only use the weakest first style, because I'm afraid you will die because of it. Well, let's get started. Strongest boxing. Sun Yuben whispered. Although I don't like you very much, but your goal of not bowing to fate and fighting for the honor of Asian is consistent with me, so, Sun Yuben shot a fierce radiance in his eyes, so I will use my strongest blow will defeat you. Bang! As if thunder broke out on the ground, Ma Xian's body moved, and he simply bent his waist, kicked his feet, rushed forward, and then turned into a lunge and shot out with a punch. Following this fist exploded towards Sun Yuben, it even caused a gust of wind to shoot. The wind is swirling. Really strong. Sun Yuben can feel the fist wind blown by the sense, and it hurts on the skin. The wind is like a drill, what about the strength of the fist, but it's useless. Sun Yuben also fell down in a flash of thought, and then turned into a lunge and punch. As if lightning flashed, you can't even see Sun Yuben punching. Pang! Ma Xian flew upside down in the sight of everyone, hitting the wall of the competition pavilion hard, and then the whole person seemed to be stuck to the wall before slipping off. Hitting people like hanging pictures. Internal family fist has 3 realms: Ming Jin, and Jin, transforming vigor hitting people like hanging pictures. Although Sun Wuben has never learned the real internal family fist, he might as well combine the Sun Wu style training methods and the theory of the previous life internal family fist when he is doing martial arts training in this life. Creation creates his own internal family fist. Chapter 22. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sun Wuben punched extremely fast. Many people did not see him clearly, they saw Ma Xian fly out, and then stick to the wall for a while before slipping off. Seeing this strange scene, some people were stunned, especially the reporters lying outside the competition pavilion window. They were all dedicated to filming the Song God battle scene. What happened? His body is on the wall. Did Song God take action just now? Did you see it? Use this blow. Sun Wuben turned and walked under the arena. Although it will hit you a little bit harder, it will also show you what level of martial arts can reach and what level of pure Asian can be trained. Ma Xian fell heavily to the ground, and then he was completely stupefied. What? Ma Xian whispered, illusion, hallucination, it must be hallucination. After a few words, he roared, what the hell, I want martial arts competition. He said and ran to the arena. Sun Wuben just used after Kyojin, not at all hurt him badly. At this time, no 100 wins, number 101 eliminated. The host referee surprised voice resounded. Ka. Like a lightning hit Ma Xian, his running movement stopped suddenly. In fact, many people didn't see the punches of Sun Wuben just now, but Ma Xian still saw a little bit, but Sun Wuben punched the speed too fast. This speed made him feel unreal. I lost. I just lost like this. I was eliminated like this, defeated by a pure Asian novice who had dropped out of school and trained for a year or 2. Ma Xian looked towards the back not far away. Next, number 102, number 103 go on stage. Hurry up, time is running out, the referee roared, and the next competition was underway. Many people were still talking about Sun Wuben's previous one. At arena number 1, Sun Goku confronted a giant fist who was bigger than Sun Goku. When all the viewers around were marveling at Giant's good luck, Giant punched out. Although this fist was made by his full strength, in Sun Goku's eyes, it was slow like a tortoise crawling. Sun Goku flashed lightly and got behind Giant. He stretched out his take action and lightly tapped Giant's body. He cried out listlessly, I am here. Sun Goku really didn't use any force. He really gave a light jab to remind Giant that he had flashed behind him, but he didn't know how terrifying his current strength was. Therefore, a huge force of giant sense came from behind, and the whole person fell off the arena completely uncontrollable. What happened? The onlookers around were sweating profusely, completely unaware of what happened. That giant was clumsy, didn't have a good balance, and fell by himself. That little demon is really lucky. Some people murmured. Sun Goku watched his fingertip and stepped off the stage with a sense of understanding. He left the stage towards Krillin and said, Krillin, wait for the go on stage, you should do it lightly, as light as possible. Of course this is of no use to Krillin. Soon Krillin went on stage, facing the tall and thin monk of Oran Temple first expert. Krillin was so frightened that he was shaking all over, and he was a little unstable. But when the expert punched, Krillin found it was too slow. He was full of doubts and tremblingly avoiding the tall and thin monk first strike, and then trembling to throw a punch. This fist Krillin didn't exert much power at all because of tension. But the tall and thin monk was like being hit by a locomotive. Not only did he fly out of the arena, but he also crashed through the walls of the competition pavilion and some obstacles outside. Quiet! The whole all around suddenly fell silent, everyone stared at the little guy on the arena, and looked towards the wall that was blasted through. The competition is proceeding methodically. 100 wins. 1 wins. 1 Android 21 wins. Sun Yuben, Krillin, Son Goku each and every defeated their opponent, and no one said Song God is a luck anymore. Some people started to stand out and showed great strength, especially one of them, Jackie Chun, a white-haired and white-bearded old man, whose performance may not be weaker than Son Goku and Krillin, and soon the preliminaries competition ended. It's so easy, these people are too weak. As weak as Sun Yuben said, Krillin can kill them with my tongue. I said that Grandfather Master Roshi will not lie to us. You see, no one is our enemy. But Yamcha is also very strong. Haha, Yamcha has been training alone in the mountains for a long time. Son Goku and Krillin walked out. In this preliminaries competition, Son Goku and Krillin won't be too easy to win. At this time, the two people also felt their own strength, which has far exceeded most of these so-called martial artists. Krillin completely swept away the previous decadence and nervousness. As long as the opponent is not Goku, I can always win. Goku takes champion, and I get the second place. It is a certainty. Krillin was happy in his heart. For another strong opponent Yamcha, Krillin also noticed, although Yamcha is also very strong, but Krillin not very paying attention to yet. N. Just walked to the gate, Krillin and Son Goku stared wide-eyed. I saw a youngster in casual clothes with a big Wu on his chest. This youngster was about to say hello to Son Goku and Krillin, but he hadn't waited for him to start to talk. Song God! Song God Sun Yuben! Song God Sun Yuben, I like you. I can't sleep at night without you. A large group of young girls screamed and rushed over. Among them, the most fierce one, the blue hair running in the front, had a starry face and a shy face, but it was Bulma that moved as fast as lightning. In addition to the young girls, a large number of reporters and photographers also took advantage of the group's physical strength to get to the forefront and surrounded Sun Yuben. As for Son Goku and Krillin, these people were squeezed out of the crowd and blocked in the corner. Krillin blinked, Son Goku also stared wide-eyed, and touched his head suspiciously. Sun Yuben teacher, we haven't seen this preliminaries competition clearly. Now that the top 8 is out, can you give us a comment or predict the result of finals? Sun Yuben teacher, I looked at the list of finals. As far as I know, contestant Yamcha used to pick venues everywhere and has never been defeated. Is his strength the strongest? It looks like the strongest is the giant contestant. I wonder if he can get champion. Sun Yuben teacher, this time decided 8 out of 3 big upsets. I think you should know who I am talking about. What do you think of these 3 people? Facing the reporters' bombarding questions, Sun Yuben was very calm, smiling and answering in a personable one after another. Contestant Son Goku, contestant Krillin and contestant Jackie Chun, the so-called old second, are not unpopular in my eyes. They all have that strength. The moment I enter the competition pavilion and see them, I have already understood this point. You asked me to comment on the 8 finalists, Bacterian and Ranfan. I do not comment. Yamcha is indeed very strong. His level has far exceeded the normal martial arts Grandmaster, reaching a realm that you can't imagine, but he's still not strong enough. In my opinion, contestant Jackie Chun, contestant Son Goku can beat him by palm wind alone. Carefully declare, I am never jealous of contestant Yamcha being handsome enough to say that. He is handsome as I am? The giant contestant is indeed very strong, his body is innate talent very good, so his strength is great, but his strongest is his mouth rubber ring spit out from inside. Of course, I don't think that Jiren's strength is strongest, because in my opinion, even if he uses milk, he can only get 3rd place. Yes, there are at least 2 who can win him. That is, one old and one young. The old is contestant Jackie Chun, and the younger is Son Goku. I don't know whether contestant Krillin can break free from the rubber ring of the giant contestant, but Son Goku and contestant Jackie Chun can definitely win against Jiren. Krillin and Son Goku squeezed toward the other side of the crowd, listening to Sun Wuben's comments in their ears. It's amazing, this Sun Wuben is really difficult to deal with. Son Goku said to Krillin, if those people ask me those questions, I can't answer them. By the way, listen to him, that Jiren and Jackie Chun very difficult to deal with. Goku, you don't understand this. Stars are like this. Sun Wuben is song god. Naturally, you have to learn how to face reporters. What he says, especially the prediction of competition, don't take it seriously. Say something and so on, the entertainment industry is like this. Krillin explained, he doesn't have much knowledge, but he is much better than Son Goku. Are you saying that stars must talk nonsense? Son Goku looked naive, and then frowned. It's strange to say, I obviously think Sun Wuben is not bad, why didn't it make the top 8 finals? Perhaps you feel wrong. Krillin said crisply. At this time, the reporter also asked about this point. He and Son Goku pricked their ears. Why didn't I pass the preliminaries? It's actually very simple. Just listen to Sun Wuben saying loudly, at that time, after my opponent Bacterian to climb up arena, I stood opposite me and puckered my mouth, cheeks stirred, vaguely Gu-Lu voice resounded, I knew at a glance that he was brewing a big mouthful of thick sputum. Once the martial arts competition starts, this mouthful of thick sputum will surely spit out at me without any scruples. If it is another opponent, I will avoid it calmly, but the opponent was him. I made a decisive decision that still makes me feel wise, forfeit admit defeat. Son Goku blinked, Bacterian? Spit, is Sun Wuben admit defeat? Krillin, do you know what's going on? Son Goku asked. Krillin shake one's head, also confused, he lightly smiled, Goku, let's leave later, listen first. N. Son Goku answered. You asked me why. Sun Wuben voice resounded, I can't explain it, but when you see that person close range with your own eyes, you understood why I made such a wise decision. I think the contestant in this competition, except 3-5 besides. Anyone who encounters such an opponent will almost always forfeit directly. Sun Wuben teacher, is opponent very strong, strong enough to make you desperate? No, no. Opposite side martial arts training not worth mentioning, saying that martial arts training is powerful is an insult to the term martial arts. In short, if you have to figure it out, it is best to personally go interview and ask me Bacterian of forfeit. The opponent that Sun Wuben encountered that made him forfeit admit defeat was naturally the Bacterian of the original Dragon Ball. In the original Dragon Ball world, Krillin met this Bacterian in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and then he was unable to take action at all. It was not because the Bacterian was strong, but because the Bacterian was too dirty, and the whole body was as dirty as garbage. Like the rubbish in the pile, it exudes a dizzying stench, attracting 1,000 to 100 flies around him. The stench from Bacterian even made the host wear a gas mask, and all audiences pinched their noses throughout the scene. Of course Krillin won in the end. The reason is because Son Goku reminded Krillin that he doesn't have a nose, so he can't actually smell the smell of Bacterian. Krillin felt all the smell of Bacterian because he saw Bacterian's body dirty and people's reaction. So Krillin finally won the competition with a kick. Krillin has no nose, so I dare to touch the opposite side. Even if he has a nose, Sun Wuben does not dare touch Bacterian's body. After all, he is a public character and there are so many teenage fans. A heavy rain suddenly interrupted the upcoming finals. For this reason, Sun Wuben's prediction of the final results appeared on TV, internet, newspapers, and other entertainment media on the same day. Many people are waiting with curiosity for this weird and shocking predictions of Song God. Also on this day, Sun Wuben left after dealing with the reporter. The next day, The first stage competition, Krillin vs Bacterian started. Krillin understood why Sun Wuben met forfeit. Each and every reporters and audience also understood why Song God did not pass the preliminaries competition. After that, almost everything in the competition was as expected by Sun Wuben, especially the fight between winning favorite contestant Yam Sha and super dark horse Jackie Chun. Jackie Chun only said, "I will send you a cool breeze." And then one wave of the hand, palm wind alone knocked Yam Sha out of the field, which made the whole scene crazy. Since the beginning of this battle, the further the battle, the crazier it will become. Especially in the fight between Son Goku and Jackie Chun, not only the entire arena was completely destroyed, even the contestant Son Goku became a terrifying great ape, and contestant Jackie Chun wanted to prevent great ape transformations. Contestant Son Goku, a Kamehameha tri-beam gave the moon to the explosion cease to exist, which makes people totally unable to believe that this is what human power can do. Chapter 23. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The World Martial Arts Tournament is over. The total number of contestants does not exceed 150 people. The so-called great competition of the competition was completed in 2 days, because the arrival of Song God Sun Wuben was completely popular. The click-through rate of online video has been less than 10,000 in the past, and now it has rushed to 1 million in just 1 week. The influence has expanded at least 100 times in 1 week. At this time, some people noticed that unfathomable martial artists such as Son Goku, Jackie Chun, Krillin and other unfathomable martial artists such as Son Goku, Jackie Chun, Krillin, etc. appeared in the rural grass platform team like World Martial Arts Tournament. Especially the scene where Son Goku Great Ape Transformation and Master Roshi bombed the moon. Many people who saw this scene didn't believe it was the truth. A large number of sports, Olympic Games, track and field, football and other competition specialists, doctors, biology and medical specialists each and every stepped up to issue a statement, saying that everything in the martial arts tournament is impossible, because it completely violates science. Violates the scientific laws of human body, physiology, medicine, and biology. The physical capability impossible of human has such great power. So the final fact is that it was completely filmed by the organizers of martial arts tournament in order to promote competition. What? You ask, what is going on with the moon? That's the reason for missile, it was bombed by missile, not by contestant Jackie Chun's Kamehameha, that's all, and the moon just changed its trajectory, not at all disappeared. That's right, Master Roshi's blow Kamehameha not at all destroyed the moon, but pushed it away from its original orbit, and the orbit changed, and the time when the moon appeared naturally changed, and it had the effect at that time. The specialists' conclusion broke the public's superstition, but there are audiences who have actually been to the martial arts tournament to watch the scene but are unhappy, but no one believes them at all. So these reporters who have been to the martial arts tournament site are looking for someone Song God Sun Wuben, who wants Sun Wuben to come and explain. But Sun Wuben is like the disappearance of the mortal world. Even if a large number of paparazzi stay at the home where Sun Wuben mother lives, it is difficult to catch him. Sun Wuben did not go home, but always avoids the paparazzi when he goes home each time. Blocking, no one knows what technique he used. In Primitive Forest number 3825, a youngster is holding long vines and jumping among primitive trees. ZHZH. A group of long-arm monkeys in the bush made a shrill cry, leaping on the tree canopy and fleeing in one direction frantically. From time to time, some monkeys looked back timidly and looked towards Sun Wuben. It is indeed that Sun Wuben, a human who walks and jumps between trees, is too fast and too sensitive. It is stronger than them, so that these monkeys who live on trees have to doubt who is the king of the tree. Upon returning from the martial arts tournament, Sun Wuben returned to the forest to continue training. These days of training, if you use power level scouters to observe, you will find that Sun Wuben's power level is always increasing at a regular value, and there is no sign of stopping or slowing down. If the training continues, Sun Wuben will not be used at all. The training time of Mutato, Master Rashi and Master Shen can reach their level. Compared with Mutato, Master Rashi, and Master Shen, Sun Wuben's training speed is at least 3x faster. Bang! Sun Wuben landed on an empty mountain stream. He threw the badger on his back, and then pressed the watch button on his hand. Mom, I'm Wuben, it just rained here. Far away, in an elegant room behind Sun Wu-style dojo, there is a big nourishment cabin against the inner wall. In the cabin lies a middle-aged woman, Sun Wuben's mother Mir. There is also a middle-aged woman playing music and dancing. It is the servant Sun Wuben invited to Mia after he became rich. At this time, the voice resounded in the room, Mom, I'm Wuben, there has just been another sun and rain. Because training must be in the primitive forest, Sun Wuben is not every day all going home to accompany his mother. Fortunately, there is a high-tech, and the money for the record is also sufficient, so Sun Wuben replaced the old phone at home that I don't know how many years. A new phone is installed. It was Sun Wuben talking to mother over the phone at this time. After Sun Wuben and his mother in the forest talked through, they contacted their management agency by phone and asked for a few more questions. They turned off the call button on the watch when it didn't matter, and dealt with the badger in his hand. My current training speed is good, but not enough. After the badger was peeled and cleaned, Sun Wuben took out a small box from his arms and opened it. There are 8 things like earplugs in the box. It is naturally the most valuable technology product in Dragon Ball world. It is used by the rich. The most popular item capsules have the same function as Space Ring. Sun Wuben picked up the capsule with the number 1 in it, and threw it at the open space not far away. Bang! With a sound, a small round house resembling a yurt appeared in the open space. Is it good to stew or fry? Or the easiest way to put it in the oven? Headache, Sun Wuben walked into the house carrying the badger. The door was a 15-square-meter living room. Sun Wuben walked through the living room into a 10-square-meter rice kitchen. This house is also a product of Capsule Corporation, so from the outside, the yurt house is only 10 square meters, but if you go inside, if you walk around all the rooms, you will definitely find that the entire house is at least 200 square meters. This house alone is worth around 110 million. Sun Wuben is reluctant to buy it now. It just so happens that Bulma is a nympho who gets confused when he meets a handsome guy, so Sun Wuben asks her for a start to talk, this 1000 gold eldest young lady too. Besides, he threw his own capsule to Sun Wuben directly. Spread the badger with some salt and threw it directly into the microwave. Sun Wuben had just left the house. Rumble. Voice resounded, I saw a personal airplane that is commonly used within Dragon Ball slowly flying in the sky. It seems to be the personal plane of the older sister. Sun Wuben raised the head, beckoning to the plane, and the plane landed. The cabin opened, and a tall and beautiful girl with long hair jumped out. Sister Mia, why are you here? Sun Wuben cried. Since Tian Xinyan and Chiuzhou left, Sun Wuben has been training hard, and every time he goes home to accompany his mother, he rarely encounters Mia. Mia is the same as Sun Wuben, mainly talking with mother over the phone, and even contacting Sun Wuben by phone. Mia told Sun Wuben that she was serious about training, but Sun Wuben always felt that she was not at all really training, but was doing something mysterious thing. Come and see you, why, you are not welcome. Mia laughed his long hair, walked to Sun Wuben, and suddenly sniffed, browsing slightly wrinkled, you young fellow, why are you so dirty and sweaty? Sunshin, don't you have a villa? That's the villa you said the nympho 1000 gold eldest young lady Bulma gave you. It looks like a big bun and doesn't look great. I said, sister, I have to take a shower every day, this is already clean. Humph, there is still a villa, but I said, your villa is too small. Go in and take a look at the understood. Sun Wuben led Mia into the living room and turned on the TV, but Mia walked around each and every room by herself before returning to the living room. Nodded, worthily is Capsule Corporation 1000. It was given by Jin, eldest young lady. It looks nothing outside. It is very low-key, but the inside is extremely luxurious. There are not a few thousand or more than 1000 in this villa. It is impossible to take it down. Wuben and eldest young lady are so expensive villas. I'll give it to you, it seems very interesting to you. Sister, don't crack a joke. Bulma is just a love-struck girl. As long as she is handsome, she always takes action generously. So what, are you afraid of being handsome than others? Mia laughing, two people teased for a while, and she took out a capsule from her body. Little brother, I went home and found that the courier company had delivered this, so I signed it for you. If you want to use it in a hurry, I delivered it to you. What? Sun Wuben was a little puzzled. At this time, Mia had thrown out the capsule, and only heard a bang, and a large cabinet appeared on the open space in the living room. This is, oh, it's Nutrient Medical Cabin. It's Nutrient Medical Cabin, I said. Wuben, what do you want this for, do you need it? Mia has a weird face, Supreme Fist cultivate vitality, Sun Wu Style's martial arts training emphasizes not to miss the body, that is, the whole body, including the internal organs of the muscles. There will be no injuries or internal injuries. No matter how hard training is, there are very few injuries. Even if they are injured, they have their own training methods of Sun Wu style. Medical cabin is not needed at all. Medical cabin is mainly used to accelerate recovery from fatigue, so that the body can withstand more training. Sun Wuben explained, the original Dragon Ball World Earth Saga, medical cabin has never appeared before, but when it comes to Universe Saga, medical cabin has shown its skills. Vegeta was injured twice into the medical cabin. After he came out for the first time, the power level promotion was 2 and the second promotion was 6000. This may violate the concept of Supreme Fist cultivate vitality. Mia shakes one's head and smiles immediately, forget it, you have your own training concept, I won't say much. In short, don't be too eager to do things. I know that you are already a world-class musician. There is no need to fight like that in martial arts. Besides, your martial arts should almost reach the level of an older sister, right? Or, let's try. Sun Wuben smiled, maybe not Mia's opponent a year ago, but now Sun Wuben is confident that Mia will startled. Mia looked at Sun Wuben weirdly, it seems that the little brother has grown a lot this year, and he has the confidence to try his hand with the older sister. Why, the wings are hard and I want to crush the older sister. Are you afraid? I'm afraid of your size and fight. Your older sister has never been afraid of anyone, but today I have something to do, so I won't play with you. Wuben, the older sister is leaving first. Mia said, a flash of sadness in her eyes. Sun Wuben frowned, don't you stay? Our sister and brother have not been together for a long time. No. It didn't take long for Mia to board the plane. Bang! The tail section of Mi White's personal plane spewed out a fire gas and disappeared. Chapter 24. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sister Mia always feels weird this time, maybe I was worrying too much. Sun Wuben walked into the villa, looking at the Nutrient Medical Cabin in the hall, his heart was hot. The not at all Nutrient Medical Cabin on Earth is exclusively for martial arts trainers. There is only one kind of medical cabin, which is specially prepared for severely ill patients who cannot eat, are excessively injured, and are extremely weak. Obviously, this medical cabin is not completely suitable Sun Wuben, so in order to make a recovery cabin suitable for his martial arts training, Sun Wuben personally set the function, and it took a lot of money to find a company willing to take this matter. At this time, recovery cabin not only has the function of normal medical cabin, but also has other advanced functions. I am in good physical condition, so I don't need to use it. There is a concentric circle pattern on this recovery cabin. Sun Yueben lightly presses the small button under this pattern, and ping. Recovery cabin turns into a small capsule. Putting the capsule away, Sun Yueben took out the badger meat that had been baked in the microwave, had a big meal, and then started training again. In the mountain forest, Sun Yueben jumped up and down on the trees, chasing the slippery monkeys. Although he only grabbed and released them, he still scared the group of monkeys screaming to escape. After catching the monkey, Sun Yueben jumped out of the tree and found a group of wild horses looking for grass. Carrying tree poles, running on the hillside. Jump into the river, dive into the river bottom to catch fish. This time Sun Yueben nearly doubled the original training volume, and because of this, Sun Yueben felt like he was falling apart at noon. This was even more exhausting than a normal training day. Pang! Sun Yueben threw out the number 1 capsule. A bun-shaped villa appeared in the open space. Sun Yueben walked into the villa and released the recovery cabin in the hall. I'll make lunch before nap, but recovery cabin can convert the ingredients into amino acids and other basic nutrient directly into the human body, saving the digestion time of the stomach and intestines, and it can also adjust the output nutrient according to the state of the body. No need to cook lunch, but the food in recovery cabin is. Sun Yueben watched the use of recovery cabin, and quickly threw a wild boar that had just been hit into the food preparation entrance of recovery cabin, and then took off his clothes and stepped into recovery cabin. Start recovery cabin. When the music sounds, a special hypnotic wave is produced. Sun Yueben fell asleep in a daze. Just after he fell asleep, each and every mechanism in the cabin stretched out like tentacles. Some buckled Sun Yueben's mouth and nose, and some stuck out needles. Sun Yueben's blood vessels are connected to Sun Yueben's brain nerves. A comprehensive physical examination is launched. Body data analysis. The analysis is complete. The Curl One's Lip program is launched. The nutrient delivery starts. Amino acid input. Vitamin input. Mineral input. Antioxidant input, radical erased start. Even part of Sun Yueben's DNA damage within the body is being repaired. Today, Earth's technology is surpassing by far Sun Yueben's previous life. Medicine is naturally extremely developed. For congenital viral diseases like me are perhaps powerless, but most of the others can be solved. Time passed slowly. As various nutrients and medical substances directly enter the blood vessels, and with various high-tech sound waves, magnetic waves, microwaves, beams, and other oscillations, Sun Yueben's body within the body is undergoing a radical change, exhausted and hungry. Thirsty cells regain their spirit and perfection. Damaged muscle cells and even blood vessels begin to recover. Free radicals are erased and the training part of DNA is repaired. Suddenly, Sun Yueben woke up. Hey! A feeling came to my heart. It was an extremely comfortable and relaxed feeling. It was like being pressed by a heavy mountain for 10 years. Suddenly the heavy mountain disappeared, and the whole body was brisk and comfortable up and down, such as drinking water and washing in 3 days. Took a refreshing bath. Even Sun Yueben can sense the vigorous life force and power that his body exudes from the inside out. I feel like I can kill 10 elephants now. Sun Yueben's heart exploded with joy. The current feeling of Sun Yueben is still the first-time sense of his life. Sun Yueben naturally does not think it is a mental drug or delusion. Mr. Sun Yueben, Mr. Sun Yueben. At this time, the electronic synthetic voice sounded. It's unbelievable. In this world, there is such a strong body as you, and with so little damage, you must be the strongest athlete in the world. By the way, you have woken up early, and your spiritual will be better than your body. It's more unimaginable. Sun Yueben curled one's lip, didn't know whether to laugh or cry to the robot program of recovery cabin. Okay, you don't want to shoot flattery, what's the matter, just say it. Sun Wuben shouted. Strongly declare that I am not shooting flattery. Robots are not like your humans. They will not shoot flattery. The strength of your spiritual will is indeed ranked first in my database, and the value is 2 times the second place. It's incredibly powerful. The electronic synthetic voice rang. That's it, Mr. Sun Wuben, your physical fatigue recovery has been completed 58%, and the overall recovery from injury is 78%. If you continue to recover, the efficiency will be reduced to the ultimate. It cannot be done in a short time. How long is it roughly? Fatigue recovery only takes 3 hours to complete the progress 100%, but the damage recovery is extremely troublesome. The first stage takes 48 hours and the recovery rate is about 51%, and the second stage is 480 hours, and the recovery rate is about 54%. The third stage is. That is to say that 1 or 2 hours of recovery is useless at all, right? That's right, and even if time is enough, it can only recover to 66.736% in the end. The remaining 32.264% is mainly irreversible damage and DNA damage that cannot be repaired by technology. Would you please choose to continue the recovery or stop the recovery? 32%, my body has so much irreparable damage. Sun Wuben was surprised. He didn't think that he really trained Sun Wu style martial arts, which focuses on health preservation, to become a flawless body, but also didn't expect the damage to be a bit bigger than expected. I've been very careful here. The damage is still so great. Those martial artists may suffer more strain. No wonder they can't break through the human body realm gate. Sun Wuben turned his mind, and then said to recovery cabin indifferently. No need. I'm leaving now. By the way, how long did I sleep? About 48 minutes, said the electronic synthetic voice. It's only 48 minutes? Yes, I originally planned to wake up for an hour. It seems completely unnecessary. Sun Wuben stepped out of the recovery cabin, very excited. In addition, your body's absorption of energy is really amazing. It is difficult to determine whether this phenomenon is good or bad for your body in my database. According to biology, the electronic voice is still talking. Sun Wuben. Reach out, press on the close button, and then press the capsule's retract button again to turn the recovery cabin into a capsule. Okay, start training now. After putting away the villa, Sun Wuben plunged into the mountain forest with full of energy. Hoo! The silhouette running at high speed was curled up. The leaves and grass swayed wildly, and even the flowers and fruits on the leaves were scraped off. How come so fast? Sun Wuben was full of excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect to reach this speed so quickly. After all, he only took a 48-minute nap. Soon a group of monkeys appeared in front. This group of monkeys suddenly spotted Sun Wuben who had arrived, and then screamed and hurried away. But Sun Wuben came too fast, and before some monkeys had time to jump up, Sun Wuben had already jumped by his side and grabbed his neck. Skin! Haha! Sun Wuben threw away this woolly monkey and then rushed to another woolly monkey. He caught this woolly monkey in a few vertical jumps. This group of woolly monkeys ran wildly, and the little intelligence in their minds was stunned. It took a long time for this human in the morning to catch them. Why didn't they see them in a short time? It was like drinking water. Simple? My power level is a short nap, I'm afraid it's worth half a year on weekdays. Sun Wuben was also a little confused by his sudden increase in power level. This increase is not this too ridiculous. But soon Sun Wuben also wanted to understand that this should be the reason for using recovery cabin for the first time. Although Sun Wu style martial arts pays attention to supreme fist cultivate vitality, and Sun Wuben thinks he has repaired all the internal injuries in the body, but the fact is not that the body is perfect and without blemish, reaching the flawless realm, even because of high intensity. The battle between life and death at all times causes a lot of physical strain. And this time using recovery cabin, Some technological methods have cured a lot of internal injuries that are difficult for people to detect, and this has made Sun Wuben a sudden jump in strength. If recovery cabin has a higher technological content and a higher degree of repair of Sun Wuben within the body internal injury, Sun Wuben's strength can be greatly promoted. Of course, Sun Wuben's original purpose of customizing recovery cabin was mainly to speed up the body's fatigue recovery speed, as well as the nutritional energy supplement speed. In order to speed up the rhythm of training, repairing injuries is only a side function. With this thing, my martial arts training speed will grow to nowhere. In the primitive forest, Sun Wuben started a new training frenzy. Chapter 25. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Hello. In a canyon, 3 huge sword-eared tigers looked angrily at the human youngsters escaping along the cliff. As the peak king of the food chain, Sword-eared Tiger could not imagine that he would let prey escape one day, especially 3 strongest. The sword-eared tiger is a subordinate of its kind. Sun Wuben jumped his body to the safety zone at the bottom of the gorge, threw out the villa capsule, dragged his tired body into the villa and lay in the recovery cabin. There is a sword-eared tiger in this area. This is the name of the ferocious beast score. I can't deal with one of them. If it weren't for the recovery cabin sent by Sister Mia today, the strength has soared. Today is the fate. Just give it away. Sword-eared tiger, an extremely terrifying ferocious beast, can slaughter a lion group alone. If it weren't for this kind of tiger with extremely low fertility and extremely difficult adulthood, there would be no room for other carnivores. Sun Wuben had to train for at least 4 months at the original speed before he could barely get around the territory of sword-eared tiger. The information does not say that there is a sword-eared tiger here. It should be a newcomer. There is this sword-eared tiger. My training simply is not between life and death, but struggling on the death line. The probability of death is 70%, and I am normal. To reach the level of ignoring the sword-eared tiger, it's impossible to do it in half a year. Do you want to move the nest? Sun Wuben closed his eyes. Various kinds of nutrient and medical substances in recovery cabin are quickly entering him within the body. The extremely exhausted body can sense and regain its spirit step by step. The sword-eared tiger settled down in primitive forest number 3825. Sun Wuben used recovery cabin and some modern armor to consume these sword-eared tigers. At the first encounter with sword-eared tiger, Sun Wuben used the high-tech armor to escape to safety. Only a week later, when Sun Wuben met sword-eared tiger, he was surprised to find that sword-eared tiger could not keep up with his running speed. This time, Sun Wuben was even more determined. Then for another week, Sun Wuben could easily dodge each time sword-eared tiger's sneak attack. One more week later, Sun Wuben met sword-eared tiger and didn't escape at all. Instead, he pulled out the metal stick on his back and had a fight with sword-eared tiger. One more week later, as soon as Sun Wuben pulled out the metal stick on his back, sword-eared tiger turned his head and ran. One more week later, Sun Wuben dared to attack sword-eared tiger empty-handed. One more week later, sword-eared tiger buried his head on the ground when he saw Sun Wuben, showing a gentle and obedient posture. The effect of recovery cabin is amazing, and because of recovery cabin, the method of Sun Wuben training has also been greatly changed. There is no longer room for training like in the past, for fear of getting too tired to affect the next training, but I can't move my fingers until I stop. However, no matter how tired or even injured, just lie down in the nourishment cabin, take a rest, and walk out in just 20 minutes and lively dragon and animated tiger, as if sleeping all night. The growth of Sun Wuben's power level is like rising, speed surpassing by far. In the blink of an eye 45 days passed. The night is deep. In a bun building in the forest of number 3825, Sun Wuben lies quietly in the recovery cabin. On the panel of the recovery cabin, there are rows of values. 100% fatigue repair. 65.628% of injury repair. After 1.5 months of recuperation in the recovery cabin, Sun Wuben's body reparable damage has been repaired, and now only the irreparable parts remain. This month's entanglement with the sword-eared tiger, coupled with crazy training, Sun Wuben power level skyrocketed. At the same time irreparable damage is also increasing. The fifth element of the fluorescent value on the panel is irreversible damage rate 34.372%. This is a value that is irreversibly changed but becomes larger from time to time. Every time Sun Wuben sees this value, it is a toothache. Suddenly, a wolf howl vaguely sounded outside the villa. The number of 5 elements changed a bit, 34.371%, then 34.370%, 34.369%. The number changed every few breaths. Obviously, the value of the impossible reverse transformation is steadily decreasing. At this time, Sun Wuben within the body, as if breaking a shell, is undergoing tremendous changes. Almost every cell is extremely full of energy. The injuries and diseases that cannot be repaired by recovery cabin everywhere in the whole body are slowly recovering health, muscles become stronger and tougher, skin becomes more supple, and organs become stronger. A powerful key rises above Sun Wuben. The night passed quietly. When the sky showed the first grey dawn, the 5 elements on the panel displayed a line, irreversible damage rate is 3.8%. The eyelashes moved slowly. Sun Wuben woke up, just woke up. Incredible. Mr. Sun Wuben, unbelievable, the sharp electronic sound sounded, which was different from the tone of the previous electronic sound. This time, the electronic sound looked extremely fast, as if seeing unfathomable things. Heavens, guess what I saw? The irreversible damage to your body actually disappeared. I remember that the value of your enter cabin hour was still 34.371% yesterday. Now you see how much it is. Excited and surprised electronic voice resounded. Sun Wuben blinked and suddenly woke up. You said, what did you say? Is the irreversible damage rate smaller? How could it be possible? Sun Wuben reflexively looked at the panel, and then froze. He closed his eyes for a moment and opened it again. Irreversible damage rate is 3.8%. The word 5 elements on the panel is particularly eye-catching. Obviously, I didn't misread it. 3.8. Sun Wuben exclaimed. Until now, he is having a headache about the increasing number of irreversible rate. Sun Wuben has a hunch that once the irreversible rate exceeds the golden ratio of 38.2%, the martial arts training will come to an end, and it will always be impossible to break the human body realm gate. And the martial arts grandmasters of martial arts circle cannot break the human body realm gate every because the irreversible damage rate is greater than 38.2%. This month Sun Wuben has been desperately training, and power level has surged, but this number has also surged, from 32% to 34% in just 1 month. Sun Wuben is considering whether the next training should slow down. Now suddenly, just like a pie smashed from the world when he was hungry, Sun Wuben wondered if he was still dreaming. Mr. Sun Wuben. In view of irreversible rate is irreversible, now that this situation occurs, it must be a problem with my body. I strongly recommend that you send me back to the factory for repair. I strongly recommend that you send me back to the factory for repair. The electronic synthesis sound rang again and again. Is the recovery cabin machine broken? Sun Wuben stepped out of the recovery cabin and was also suspicious, but when he raised the head looked towards the front, the pupils screamed. I didn't think it was in recovery cabin before, but now that recovery cabin comes out, the whole world is different. The world in front of you is so gorgeous and bright. It's like watching a 100,000 level low-rate old videotape that has been yellowing for a long time, and suddenly I see a new high-color videotape with a resolution of 80 million. All the colors in the villa suddenly become bright, and all the details are suddenly clear and bright. Even in this villa room that was originally extremely clean in Sun Wuben's eyes, at this moment Sun Wuben actually found some insects, which were never seen before. My vision, it's like, Sun Wuben recalled the feeling that the vision of the eyes at this moment has reached the level of when he was still a child's vision peak. And when Sun Wuben walked out of the villa, the sound of insects' noises and bird cries rang out between the mountain forest. The sound was so clear that even the very low frequency and very high frequency sounds that are difficult for an adult human to hear are clear. Similarly, the world of this mountain forest is brighter than ever. Sun Wuben even saw the hair on the thighs of crickets in the grass. Not an illusion. It's not that the machine is broken. Sun Wuben's entire brain woke up suddenly, and then he became excited. There is only one reason for this situation, which is that my body has undergone tremendous changes, and the injuries that cannot be repaired have really been repaired, reaching the completeness rate of 96.2% as stated by Recovery Cabin, with only 3.8% damage. Flawless body, haha, this is the real flawless body. As long as I keep it like this, maybe I can also have a realm gate that breaks the essence of life like Master Rashi and Master Shen. It's not a problem to live several hundred years. Squeezed his fist slightly. A powerful aura rose from Sun Wuben. This aura is so amazing, even Sun Wuben himself feels very strong. Life force, strength, are terrifying. Again Sun Wuben sensed the powerful power and life force brought by body transformation. That feeling is 100 times stronger than when using Recovery Cabin the first time. Chapter 26. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Whoo! The black glow flashed, the big tree fell, and Sun Wuben shot out from the mountains and shot into the sky fiercely. The midair made a variety of difficult movements that only divers could make. Turn forward and backward, go up and down. No matter what the movement, Sun Wuben made it happen without hesitation, running like one, and the body has never been so light and free, up and down as it is now. Realm Gate. This is really opening the Realm Gate. Sun Wuben was very excited. The limited information on Recovery Cabin didn't understand why Sun Wuben's body changed like this, but Sun Wuben knew it himself, or he had been waiting for it. The arrival of this brief moment. I got stuck at the figure of 100 seconds in 11.3 meters. Mia thinks that it has reached the human body limit, but Sun Wuben understands that it is not the real limit, just because the training of other parts of his body cannot keep up. In Sun Wuben's martial arts, the human body, like any complex things in the world, is a whole, and all aspects of evolution are needed. It's stuck in 11.3 seconds for several months. No matter how you train, there's no improvement. For another person, Sun Wuben is still training, and his main training is not the next skill, but the whole body everywhere, even some in normal martial. It seems that the artist doesn't need satin-finished muscles at all, such as those that were never used by humans. Humans are almost degraded and can't even feel the back of the ears, muscles in certain parts of the abdomen, muscles that are not used under the hips. And this is the concept of internal family fist in previous life martial arts. Everyone has a supreme ultimate. The body is a universe. An ecological system can form a virtuous circle only when all the joints are opened up. Although Sun Wuben has never studied the internal family fist, but with his philosophy and the martial arts training method of this world, he finally developed his own internal family fist training methods, and then one by one trial training. Sure enough, when all parts of Sun Wuben's body were trained, and the spiritual will was upgraded during oppression, and the physical body was trained to a passing value everywhere, Sun Wuben's entire physical body changed, and he was stuck for 11.3 seconds. Also loosened. Then a new round of growth started. Although the speed was not fast enough, it was stable and never stopped. So although Sun Wuben's official full-strength training time is very short, he still beats the crowd on the martial arts tournament. If it weren't for Bacterian, he could go further. You should know that hand-to-hand combat with Sun Wuben, like Ma Xian and others, except for Bacterian, are martial arts grandmasters who have been training for at least 10 years. Each of them has reached the limit of human physical capability, as well as martial skill realm of perfection, but still can't hold Sun Wuben with 3 punches and 2 feet. Of course, Sun Wuben gave up and considered Bacterian hand-to-hand combat at that time. Although he can win Bacterian, it is like a fly compared with experts such as Sun Wuben, Krillin, Jackie Chun, and even Nam and Jiren. For Dragonfly, the level difference is too big. Most martial artists in martial arts tournaments should have a power level of about 7. And some of the strong ones have reached 10. I was about 1 power level 3 at the time, almost 2x for some people, so I hand-to-hand combat irresistible force with them, but encountered Son Goku. Son Goku has reached 48. Although Krillin is not as good as him, he has reached 32 points, which is my 2-3x. A martial artist pays attention to facing difficulties and is not afraid of fighting, but purely looking for abuse is definitely not what the normal heart of martial arts requires. Son Goku and Krillin just arrived at Kame House, but the power level is 10 and the other is 8. This is the result of their training for several years since they were young. However, after only 7 months under the Master Roshi guidance, the power level increased by 4-5x. The reason why is so fast, lies in the super strength training of Master Roshi, which is a completely different training method from the previous Supreme Fist Cultivate Vitality. I couldn't perform training like they did before, because my body's self-restoration can't keep up with the damage speed, and it may be a waste of practice in 1 or 2 days, and then practice is dead. But it's different now. Broken the realm gate of the physical body, and now the energy contained in my body within the body can feed back to myself, and the restoration of the body may not be as good as Son Goku and Krillin at that time, but compared to heaven and earth turning upside down, so they can also perform super strength training like theirs. The most important thing is that martial arts training has reached a level, and the physical body has taken the second place. Qi is the fundamental. When the realm gate is opened, the role of the physical body as a stepping stone has been basically completed. Then its role is only to assist spirit and Qi. So as long as my body has enough Qi, the damage of the physical body is already second, as long as it is not physical body damage. When I die, I can quickly repair my body with Qi. So. A bright radiance flashed in Sun Wuben's eyes. Let's start Qi insight now. Sun Wuben flew up to a boulder next to him, sit cross-legged, and was about to sensing Qi. Beep. The watch sounded. I forgot, it's time to talk to my mother. Sun Wuben smiled on his face. He pressed the button on the watch and started talking to the mother. After the conversation was finished soon, Sun Wuben's heart moved. By the way, Sister Mia has never believed in my martial arts. Now that I have really opened the realm gate, I should also report to her. By the way, she has guided her training. Believe that she has seen my current results and believes me. Sun Wuben dialed Mia's phone again. There is a white castle in the remote mountain village of number 7744. White Castle is a base of the Red Ribbon Army. Oh! The sound of gunfire with the muffler sounded from time to time. Damn, where's the woman from? At this time, the base was actually broken into, and was single-handed by a tall girl carrying a large number of modern light weapons. She saw the girl carrying a gun with a muffler and sweeping forward from time to time. The gunshots were apparently constant, but only to listen. When it came to the sound of twee, twee, it was obvious that the girl didn't miss a shot, otherwise it would be the sound of peng-peng on the walls, doors, and windows. Red Ribbon Army of Damn, I must destroy you. Mia flicked the hand that carried the gun. The magazine flew down, and her other hand quickly filled the magazine. Father, Mother, Mia will definitely not let you die in vain. Mia's eyes are firm, she doesn't know the strength of the Red Ribbon Army, but no matter how strong she is, she must take revenge. She still remembers that afternoon of that year. A soldier broke into his home and took his mother away. Father stepped forward to resist and was shot and collapsed. Grandma took her when she was young and hid in the basement to escape safely. After many years, Mia was looking for the location of those soldiers, but they could not be found for 10 years. Even Mia gave up hope and took in her granddaughter grandfather Sun Wushan some years ago. Go to Sun Wuben's house to take over Sun Wu Dojo. But who would have thought that after returning to dojo, Mia saw a military cap from a special channel. This military cap has a red label with the English letter R written in 2 large letters. Seeing this hat, Mia's dying memory came to mind. That's right, the soldiers who broke into his house back then were wearing military caps with double R letters like this. But what kind of army wears such a hat? Mia couldn't find any information, but after tentatively asking herself about the cheap adopted younger brother at the North City important class attend school, she learned from the adopted younger brother. It turns out that it is the military cap of the Red Ribbon Army. Although the Red Ribbon Army in Sun Wuben's mouth is extremely terrifying, and even the power of the country cannot be wiped out, how can the enmity of the parents not be reported? Although the mother-in-law Mia treats Mia very well, although she already has a home, Mia still wants to find her real biological mother and save her. So Mia began to find the way of the Red Ribbon Army alone, as a trained thief to steal money. It was also because Mia wanted to arrange the family affairs earlier so that she could take revenge with peace of mind, and whether it was looking for the Red Ribbon Army or taking revenge. Money is always the more the better. However, didn't expect ran into Sun Wuben's hands without robbing the train a few times, and then Mia took a lot of caution in the robbery. It wasn't until Sun Wuben released a record to make a lot of money that Mia really had a lot of surplus in his hands. Money. Then Mia told Sun Wuben that she was going to train in the mountain forest, but in fact she had been looking for the Red Ribbon Army outside, and the training was barely maintained. After all, Mia has reached the power level of the human body, and no matter how serious it is in training, it will not make much progress. Instead of using this time to hit the impossible hope of breaking the human body realm gate, it is better to use it to find enemies. Under the influence of a large amount of money, Mia finally found the base of the Red Ribbon Army, so she had her actions this time. Chapter 27. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. PNG 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 PNG. Sparks flickered, and the bullet hit the wall in front of Mia. Mia frowned. When the continuous gunfire fell slightly and imperceptibly, he shot the body jumps like leopards, first flying upwards, and then he kicked the ceiling and flew into the midair. The gun with a muffler in his hand had exploded a series of bullets. Tweet, twee, twee. The gun did not fail, and in an instant, Peng Peng's gunshot was hoped to fall. Report Captain, the woman is too strong, we can't hold it, we request to use the artillery shell. In one corner, the soldier wearing the corporate logo was shouted to the phone. Bastard, who allowed you to use the artillery shell? The chattering machine roared loudly. No need for artillery shell? Captain, you mean, corporate trembling with fear confirmed. Are you deaf? Father say it several times. In an attic, a strange person with a pair of pointed ears is facing the silhouette in the display screen, roaring like thunder. You listen to the father, never use the artillery shell, no matter what you use, you must never destroy it. This castle, this white castle, is his favorite style created by Lil Colonel with all his hard work. Whoever breaks it, can you afford it? You can't afford it even if you chop 10 of your heads. This captain roared. He frowned his head again, and muttered in a low voice, from where did a mad woman burst out? This is bad. The walls of White Castle are afraid that there are more bullet holes. I hope they can be repaired, otherwise Lil Colonel will start to rush. Captain shuddered when he thought of Liar Colonel's terrifying. As you bid, I understood, never use artillery shell. The voice sounded again, but Captain, everyone can't hold it at all. If this continues, the loss will be too great. Bastard, a group of men let a lady down. Are you still the vicious Red Ribbon Army soldiers? Why don't you go home and have milk? You have to carry it if you can't hold it. Also, you brought that woman to Mecha. Go to the hall, use Mecha to deal with her, you know. I don't understand such a simple tactic, rice bucket. It's a bunch of rice buckets. Captain roared. As you bid. That corporate does not dare question superior's words. The Red Ribbon Army official that is one level higher can pressure a person to death. Superior does not need much reason to kill the people below. Soon Mia's journey became easier. Not long after, Mia kicked a door open, and the whole person rolled in, looking at the whole room at the same time. This is... Mia stunned. The tall steel city wall in front of me is obviously not right. Not good, it's Mecha. Mia's face changed. At this moment, the two-cylinder steel iron fist slammed her head sideways. Mia stood up, kicked with her feet on the ground, and jumped out vertically, while the gun in her hand was aimed at Mecha's joints for a series of shots. Clang 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 clang. I saw a string of sparks exploded where Mecha was shot, but Mecha's movement did not slow down at all. This bullet attack was like itching to it. Mecha's two-fist continued to smash at Mia, while a steel suo also shoots at Mia. This thing is not afraid of bullets at all. It seems that it needs to be replaced with rocket artillery, Mia suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger. The bursts out of her body exceeded the limit, and the silhouette speed shot forward increased again. Bang! It was the sound of two steel iron fist heads hitting together. If Mia hadn't just exploded supernormally, it might have been solidified. Mia could not dare let her fleshly body hit such a heavy iron fist. Too fast. How could this thing have such a fast movement? Mia's complexion was ugly. Two iron fist plus a steel cable that appeared and disappeared unpredictably chased her and hit her. Even if you breathe more, you can get caught, let alone change into rocket artillery, can only escape desperately. PNG PNG PNG. Loud noise rang out in the entire Mecha hall. Suddenly all the loud noise disappeared. At the foot of the steel Mecha, Mia was lying on the ground without moving. Did you die? This woman has gotten so many punches from Big Black Scorpion, I'm afraid she is dead. All around the people watching in the dark are staring at Mia at Mecha's feet, with horror in their eyes. Big Black Scorpion Mecha can smash through the steel plate with a single punch, but the offending woman is hit by Big Black Scorpion repeatedly, and she still supports it. Took 10 seconds to fall. Wrong. A soldier in the corner stared wide-eyed. The woman is still alive, and her chest is still rising and falling. The soldier raised his gun and aimed at the woman on the floor in the hall and pulled the trigger. Bang! A canopy sparks exploded. It was a huge steel hand that appeared in front of Mia, grabbing Mia's body in his hand, and at the same time a steel chain was shot out to bind Mia's body firmly, and then Mecha stepped forward. Walk towards the gate. Report to Staff Sergeant, that woman is not dead. The soldier in the corner closed his gun and reported to Staff Sergeant who was walking nearby. Just your sharp eyes. Staff Sergeant snorted coldly, looking at Mecha who took the woman away, with doubts in his eyes. At this moment in a room full of display screens, Captain was full of excitement. This lady's body, could it be made of steel? She was hit by Big Black Scorpion that many punches, and she was not dead yet. That's okay, Dr. Gero is developing a secret weapon that needs a powerful human body. Give the doctor a big reward. Maybe you can continuously level up 3 times. By then Lil Colonel doesn't dare to punish me for failing to protect White Castle. Haha, maybe I can be promoted to Billier. Colonel is all high, hey. Captain looked towards one of the display screens, and saw the building burst open. What's the matter again? Captain shouted. Report Captain, Son. Son, the voice resounded quickly, Son Goku on the wanted list is here. Son Goku. Captain's eyes stared like a light bulb, and his back trembled. As an army composed of a group of extremely evil men, the Red Ribbon Army has always done things without scruples. This time it is by fair means or foul in order to find the Dragon Ball to achieve the purpose of conquering the world. Murder and arson are completely common. Who knew there was a Dragon Ball in the hands of a little boy who looked as cute as Angel? No matter how innocent and cute the little boy looks, it is useless to the Red Ribbon Army. He still grabs him and kills you with one shot. But after this shot, I realized that this cute little angel turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. In order to get the Dragon Ball in the hands of Son Goku. These days the Red Ribbon Army can be described as the elite, but Son Goku is too powerful. Captain's position is fairly high, so he naturally knows a lot of secret information, and knows better than the soldiers outside how terrifying the Son Goku, which was awarded the second place on the World Martial Arts Tournament. Really, Son Goku? You didn't get it, Captain said, and suddenly a silhouette appeared on the scene. It was a brat with a leaf head, a red martial arts uniform, and a tail behind. See this silhouette? It's the evil star. The last trace of luck in Captain's heart also disappeared. Quick! Use the cannon, rocket artillery, no, use missile, don't use the shoulder-mounted type, use the most powerful one. Take out all the artillery barrage, don't think about saving ammunition, Captain roared again and again. Captain, this will damage White Castle. Didn't you say that? Idiot! Captain roared, is fate or White Castle important? That woman can compare with this evil star? Don't drag father, take out the best weapons, the most advanced weapons, all fire on that Son Goku, don't be afraid of breaking White Castle. By the way, the mecha team is all ready and ready to support. As you bid. Another place in Earth. This is a very simple and crude, even a little broken old house. The room is very small and can only accommodate a small bed and a desk. Sun Yueben stood in front of the desk and looked at the red brick-like regular message telephone on the desk. At the beginning, the call to Mia was simply no one answered, not even once, but one after another. No one answered for 2 consecutive days, and no answer. Sun Yueben sensed something was wrong. Sun Yueben even went back to his hometown and asked the maid who took care of his mother. Only then did he know that Mia would still call his mother at a fixed time, but Sun Yueben waited for Mia to call, but he directly replied and found that it was simply Mia. The set message. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that what Mia was doing must be extremely dangerous. With the help of the police officer, Sun Yueben found this place. Sun Yueben picked up a note while pressing a note on the timed answering machine and read it. Sun Yueben, my brother, when you read this letter, maybe I'm still alive, or maybe I've left this world. Looking at this letter, Sun Yuben's heart trembled, and he barely read the entire message. Sun Yueben slumped on the bedside. What should I do? Mia didn't write about where she went, who did she find revenge, and she has been there for so many days, so far there is no news. Sun Yuben's brains, which have always been easy to use, have been a little late for a while, and only feel confused. Sun Yueben has no other brother-sisters. In his heart, Mia is the older sister in the real family. Mr. Sun Yueben. The middle-aged police officer wearing a big cap next to him starts to talk. He can see that this famous song god now has 6 gods and no masters. As a police officer, he is naturally willing to help. Do you need my help? Mr. Sun. My sister may have gone to a very dangerous place. I am afraid there will be life in danger. Sun Yueben said. Where did she go? If I knew I wouldn't lose square inch like this. Sun Yueben husky his throat. I don't know where she is. This is very troublesome. Finding someone's whereabouts is not an easy task. Especially your older sister seems to be a powerful martial artist. The police officer also showed embarrassment, and find someone it also takes time. What should I do? Sun Yueben touched his chest, his heart tightening for a while. Could it be that after I lost my father and my mother fell ill, even the older sister, will be lost forever? The thought of Sun Yueben felt even more uncomfortable in his chest. By the way, others may be a little troublesome, but Mr. Sun Yueben, based on your wealth, you should still have some money. As long as you can afford to pay, you can, the police officer reminded, there is a way to have money to make ghosts. If you have a 70 to 80 million, you can find Sister Ling within 1 or 2 days. Really? Sun Yueben grabbed the middle-aged police officer's hand. I'm willing to pay as much as I can. If I can save my older sister, let alone 70 to 80 million, which is 7-8, I am also willing. Although Sun Yueben is not at all 100 million to 70 million deposits, but it does not matter. It's not easy to save people, said the middle-aged police officer. But it should still work if you know where people are now. I know someone who has a friend who is good at fortune teller, but fortune teller. You need to count 10 million at a time, so. Fortune teller. A divine light flashed through Sun Yueben's mind. Are you talking about fortune teller Baba? Fortune teller Baba in the desert? It turned out to be her, that's right. Sun Yueben screamed. You know. The middle-aged police officer was surprised. Fortune teller Baba is not everyone who knows it. Even if he has heard of it, he just treats it as a legend. Moreover, because of his position, he came to know such a legendary by chance. God is real and alive. I know it naturally. Sun Yueben strode out of the house and dropped his body jumps onto the roof of a house in the distance. After another vertical, the silhouette disappeared. The middle-aged police officer only felt that he saw a flash and lost his trace of Sun Yueben. This. The middle-aged police officer is stunned. This is the real ability of martial artist. The middle-aged police officer stared, had a feeling in his heart that even with a machine gun, he couldn't hit such a person. He came for a long time regaining composure. No, I have seen a lot of the most peak martial artists, but, due to their position, the middle-aged police officer knows many top martial artists. Genius world is really hard to understand. The middle-aged police officer shakes one's head and walks to his police plane. Chapter 28. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Mia woke up in an armored car leisurely, and then she saw a picture that would last her life, even death. Bang! 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 The artillery barrage shook the sky, the 10,000 volley fire in White Castle, countless machine guns spit out long tongues of fire, and an airplane ejected fiery sparks. A silhouette traverses in the 10,000 artillery barrage, one after another artillery shell is either knocked into the air by his fist, or directly flashed by him, or even kicked back. After the ordinary artillery shell, there is the huge missile, and the small missile is followed by the large missile. But in the endless fireworks, you can always see that silhouette flash from time to time. Artillery barrage is useless. Rocket is useless. Missile, large missile, or even larger ones are useless. The machine gun bullet hit him as if hit a steel ingot, only the bullets flew around. The entire White Castle was unharmed when she attacked. The White Castle, which has not been damaged except for a few more bullet holes, is now a ruined wall. Obviously, these all are Red Ribbon Army and this silhouette caused by the battle. Is this real? Suddenly Mia remembered the bull that her younger brother Sun Yueben, who likes boosting, blew to her. About 300 years ago, our world produced a super evil terrifying great demon king Piccolo. Piccolo is extremely powerful, no matter how many troops, no matter how powerful weapons, they cannot defeat him. As long as power level reach a certain level, you can completely ignore all hot weapons on this planet, artillery shell, rocket, missile can ignore or kick back. The strength of martial arts is far beyond your imagination, Sister Mia, Don't believe it. Our training martial arts failed even the first stage, so it is very weak. As long as you cross that gate, you will be able to leap into the ocean. The sky is flying. The promotion of power level is geometrically multiplied. A truly qualified martial artist can destroy the stars and the world with just one gesture. It is not difficult to reach the power level that can kick missile from flying shots as a ball. With my guidance, 3 years should be fine. Every sentence that Mia used to be a pleasure in the past came to her mind. What Wu Ben said, although he is bossing, there are people who reach that level in this world, at least this child. Mia looked at the silhouette of the fighting in artillery barrage, with black hair on the leaves, orange-red clothes, with a stick, sitting on a yellow flower that looks like a child of a cloud spaceship. Who is this child? Mia asked in her heart. Suddenly, her pupils shrank and saw a large piece of steel giant forming a dense mass rising from the corner of White Castle. It's armored squadron. These armored squadrons are all going to attack the child. Mia's heart suddenly mentioned, this kind of mecha is exactly the kind of to deal with her before. She couldn't deal with even one, and almost died. Now a troop is attacking the child. Can this child carry it? Run! Mia yelled in a hoarse voice, but after a while, her eyes widened again. I saw the child break into the mecha group. PNG 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 PNG. A punch, a kick, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No, these steel mechas are not even a sheep to the child. They are simply papery. With a wave of the little fist, the steel mecha was punched through. A kick out. If you use explosive force, it's okay. It's just a mecha that was kicked exploded. The thrust is available, and you can see that mecha flies out sharply, hitting 10 mecha all the way. 10 mechas all hit flying and crashed. In just a short time, the entire armored squadron lost nearly 100 mecha. Escape! I have to run away. The voice resounded. I saw the big person next to Mia trembling, as if he had seen a ghost, muttering to oneself, no wonder the people above went crazy when they saw this child. Just like to take out all the armed forces to attack. Is this still a human? Run away, run away. Fortunately, the order I accepted is to send this woman away. This big person started the armored car and fled away under the cover of war, and soon disappeared into the distance. Yellow sand surging. There is an oasis in this desert. At this time, the largest in the oasis, a place in a huge palace that is as luxurious as the king's mansion, the handsome youngster is laughingly said to an old woman. Can you please help me, fortune teller? Where is my older sister Mia now? Sun Yuben said respectfully. Fortune teller Baba. As the older sister of Master Rashi, she is an old woman who wears a black wizard hat with a tall pointy point and a wide brim all year round. Although her appearance is ugly, she has the future and freedom of fortune teller. The ability to travel through the yin world of the living. In the original Dragon Ball world, Z Fighter Reason Y was able to grow to that extent. Earth survived several times. This old woman has played a role that others cannot replace. Sun Yuben does not dare despise such people. And the black-clothed pink-hair old woman in front of me is not much different from the fortune teller Baba that Sun Yuben saw on TV. It just has a very mysterious and weird key that makes sense feel uncomfortable for some reason. N. Fortune teller Baba watched Sun Yuben's expression suddenly moved, with surprise in his eyes. Young fellow, depending on your age, heavenly I should have disappeared a long time ago. How can you still sense the yin qi on my body? Do you have my training aptitude? Fortune teller Baba's wrinkled eyes are shiny looking at Sun Yuben. It was like a long-time hungry woman seeing a handsome guy. Sun Yuben's hands trembled and laughed. Fortune teller Baba laughed. I have achieved flawless body in martial arts training. Flawless body. Fortune teller Baba sneered at the corner of his mouth. Training martial arts in the world, who doesn't call yourself a flawless body? Hey! Are you really? Impossible, impossible. My flawless body is the real flawless body. I have opened the human body realm gate and reached the point where it can be baby. Sun Yuben laughingly said, children can see the world that adults can't see, such as other the ghost of world. Sun Yuben training has really opened the realm gate and reached the real flawless body. In fact, the physical fitness is no less than that of a normal child, so he is extremely sensitive to yin qi on the fortune teller Baba. This point Sun Yuben thinks a little bit I understand. Is that the case? Fortune teller Baba obviously didn't believe it. She squinted at Sun Yuben as if thinking about something. Fortune teller Baba, please help me fortune teller about the current situation of my older sister Mia. She may be very dangerous. I must save her in time. Sun Yuben begged. Oh. Fortune teller Baba nodded, and then his face was serious, with a hoarse voice with a hint of excitement. Is there enough money? Remember, 10 million, no less. Bring it. Sun Yuben even took out the card containing 10 million and handed it over. Fortune teller Baba was very clear about the money saving Sun Yuben. Good, very good. As soon as fortune teller Baba's eyes fell on the card, his eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. This is indeed a 10 million card. Your young fellow is very understanding. Mother-in-law is more and more fond of you. By the way, you really don't consider being my discipline? Following her mother-in-law, I can be immortality in training and can travel to other world at will world of the living, take the dead to the world of the living, take the living to the other world, fortune teller Baba babbled. Sun Yuben is anxious. The world's strongest of Dragon Ball is still the top martial artist, and the others are clouds. The same is true of fortune teller Baba's ability. Sun Yuben doesn't want to waste time on this. My life ambition is in martial arts, and I don't want to learn anything else. I also asked my mother-in-law to help me fortune teller. It's too late, I'm afraid I won't be able to save my older sister. Sun Yuben said. Unable to tell good from bad, forget it, I'll do fortune teller for you. Fortune teller Baba said with a hoarse throat, and then opened his hands like chicken feet to face the huge crystal that can hold her whole person. Ball recites the incantation. Number at percent yuan at. There was a headache of voice resounded, and an image was displayed on the crystal ball. It was a house full of glass jars, intubation tubes, and machinery. There was a table a bit like a recovery cabin in one place on the table. With a tall girl. The girl was firmly handcuffed by many metal robotic arms from hand to toe, and she even wore a red strange helmet covering half of her face on her head. She looked very ugly. Sister Mia. Sun Yuben yelled. Mia's figure and temperament, even Sun Yuben could recognize only half of his shoulder. It's Sister Mia. Sister Mia this is. Sun Yuben's tears almost came out. Mia on the stage seemed to be dead, without a trace of movement, and there were even some pipes stuck in his body. And in the all-around scene, how could Sun Yuben, a top student in North City, fail to recognize it? This is exactly a laboratory of top scientist. Obviously, I don't know who treats Mia as a guinea pig for experimentation. Young fellow, howling, this girl is not dead. Fortune teller Baba snorted, holding his chin seemed to be thinking about something. Fortune teller Baba, where is she? Let's see, and at, asterisk yuan number and yuan at yuan percent. Hey, it turns out that this girl doll was captured by the Red Ribbon Army. She is now in Dr. Jero's laboratory and can be seen by Dr. Jero. This girl doll is not simple, young fellow, I give you the map, I don't care if you can save her to see yourself. Fortune teller Baba said a few words of incantation, and the picture in the immediately crystal ball began to change. Sun Yuben remembered the pictures in crystal ball for a short time. Mother, it's okay. Sun Yuben said. Young fellow, let me tell you the good news for free. A powerful martial artist named Sun Goku may find your older sister. Sun Goku. Sun Yuben was happy, but worried. Okay, I've finished your business. Don't hurry up. Fortune teller Baba said hoarsely, his tone extremely impatient. Fortune teller Baba, thank you for your help. After saving my older sister, I still want to fortune teller about my mother's illness. The first time fortune teller 10 million, the second time I have to win the 2 experts I hired. Fortune teller Baba tone ice cold. I am willing to pay. Sun Muben connected. The 5 experts hired by fortune teller Baba are not only outrageous, but the most terrifying thing is that some people have special abilities, which are extremely strange, especially the Devilman. Sun Muben is now capable, not confident to take over his Devil Might Beam. Others can, impossible. Fortune teller Baba rolled his eyes. Why? Sun Muben stared. It's no reason, I just like you. Fortune teller Baba grinned, showing a hoarse and weird laugh with her big yellow teeth. Her received disciples has very high requirements for aptitude, and Sun Muben is a rare favorite for her. There are enough people with aptitude, so fortune teller Baba rarely moved the mind of received disciples, but Sun Muben didn't seem to be on the road. Fancy me. Sun Muben got goosebumps all over his body turned into a plume of smoke and disappeared into the distance. So fast. Fortune teller Baba's eyes rounded, looking at the direction of Sun Muben's disappearance, and half-genius grinned, good young fellow, martial arts training is really not bad. Old woman looked down on him. Chapter 29. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. World of Ice and Snow, Biting Cold Wind. Area 8784 is a place where humans rarely live because the temperature is below zero throughout the year. This is the most secret base camp of the Red Ribbon Army, and the research base of Dr. Gero is also here. Arrived. Sun Muben stood behind a huge boulder, looking at the continuous fortress in the canyon ahead. This place is really hidden. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army can still live so moisturized under the encirclement and suppression of the regular army. It's time to start, Sister Mia, I hope you can hold on. Sun Muben mentioned the mountain-like package behind him, quickly sneaked towards the fortress. Sun Muben, this is to save people. Naturally, it is impossible to attack directly like Son Goku to deal with Red Ribbon Army. Under the cover of night, I saw Sun Muben's silhouette disappear after a few vertical jumps, in the blink of an eye. The night passed, the fortress in the canyon remained calm until... Bang! Suddenly there was loud noise, the firelight illuminates the whole sky, and a huge mushroom cloud surged. Then... Bang! Bang! Every once in a while there is a burst of the earth shook and the mountain quivered. 2. Several dozen li in the south of the canyon, in the outer sky, a yellow cloud is flying sharply with a beeping sound. On the cloud sits cross-legged a little boy wrapped in a cotton-padded coat. The little boy is holding a pergola towards the distance. Look around. The Red Ribbon Army is too hateful, I must not let them go, and they also snatched the other 2 Dragon Balls. Hey, that is, Son Goku turned his head and looked towards the far left front, where there was a huge flower. The mushroom cloud is slowly dispersing. How can Son Goku, who has been fighting for a long time, fail to recognize this situation? It's a big bang. Is that the base of the Red Ribbon Army? Son Goku eyes shined. He has been looking for this Red Ribbon Army headquarters for a long time. Flying Nimbus, let's start with full strength. Son Goku pointed to the direction of the mushroom cloud. The speed of the yellow flying nimbus under him immediately increased sharply, shooting towards the direction of the fire and the mushroom cloud. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters, a room full of screens. This is the highest level headquarters control room of the Red Ribbon Army. There are no more than 10 people who can enter this room. There are only 2 people in the room at this time. One is a tall black man like an iron pagoda, a black robust man. Robust man's eyes flashed with cold blood, but when he glanced over the other person in the room, his eyes instantly became respectful. It was a red-haired, one-eyed middle-aged man with a very short stature. Damn! One-eyed man holds a cigar between one finger, and pats his other hand fiercely on the table in front of him, said coldly, "Who can tell me who is attacking headquarters?" "Martial Rider, is it Son Goku?" Tall black man Black said respectfully. Martial Rider, also known as Marshal Black, is the founder of the entire Red Ribbon Army, the highest commander of the entire Red Ribbon Army, and the object of Black's allegiance and imitation. Impossible, the Dragon Ball radar shows that Son Goku is still 10 miles away. And now the enemy has entered the castle. The one-eyed Martial Rider sounded like ice, and his eyes flashed fiercely. "The man just destroyed base station number 86, I must have arrived at station number 87 now, open for me, fire full strength, use our missile to raise base station number 87 to the ground." Ah! Black's face was surprised. Martial Rider was doing this to destroy the enemy, and he planned to stop bombing himself. Immediately Black reacted, and the inexplicable enemy destroyed 20 or so base stations without even showing his face, which was more terrifying than an enemy like Son Goku who only knew about Rampage. Martial is a good idea. Black's eyes flashed with devouring radiance. These grandsons, each and every are useless. Since they can't guard the enemy, it's better to go to hell. Two people gave the order, and then... bang! Missile was launched. Base station number 87 burst into the sky with a mushroom cloud. After a while, the mushroom cloud dissipated. Only one huge pit remained at base station number 87, which originally had a complex of buildings. The Red Ribbon Army inside, including the buildings, turned into dust. No matter where you are divine, you have to turn into dust under this gun. Rider grinned at base 87 where there was only one big hole left on the screen. Martial Rider is still good at it. Black also laughed. This person is also a talent. If it weren't for Son Goku, the magic star is coming, we wouldn't take action. Hey, Rider was coldly snorted, and his heart was so angry that even the enemy was ruined without knowing who it was. Base station. By the way, Son Goku is flying towards here, so that everyone is ready to fight, be sure to do one hit kill, Martial Rider calmly issued the order, just at this moment. Bang! The earth shook and the mountain quivered for a while. What happened? Both Rider and Black felt bad, and then they saw a pitting flicker on the screen, and all the images disappeared. Why is the screen missing? This is the surveillance system made by Dr. Gero. Rider complexion was ugly, he grabbed the microphone on the side of the phone and was about to talk. Pang! There was another loud noise, and the entire castle vibrated again, and then the entire world turned into pitch black, and all the lights in the entire control room disappeared this time. Both Rider and Black stunned. At this time. Bang! 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 The voice kept ringing. Bastard! Rider both shocked and angry, what's the matter? At this time the outer base. Base 88 exploded, Base 89 exploded, Base 90 exploded. In a corridor in the central region, a silhouette appeared silently, only to see this person with a beautiful black hair, walking in the corridor with a huge mountain wrapped around his back. Worthily is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Muben sighed in his heart, but the spirit mentioned the extreme. The Red Ribbon Army, each and every base station exploded, the communication line was abnormal, and even the final circuit was destroyed. Naturally everything was Sun Muben's handwriting. As the Red Ribbon Army that made the regular army become terror-stricken at the news, its strength is not insignificant, and because it has recruited gifted scientists like Dr. Gero, it seems that it also has good scientific and technological strength, but the establishment time is too short. The background and accumulation are far from enough. Drive. Gero is capable, but there are too many things for him to study: androids, robot, mecha person, peaks guns, missile, armored machines. If you can take care of this one, you can't take care of the other, plus this time look for Dragon Ball and Son Goku, the child of destiny of Dragon Ball world. Opposing child of destiny, it's not a joke. Mercenary Tao is great, right? Tongue can kill Son Goku, but what the result is, I didn't say anything about it and became Son Goku. Therefore, the Red Ribbon Army's top experts have endless levels. Obviously every time they win, they are overturned by Son Goku again and again. Family property is also consumed time and time again. When Sun Wuben sneaks into headquarters, the protection power here is no longer enough. Red Ribbon Army at 50% of the peak period. Of course this is enough. With such power, almost no one can sneak in quietly, including Son Goku. But don't forget that Sun Wuben is a top student in North City, standing at the same level as Bulma. Bulma is scientifically powerful as you can well imagine. Dr. Gero may have the upper hand against her now, but it is hard to say against her in the future. Although Sun Wuben is not as good as Bulma, it is not a direct technological battle with Dr. Gero. In addition, Sun Wuben's martial arts training is now in the ranks of whole Earth. Except for the few people who can count with their fingers, almost he is the strongest. Therefore, the surveillance technology of the Red Ribbon Army, which dominates the world, turned into a pile of broken copper and iron with Sun Wuben's skillful hands. It did not play its role at all, and the army soldier who prevented mosquitoes from flying in was in Sun Wuben became blind and deaf by the means of martial arts expert. Of course, the technological facilities and army of the fort are not completely furnished, so Sun Wuben has only cut off the main power and communication facilities of the entire fort until now. Follow the fortune teller Baba crystal screen and walk through this row of buildings, and you will arrive at Dr. Gero's laboratory. This should be the most closely guarded place in the entire fortress. Sun Wuben's movement was more cautious, and his feet were like feathers without any sound. There was also silence around, without any sound. That's right, Sun Wuben can quietly dismantle the powerful defense of the Red Ribbon Army, and one more important thing is the crystal picture of fortune teller Baba. Although fortune teller Baba loves money, as long as the money is enough, things can be done beautifully. When Sun Wuben was shown the location of Mia, various angles, perspectives, close UPS, 360-degree views in the crystal were shown to Sun Wuben. The fortress, especially the location of Dr. Gero, is revealed. When Sun Wuben dived to Dr. Gero laboratory, the yellow flying nimbus finally flew over the canyon where the fortress was located. What? On the flying nimbus, Son Goku stared at the horror below. Chapter 30. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. At this time, the Red Ribbon Fortress is floating with densely packed military planes, and below is a ruined wall. Obviously you can see huge pits each and every. These pits are naturally known by Son Goku's current experience that missile exploded, and just when Son Goku stared. Bang! The blazing white light flickered in the world shaking, and a huge mushroom cloud surged in a well-kept area of the fortress. What's the matter with the Red Ribbon Army? Son Goku stared. In this situation, it was obvious that the Red Ribbon Army was attacked, but who was attacking the Red Ribbon Army? Who has this ability? This damage is no worse than his son Goku take action. If it is a large force, impossible even the silhouette cannot be seen. Bang! Bang! The artillery barrage, hiding the sky and covering the earth, shoots at Son Goku simultaneously, and at the same time it is mixed with machine gun bullets. The command to prepare for the war and welcome Son Goku was issued before the communication was cut off. Even without this command, the obvious outsider, Son Goku, would also be attacked when he came to the fortress of the Red Ribbon Army. Still so hateful. Son Goku drew out the power pole on his back to fight against him. In the corridor leading to Dr. Gero. This sound, 10,000 volley fire, Red Ribbon Army, what is this doing? Sun Wuben was close to the window, his gaze just swept up to the sky, then his eyes widened, 4 all directions fired, what are they attacking? Sun Muben didn't continue going down. He was not Son Goku, nor did he have flying nimbus or power pole, and exposing the true body was not good for saving people. This kind of attack seems to have no target. Is it crazy, or the Red Ribbon Army's sudden random attack disrupted Sun Muben's plan? He didn't think about the purpose of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Muben always felt uneasy. At this moment a red silhouette flashed across the sky, and then a yellow cloud. So that's how it is, Son Goku, a young fellow who came, made me worried in vain. Sun Muben left the window and quickly moved towards Dr. Gero's residence. Son Goku is here too. Dr. Gero is afraid to move the location, I hope it's still too late. The original within Dragon Ball Son Goku seems to have destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. In fact, Dr. Gero escaped and made use of the remaining resources of the Red Ribbon Army to make androids. In Universe Saga, it gave Son Goku and other Z fighters it brought a lot of trouble. Son Goku himself was killed by the battle due to androids. Sun Muben is most afraid of Dr. Gero. Scared witless want to run because of the arrival of Son Goku, thus killing Mia or taking Mia away. No, I have to speed up. Thinking of the result that Dr. Gero was frightened by Son Goku and fleeing, Sun Muben no longer cared about cautious and solemn. He didn't want to force a defensive plan. He kicked his feet on the ground and shot out like an artillery shell. PNG 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 bang! There was a huge noise in the aisle, and soon he reached a door. Sun Muben drew the sword in the take action. After opening the door slightly, his whole body shot in through the gap of the opened door. The crystal screen shows that there should be 8 top experts here. And their positions are, the body moved towards an angle and the gun moved towards the position in his mind. Choo choo choo. The gunshot sounded, Sun Muben's gaze swept all around, and then the movement with the gun button in his hand stopped. I saw all around empty, and there was no one in the place where there should be people. Could it be that people have left because of changes outside, but this is where Dr. Gero is doing experiments? Sun Muben's thoughts turned sharply, but his body rushed forward without any pause. At this moment, even if the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den were in front of him, he could pass through at the fastest speed. PNG 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 PNG. Sun Muben rushed all the way. Even when he encountered the key defense area shown in the crystal screen, he broke into directly without any pause, but the first key protection area was empty, the second place was still, and the third place was still empty. Gradually, Sun Muben's heart became extremely bad. In such a situation, there is only one possibility, the possibility that Sun Muben is least willing to think about. Bang! Sun Muben kicked open the last protected door and rolled into it. With his gaze swept away, his heart became colder, and this last place was still unprotected. We have reached the entrance of Dr. Gero's laboratory and there is still no protection. Sun Muben's gloomy face struck out the front door with a sword, then kicked it open, his eyes shot into the door, and the pupils shrank even more. Empty. This is an empty house. Except for the 4-walled wall, there are no chairs, not to mention the various complicated experimental machinery in the original crystal picture. The worst is happening. Sun Muben's head stopped thinking for almost an instant. At this time, if someone from the Red Ribbon Army finds Sun Muben, even the most trash inferior soldier can do so as long as he has a gun made by Dr. Gero enough to damage Sun Muben. Killed Sun Muben. Bang! A missile fell not far away and exploded. The strong air wave threw Sun Muben out and hit the wall. Damn! Sun Muben woke up. Mia may not be dead yet. Dr. Gero may have taken her away. As long as you find Dr. Gero's new hiding place, you will definitely be able to rescue the older sister. Sun Muben rushed out of the building. I remember that direction. This is where the important character of this fortress lives. Where Dr. Gero is going, ordinary Red Ribbon Army soldiers impossible to know, only the real high level can know. One after another bomb exploded next to Sun Yueben. It was the artillery shell that Sun Goku kicked back in the air. Any of these bombs exploded and killed Sun Yueben when he went to the martial arts tournament, but at this time, Sun Yueben just avoided the exploded central region will do. However, because this path leads to the senior level of the Red Ribbon Army, and Sun Yueben no longer hides the silhouette, so along the way, he encounters the Red Ribbon Army who fired at him from time to time. Bang! A huge big black scorpion mecha rushed towards Sun Yueben with an iron fist. Get lost! Sun Yueben flew out, and the big black scorpion mecha, who easily tortured Mia half to death, couldn't keep up with Sun Yueben's speed at all. His arm fell to the ground, and Sun Yueben's silhouette had rushed past mecha and disappeared in another building. What kind of expert is this? The operator who fell half-deadly in mecha stared. He looked all around. He couldn't find the person who attacked him before, and then looked to the sky. Only a touch of red and yellow appeared occasionally. It was Sun who was fighting against Legion. Goku and his flying Nimbus. Then Son Goku is simply a devil. The one that just appeared is also a devil. No, the Red Ribbon Army is too dangerous. I'll go back to my hometown. Mecha, who was trembling with fear, was manipulating Mecha who could go away secretly. Not only him, but many clever Red Ribbon Army troops have also had a feeling that the Red Ribbon Army is probably going to die, so everyone from low-level soldiers to high-level soldiers began to flee. The defeat is like a mountain. Almost a few times, the artillery shell and machine gun sound faded, and then disappeared. Over the entire canyon, the few military planes that could still fly fled madly in all directions. The few cars, motorcycles, armors, and even mecha on the ground also fled towards the distance. But Son Goku not at all stopped fighting, and a super mecha that was several times larger than the mecha he had seen before came to Son Goku. At this time, Sun Yueben also kicked the door of headquarters. In the main control room, a red-haired middle-aged man wearing a black cloth blindfold was lying on the ground staring at a one-eyed man. Sun Yueben, who has seen Dragon Ball, naturally knows who this red-haired one-eyed person is. Martial Rider is dead. The supreme leader of the Red Ribbon Army, the true creator of Legion is dead. Sun Yueben saw that there was no other empty control room except the outside body of the rider corpse, and his face was as dark clouds. Undoubtedly, the Red Ribbon Army, like in the original work, had internal strife at the last moment. Martial Rider's subordinate number 1 person, the most loyal lackey, Staff Officer Black, learned that Rider was not looking for Dragon Ball to conquer the world, but to make Martial Rider's pudgy figure grow as tall as Black, and felt humiliated. Picking up the gun and crashing Martial Rider. Looking at this situation, Rider died not long ago. So, the super mecha who fought with Son Goku outside was driven by Staff Officer Black. Not good. Black is not Son Goku's opponent at all, and will be killed soon. I have to hurry. Sun Yueben rushed out of the main control room, a few vertical jumps to the roof, and then saw this scene. Kamehameha! Sun Yueben put his hands on his waist in the air, and 4 words roared from his mouth. A blazing white light shot out from both of his hands, and he instantly shot that super mecha that was bigger than any mecha, and it was the only one. Mecha who was still here to fight Son Goku was beaten. Pang! A beautiful fireworks exploded in the air. Chapter 31. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Black is dead too. Sun Yueben stretched out his hand and took an orange-yellow radiance shot from the center of the explosion. The radiance disappeared. Sun Yueben looked blankly at the palm of his hand. It was a glass bead, and the orange-yellow bead had 5 red corners in the center. Star. Rider is dead and Black is dead. The 2 highest commander-in-chiefs of the Red Ribbon Army are dead. Who else knows where Dr. Gero is hiding? Sun Yueben put the Dragon Ball in his pocket and then jumped off the roof and rushed towards a small soldier who had not had time to leave. Say, where did Dr. Gero go? No, don't know. Pang! The soldier's head burst open, and Sun Yueben rushed to the next person he was looking at. Where is Dr. Gero? Uncle, small, little don't know. Please uncle. Then go to hell. One after another remaining Red Ribbon Army soldiers died in the hands of Sun Yueben, until in the end there were no other people here, or some of them hid in places that Sun Yueben could not find, but Dr. Gero's hiding place was still not asked. Hey! Voice resounded. I saw a yellow cloud flying from the sky and stopping in front of Sun Yueben. It turned out to be you, Sun Yueben. Sun Goku was very happy, but the next second, his face became vigilant, and he pulled out the power pole from his back. Sun Yueben, why are you also in the Red Ribbon Army? Are you also red? People from the Ribbon Army. Sun Yueben complexion was ugly. If there is no Sun Goku, Dr. Gero would not be scared witless to escape ahead of time, but can you blame Sun Goku for this? Besides, watching Dragon Ball in previous life, Sun Yuben's favorite person is Sun Goku. Sun Goku, it's you. Sun Yuben gave an ugly smile. I am not from the Red Ribbon Army, but my older sister has disappeared. From Fortune Teller Baba, I know that she was taken away by Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army. I came here to save people. It's just that Dr. Gero is gone. Sun Goku's collapsed body relaxed. He knew the evil of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Yueben said. Sun Goku didn't doubt it. Sun Yueben, if you find the location of Dr. Gero, I can help you save your older sister. Sun Goku still has a good impression of Sun Yueben. Since Sun Yueben is not a member of the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Goku is happy again. Get up, after all, it's rare to meet people you know in such a place. I'm afraid it's not easy. Fortune Teller Baba is able to go to Dr. Gero's location, but she has already done fortune teller for me once, and she seems to make things difficult for me deliberately, asking her to help fortune teller unless she has beaten her 5 warriors, but she the subordinate warrior has some strange abilities, which I can't deal with. Sun Yueben said. Are those warriors very strong? Sun Goku, the battle maniac's eyes brightened. He squeezed the power pole in his hand and said excitedly, well, I'll help you defeat those warriors. You? Sun Yueben hesitated. According to the Dragon Ball original plot, after Sun Goku got the 6th Dragon Ball, he couldn't use radar to show the location of the last Dragon Ball. He suspected that the radar was broken and he wanted to find Bulma. But Bulma was also flying a plane at the time, carrying Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Oolong, Puer here. Trying to persuade or rescue Sun Goku, who broke into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, so Sun Goku just flew out on the flying Nimbus. The Kenyan encountered Bulma and others. After Bulma went to Kame House to find tools and repaired the radar, he found that the radar still could not display the last Dragon Ball. So Master Roshi proposed to find the location of the Fortune Teller Baba Fortune Teller Dragon Ball. Sun Goku naturally did not have 10 million. So in the end, it was a battle with the 5 warriors of Fortune Teller Baba, and Fortune Teller Baba helped. Sun Yueben. Sun Goku thought that Sun Yueben was afraid that he was too weak to help. He patted his chest and shouted, I am very strong now, more than twice as strong as in the martial arts tournament. Sun Goten, you don't have to worry about me. Sun Yueben corner of the mouth twitch. Sun Goku's power level, no one in this world, Sun Yueben knows, the martial arts tournament was only 48, but just a few days ago, after a narrow escape from Mercenary Tao, to climb up Korin Tower jumped from 50-60's power level to nearly 3 in just 140 days. In addition, Sun Goku, unlike Sun Yueben, has a complex mind and an innocent and selfless innocence, which just restrains the ability of Fortune Teller Baba subordinate Devil Warrior, so others can't win Fortune Teller Baba subordinate warrior without 500 to 600 power level, but Sun Goku can. I'm not worried about you, just watching you destroy the Red Ribbon Army's fortress like this, even if Palak is driving the super mecha and destroying it in your hands, you know that your level is now as high as the unfathomable realm. Sun Muben said. It's not all I destroyed here. Sun Goku smiled shyly when he said here, with doubts in his eyes, I don't know who it is. The fortress almost collapsed before I came. Strange, who is that person? Is it old grandfather Jackie Chun? He touched his head and showed a thoughtful look. When fighting with the Red Ribbon Army before, the artillery shell flew around and bullets kept hitting Son Goku. Later, it was Mecha and Son Goku. Not thinking about paying attention to others. After the battle was over, I was eager to find the Dragon Ball that flew out after the explosion of the Super Mecha. It wasn't until I found a Dragon Ball just now that I found Sun Muben standing here dazed, and then flew over excitedly on the flying Nimbus. Although Son Goku discovered Sun Muben's every move, his skills seemed to be very good, but he was not yet surprised by Son Goku, and Son Goku remembered what Master Roshi said at the preliminaries competition that night. Sun Muben is different from you. You have strong potential, while Sun Muben is pure earthling bloodline, which has no potential. Compared with Goku and Krillin, this pure earthling is like an ant. No matter how training is, it is only powerful. Ants. Although Son Goku is naive, his memorability is good, especially related to martial arts. If Master Roshi is on martial arts, Son Goku is still very convinced, otherwise he won't have the achievements he has now. In fact, this is true. In the long history of Earth, I have never seen a pure Asian who has stepped through the threshold. Sun Muben, do you really want me to help? Son Goku asked. I'm afraid you can't help, by the way. Sun Muben suddenly eyes shined, Son Goku, you can indeed help me, but instead of helping with the warrior hand-to-hand combat with Fortune Teller Baba, you can go to Fortune Teller in your own name. Baba Fortune Teller Baba Fortune Teller normally charges 10 million at a time. I have a card with 10 million. You take this card to find Fortune Teller Baba Fortune Teller. Don't ask her to help find my older sister. Said to find Dr. Gero's hiding place to destroy the last force of the Red Ribbon Army. He said and handed a bank card. Can't you hand-to-hand combat with those warriors? I think hand-to-hand combat with them is better. There was a trace of regret on Son Goku's face, and he immediately took the card and looked at the pattern on it curiously. Son Goku never carried any money on his body. It was completely exaggerated to throw 10 million on Sun Muben. Without a hint of concept, he glanced at the card twice and threw it into the baggage, obviously not paying too much attention to it. Why can't I say that I am looking for your older sister? Son Goku thought of Sun Muben's words just now, and couldn't help but wonder. Fortune Teller Baba is very savvy. She doesn't want to help me easily and knows that I am looking for my older sister. If you let her know that you are looking for someone for me, she will definitely not help. And my older sister should be in Dr. Gero's hands. Finding Dr. Gero is equivalent to finding my older sister. Sun Muben explained. It's really hard to understand. Son Goku touched his head, then took out a pie from his chest. Sun Muben, wait, I have to collect the Dragon Ball first. This is the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma. Sun Muben looked at the pie, said with a smile, you don't have to look for it. Another Dragon Ball from the Red Ribbon Army is here with me. You defeated the last one. Super Mecha, it flew out of the fire when it exploded, so I took it away. As he took out the Dragon Ball in his arms, Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he looked at Sun Muben. Sun Muben, this Dragon Ball, can you give it to me? Son Goku, if you don't need this Dragon Ball in a hurry, I want to use it to create the Dragon Ball's radar first, and then give it to you when it is used up. It may take a long time. Ah, this can't work. Son Goku was anxious. Sun Muben, Dragon Ball radar, I ask Bulma to make one for you, or I can lend you the radar after I use it up. Do you need this Dragon Ball in such a hurry? Sun Muben frowned. He naturally understood what Son Goku wanted to gather the Dragon Balls to do. It was nothing more than the father of Guardian Upa of Summon Shenron resurrect Korin Tower. Sun Wuben didn't believe this. I can persuade Son Goku. N. Son Goku slammed his nods. Sun Wuben, Dragon Ball Radar, I will definitely help you find what Bulma wants, don't worry. Okay. Sun Wuben reluctantly gave the Dragon Ball to Son Goku, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down a phone number. Son Goku, this is my mobile phone number. You asked about where Dr. Gero was hiding. You can find me by calling this phone. Phone. Son Goku touched his head, looking blank. Sun Wuben was speechless. The phone is used for long-distance communication. Just like this watch in my hand, it is the most advanced phone, like this I can, Sun Wuben even explained to Son Goku. When Son Goku finally revealed that he understood when expressing, Sun Wuben threw his capsule plane. Son Goku, I'm leaving first, everything is troublesome for you. Sun Wuben boarded the plane, and the silver-white plane quickly rose into the sky. Sun Wuben big brother seems to be stronger than last time. Son Goku flickered as he watched Sun Wuben's departure. What a weird big brother. Son Goku murmured again, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and pressed the button on it with his fingers. Only the last Dragon Ball radar is left. Hey, there is no display. Is the Dragon Ball radar broken again? It's really troublesome. Isn't Bulma's craftsmanship not good? The radar mate is always broken. Forget it, go to Bulma. Repair. Son Goku muttered and jumped onto the flying Nimbus fly into the sky. Chapter 32. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sun Wudocho, the tall and sunny youngster walks into the inner courtyard. Young Master Wuben, you are back. Aunt Lin, how is my mother? Is there a special phone call? If it's okay, go and rest. Sun Wuben walked into the mother's room, turned off the music in the room, and walked to the mother nourishment cabin. Mother, you will never believe it, I actually got a 7-star Dragon Ball today. Sun Wuben was talking to mother and gave her a massage before throwing out the capsule and releasing his own. Recovery cabin, lay in. Son Goku should go to Fortenteller Baba within these 2 days. Dr. Gero's last hidden base is definitely not simple. I can't gutter and overturn the boat. I should take advantage of these 2 days to promote my strength to the next level. Sun Wuben thought, relaxing his body and mind, then put his hands on his chest. To get a big promotion in just 2 days, the best way is to train Qi. Qi, vulgarity is energy. But after Sun Wuben took over the Dragon Ball plot, he understood that the so-called Qi is more than just energy. Mastering, or comprehend Qi or not, is a real dividing ridge in Dragon Ball world. It can even be said that it is immortal and mortal, the difference between dragons and ants. Every strong person in Dragon Ball world is grasp Qi and can be proficient in Qi control. The true power of Z Fighter is also in mastering, manipulating, and possessing a large number of after the madness. In addition to Z Fighter, the most obvious example of powerful Qi is Videl. Videl, the most beautiful girl in the Dragon Ball world in the eyes of Sun Wuben, first followed Satan to study martial arts, and then she trained alone. It can be said that she does not understand Qi completely, and she has not even heard of Qi this word. After learning Qi control from Son Gohan of Son Goku, his strength has changed greatly in just a few days. So until now, Sun Wuben wants grasp Qi. But the conditions are immature. Now Sun Wuben has really opened the realm gate of the physical body through training, that is, it has reached the level of fullness and self-exhaustion, full of Qi and blood, that is physical body perfection. The physical energy of the body can feed back to itself, this energy is Qi, full of energy. The overflowing is also angry. Although the amount of this Qi is pitiful, even less than half of what Son Goku had before he left the mountain, he was able to train after all. A few days ago, because Mia's phone couldn't get through, Sun Wuben couldn't get Anan in his heart. Key training didn't make any progress. Although Mia was still not saved this time, but somehow, Sun Wuben was lying next to his mother and felt very easy and calmed down. The world is peaceful. Occasionally a few bird calls came from outside the window, and Sun Wuben could even hear mother's breathing and heartbeat clearly. Dong! Dong! Listening to the mother's heartbeat, lying in the recovery cabin again, the nutrient fluid of the recovery cabin is warm and gentle, just like the amniotic fluid of the baby wrapped in the placenta. Gradually, Sun Wuben seems to have returned to mother within the body again, so relieved, Anan and comfortable. In the ignorant, he felt within the body an extremely powerful energy. This is Qi. I feel. The existence of Qi is the true essence of Crane School and Turtle School. Sun Wujao is only Master Shen's honorary disciple, so naturally you can't learn the knowledge about Qi, so Sun Wu style will not have Qi control and training method. But Sun Wuben has seen Dragon Ball. He clearly remembered how within Dragon Ball Sun Gohan guided Videl training Qi. Coupled with these years of pondering, Sun Wuben has already had some spectrum of Qi control. In fact, the most rare thing about Qi training is not how to manipulate it, but sense. When the sense arrives, even a brat who doesn't know anything can manipulate this energy. At this time, Sun Wuben has overcome the biggest difficulty. I saw a circle of light flickering between Sun Wuben's hands, and gradually the light became more and more stable, and then a white ball of light appeared in the center of the palms of both hands. Successful! Sun Wuben was full of joy. Cautious and solemn controlled this ball of light. The ball of light was a bit unstable, but it still took 3 breaths before it slowly dissipated. With this Qi dissipated, Sun Wuben's whole body softened, as if part of the body had been pulled away, and a feeling of extreme weakness came. Mr. Sun Wuben, Mr. Sun Wuben, your body is abnormal, the electronic synthetic voice of the recovery cabin sounded quickly. I know, this is normal. Sun Wuben said, snapping off the electronic sound reminder. Simply speaking, Qi is the energy of the body within the body. I just guided the Qi out of the body and spread it out, and the body lost a lot of energy, so the body felt extremely tired and weak, but my body was within the body. There should be a lot of anger. Sun Wuben remembers the phrase that within Dragon Ball Sun Gohan said when he taught Videl, anyone within the body has Qi. It can be said that as long as it is alive, there is Qi, but the life force of weakling is too weak, so Qi is also extremely weak. The weaker the Qi, the harder it is to sense and the harder it is to guide it out. This is why it took Sun Wuben so much effort to find Qi sense. My internal Qi should be enough, try again. Sun Wuben calmed down and guided the internal Qi again, but this time Sun Wuben not at all guided the Qi out of the outside body, but controlled it within the body. Time flies. What Sun Wuben didn't realize was that with his continuous practice, although he was only practicing Qi control, as Qi control became proficient, his strength was also in direct proportion to the promotion. This kind of promotion surpassing by far is what Sun Wuben usually does. Normal training. And if you can see his within the body, you will find that a little bit of Qi in his physical body is drawn away. Some of these drawn Qi are drawn from various cells in his body, and some are drawn from the meridians. From acupuncture points, even inexplicably, as if he could create something from nothing in his body to produce Qi. And with the withdrawal of these Qi, the cells of each and every have changed from full and mental health to deflated and exhausted, just like Sun Wuben training for a few days and nights to the extreme, and then Sun Wuben can no longer extract a trace of Qi can be very fast. Recovery cabin inputs enough nutrients, and these cells absorb nutrients quickly. And because of Sun Wuben's practice, a large amount of Qi is drawn away from it. Repeatedly like this. Sun Wuben didn't find himself within the body, the Qi manipulated by him from the very beginning like a trickle stream, and then like the Yangtze River, and it is still growing. However, Sun Wuben is only manipulating this qi within the body, rather than spreading out. That is to say that these qi simply don't have much wasted, and ultimately still exist within the body of Sun Wuben. So when Sun Wuben was awakened by the sunlight on his face on the second day of the morning, he found that his body seemed to have undergone an unfathomable change once again. Powerful qi sense surges. His body is full of vigorous life force and infinite strength, and it seems that if he moves at will, he can mobilize the internal qi. This. Sun Wuben was so surprised that almost all were stunned. Although he knew that his success in training qi would be a big increase, he never thought that there would be such a big increase. This feeling is the same as the feeling of using recovery cabin for the first time and opening the realm gate the other day to achieve flawless body, and it is extremely strong. Could it be that when the sense is angry, the growth will be so great? Sun Wuben recalled the Dragon Ball plot, thinking that he had missed something, but soon he would shake one's head. Qi is indeed an important separation ridge between martial artist and immortality, but the first time sense qi is absolutely impossible, like Sun Wuben. Great growth. N. Sun Wuben set his eyes on the recovery cabin. The red light flashes quickly on the recovery cabin panel, and a line of nutrient fluid storage is 0% is displayed next to it. 0 out of 100. Sun Wuben glared. My training in recovery cabin this time actually absorbed all the nutrient in the recovery cabin without leaving a single drop. Is this the amount of my training half a month? The nutrition of the recovery cabin is converted from the ingredients. Once filled with ingredients, Sun Wuben can be used for 1 month under normal conditions, but this time, the nourishment cabin is completely empty. So that's how it is. Sun Wuben's eyes flashed. According to the Dragon Ball martial arts I summarized before, qi is extracted from the physical body, which is called refining essence into qi. Before, I could not sense qi. This refinement was very passive and naturally slow, but now, I can sense qi. In this way, the qi in the cell is actively pumped out again and again, so I can sense the fatigue of my body when I qi control. The more I use qi control, the greater the cell consumption. If such consumption is left in a normal state, it must be recovered by extracting nutrients from food. But because food is digested by the intestines and stomach, it is the most basic nutrient that can be easily absorbed by the body cells. It takes time, and the efficiency is extremely low. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if you want to restore the physical body fatigue produced by qi control, you must half a month. Now there is recovery cabin. Recovery cabin can input the most basic nutrient according to my body at any time. As long as it detects cell fatigue or damage, it will automatically input the most basic nutrient for cell recovery. Therefore, when I practice qi control, the body cells are always in the air. Absorb nutrition recovery, and then the process of being extracted. In addition, the qi that I extracted was simply not consumed, and it still exists within the body. So when I stop qi control practice and the qi disappears into the body again, I have the current feeling and power level. At this moment, Sun Wuben became excited. Sion, the reason why strong in Dragon Ball world, there are 2 innate talents. One is that the power level rises sharply after the battle is about to recover from death. The second is edible. Within Dragon Ball I often see Son Goku before the great battle, or eat a meal in the great battle and then the power level crazily increases. Just like the last martial arts tournament, Master Roshi's fake Jackie Chun won champion, and then he invited Son Goku to have a meal. Son Goku had almost all the champion prizes from Master Roshi on the martial arts tournament. Fully eaten. That was a full 500,000 bonus and 480,000 was eaten. Sun Wuben has always been envious of Sion's ability to convert a large amount of food into physical strength in a short time, but Earthling's gastric digestibility is too poor. Even if Sun Wuben customized this recovery cabin, he was able to input the most basic nutrition directly into the body, but it was miserable to find that the absorbability of his physical body cells was too poor. And now, The ingredients for one time absorb half a month. Although it is still far from the super stomach of Son Goku, it is not bad, at least it has improved, and, maybe, this kind of absorbability will follow my training you can also promote. Son Goku walked out of the room excitedly, washed and refined the physical body a little, and returned to the house. After talking to the mother, after filling the recovery cabin with ingredients, again entered the crazy key during control practice. Chapter 33. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sun Wuben is almost fascinated. Apart from regularly reminding him to talk to his mother, and the urgent need to add ingredients to the recovery cabin nutrition inventory, he is immersed in training all the time. Everything is as speculated by Sun Wuben. The more proficient key control, the more often practice, the greater the consumption of recovery cabin nutrient, and the faster the growth of internal ki. In just 2 days, Sun Wuben's strength has risen again. This training speed makes Sun Wuben also had to talk at once. It was the night of the 3rd day. Sun Wuben returned from the training ground of Sun Wu Dojo and walked to the desk. For key control training, power level has grown too fast, but this is normal. Sun Wuben was relieved with joy. In Dragon Ball World, the growth of Z Fighter, early period power level of Son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Tietsu, Piccolo, can be increased to more than 100 power levels in a few years, and then to 300-400 power level. This kind of promotion speed with an average increase of tens of points a year and never ending is crazy and unbelievable for martial artists who are permanently stuck at around 10 or 20 in other power levels of Earth. But compared to Z Fighter's later kind of promotion, which can count 10,000 power level in a few days, what is the amount of tens of points in the early period of a year promotion? I have broken the human body realm gate now. As long as I train well, it should have ushered in a period of skyrocketing strength. In the original plan, if the realm gate was broken, Sun Wuben would abandon the training method of Sun Wu-style Supreme Fist, cultivate vitality and adopt a crazy training method that is completely the opposite, which is similar to Master Roshi train Son Goku, Krillin and similar difficult training methods. In Sun Wuben's plan, this is the beginning of the real martial arts. In this first stage, Sun Wuben will really fish leaping over the dragon gate and breaking mortal to become an immortal. It's just that I did some key training this time, but I was surprised. It's not entirely a surprise. Grasp Ki, who has crossed the dividing line of martial arts separation of immortal and mortal, is making rapid progress. It's just that the growth efficiency of this power level is better than I thought. No wonder within Dragon Ball Piccolo's late-stage training, the so-called physical body is not beaten and boiled, but directly promote ki. The martial arts of Dragon Ball world because of the bloodline relationship, the late stage is almost the world of Sion. The powerful bosses in the early period of Z Fighter, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, Tietsu, Yamcha, etc. each and every cannot keep up with Sion's training speed. Only one person can barely keep up, although he can't hold it back, but it's pretty good. That is named Kian Piccolo. Piccolo is the son that Great Demon King Piccolo vomited from his mouth before his death. Great Demon King Piccolo originally intended him to seek revenge from Son Goku and at the same time accomplish the purpose of Great Demon King Piccolo to conquer the world, but Piccolo is not Great Demon King Piccolo itself after all. It is very different from Great Demon King Piccolo. For various reasons. Piccolo eventually became friends with Z fighters such as Son Goku and became a member of the Z Fighter of Protecting Earth. Z Fighter late stage training. Vegeta likes to stay in the gravity chamber and do squats, push UPS, shadow boxing, etc. Son Goku likes to go to Kai's planet in North Kai for shadow boxing, push UPS, jumping, running, etc. Others also suffered various physical tortures similar to Son Goku and Vegeta training methods. Only Piccolo is different. Piccolo just sits cross-legged quietly to control ki promotion under the sun. And for this training method, Sun Wuben didn't quite understand what happened when he watched Dragon Ball. But now, Sun Wuben understands. Piccolo directly trains ki-based and polishes the physical body, while other Z-fighters such as Son Goku and Vegeta polish the physical body based. It seems that these two training methods are not at all levels. They are only personal preferences and suitable for them. And Piccolo's body really fits the way of promote ki. Sun Wuben understands. Piccolo is Namekian, and the physique of planet Namek is very strange. There are almost no races in Dragon Ball world that do not rely on replenish strength by eating. In Z-Fighter, whether it is Tien Shinyan, Krillin, or Sion, this is true. Only Namekian relies on photosynthesis, so Piccolo has a plant-like physique, and can replenish physical strength by basking in the sun and absorb the water in the air, or drinking water directly. Therefore, the Dragon Ball fan will see that the training of others within Dragon Ball is punching and kicking, causing sweat to pinch the back, but Piccolo just stands quietly in the sun or leaning against the wall, or sit cross-legged hard. Ki control. Ki control consumes cell energy, but Piccolo has photosynthesis consistently replenishing consumption of cells, which is the same as Sun Wuben's consistent replenishing of cells by recovery cabin. Relying on this recovery cabin, I can also carry out the same training as Piccolo, but I don't know as far as I'm concerned, which kind of speed is faster than that of directly promoting ki and polishing the physical body. Sun Wuben thought and pulled out a white booklet. Training notes. On the cover are 4 beautiful Chinese calligraphy. This is Sun Wuben's handwriting. After opening the booklet, Sun Wuben grabbed a neutral electronic pen with a 0.28 mm needle and wrote on the blank page of the booklet. Turning his daily training process, sense, soft and hard indicators, and various hard tests into direct observation, and recording the data that can be statistically calculated and analyzed is what Sun Wuben must do every day. Qualitative, quantitative, and conditional test records. Qualitative and quantitative statistics, analysis records. There are charts, words, equations, calculations, notes. If Bulma saw this record of Sun Wuben, he would be very interested, because this is the orthodox academic research notes. Although Sun Wuben's North City faction, including research methods, tools, and analysis rules, is somewhat different from the West City school learned by Bulma, the essence is the same. Bulma can understand at a glance that Sun Wuben is researching martial arts as science, and the experimental guinea pig is Sun Wuben himself. Of course, the training data of Tien Shinyan and Tietsu are also available. With this record, if Bulma is interested, she can even glimpse many truths of martial arts training by watching this record and create her Bulma training school. Yes, Sun Wuben is using the scientific research methods he learned in North City to study his martial arts, and this record did not start with Sun Wuben teaching Tien Shinyan and Tietsu, but started a long time ago. It's just that the content is enriched after the arrival of Tien Shinyan and Tietsu, but it was not the climax at that time. The climax was when Sun Wuben made a lot of money on his first record, and then bought back a lot of scientific research tools and equipment on his body. A lot of data is immediately rigorous for tool detection. The room was very quiet, with only the slight rustle of the pen tip. Sun Wuben recorded today's training data, mainly key control data, and is about to proceed with the next data analysis and first stage thinking. Wang! A strong vibration came from his wrist, and Sun Wuben even looked towards the watch on his wrist, where an unfamiliar call appeared. I hope it's Son Goku's call. Sun Wuben even put away his notes and pens, and walked out of the room. After all, this is the mother's bedroom. Sun Wuben didn't want his mother to know about Mia's accident. As soon as he left the door, Sun Wuben flew up like a large bird, and a few jumped up and disappeared into the distance. In a jungle on the mountainside. Hey, may I ask? Sun Wuben connected the phone on the watch. There is really a voice, this phone can really talk to Sun Wuben. An innocent whisper came from the watch, and then the voice became louder, Are you, Sun Wuben? It was Son Goku's great, the distinctive, nice, and crisp child voice. Is it Son Goku? I'm Son Woo-ben. Son Woo-ben has a trace of nervousness in his voice, and he repeatedly asked, Son Goku, what's going on? Is there a hiding place for Dr. Gero? Fortune teller Baba is so good. When she heard that I was looking for Dr. Gero, she was reluctant to help. She also asked me to convey a word to you, to find Dr. Gero's position, and go to her personally. Son Goku was somewhat sorry. The voice resounded. Hearing this voice, Son Woo-ben felt depressed for a while, at a loss, and even didn't know when Son Goku had hung up. Dr. Gero, as the gifted scientist within Dragon Ball Peak, if he wants to hide, the probability of finding him is extremely low. Without Fortune teller Baba, it is impossible to find him in a short time. But Son Woo-ben knew that he was totally impossible to defeat the 5 warriors of Fortune teller Baba. The most threatening 5 warriors to me is Devilman's Devil Might Beam. Devilman's Devil Might Beam is Devilman's unique skill. As long as there is a trace of evil in his heart, he will be hit. Once hit, he will die. Within Dragon Ball, Son Goku reason why can defeat Devilman, it is because Son Goku is truly free from earthly desires, a person with a pure heart and no private thoughts. Although Son Woo-ben thinks he is a very kind person, he is not arrogant enough to think that he is like Son Goku, without a trace of private thoughts, and can be immune to Devil Might Beam. Devil Might Beam should not be invincible. If my strength is several times that of Devilman, with absolute strength, I should be able to defeat him before he makes a move. To achieve this kind of strength. Although Son Woo-ben's power level has increased sharply recently, especially after breaking the Realm Gate, key promotion is almost rapid progress. It will definitely make all Earth martial artists crazy except Z-Fighter, but Son Woo-ben will not blindly think of himself. Can easily defeat Devilman in a short time. Only Devilman is easy to handle. Son Woo-ben is most worried about Fortune teller Baba because he deliberately embarrassed himself. The warrior who invited Son Woo-ben to fight against him is far more powerful than Devilman. This is not groundless fears. Fortune teller Baba is in and out of other world all the year round. Dragon Ball World, Hell has nothing else, just many experts. Hell training counts 10,000, 100,000, and millions of years of martial arts, many experts. Therefore, you can find almost all experts, levels, and abilities. And Fortune teller Baba's hiring of experts is not fixed. Just like Son Goku's time, Fortune teller Baba hired grandfather Son Gohan, who grew up with Son Goku, and hand-to-hand combat with Son Goku. When you arrive at Son Woo-ben, with the personality of Fortune teller Baba, you will definitely ask Son Woo-ben's desperate expert. Chapter 34. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. In the jungle, Son Woo-ben leaned weakly against the tree for a long time before he gave a wry smile. Damn's Fortune teller Baba, I don't believe in Zhang Tofu, I'll just eat a piggy. Son Woo-ben gradually became firmer, and after leaving the jungle, Son Woo-ben returned to his mother's room and watched his mother's peaceful sleeping position. Son Woo-ben's messy mood gradually calmed down. On the other side of Earth, here is Satan City, which is famous for fighting. Naturally, the martial arts atmosphere here is very strong, but a small city has 18 fighting dojo. In the 18th martial arts dojo, there are only 10 apprentices in the entire dojo, which is the least among all dojos. At this time, there is a red-clothed youngster in this dojo, who is madly playing sandbags with headphones on. After a while, he opened his mouth and spit out his big tongue, huffing and puffing, gasping for breath like a dog. If Son Woo-ben sees this youngster here, he will definitely recognize that this is Child of Destiny from within Dragon Ball. Yes, it is Child of Destiny. A martial arts has poor luck, but other luck is extremely powerful. The person Satan, but at this time his name is Mark. PA with Macron. A slap fiercely on the youngster's head. Lazy again. I saw a white-haired old man dressed in a white tunic with a neatly shaved head, staring at the youngster with a straight face. Hate iron for not becoming steel. Yeah, master. I'm not lazy, I'm not lazy. Mark took off the earphones and grinned. First he was a haha, and then he said carefully, Master, I have been training seriously just now, don't believe me? Ask the apprentice brothers, I just took a breath, haha, take a breath. Master, senior brother Mark is really serious about training, said a youngster next to him. Humph. The white-haired old man snorted coldly, his eyes just staring at Mark. I didn't mean it. Sun Wu-style martial arts training wide-ranging and profound. Every action takes less effort, and you have to keep your heart in mind. Training when you get home, you are training and listening to songs like this. How is the efficiency so good? Master, you wronged me. The song I listened to is not an ordinary song. Mark laughed and retorted, if you listen to this song, you won't be angry, but you will praise me for having a vision. Not an ordinary song. The white-haired old man laughed angrily, wow, then why not ordinary? Master, this song is not ordinary, but the singing person is even more extraordinary. Do you know who he is? If you understood his identity, you will definitely be drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. Mark haha laughed, but his eyes flickered. Mark has the longest time with master training, so he naturally knows that his master Sun Wuxian has a grandson called Sun Wuben. The singer of this album is called Sun Wuben, and the song, lyrics, and singing are all the same person. This song God Sun Wuben is absolutely impossible to be old man's grandson, but who made them have the same name? Mark's thoughts changed in his mind. At this time, it is still the most important thing to try to fool the master. As for whether you lied to the master, can you blame him? Who made the two people share the same name? It is normal to make a mistake. Wow, then you can quickly talk about it. I'm curious about where divine can make me drunk for 3 days. The white-haired old man's complexion became more ugly, and his voice became ice cold. Mark got cold all over, he knew Master was really angry, and put his smile away. Master, this album was released by your grandson Sun Wuben. Mark said with a serious face, by the way, your grandson is now named Song God. Sun Wuben. Sun Wuxian was stunned for a moment, his expression was a little dazed, and a face appeared in his mind in a daze. It was the face of Sun Wuben 4 years ago. Sun Wuxian was taken aback for a while, then regaining composure came and glanced at Mark. Master, I didn't lie to you, really. Mark cautious and solemn said. Never mind this time, you are not allowed to listen to songs in training in the future. The duel between Lu Feng of No. 3 Martial Arts Dojo and you is about to begin. This fight is related to whether Martial Arts Dojo can become the best dojo in Satan City. Never fail, you know. Sun Wuxian said in a low voice, folded his hand, turned around and walked out. After 1 steps, he stopped again. By the way, that Sun Wuben record, give me a copy. Ah, oh, master, wait. Mark said repeatedly. He turned and rushed to a nearby house. There was a package on the shelf. Mark opened the package and saw a large stack of records, the top one. On the cover of the record, there is a youngster's profile face, which is Sun Wuben. Mark grabbed the record as soon as he reached out his hand, his eyes fell on the youngster's side face, and a weirdness flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, this Sun Wuben really looks a bit like Master. Mark murmured, then grabbed the record and rushed out of the room. Master, this is the record released by your grandson. Mark cautious and solemn handed over the record. N. Sun Wuxian took the record casually, glanced casually at the album cover on the record, and when he saw the youngster's profile, his hands froze. Master, what's the matter? Mark wondered. Oh, nothing. Sun Wuxian took the record back into his arms, turned around and walked out of the training hall, and then walked into his room. Then he took out the record, his eyes fell on the youngster's side face, and he sighed, like, still it really looks like. Undoubtedly, when he first saw the profile image on this record, Sun Wuxian felt that this was the profile image of Sun Wuben, but Sun Wuxian soon woke up. Wuben, that child should read high school in the North City important class now. This child is promising. Unfortunately, I am not qualified as a grandfather. Sun Wuxian walked to the side of the cabinet, opened the cabinet, and took out a photo from a Chinese tunic suit hanging inside. This is a family portrait. Sun Wuxian's eyes fell on the face of Sun Wuben in the photo. This child is 17 years old this year, right? Sun Wuxian put the photo together with the album. The album and the Sun Wuben on the photo look a bit like Sun Wuben, but Sun Wuben just gave a wry smile. It's really dim-sighted from old age. I actually think it is the same person. His eyes fell on the girl doll in the family portrait again. The girl Mia is supporting Dojo alone, and I don't know how it is now. Compared with Sun Wuben, Sun Wuxian has a deeper affection for Mia and misses Mia more. After all, Sun Wuxian is out all year round and rarely goes home. I always brought Mia to this area for nearly 10 years. I took it for 10 years. I didn't see you in 4 years after a goodbye. Sun Wuxian missed Mia, as you can well imagine. I could restrain myself in the past, but today I am. Sun Wuben's record was excited, and suddenly, an impulse in his heart could not be restrained. After sitting there for a while, Sun Wuxian eyebrows raised. By the way, Mia's current power level is probably more sophisticated. Now my fighting arena is facing a life and death battle. If you succeed, you will go to heaven, and if you lose, you will leave. But Mark, the child, is more willing to play and not enterprising enough. It's better to call Mia over, and Mia's power level will definitely stimulate him fiercely. Sun Wuben is well aware of his discipline called Mark. Although he is young, his self-esteem is very strong, and he is little demon big and extremely lecherous. He has a strong self-esteem in front of women and will never admit defeat. The thoughts got to this point, Sun Wuxian grabbed the phone and dialed the number that hadn't been dialed for 4 years. Ginkgo Village. Sun Wu Dojo, Mia's room. Sun Wuben is talking to mother. Beep, the bell rang. Hey, you are. Sun Wuben grabbed the phone, and a voice came from the receiver. Hey, Mia or Mir. The voice was a bit old, but full of breath. Upon hearing this sound, Sun Wuben's eyes lit up. Grandfather! Sun Wuben exclaimed happily, I am Wuben, grandfather. You are afraid of 3 years when you go out. Where are you now? Are you still healthy? Haha, Wuben, you are very good. I haven't heard grandfather's voice for 3 years, but I can hear it in a short time. 18th Fighting Dojo, Sun Wuxian said happily. It's been 4 years, okay, grandfather, you rarely make a call today, maybe you are going home. Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? 4 years. Sun Wuxian was in a daze. Wuben, how is everything at home? Where is your sister Mia? Sun Wuxian asked. Sister Mia is not here now, there is nothing else at home, it's my mother's disease, Sun Wuben said. Is there a shortage of money for medical treatment? Don't worry, grandfather is now opening an 18th Fighting Dojo in Satan City, and I believe it will soon make a lot of money. Sun Wuxian said, by the way, is Mia away? When will she be back? There is no shortage of money, grandfather. Did you ask sister Mia for anything? Tell me, I can't tell when she will come back. That's it, forget it, let her call me when she comes back. There was a hint of disappointment in Sun Wuxian's voice. Grandfather, could it be I need sister Mia's help? Sun Wuben asked. It's something. I want her to come over for a while, but she's not here. Okay, Wuben, you attend school, don't worry about other things. Wei Sun family is acting as a rude martial artist. Now it's hard to find you a scientist. Sun family has to rely on you to shine. Well, long-distance calls are expensive, so grandfather won't tell you more. Sun Wuxian hung up the phone, his eyes fell on the family photo. Mia, this girl is not there. Did she go outside to train? Strange, Wu Ben should be at school this time, why at home? Chapter 35. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. On the suspended Maglev Street, a bread-colored, bread-shaped taxi ran into the traffic. The taxi driver who drove was a beautiful girl with satin orange hair. Wow, it looks like. The girl looked at the handsome youngster's face in the rear-view mirror, her eyes were staring, and she finally couldn't help saying, "You looks just like the GS, Godolph songs, Wataminis. You look a lot like Song God, I mean." I know. There was just a black-hair youngster wearing sunglasses in the back row. People say that I am like Song God Sun Wu Ben. I sometimes think it is. Fortunately, I am not. Sun Wu Ben laughed. His fluent English is very pleasant. This is the other side of Earth, which is very far away from North City. The main language is English. As a top student in North City, although Sun Wu Ben does not have the ability to master a language in a few days like Bulma, he can also fully master the 5 common languages of this world and can learn a language in a short time. Moreover, Sun Wu Ben is the king-class singer of the Asian language world. His main activity is in North City. I heard that he only released an album and disappeared. How could he come here? Sun Wu Ben said. That's right. When the girl heard about Sun Wu Ben from the opposite side, she immediately became interested. This is the English world. Very few foreign celebrity can break into this area. Song God Sun Wu Ben is only a handful here. Everyone knows. The girl said with emotion. She is a super music enthusiast and only knew Song God Sun Wu Ben, and she only recently learned about it. Unexpectedly, the customers who pulled this time also knew Song God. But sir, yours is very similar to Sun Wu Ben. I know. Sun Wu Ben laughed again, pointing to the glasses on his face. No, to save trouble, I always wear sunglasses when I go out, but it's still very troublesome. It's okay here in Satan City. North City, that's troublesome. There are always people who come around asking for autographs, and I wonder if it should be the whole thing. Plastic surgery? You really don't know what you are in the blessing. I don't know how many boys in this world want to look like Sun Wu Ben. It's good for you, and how handsome is Song God? If I can be with someone who is as handsome as Song God, make an appointment. For a beautiful young lady like you, as long as a normal man is afraid that he will not refuse to date, I think even if Song God sees young lady, he can't bear to refuse young lady's dating request. The girl smiled. Mr. is really humorous. By the way, sir, what is your phone number? Are you free for us to have a meal? I really want to have dinner with young lady, but the tigress at home is strictly controlled, and I can choke my schedule to death. You have a good way, Sun Wu Ben flirted with the orange-hair girl, holding hands, slowly flipping through a booklet. It was the one with training notes on the cover. Suddenly. Sir, there are still 5 minutes to reach the 18th fighting dojo. The girl reminded. 5 minutes. Sun Wu Ben turned the booklet to the first page, and saw that this first page showed a screen similar to the smartphone of Sun Wu Ben's previous life. Sun Wu Ben proficiently tapped his finger on the icon with the 3 words browser written on the face. This piece of paper is like a smartphone. The picture changes and a new page is opened. Search for. Sun Wu Ben clicked on a button again, and the picture on this page changed again, and a page similar to previous life's 100-degree homepage appeared. Sun Wu Ben clicked on the text box on the page, and then directly wrote down with his finger, 18th Fighting Dojo, and then clicked the button with Go, Slap. The page changed again, and I saw a page full of patterns. The text is somewhat related to 18th Fighting Dojo. This is a booklet, a book, or a notebook. It's just that this booklet looks similar to a book, and every piece of paper in it is the crystallization of high-tech, which is equal to the touch screen of the computer. This is the computer technology of this world, computer books. Previously, when Sun Wuben flipped through it, every page displayed Sun Wuben's training notes. When flipped through this time, every page was related to 18th Fighting Dojo. What really disappointed Sun Wuben was the 18th Fighting Dojo. The introduction of Fighting Dojo is pitiful, with only a few sentences. It turns out that grandfather came to this Satan city not long after leaving home last time, and then founded the 18th Fighting Dojo. In order to build a reputation for 18th Fighting Dojo, the tuition fee for each period of apprentice is only 10% of the normal martial arts dojo, which is almost a loss. This family dojo didn't start to gain a reputation until recently because dojo released a genius mark, and it has recruited a lot of apprentice. After reading the information, Sun Wuben flipped through the information of Fighting Circle. Mr. Suddenly the minibus stopped. It's the 18th Fighting Dojo. The orange-hair girl called. Thank you. Sun Wuben handed a few banknotes to the girl. This world is the coexistence of high-tech and low-tech. The girl's taxi is an old one, not at all automatic toll system and check-in system. Sir, this is my business card. You have to keep it. I don't give someone a business card easily. By the way, if you invite me to dinner, I'm very happy. Are you free now? The girl smiled. They all squinted, and after receiving the money, they handed out a business card, but got out of the car and said with a smile to Sun Wuben, obviously not wanting to leave. Sun Wuben took the business card, nodded, definitely. When he got out of the car, his brows wrinkled slightly. This is a very dirty, very narrow laneway. In Sun Wuben's impression, such streets are actually slums in the city. They are dirty, chaotic, and poor places with extremely serious crimes. Yes, grandfather doesn't have a lot of money. I can barely afford a martial arts dojo in this kind of place, but I always feel that this street seems to be missing something. Sun Wuben looked all around, suddenly eyes shined, there is a police siren of woo-woo in my ears. In the distance of the street, one after the other, two high-grade mile cars were driving fast, and shots from the side moved towards Sun Wuben. The wind from the fast-moving cars even caused some pedestrians on the side of the road to fly. Give way. Leave father away for anyone who doesn't want to die. I saw a middle-aged robust man protruding from the window of the car, holding a machine gun, and shooting wildly forward. Most of these bullets hit the ground, but some shrapnel splashed out and hit pedestrians, cars, glass, or door walls. Run! Damn! How come you have encountered such a thing again? Everyone who saw the drag racing in the whole street escaped everywhere. Some bad luck eggs that could not be avoided were injured by shrapnel from missiles, and some cars hit the sidewalk after being hit by bullets. After miles away from the car, there was a burst of alarms. It was a high-level police car. The TK party of damn. The youth-thin police officer in the police car roared again and again, and while leaning out the window, he shot at the lily car in front, but it was obviously futile. Can't do anything about it. As soon as the TK party enters this 4499 area, the fish enters the sea. The fat middle-aged police officer next to the youth side, his face was not worried. The TK party was not the first time the police officer was hunted down. He was already numb when he ran away. Xiaoming, get ready to call it a day. When we get to this area, even if we catch up, we may not be able to catch these wicked people. Moreover, the TK party's speeding ability is well known. Don't talk about it, we can hardly catch up with them even on normal streets. Do you just let them go like this? The thin youth police officer said angrily. So how can it be? This slum area is crowded and the streets are narrow. The TK party can run rampant regardless of human life. Do we dare to drive like this? Not to mention our drag racing skills are inferior to the opposite side by 3 streets. The TK party can run rampant. Satan City hasn't been caught once in 3 years. This is their ability, Xiaohu, we try our best to be unable to catch the TK party. That is normal, but it is abnormal if we catch it. Damn. The thin youth fiercely wore a car seat, and was a little discouraged. He also knew that their abilities were too far from the TK party. Don't look at them now that they can chase the 2 cars ahead. That's the TK party. Amuse them to play, or they would have thrown their police car 2 miles away. Chapter 36. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Zai. Voice resounded as sharp as a whistle. What's that? The thin police officer couldn't help looking back, his eyes were immediately rounded, a black spot appeared in the distance, and then quickly enlarged. Sukta, the super top-level Skukta. Heavens, why does it drive so fast? It was a blue scooter with a price of 1 million. It was chasing from behind the police car. The driver was wearing a blue robe and a helmet, but he was obviously a woman, because no one else had such a curvaceous figure. The speed of scooter increased again, and one after another beautiful arc was drawn on this not straight lane, like a twisted light hitting the police car. The driver turned his head and looked towards the thin police officer, who was a pair of blue eyes that would never be forgotten at first sight. Leave it to me from the previous TK party. An ice-cold and hoarse voice resounded. Too fast. The thin police officer stared, hesitating. How could it be possible that our police car almost drove up to 130 horsepower, and she actually caught up to us from so far? At least it drove up to 200 horsepower, on such a roadway, and it was a motorcycle, so why? Turning the corner. The fat police officer only felt that his head was a little confused. It was really that this racing biker was too crazy. Compared with her, the TK party's racing technology could only be described as child playing. Haven't you heard? Scooter driver frowned, a cold key burst out, and immediately awakened the police officer in a daze. Bold, do you dare to speed on such a street, or a motorcycle? The thin police officer exclaimed. At this moment, the driver raised his hand and reached out to the thin police officer. A snow-white card was sandwiched between his slender fingers. There was a Chinese character on the card. Ah, please, leave it to you. The thin police officer's face changed sharply, and a flower-like smile appeared on his face. How come back? Hey, it's the God group. The fat police officer also had a smile on his face, and his eyes were as if the fans saw their favorite idol. Shoot! Scooter accelerated and passed the police car, moving towards the mile in front of the car to chase. It's actually the Lord of the Gods group who appeared. The TK party is bad luck this time. Well, I admire the gods the most. The Lord of the Gods is out. Not to mention the little TK party, even 10x tyrannical gangsters have to be obediently bound. This time must be the TK party going out without watching the day. The police officer of this car is relaxing each and every. The thin police officer even drove a can of beer. If it weren't for the police car's own camera, he would like to turn on the camera and record the heroic posture of the Lord of the God group catching the TK party. The second mile left the car. Haha, it's already in the 488th tier, and those poor police officers might give up again. It's natural, these idiots are useless, and that is to behave to our TK party, which is not the case, it is really useless. Father cut the speed by half, these idiots are actually, hey, old 7, how are you sudden acceleration, this is a step on the accelerator to the end. Bastard, look for yourself, look in the rear view mirror. Ah, who is this? It's not good to drive the super dock so fast. The face of each and every TK party of this car changed, and the driver who drove was sweating on his forehead. Amazing! Damn, this is too fast, isn't it a human? It's robot, it's impossible to drive fast, motherfucker, it's against science, it's better than our TK party, if this person accepts in, let him be the boss, father is also willing, old 7, drive faster, and he bb. Shut up, father has done his best. The old man who drove 7 brow-beaded with sweat shouted. The TK party is composed of a group of vicious racers. On super deck, the blue-robe woman has ice-cold eyes. According to the rumor, the TK party's drag racing skills can get a professional 10-stage level. Just this, rumor indeed. I can't believe it. The woman's corner of the mouth slightly raised with a sneer, and then the Sudak speed, which was almost unfathomable in her hand, soared again. In the blink of an eye, the Sudak caught up with the car behind. Get out of the car! Then there was an unforgettable event for all those who saw this scene. I saw the silhouette of the woman on the Sudak suddenly jumped up, and saw a blue robe flying like a flag in the sky. The dance was so beautiful, like the most beautiful scenery in the world, but at the same time, the Sudak under the woman disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared. Not only did Sudak disappear, but the silhouette of the woman also disappeared. Correctly speaking, it should be the woman who jumped from the Sudak to miles away from the car. At the moment she jumped, she stretched out a hand and pressed the retract button of the Sudak's capsule, turning the Sudak into a capsule. And then give income to the arms. Then the woman flying in the air got into the mile away from the car at a very fast speed, but the movement of all this was too fast, so fast that the ordinary person could not see clearly, and it was too late to think about it before she formed a female harmony. Signs of Sudak's disappearance. Just when the blue-robe woman caught up and got out of the car. Ahead, Sun Woo-ben is talking to the orange-hair girl. You really don't want to have coffee with me, then I'm leaving. By the way, this is the famous slum of Satan City, also known as the land of sin. You have to be careful. A handsome guy like you, hey, Orange. The girl turned her head and looked back, her face changed immediately. Do-do-do. Voice resounded by bullet shots. Haha, the one in front hasn't given way to father. A mile away car rushed frantically. It seems really unfortunate that I encountered this again, damns TK party. The orange-hair girl mumbled and went into her car. Sure enough, I said it felt wrong. How could there be no violent crimes in Satan City in Dragon Ball world, especially in this slum area? That's right. Sun Woo-ben raised his mouth slightly, revealing a sunny smile, acting a righteous martial artist. How can he stand by when he encounters such a good thing about brushing points? Sun Woo-ben stretched out his hand to stop the orange-hair girl. Well, do you have any coins? Coin. The orange-hair girl was taken aback, and then she took out 3 small coins, which are rarely used in life, and the value is so low that no one picks them up on the road. The girl's face is slightly red. There are exactly 3 cents. I know that it is not easy for anyone to make a living. The penny is money, 1 is enough. Sun Woo-ben said. Taking a penny from her white and tender palm, then clenched fist, placing the coin on the index finger and before the thumbnail. What are you going to do? The orange-hair girl got in the car and started the car, but didn't immediately drive away. Instead, she turned her head and looked towards Sun Woo-ben curiously, and saw that Sun Woo-ben's hand holding the coin stretched out straight, facing right. Quasi-mile leaving the car from behind. Then Sun Woo-ben moved his thumb, and the coin between his fingers disappeared. Bang! Explosive voice resounded. I saw the galloping lily car suddenly jumped up from several hundred meters, turning somersaults in the air, turning over 5 somersaults, and flew 10 meters away before hitting a private house and stopped. This. The orange-hair girl stared like a light bulb. All around each and every people who saw this scene stared at it and didn't know what exactly happened. With the TK party's technology, such a low-level leak was impossible at the speed just now. I often walk by the river. How can I not wet my shoes? Sometimes the TK party misses and hits the brake by mistake when driving. It should be a mistake when you are in a hurry. When you step on the accelerator and brake, the car drove so fast, suddenly stepped on the brakes, and it didn't turn over. The horse stumbled, and people missed it. It's just that they had the wrong time to roll over this time. People on the side of the road talked about it, and they didn't run away when they had escaped. The car turned so badly, it is hard to say whether the TK party in the car will survive. Wrong. The orange-hair girl looked towards Sun Wuben's hand holding the coin. The penny placed between the index finger and the thumb has disappeared. Just now, you wouldn't use coins too, the orange-hair girl hesitated. Although she didn't see how the coins flew out, she had a good brain and knew that Sun Wuben would not be missed. Borrow coins from her for no reason, and will not make the kind of movement that turns hands to the TK party for no reason. I forgot to tell you, I am actually a martial artist. Sun Wuben smiled at the girl. The style just now was a temporary intention by Sun Wuben. He remembered a very favorite female character, Elder Sister Railgun, in memory, Elder Sister Railgun Misaka Mikoto, because of power. Level is too powerful, so the take action is just like Sun Wuben just playing coins. Elder Sister Railgun coins can fly out at 3x the speed of sound, I'm still not as good as that. Sun Wuben disappeared in front of the orange-hair girl. When he was chatting with the girl just now, Sun Wuben had already seen an unremarkable place in this alley with a line of white powder written on the dirty wall, 18th Fighting Dojo. In, a big white-pink arrow was drawn behind the word, pointing to a narrower lane. Martial artist. The orange-hair girl muttered to oneself, looking towards the car that turned over, which was several hundred meters away from her. Several hundred meters, flick a coin between your fingers. She remembered that the car just flew up suddenly, rolling in the air and flying out for 10 feet. What power is this? Does a martial artist have such power? Chapter 37. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. When Sun Wuben knocked the mile-away car with a coin, the owner of the scooter rushed into another mile-away car and soon subdued the TK party member of this car. Next is the one in front. The owner of the scooter pulled the driver of the car away and threw it aside. He landed on the driver's parking space at a very fast speed, and took control of the car that had lost control. He was about to put on the accelerator, chasing the mile ahead of the car, and then his eyes widened. I actually turned it over. The owner of the scooter stared, and then eyes flash a hint of light. No, that's not the case. The owner of the scooter parked the mile away from the car and pushed the door to get out of the car, and walked to the mile away from the car, regardless of the cry in the car. For dad and shout for mother. Some TK party members who are still alive just kept looking at the car. The car rolled on the ground after flying out of the ground. At this time, it was full of damage marks. The owner of the scooter only checked it back and forth, and then focused on the tiny one in front of the car. There was only one. Coin-sized holes are everywhere. Woo! The police car stopped in front of the owner of the scooter, and all the police officers got out of the car. Lord, the rest is left to us. The God group. Lord, worthily is the God group, it's really like a human being. I didn't see what was going on. The two-car TK party was taken down. By the way, I don't know which Lord you are in the God group. The policemen each and every had expressions of worship in their eyes, all around the audience who watched over, and each and every monstrously looked at the owner of the scooter. The owner of the scooter turned and looked towards the police officers. She reached out and grabbed the blue and white streamlined helmet on her head, took it off, and flicked her head. The immediately full maroon curls were scattered, almost covering her entire back. Beautiful hair fluttering reveals a beautiful and perfect face like Princess Baeksu. Especially the delicate, bright eyes on the face are so beautiful that people are intoxicated. This is a beautiful woman who makes people breathless. Ah, it turned out to be Yame Lord. Yame Lord worthily is the big sister of the gods, this time. Thank you. I don't know what you have to order, the police officers asked excitedly. It is already a kind of honor to see the Lord of the Gods, and this time is still the highest position in the God group, the leader of the God group, the big sister of the vulgar God group, and the most beautiful class flower Yamei Lord in the God group. Help me ask, who took the action just now? Yamei ice cold said. Everyone around was taken aback. Yamei Lord, do you mean? The thin police officer asked everyone's doubts. This car was not turned over by itself, but a powerful person took action. Yamei tipped over and left the car with a cold finger. No way. The thin police officer glared and murmured, I thought this one was also made by Yamei Lord. It turned out to be overturned by myself, oh no. The person taking action is very difficult to deal with. It may be that the car was knocked over with a coin-like thing. Yamei walked to the front of the car and pointed to the crack the size of the broken coin. Everyone took a look. Strange face. Yamei Lord, because of such a small crash, you have determined that someone took action, not that these people pulled the rear brake by mistake while stepping on the gas while driving, the fat police officer asked carefully. You can't believe me in Yamei's judgment. Yamei's snow-white jade hand grabbed the front hood and slammed it up, tearing it all off. Immediately, the onlookers gasped for a while, and the steel was torn apart. How strong is this? Especially when I saw Yamei's hands, the skin was white and delicate, so tender that they could pinch water. Look, Yamei pointed, the damage just now is not only the outer skin, but the coin holes in this car are also very clear. Yamei said, flipping his hands and taking out a grotesquely from his thigh. She slashed the shaped knife with one slash, and then slashed again, violently splitting the steel power inside the car. Look at yourself. Yamei flipped his hand, and the strange knife searched into her long and toned long leg tied bag. Even here and here, there are coin holes, and what is this here? Yamei pointed to a place. Everyone looked at it and saw a mass of something that had been deformed. It was stuck in one place. The thing has been deformed, but everyone can still tell it at a glance. This is really a coin, still the cheapest. It is a penny that children rarely pick up when thrown on the road. Tisk tisk, really was hit by a coin. How much power is this? All around each and every stunned. The power is indeed terrifying. Yamei said coldly, this kind of power has reached the real human body limit. You don't understand it. With my full strength, you can only do this. There was such a thing just now. Expert take action, but compared to terrifying power, what is more powerful is the position where the person hits. Position. If I'm not wrong. Yamei's beautiful eyes shot sharp radiance, and his hand pointed to the coin. This place is the key position of the brake system. This coin hit the card machine of the brake system. The brakes are automatically turned on, and the rear brake of a car driving at high speed is suddenly turned on, but it is not only drifting, but if it is not good, it will roll over and fly out, causing the current situation. Yamei Lord is amazing, it should be like that. This guy's luck is also very good, and hit the brake in one fell swoop. Everyone sighed each and every. Luck. Yamei gave everyone a cold glance, where is that many luck in this world? In my opinion, the person who takes action must be an expert who knows the internal structure of the car very well, maybe a mechanic. You guys, immediately go and ask, who did it just now? The person who took the action must not be far away. They can penetrate the body of the car with a coin and reach that position. This can only be done within 20 meters of the car. As you bid, Yamei Lord. The police officers dispersed. One blow penetrates the car body, this power is already comparable with me. Yamei shot the ice-cold radiance in his eyes, there are not many martial arts experts like this worldwide, who would it be? Why are they here? The God Group is the highest level organization responsible for national security. Therefore, whenever a powerful martial arts expert appears, the God Group must check to have a certain understanding. If it is a righteous expert, naturally you can ignore it, just pay attention to it from time to time, yes. But if it is an evil expert, it will be troublesome. Even if it cannot be eliminated, it must be monitored at all times, and corresponding arrangements should be made for the whereabouts and behavior of the opposite side to avoid unnecessary huge losses. After Sun Wuben entered the secluded laneway, he walked straight until he reached the end of the laneway. Arrived. This is a very old red brick house that has long been outdated. The whole house is dilapidated and old, with traces of repairs. Obviously it is an old house several thousand years ago. On the top of the door, there is a piece of red paint that says a black plaque with the words 1000th Fighting Dojo written in English. Sun Wuben felt sour. You can imagine how sad grandfather is to support this 18th Fighting Dojo. Squeak. Sun Wuben pushed aside the apparently decayed, but newly painted, half-covered door, and heard waves of applause from inside. I swept my gaze and saw that there was a group of youngsters in a hall not far away. Some were tall and short, and some looked unpersonal. Most of them were shirtless and seemed to be competing. In the hall. Ha! I saw a youngster shouting loudly with a big waist and a right hand fiercely with his head raised high. In front of him was a pile of thick tiles. Pang! The youngster right hand slashed heavily on the tiles, and the tiles broke apart. How about it? How much? The youngster retracted his hand triumphantly, and then placed it behind him. You could see sweat on his forehead at this time, and Split Tile's hand was shaking. Obviously, he was very uncomfortable with the blow just now. 4 yuan. Brother Yang is so powerful, he actually split 4 pieces, the youngsters around shouted. Haha, I just split 1 more piece than last time, and the progress is too slow. Split Tile youngster laughed with a grin. Compared to the senior brother Mark, I'm too far behind. The senior brother Mark can split in 1 breath. Open 10 tiles. How can we compare to senior brother Mark? He has been following master training for a lot longer than us. I heard that he has been training for 5 years. If brother Yang has also been training for 5 years, he can definitely split 10 tiles in 1 breath. Haha, brother you can 10 million, don't say this, how can I compare with senior brother Mark? But sooner or later I will split 10 tiles. The youngster apprentice touted each other, but did not find a handsome youngster wearing sunglasses appeared at the door. Chapter 38. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Split tile? In 1 breath can split the 4 stacked tiles. Sun Wuben watched this familiar scene soaring, and in a trance, he seemed to see the performances of the previous life folk martial arts experts and special forces. However, the special forces often perform by splitting bricks and kicking wooden boards, and here is split tile. A smile appeared on Sun Wuben's face unconsciously. Suddenly Split Tile youngster noticed this scene, his face a little ugly. Sun Wuben even put away his smile. Hello everyone, is this 18th Fighting Dojo? Sun Wuben started to talk, and the other youngsters only noticed the youngster at the door. Yes, this is the 18th Fighting Dojo. Who are you? Did you apprenticing to a master? Brother Yu turned his head and looked at Sun Wuben, said with a smile. I'm not here to learn art. Sun Wuben stepped into the hall. In the hall were some very primordial martial arts equipment such as stone mills, stone locks, etc. These things were comparable to the martial arts equipment in Sun Wu Dojo during the early period. Far from it. Not a student of art. The youngsters' expressions changed simultaneously. The 18th Fighting Dojo has been here for several years. At first, because there is no business, it has not attracted the attention of the peers. However, because of the rise of Mark recently, the 18th Fighting started. Dojo's reputation, coupled with the fact that 18th Fighting Dojo charges lower fees than others, naturally aroused public outrage from Satan City Fighting Circle. During this period of time, a stranger came to kick dojo every 3 to 5 minutes. And Sun Wuben looks like a youngster about 17 years old. This kind of youngster looks like another martial arts dojo elite character. Since you are not here to learn art, are you still here to make friends? Right, may I ask? Sun Yueben also felt the hostility of the youngsters, and no longer thought about unfathomable mystery, and said, your dojo master is surname Sun, named Wushan. Bold, is our master's name you can call. An angry shout sounded, and the other youngsters have not answered yet. The split-tile youngster has already shouted, since this young fellow is not here to apprenticing to a master, it must be here. The kick dojo, brother you, go call someone. Kick dojo. Sun Yueben was taken aback, and waved his hand, you have misunderstood, I am not. Also quibble. Split-tile youngster shouted loudly, young fellow, when I was split-tile earlier, you laughed at it, don't think I can't see it, all around. Kick dojo again. This young fellow seems to have a good skill. We are afraid that no one is an opponent, so let's call the senior brother Mark. The buzzing sounded loudly, and some people rushed into the side door, and the world shaking shouted, kick dojo. Kick dojo. Senior brother Mark, come soon. Act recklessly is coming to kick dojo again, senior brother Mark. In the hall, Sun Yueben expression was weird, just about to explain, he suddenly moved in his heart and looked at the youngsters with a smile, yes, father came to kick dojo, why, are you here together or each and every? Warn you, I'm very strong. You can't hold me 3 punches or 2 feet together. Who can't talk big? Young fellow, your courage is not small. Do you want to motivate us to take action? Youngster, everyone talking at once. Sun Yueben smiled again, his mouth was full of hunger and crumbs, yes, it just irritates you, why, does not dare? Actually, when you go together, I still have some trouble, why don't you even do not dare when going together? Young fellow, you are crazy. Let me come first. Some youngsters were so excited that they blushed and couldn't help but step forward. Don't be fooled. The split-tile youngster repeatedly stopped, this young fellow is obviously agitating us. Since he dares to kick dojo alone, he must be a veteran in a fighting arena. He has studied martial arts since he was a child. I've been training for 10 years, maybe even has reached human's realm gate. How long have we just trained with master? It's inviting humiliation to oneself. Everyone, wait patiently, senior brother Mark went to the toilet, he will come soon of. Mark. Sun Yueben flicked the black hair in front of his forehead, is that your dojo's signature? Only Mark can take action on dojo? Well, I'll wait, I hope I won't be disappointed. At this time, I won't let you down. Ha 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 ha. With a laughed heartily sound, I saw a bare-chested youngster with a horse-faced youngster in red pants walking out of the side door. Senior brother Mark is here. Senior brother Mark, you are finally here, this young fellow is very rampant, you must beat him so hard that he can't even recognize his mother. The youngsters rushed to the horse-faced youngster as if they had found the backbone. Satan! Sun Yueben turned his head. As soon as his eyes touched the youngster's face, a person's name Satan flashed in his mind. Satan is a satirical character in Dragon Ball world. In the eyes of Z-Fighter in the early period, he is a shameless and funny character. No Z-Fighter pays attention to such a person. But later, because of the powerful to have the power to rally supporters, taking the Z-Fighter's credit, Earthling thought it was the hero who saved Earth. He called for Earthling when Son Goku and Evil Bu battled to collect Essence Key give up Essence Key, so Son Goku praised him may really be savior. In fact Satan's power level does not exceed the limit of human physical capability, which is more than 10. But his luck, or his bossing, and then the luck that can lie is something that people have to admire. Therefore, obviously his strength is extremely low, but he has become the #1 expert in the world of Earthling in mind, saving the hero of the world. The mark in front of him is a black-hair youngster, with Mr. Satan's iconic curly hair explosion head, the iconic chin length and the length of the face above the lips, as well as the eyes and eyebrows. The entire appearance is the same as the Satan in Sun Wuben's memory. Very similar. Your name is Mark. Sun Wuben said in a strange voice, do you have another name called Satan? Satan. Mark froze for a moment, and then haha, young fellow, what are you talking about? Unfathomable mystery nonsense. Father does not change his name, can change surname, through childhood is called Mark, where is the name of another Satan, although in this Satan city, I can also call the name Satan, but it is not, ha ha ha. Mark. Sun Wuben frowning, Satan's original name was Mark, because of his strong strength and various surprises, such as competing opponent falling into food poisoning, referee brain gangling, etc. Luck. Soon became a world champion, and because of dojo's presence in Satan City it is called Mr. Satan, but these Sun Wuben simply don't know. It doesn't seem to be Satan, and that's right. There are too many people in the world who look alike. Sun Wuben sighed in relief, but he clearly remembered that within Dragon Ball Mr. Satan young age once competed with his master far away. In the South City Tavern, he sneered at the hairstyle of a man named Mercenary Tao. The master was killed and Satan was seriously injured, especially his heart was hurt badly. Since then, Mr. Satan has firmly vowed that he will never get along again. The true identity is unrecognizable and the strong outrageous opponent is fighting. Mark is not Satan, then grandfather is impossible to be the master of Satan who was killed by Mercenary Tao. Sun Wuben whispered in his heart. Chapter 39. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Hey, young fellow, report your name and training dojo name. Satan put hands on hips, pointed Sun Wuben, and suddenly he was taken aback. Young fellow, you look like you, where I seem to have seen it, Mark said, thinking about it, and patted his head after a moment. Oh, I remember, hey, where did I see him? Touched his head and fell into thought again. Everyone was sweating coldly. Hey, are you still fighting or no fight? Sun Wuben shouted, just at this moment. Youngster, which dojo do you belong to? How can you kick dojo alone? A familiar voice resounded to Sun Wuben's ear, but it was a neatly shaved, flat-headed old man dressed in a white tunic from the door. Walk slowly in. As soon as Sun Wuxian's eyes fell on Sun Wuben's side face, the movement became a little stiff. Don't care which dojo I belong to, you can hit it if you want. Sun Wuben said, turning his head and looking towards the door, his eyes widened. Grandfather! Sun Wuben exclaimed in surprise, which naturally restored his habitual mother tongue, the Asian language with the accent of Ginkgo village. You are, Sun Wuxian widened his eyes, with a confused expression floating on his face. Grandfather, I'm Wuben. Sun Wuben took off his sunglasses and greeted him with a smile. Grandfather, didn't you talk to me on the phone yesterday? It's really you, Wuben. Sun Wuxian became excited. Child, how did you get there? Grandfather really didn't expect it, you are a surprise for grandfather. Master, this is, Mark stepped forward and asked. He walked outside with Sun Wuxian for a while, barely able to listen to some Asian languages. Mark, this one is my grandson, Sun Wuben, haha, Sun Wuxian said excitedly. Sun Wuben. Mark stared. Sun Wuben was admitted to the North City important class. This has always been the pride of the Sun family. Sun Wuxian until now is proud of having such a grandson, so when he is with Mark, he often talks about Sun Wuben. It can be said that the name Sun Wuben, Mark can hear it. Is he really Sun Wuben? Mark screamed. Senior brother Mark. A little apprentice next to him pulled Mark and asked in a low voice, this is Master's grandson, he is very famous, senior brother Mark, you don't look right. Famous, of course it's famous. Mark got excited, grinned his hippo-like mouth and let out a big laugh, then said, "You know, he is a top student in North City important class. You know what North City is? Is it a high-level institution? That's the whole world for major university. You may not understand the top 4, but as long as you graduate from this institution," Mark brags for a while and hears all around apprentice each and every. His eyes are bright and he looks at Sun Wuben's eyes were different. In fact, most of these apprentices are children from the slums in this area. They have very limited knowledge. They don't understand any higher education institutions, let alone what North City important class means. But what does it matter? Anyway, Mark, the experienced and knowledgeable eldest senior brother, is so esteemed, that can't be wrong. Wuben, this is the discipline I received back then. You, Sister Mia, have also seen him. Sun Wuxian didn't stop Mark from bragging. He smiled and pointed at Mark. His name is Mark. The study martial arts innate talent is very good. He is a human being. Not as diligent as your older sister. Hello Mark, please take care of me. Sun Wuben extended a take action. Mark stopped bragging, looked at Sun Wuben's outstretched hand, eyes flash a hint of crafty, and smiled and stretched out a take action. Sun Wuben, I have looked up to your distinguished name for a long time, please take care of me. Mark's brow suddenly frowned slightly. What's the matter? Senior brother Mark. The junior brother next to him asked repeatedly. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Mark retracted his hand, laughed heartily for a while, but doubts flashed in his eyes. This Mark, Sun Wuben smiled secretly in his heart, and the two people shook hands. As soon as Mark grabbed Sun Wuben's hand, he used a great strength, trying to pinch Sun Wuben. Just kidding, but his strength is in the eyes of Sun Wuben today. In it, like a baby, how could it be so painful that Sun Wuben was pinched? So Sun Wuben just shook his hand, and Mark's desperate hand loosened involuntarily. Fortunately, Sun Wuben did not fight back, otherwise Mark would not slightly frown. Is that simple? These all are my new except Discball. Sun Wuxian introduced the other apprentice again, and then took Sun Wuben into the side room. As soon as the two people left, Mark slapped his head. Oh, I remember, really remember, isn't he the song god Sun Wuben? Song god Sun Wuben? All-around apprentice was taken aback. Remember the last time the master asked me to go? It was the record released by Sun Wuben. This Sun Wuben is the music genius of North City, which is called Song God by North City entertainment industry. Mark Lianyu bragging about dancing and dancing. Inner house living room. The tea smells faint, and Sun Wuxian looks at Sun Wuben who is blowing tea foam. Really didn't expect you to come. Oh, this is only crude tea. Coffee is popular here, but grandfather still likes to drink tea. Unfortunately, the refined tea here is too expensive, so I had to buy some of the worst crude tea. Mouth addiction. Wuben, why are you here? Sun Wuxian frowned slightly when he said this. Why come? Sun Wuben smiled bitterly in his heart. In recent years, there have been accidents in the family. First, the father died of excessive practice, and then the mother became a vegetable. Then Sister Mia was also captured by the Red Ribbon Army. No one has been found yet. Then yesterday Sun Wuxian called again, and it seemed that he was seeking help. How could Sun Wuben not worry in his heart, fearing that his grandfather would also have an accident, especially when he thought that the location of grandfather was Satan City. In the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Gohan went to the Satan City attend school. Every day all encountered various crimes, and sometimes several incidents a day. It is for this reason that Sun Gohan, who is very good at fighting injustices, is the one who protects justice. Videl knows each other and walks into marriage. In addition, Sun Wuben remembered that Satan was from Satan City. Satan young age and Master met mercenary Tao. Master was killed and he was seriously injured. Naturally, Sun Wuben moved his mind to take a look. Grandfather, you made a call yesterday and wanted Sister Mia to come over. I'm afraid that you have something to help. Besides, I also miss grandfather, so I just come and have a look. As for Sister Mia, because I still have some money at home, nothing else. Sister Mia wanted to do a further breakthrough to make Sun Wu Style's reputation even better. She went out for training, and I don't know the specific whereabouts. Only when she makes a call can I know. Sun Wuben laughed. You are really, 1,000 li came here, less than a day, you ran from home to this Satan city. I am afraid that the cost is not small, no matter how rich the family is, you can't spend it like that. Sun Wuxian hummed sound. This world high-tech transportation and low-tech transportation coexist, but even if you take the cheapest transportation, from Ginkgo village to Satan city, travel expenses are a lot of money. Sun Wuxian has been running around all the year round. He is very clear about this. Most of his travels in the past rely on his feet, but he is reluctant to spend money. Grandfather, in fact, the family is not short of money now. Sun Wuben even said. Humph. Sun Wuxian waved his hand. Wastrel is easy to start a family. Forget it, I won't talk about you, you are also kind, but what's the matter with Mia? Martial arts training has reached her realm, and I want to go further. Easier said than done. The world martial artist, one can't tell how many can open the realm gate. Next time let her make a call to me, I have to talk about her well. Sun Wuxian nagging, let Sun Wuben. He couldn't even cut in, but smiled bitterly, and Sun Wuxian finally took a breath. By the way, grandfather, what are you looking for Sister Mia? Sun Wuben even asked. Sun Wuxian laughed, in fact, there is nothing at worst, trivial, she is indifferent or not, so I won't say anything. Is it because of fighting skill competition? Sun Wuben asked. That's right. Sun Wuxian paused and said, it's okay to say it, but dojo, is on the right track now and started to make a name in this famous fighting sacred land, but it's still the last step. If Mark can defeating Lu Feng of martial arts dojo, it would be perfect, just. Grandfather, you don't have confidence in Mark. How is it possible to have confidence? Sun Wuxian showed a bit of bitterness on his face, then Lu Feng, I have seen him take action, Mark is still a little short of his realm, it is difficult to win, but Mark, this child is playing with a heart and waste with his innate talent, no surprises, he is afraid that it will be difficult to achieve advanced and greatly improved in a short time. Grandfather, you let Sister Mia come over, don't you want Sister Mia to play instead of Mark? That's not true. Although Mia is also my discipline, others don't know. Outsiders only know that Mark is the discipline of 18th Fighting Dojo. If I go to Mia, people will think that I'm looking for foreign aid. Winning is equal to losing. I also know that reputation is the most important thing for a martial artist. I'm understood, grandfather. You asked Sister Mia to come here to accompany Mark to practice, guidance Mark training. I want to use actual combat to push out Mark's potential in a short period of time, right? Sun Wuben smiled. You, this child, are smart. You also know that although actual combat is dangerous, it can also improve the combat ability of martial artists the most. The other apprentices in dojo are newbies, and it will take a few years to grow up, and Mark, it's so familiar again, so I let Mia come. In addition to what you said, there is also to stimulate Mark's monkey, even if I defeated 100 times. I still laughed, without shame, but defeated it's different in the hands of someone like your older sister. Sun Wuxian haha said with a smile and winked at Sun Wuben. Wuben, you have grown up now, and you should understand the truth. It's not the poor self-esteem of men, who don't want to be ugly in front of beautiful women, and Sister Mia is extremely beautiful. Which man does not look green light? Sun Wuben curl one's lip. Oh, does Wuben have a green light? That girl is actually a daughter-in-law for you. If you have a fancy, you can go after it. Sun Wuxian haha laughed, his eyes were a little surprised. He accepted Mia as his granddaughter. I really have the idea of matching her and Sun Woo-ben. After all, she is a good girl who can't fault her, regardless of her talents or virtues. Sun Woo-ben laughed, leaving the topic aside. Grandfather, Sister Mia is afraid that she won't be able to come in a short time, so don't think too much about it. Let me beat Mark for you. You? Sun Wushan was taken aback. Although he did not go home very often, he also knew about Sun Woo-ben, except that he was trained by father guidance for a period of time when he was 5 to 6 years old. Later, his family was completely trained as a scholar in North City. How easy is it to enter such a college? Sun Woo-ben doesn't have enough time to study culture, and it is even more impossible to have time to train. Moreover, Sun Wushan has never recognized his grandson as the release singer of the record that Mark gave him yesterday. Even understood, Sun Wushan did not know that song god Sun Woo-ben was a top student who dropped out of North City. Chapter 40. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sun Wushan haha laughed after a moment. You this child, you just love cracking a joke. Sun Wushan sighed, I remember your study literature is a good seed, study martial arts and spiritual chi are full, 5 to 6 years old when your father taught you in the mountainside, martial arts can be understood as soon as you say it, and you can give it an inverse 3, if your father is stunned, the body potential is low. Mark's physical capital is full, but, if he has your spiritual intelligence, where I need to worry about it here. Sun Wushan was very moved. Sun Wuxian taught Sun Woo-ben. Sun Woo-ben was only 5-6 years old at the time. But Sun Woo-ben understood the truths as soon as he heard them, and for the same reason, Sun Wushan repeatedly talked to Mark, and Mark was confused. Two people can throw the opposite side 100,000 away with one brain, and 100,000 with the opposite side threw away the body potential. Grandfather, I am not cracking a joke. Sun Woo-ben said. He could see that Sun Wushan took 18th Fighting Dojo very seriously, and Sun Woo-ben could also understand that Sun Wushan has been running around for the breakthrough human body realm gate all his life. Pursuing the supreme martial arts and working hard, in his later years, I finally became willing to calm one's heart and founded martial arts dojo to organize the inheritance of the martial arts of my life. If there is an accident, it will be abandoned midway, which is also a huge for the elderly of Sun Wushan. It's possible that it will never recover. I really don't have much time now, but it is worth squeezing some time to let grandfather fulfill his wish. Sun Woo-ben's eyes were firm. Grandfather, my current strength can be done with a finger, Mark is not my opponent at all. Haha. Sun Wushan smiled more happily. Woo-ben, didn't you just want to say that you can pinch Mark to death with just one finger? Sun Woo-ben's eyes twitched. He was actually prepared to say that just now, but then he thought, although he said that was the truth, but grandfather had never seen him take action after all, so he might think he was talking big, so he changed into the following words. Grandfather, or let's make a bet. How to bet? Sun Wushan became interested. I'm sitting here, grandfather, you push me. As long as you push me back half an inch, I will never mention what happened. Otherwise, let me beat Mark for you instead of Sister Mia. How about? Sun Woo-ben said. You sit there and let me push. Sun Wushan's face was weird, and the smile on his face was distorted. Half genius regaining composure came, with a weird face said, Woo-ben, you don't think grandfather is old, and you are back to your mother's house with power level. How is it possible that our Sun Wu style training pays attention to supreme fist cultivate vitality? The so-called ginger but fiery is not training. If you are too eager to train your body, you will only get stronger as you get older. This common-sense grandson still remember, Sun Woo-ben said. Yes, you still remember, but why? I heard that there is an attend school that reads stupidly, isn't it? Sun Wushan looked at Sun Woo-ben with a weird expression, and asked, Woo-ben, I ask you, you can split it now. How many tiles are stacked together? How many tiles can be broken in one blow? Sun Wuben blinked. His face muscles twitching, under his own blow, if the strength is concentrated enough, a car of tiles can be easily split, unexpectedly asked how many tiles can be split. Sun Wuben glanced across the room. There are no tiles in the house. Except for a wooden table, a few wooden chairs, and a wooden cabinet, not at all can be used to show strength, such as steel knives, shot puts, and the like. You can't break the red brick wall open. Grandfather, if I say that I can destroy a truckload of tiles with a single blow, you will definitely say that I don't pay taxes on boasting, so it's the previous bet. You this child, Sun Wuxian was speechless. Why? Sun Wuben looked at Sun Wuxian defiantly. Grandfather does not dare any more, afraid of embarrassment in front of me. Well, grandfather will try you. Sun Wuxian laughed, stood up and walked towards Sun Wuben. Wuben, let me tell you a little bit, I'm not like your father, but I have broken the realm gate. What? Sun Wuben was taken aback. Grandfather has broken the realm gate? Haha, be scared. Sun Wuxian laughed heartily. Bloodline martial artists like him will stop growing when power level reaches a certain level, but Sun Wuxian has never slackened training since he entered the human body limit. There has been growth for more than 60 years, and the growth in the next 60 years, even if it only grows a little every year, the accumulated skill is not trivial. According to Sun Wuxian, this should break the realm gate. Really scared? After Sun Wuben regaining composure came, he was also excited. Grandfather was able to break the realm gate. This is a great happy event. Sun Wuben knows the benefits of breaking the realm gate. Just be scared. Sun Wuxian smiled at Sun Wuben. Wuben, do you still insist on betting with grandfather now? Or, another bet? No. Sun Wuben eyebrows raised, it's still the previous bet, although bring it on. Oh. Sun Wuxian was stunned. He looked at Sun Wuben weirdly. Sun Wuben's expression was full of excitement, without a trace of worry. By the way, this young fellow from the very beginning is cracking a joke. Sun Wuxian put a smile on his face. I am also really confused. He is a high-achieving student at an attend school. It is impossible to have time to train, and to his body potential, even if he doesn't attend school, full-strength training, just like that, how could he really win? Betting with me is a joke, so no matter how high my skill is, he doesn't care, because anyway is to lose. In my heart, Sun Wuxian's smile was brighter. Wuben, grandfather is here. This is 1% of grandfather's strength. It depends on whether you can bear it. Sun Wuxian is also very playful. Although he is afraid of breaking grandson, 1% of strength should be fine. He stretched out a finger and tapped it on Sun Wuben's forehead, suddenly exerting force. A huge strength gushes out. How powerful is a martial artist who has been training for more than 70 years? Even if it is 7%, it cannot be carried by 8 robust men. But Sun Wuben's body didn't move a bit, and the expressions were extremely leisurely, as if Sun Wuxian's press was only gentle, like a spring breeze. N. Sun Wuxian yelled, then laughed again. It's not bad, you have been reading books for so many years, and you still have such a strength. Be careful, grandfather will add 20% of the strength. Sun Wuxian said suddenly and exerted another force. This time the strength is close to 2x the previous time. Sun Wuben's head still didn't move, but he blinked and looked at Sun Wuxian said with a smile, Grandfather, don't try, you broke the realm gate, and I also broke the realm gate, without full strength, I want to push me, this is not what dreams do. It's getting more outrageous. I'll increase it to 50% this time. Sun Wuxian is not in a hurry. Attend school is not exactly a nerd. After all, he has also read and knows that the school not only has physical education, but also extracurricular activities. Football, baseball, basketball, these sports activities can train people's strength, as long as Sun Wuben is not a real nerd, with his spiritual intelligence, take time to train martial arts, it is not completely unbelievable to have such power. Be careful. Sun Wuxian pushed hard again. Grandfather. Sun Wuben laughed, where is the 50% power, I'm afraid I can't even a CD, don't you be bluffing. Sun Wuxian's face became a little serious. 50% strength, no response, this young fellow is not simple. Small hesitation, Sun Wuxian retracted his fingers and put more force. It would not be appropriate to use one finger. Sun Wuxian stretched out a hand and pressed his palm against Sun on Wuben's shoulders. Wuben, I'm going to use 60% of my strength. He said hard. It's not 60%, at most 30%. Sun Wuben said with a smile. Sun Wuxian frowning. Wuben, could it be said that you never gave up training when you were attending school? Sun Wuxian surprisedly said, able to block 70% of his strength, and Sun Wuben was sitting and pushing Sun Wuxian, which was even more difficult, and Sun Wuxian also felt wrong. Forget it, the specific situation is that when I was attending school, I never sat before, and I used horse stance instead of sitting. So even though I was at the attend school, the skill at the bottom has not fallen, but very strong. Sun Wuben said. There's still this? But, Sun Wuxian squinted, and can sit and block his 60% strength, his grandson is more than just a good next game. Genius, the real genius, this young fellow is now as strong as Mark, no wonder. Sun Wuxian was delighted for a while, regretted for a while, and distressed for a while, the aptitude of his own grandson, if he does not follow the scholarship. Lu, dedicated to martial arts, his achievements are not low. With hard work, he may reach the height of Sun Wuxian in the future. I don't know what realm this young fellow has reached. Sun Wuxian forward Yishu, 70%, let's start. He exerted force. All right. Sun Wuben laughed. This, Sun Wuxian stared, almost stunned, he took a deep breath, his palms pressed hard again, 80%. Finally, I feel a little bit, but too little, too small. Sun Wuben's furious voice sounded again. Sun Wuxian's face was extremely serious, he stared at Sun Wuben in a daze. Wuben, how did you get this strange power? Sun Wuxian said slowly. Grandfather, leave it alone, let me see how much power you have under your full strength. Sun Wuben said. Sun Wuxian said that he broke the realm gate, but Sun Wuben felt that it was far away from breaking the realm gate. Well, unless Sun Wuxian said 70%, 80% true strength is only 40 to 50%. Full strength. Sun Wuxian shake one's head, no need, I promise you, let you go to the guidance mark. With 80% of the strength, Sun Wuben can't move even a bit. Sun Wuxian understands the strength of Sun Wuben, it's far above mark. As for myself, using 90% should be able to promote Sun Wuben, and 100% is also a promotion, which is already meaningless. Chapter 41. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Grandfather. Sun Wuben said with a serious face, if you did use 80% of your power just now, with all due respect, you are still far from the so-called open realm gate. Smelly brat. Sun Wuxian couldn't help but laughed and cursed, your young fellow is really sunny and shining, so good, you can tell me, why do you think I didn't open the realm gate? Do you know what the realm gate is broken? I'll go. Travel all over the world and visit famous martial arts masters. The bridge you have traveled is longer than the road you have traveled. Although your young fellow is smart, you can't talk nonsense. Grandfather, you must have never seen anyone who really opened the realm gate before. Sun Wuben had a heavy face. He originally planned to open the realm gate and then started guidance Mia training. However, on August 8, Mia disappeared and now I met grandfather. Sun Yueben will naturally not hide and tease, and prepare to have a showdown with Sun Wuxian. You know fart, young, full of lies. Sun Wuxian scolded with a smile. Sun Yueben blinked, which word did I lie? You, Sun Wuxian said for a moment. Sun Yueben did say a big talk before. Perhaps it was a big talk in Sun Wuxian's eyes, but after that, Sun Wuxian used 80% of his power, and he did not use Sun Yueben. Push it half a silk. Look, you don't believe me. If you use full strength and still can't let me move, it proves that I haven't lied. Sun Yueben looked at Sun Wuxian with contempt, and said, Grandfather, yes, you are running away, afraid of losing to grandson. You have been training for a lifetime, and the result is not as good as others while attending school while training. Sun Wuxian frowning, his face was a bit ugly, and he suddenly smiled, ha ha ha, smelly brat, don't think about it, your method, when grandfather walks in the rivers and lakes, he has not used it 1,000 times or used it 100 times, but, he said. Sun Yueben squeezed his eyes, grandfather decided to accompany you to finish the game, this time it's 90%. He said one hand and pressed Sun Yueben's shoulder again. Attention! Unlike before, Sun Wuxian suddenly burst into aura, and his face suddenly became ice cold. Go! Suddenly shout, a huge strength came from Sun Wuxian's hand. Still like this? Sun Yueben felt disappointed, his head frowned. Does grandfather really use 90%, or is it, old child, or is he just playing? Sun Yueben pondered, but he didn't see Sun Wuxian's suddenly changing face. How can it be? Sun Wuxian was short of breath, and then he burst into a stronger aura again, and his eyes became more ice cold, again crazy. Go! 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 Sun Wuxian shouted again and again, desperately with full strength, frenzied force, and even because of too much force, the whole body was violently, and his forehead was sweaty. But it was useless. Sun Wuxian felt that no matter how much power he used, he felt like he was pushing on a huge stone mountain. Suddenly Sun Wuxian was discouraged. Could it be? Sun Wuxian looked towards retracting his hand, looking at his own hand. Of course he would not think that he was old and his strength was shrinking. Da with Macron. Da with Macron. Da with Macron. Sun Wuxian took a few steps back and sat down against the chair behind him, both eyes blank. The room fell into silence. Grandfather. Sun Yueben voice resounded, you didn't crack a joke with me. Sun Yueben asked cautiously. Cracking a joke? Sun Wuxian's eyes became more angry, he looked towards Sun Yueben, child, what's the matter, you are attending school, how can you have such power? Grandfather, you may not know, I have made more than 50 million in the past few years. Sun Yueben shocked Sun Wuxian as soon as he started to talk. 5. More than 50 million. It was about a year or so after you left last time. I thought about reducing the burden on my family, so I dropped out of school. Then I went to Happy Boys to participate in the TV audition. Since then, my fame has become huge. Records. This record earned me 5,000 to 10,000. I didn't completely give up martial arts back then. After dropping out of school, in addition to participating in the audition and issuing records, I devoted myself to martial arts training, so there is the current achievement. Sun Yueben finished 2 sentences. From 5,000 to 10,000, Happy Boys sound audition, release of records, Sun Wuxian blinked, whispered, so, you just arrived at martial arts training in just 2 years. The wholehearted training is only 2-3 years. By the way, I also received 2 amazing potential disciplines during this period, but they were later abducted by Master Shen. Sun Yueben said. I also received 2 disciplines, Master Shen turned off, Master Shen, Sun Wuxian said, looking at Sun Yueben blankly, Master Shen is the one in the legend, my teacher from Sun Wu Style School founding ancestor, and that one, he is still alive, Sun Wuben said. Still alive, Master Shen is still alive, Sun Wushan muttered to oneself said. By the way, a few days ago, I went to the World Martial Arts Tournament and I met Master Rashi. Master Rashi also received 2 amazing potential disciplines, especially the long-tailed child. His name is Sun Goku. In my opinion, this Sun Goku has a potential like the universe starry sky. Sun Wuben said. Master Rashi? Sun Goku? Which Master Rashi, is it with Crane? That's it, he is also alive, and his strength is so desperate. Last time in the martial arts tournament, the key he sent out hit Moon to disappeared, which is said to be pushed off the original orbit. Sun Wuben said. Master Rashi, give Moon to, Sun Wushan murmured, his face blank. Also, Master Rashi that Sun Goku alone put the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wuben said this, and Sun Wushan waved his hand, Wuben, you don't need to say, how do I feel like I'm dreaming, you stop, after this besides, I think about it. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, let's go outside and have a good meal. Alright. Sun Wuben also knew that the news was too shocking. Grandfather, you are afraid that there is not much money here. This card is for you to spend. A bank card appeared in Sun Wuben's hand. Card. Sun Wushan's gaze fell on the bank card handed over by Sun Wuben. It was a 10 million card. Sun Wuben had the privilege of seeing it once. This is 100,000,000 million cards. Well, there is 10 million in it. When grandfather you go to the bank and put your name on this card, you will lose the card or you will not lose if it is stolen. Sun Wuben said, but he was a little weird in his heart. It's not that 10 million is distressed, but he has been spending lavishly since the record revenue, replacing all the old things at home, and he and Mia have bought a lot of various capsules. Sun Wuben didn't think about how to save money, and so did Mia. Anyway, her younger brother is a monstrous talent and it's easy to get money. 2 people spend such a flower, tens of millions is spent, there are still many things that need to be added but have not been bought. Then fortune teller Baba spent 10 million, and Sun Goku spent another 10 million. This can be regarded as hollowing out the last surplus of Sun Wuben. Now the 1,000 for Sun Wushan is still borrowed by Sun Wuben from the contracted management agency. After all, at the value of Sun Wuben, let alone borrow 10 million, it is 100 million, and some people are willing to give it. I have to find a time to go back to the company, then go on a TV run and run show my face, and release a new record by the way. It's just a headache. It is easy to make money, but it takes a lot of time to do all kinds of publicity for a new record, whether it is going to show up in the entertainment country, holding a press conference, or recording a record. Sun Wuben Open Realm Gate is indeed at the forefront of Earth martial arts. For a normal martial artist, it may be leisurely and carefree, just like Master Rashi, Master Shen, and Mutato. After several hundred years, only power level promotion reaches 100, but I can't help it. The Open Realm Gate is the real start of martial arts in the eyes of Sun Wuben. At this time, it is the critical moment to advance with leaps and bounds, transforming mortality into immortality. Sun Wuben can't wait to break 1 minute into 60 minutes. Don't be pulled down too much by the Z fighters of amazing potential. Okay. Sun Wushan didn't say any more, and he reached out and took the card directly. Since his grandson said that he made more than 50 million in the release of his record, he didn't have anything to come out with 10 million. Sun Wushan also happened to hold the card. Go out to spend and see if it is a real card and if you are dreaming. Sun Wushan put the card in his arms, as if he suddenly remembered something, slapped his head, look at me, almost forgot, you just said that you made a record of 5,000 to 10,000. You wouldn't be the one who sang Mother. Sun Wuben from father and my fellow countrymen. Grandfather, have you heard of me here too? It's Mark yesterday, Sun Wushan said, walking outside the door. Let's go, let's talk while walking. N. Chapter 42. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Satan City. One old one young appeared in cafes, restaurants, large shopping malls, even parks and children's playgrounds. The old man was dressed in a white tunic suit and the youngster covered his face with sunglasses. For the rest of the day, Sun Wushan never asked Sun Wuben to speak up. Instead, he took Sun Wuben to play in Satan City as a landlord, and did not even return to dojo at night, but booked a room in 5-star hotel. For Sun Wuben, training is very anxious, but compared to family affection, especially thinking of playing with grandfather is rare. Naturally, it can't be disappointed. Early next morning. 18th Fighting Dojo. Hey! What? A dozen youngsters and Mark are training in sweat, walking side by side in one old one young, two people outside the door. It's Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben is back. When Apprentice and Mark saw the youngster, their eyes lit up, but when they saw the flat-headed old man next to the youngster, their expressions were a bit bitter, and the training movement does not dare felt lazy. Okay, stop it. Yes, master. All apprentice was overjoyed and stopped the training in their hands. Master, early, by the way, Mr. Sun Wuben, I heard that you are a famous singer in Kami? North City. Sun Wuben, listen to Mark, you may be the song god Sun Wuben of North City, yes no? Some apprentice asked impatiently. Mark came to Sun Wuben by himself. Ha ha ha, I forgot yesterday, you are song god, ha ha, I really like listening to your songs, but the record was taken away by the master. By the way, Sun Wuben, don't say that you are not the song god. I think you look very much like him. Humph. Sun Wushan made a coldly snorted sound, and the immediate buzzing noise fell silent. Mark, you fought with Wuben. Sun Wushan said indifferently. Ah. Mark was taken aback, looked towards Sun Wuben, then looked towards Sun Wushan, and pointed to Sun Wuben. Master, you mean I compete with him? Yes, I told you a long time ago that Wuben's understanding of training can throw you 100 blocks away. Go and fight with him. As long as you can survive 10 tricks in Wuben's hands, your training, you will listen to songs in the future. Or singing, I don't care about you. Sun Wushan said indifferently. Mark blinked, only then did he realize that it seemed that Master was not joking. Master, you let senior brother Mark and Mr. Sun Wuben? I heard that Mr. Sun Wuben is North City, yesterday's split-tile youngster asked in a low voice. Sun Wushan sneered, and faintly glanced at the discipline with the highest potential in addition to Mark in this recipe. Could it be you still want to compare with him? Where? I'm just curious. Mr. Sun Wuben is at the attend school, he should be very busy, and there is no time for training. Split-tile youngster smiled and said. This is indeed true. Wuben does not have much time for training, but he does not train like you. He is stubborn. Sun Wushan said indifferently and glanced at Mark. Mark, what are you still doing? Master. Mark came to the regaining composure at this time. Disciple is very happy. It's just that the discipline fist strength is big and the training is not at home. At first glance, attend school people like Mr. Sun Wuben are thin and weak. Disciple is afraid of a miss, so hard work, and hurt him. That's not good. Mark said. Sun Wushan lowered his eyelids. If you can hurt you, then you have finished apprenticeship. The master can also give you the dojo master. Go, stop talking nonsense, Wuben, you also stand in the middle. Okay, grandfather. Sun Wuben walked to the center of the hall, standing there loosely covered with a weak spot. Mark smiled at first sight, all around each and every apprentice also smiled. Master, look at him, there is number 100, there are 90 weak spots. I don't think he is busy with the martial arts competition. First do a test. Mark haha said with a smile. Test? Sun Wuxian raised his eyelids. Well, how do you want to test? I want to try Mr. Sun Wuben's skill. Mark haha laughed and pointed to the pile of tiles piled up in the corner of the hall. Mr. Sun Wuben, I can split 10 pieces together with one blow. Don't be surprised that there are not many tiles that can do this step in this world. Now the test I want to do is also split tile. See how many tiles you can split. I hope it won't be less than 6. Is it split tile again? Sun Wuben blinked his eyelids, feeling a bruise in the corner of his eye. Grandfather, do you use split tile for testing here? Sun Wuben asked. Sun Wuxian smiled bitterly. You think it's easy for anyone to get money like you? I can't afford a fist strike device here. I don't have a fist strike device as a power calculation tool, so I have to make up some broken tiles. Anyway, this thing is easy to get. Don't underestimate these tiles. Although they look thin, they are very hard. They are much harder to split than wooden boards of the same thickness. I still know the hardness of the tile. Sun Wuben said with a smile. The tile that everyone used for testing was the kind of high-thickness glazed tile, and it wasn't something that could be split by anyone. Mr. Sun Wuben, I'm going to move tiles. How about taking 10 yuan first? An apprentice called. Scar, you don't need to move. I'll go outside and come by myself. Also, you guys come out too. I'll just chop outside to save trouble. Sun Wuben laughed at Scar and walked outside the hall. Everyone followed him. There is a pile of tiles piled up in the corner of the wall under the eaves outside the hall, which is 1 meter high and nearly 2 meters long. Mr. Sun Wuben, do you want me to help you build the tiles? No, you all stand a little away. Sun Wuben walked to the pile of tiles and raised his hand. All eyes are on the bright spots. I'm going to split. What? Everyone was shocked, and even Sun Wuxian was stunned. The pile of tiles was close to 200 pieces. Stacked in 6 piles, each pile had more than 30 pieces. Could it be that Sun Wuben just smashed the 30-odd tiles directly? Wuben, you just chop like that. Can't that work? It's okay. Sun Wuxian frowned slightly. It was not impossible to split at 100 tiles, but because the tiles were stacked against the wall, there was no space for the movement of the hand to be displayed and it was not easy to use force. It's just that you are like this. I'm afraid that you won't be able to use 80% of your power. Sun Wuxian said. Enough, 80% is completely enough. Sun Wuben said, his hand suddenly dropped. Bang! Loud noise. I saw Sun Wuben's palm like a sharp steel knife, directly down everything, and the whole tile was opened from top to bottom. Crash bang! This pile of tiles fell to the side of 2. And you can see every piece of tile that was split, and the fracture was clean. Split? All split. From the top, at least, the whole is split, there is no one left. All around a pair of both eyes stared roundly, including Mark and Sun Wuxian. This shingle is nearly 30 pieces, and it's still placed against the wall. The split tile's arms can't be stretched out, and the force is even smaller, but it splits all with one blow from top to bottom, and no one is missing. Drop, it's so easy. If there are 2 yuan under this dozen, can you split it at once? Although martial artist often talks about the limit of the physical capability of the human body, and the open realm gate can have the power beyond the limit of the human body, it still belongs to the power of the human, but Sun Wuben at this moment is no longer the power that the human can have. Isn't I awake from the dream I had yesterday? Sun Wuxian lowered his eyelids, with his hands behind his back, and seemed calm, but the hands in the sleeves trembled slightly. Ha 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 ha! There was a sudden burst of laughter, and Mark opened his hippo-like mouth with a laugh heartily. Senior brother Mark, this Mr. Sun Wuben, good, so amazing. Ah, the split-tile youngster beside him hesitated. Senior brother Mark, what are you laughing at? Scar whispered. Magic trick. Mark laughed heartily, loudly said, it's all magic trick, this is magic trick. Magic trick, don't you understand? All apprentice stunned, magic trick? Is it really a magic trick? That pile of tiles was really cut open. Several apprentices walked forward in a daze and looked at the broken tiles. It was obviously not a trick. These tiles were really disconnected. Sun Yueben was also stunned, and then his face became weird. In Dragon Ball World, facing the power of Z Fighter beyond human, Mr. Satan said that each time is a magic trick, and whole Earth world, except for a few, is also recognized those are magic tricks. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, almost every time. It seems absurd, but it's not ridiculous to think about it. After all, that kind of ability is against the laws of science, against mainstream values, and there really is that kind of ability. There are only a few people like Z Fighter in whole Earth, plus the ones on Earth. Human being killed again and again, once again by Z Fighter gathering 7 Dragon Balls, summon Shenron to make a wish, let them come alive. These unfathomable mystery things also make the entire Earthlings somewhat numb. Moreover, the potential of the main martial artist of Earth, compared with Z Fighter, is like the difference between heaven and earth between a mouse and an elephant. His heart is jealous, even if he understands that impossible is a magic trick. After all, if magic trick is so powerful, it is immortal technique and magic, and it is also called magic trick. In the blink of an eye, I also have this treatment. Sun Yueben found it funny when he watched Dragon Ball. Why are those people so stupid? But this time he couldn't help feeling that he also had the ability to be considered a magic trick. Whether it is a magic trick or not, Yueben has already demonstrated his power. Sun Wuxian said solemnly, start to talk at this time, Mark, it's your turn to engage Yueben, or the previous sentence, if you can talk to him after 10 moves in his hand, the master will ignore you. If you can win, this dojo will be yours. Ha 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 ha. Mark grinned and let out a laugh that could shake the roof tiles. He turned around and strode towards the hall. Come on, let's all enter the house, junior brothers, all of you are recruiting highlights. Take a closer look. How did Mark break his magic trick? Ha 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 ha. Magic trick, all magic tricks. Ha ha ha. In the room, everyone stood up, and each and every looked at the 2 people standing in the middle of the hall with their eyes wide open. The magic tricks are all fake, and senior brother Mark will definitely win. Magic trick, it's just a guy's trick, usually bluffing is that's all, really fight, humph. Chapter 43. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Mr. Sun Yueben. Mark patted his huge pectoral muscles that were so developed and squeezed his hands to make a movement showing the strength of the 2 head muscles. Have you seen that? My muscles are all real. Real power, unlike your magic trick. I believe that no matter what kind of magic trick comes into contact with a real gun, it must be shattered. Sun Yueben stood loosely, a finger moved towards Mark hooked, lazily said, let's start. Well. Mark became excited. Just when Sun Yueben thought he would make a move, he saw him like a boxer greeting the media and audience before the competition, holding up his fists and turning his body to demonstrate the movement until the entire movement was completed. And both hands crossed near chest, looking at Sun Yueben. Okay, I'm ready. Is your magic trick ready? Don't worry, though you prepare, I can wait. Anyway, I believe that no matter how superior your tricks are, they will be crushed under my real strength. Sun Yueben was speechless. I am not a magic trick. I know you won't admit it, but this is not the point. The point is whether you are ready. Don't lose and say you are not ready. I don't need to prepare. Well, I'm already ready, I'm waiting for you. Sun Wuben lazily said, facing this Mark, there is something like Satan facing within Dragon Ball. Well. Mark stepped on the boxing step, jumped to the front of Sun Wuben, and then exploded towards Sun Wuben with a straight punch. A finger. I saw Sun Wuben move his hand, holding out a finger, blocking him. Mark's straight fist hit the fingertips, immediately stopped. Mark's this fist only hit 40 of 3%, the remaining distance was completely blocked by the fingers, and he couldn't make any progress. Mark's eyes stared like a light bulb, and then he retracted the fist, and the other fist slammed over. It's still the same hand, but Sun Wuben is not taking action this time, but opening his palm and grabbing Mark's fist in the palm of his hand. Ah! Mark suddenly screamed, world shaking. What happened? The fist played by senior brother Mark was caught by him, but he doesn't have to make such a scream if he is caught. Could it be that Mr. Sun Wuben's grip is too strong and it hurts to catch the senior brother Mark fist? Sun Wuben 5 fingers loosen, Mark withdrew the fist, and withdrew 3 steps in succession, shaking the fist and cried out pain repeatedly. After a while, he put down the fist and looked at Sun Wuben with horror. Sure enough. Mark grinned his hippo-like mouth and shouted, it really is a magic trick, what hidden weapon is hidden in your palm? It's so hateful, it hurts me. My hand, without a hidden weapon, is that your strength is too small and you can't train at home. Sun Wuben said indifferently, the hand held in midair was not at all withdrawn, but opened his palm. It seems, there really is nothing. He didn't hide anything in the palm of his hand. All around apprentice started talking. Humph! Don't think I'm going to make a mistake, Mark. Mark shouted, since it is a magic trick, how can you tell that? Yeah, it's really painful, Sun Wuben, you can't use the magic trick just now, that's too much. It's sinister. Come on, I won't squeeze your fist anymore. Sun Wuben was listless. If he didn't want to help grandfather, he would have slapped away when he met such a person. Well, you can't use 10 million anymore, otherwise I'll let Mark admit defeat. Mark took a rest for a while before jumping into his boxing pace and slowly approaching Sun Wuben, but this time he was obviously more careful. After turning around Sun Wuben for 2 laps without punching, when he turned to the back of Sun Wuben on the 3rd lap, he fisted and exploded towards Sun Wuben's back. Don't think you are behind me, I can't see it. A hand appeared in front of Mark's fist again. At some point Sun Wuben had already turned around, and his palm once again grabbed Mark's fist. You said you can't use that move anymore. Mark yelled in horror. I'm useless, your fist shouldn't hurt too much. Sun Wuben said indifferently. Hey! Mark reacted. This time he was caught by the opposite side of fist. There was no pain. He laughed, and then fisted. The laughter froze again. Fist seemed to be unable to withdraw. Well, Mark, if you can pull out the fist, or move my body half a point, even if I lose. Sun Wuben said with a smile. Bastard! Mark roared, too humiliating. He yelled and pulled out his fists again and again, but the fist was like taking root in Sun Wuben's palm. What's more terrifying is his crazy force, Sun Wuben's. The body really didn't shake at all. Once, 2 times, 3 times. Mark yelled frantically again and again, useless, all useless. In the end he did not pull Sun Wuben for half a minute. Bastard, you used magic trick again, too hateful. Mark shouted madly. Magic tricks are tricks. In front of true strength, all magic tricks are clouds. Sun Wuben's voice became cold. It seems that you are not smart at all, but you think you are smart. No matter, in order to make you sober, I take you to a windmill. As soon as his arm was raised, Sun Wuben grabbed Mark's fist and shook him up directly, then swiped around his head like a fan. Not only was Mark so scared that he let out a terrifying cry of horror. The apprentice stared and Sun Wuben were also dumbfounded, and soon he reacted, Wu Ben, start off leniently, 10 million don't throw it out. Waving the circle like this, letting go and threw away. As you can imagine, Mark went halfway without death. Life. It's okay, grandfather, this is just the magic trick in Mark's eyes, and I want to try it too. How can Mark expert crack my magic trick? I admit defeat, admit defeat. Mark let out a horrified roar, Mr. Sun Wu Ben, I Mark admit defeat, 10 million don't throw me away go. Why admit defeat, this is just a magic trick, tricks. Sun Wu Ben's voice gradually became ice cold. If it weren't for 18th Fighting Dojo to rely on this Mark to support, he really wanted to let this confused young fellow in the hospital lie down for a few months to wake him up. Is it a magic trick? It's not a magic trick, I admit defeat, admit defeat. Mark shouted anxiously, his life was lost, and his mouth was stiff. Isn't that a brain cramp? It's really boring. Sun Wu Ben's whirl speed quickly decreased, and finally slowed down, and finally he threw Mark out gently. I saw Mark climbed up, but he staggered like drunk. After walking for a while, he fell to the ground again. He was much smarter this time. He was lying on the ground for a long time, and his head was dizzy and dizzy. The pain in his body almost disappeared before he got up. Good magic trick, good magic trick. Mark grinned and shouted. The magic designed by Mr. Sun Wu Ben is too powerful. It already has a real power level, worthily is North City's top students, and only the top elites of 4 major universities can use high-tech to invent such a powerful magic trick. Mark's eyes lit up. Mr. Sun Wu Ben, I wonder if you can teach us this magic trick. Sun Wu Ben only felt the blue veins jumping on his temples. Although this Mark is not Mr. Satan from within Dragon Ball, except for the different names, the rest is almost printed by a mold. This is martial arts. From martial arts training to the breakthrough realm gate, I have my strength, not high-tech. Sun Wu Ben said coldly, no matter how he wanted to help Sun Wuxian support the 18th Fighting Dojo, this moment all interest is lost. Mr. Sun Wu Ben, please teach me martial arts. Sun Wu Ben looked and saw the split-tile youngster bend over, bowing at 90 degrees. Mr. Sun Wu Ben, please must need guidance for my training. Split-tile youngster begged. After being stimulated by this youngster, immediately all around each and every youngster walked to Sun Wu Ben and bowed. Mr. Sun Wu Ben, please guide me training too. Please guide me training. You, Mark's face was immediately difficult to look. Chapter 44. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Interesting. Sun Wu Ben glanced at apprentice except Mark. Are you not afraid that this is really tricks? Split-tile youngster immediately laughed, and other youngsters also laughed. Are they tricks? We still have this point eyesight. The tiles are really split. The tricks can only cover up for a while, not forever. Now the tiles are split there. The senior brother Mark is also true. I was defeated by you. We have all seen it with our own eyes. May I ask if there are such superior tricks in this world? Junior brother Yang, Mark coldly looked towards split-tile youngster, then glanced at the apprentice. You mean I'm Mark an idiot? Junior brother Yang shrinks his head. Senior brother Mark, don't fool us, you can use actual combat tricks, which is not magic trick, but martial skill, style and martial arts. Scar said with a sneer. We have all seen that Mr. Sun Wu Ben has no device at all, and what a superior thing is impossible to hide. Even if there is, he can play the magic trick in front of us, but it also prevents us from seeing it. The important thing is to be able to catch the senior. Every punch of brother Mark, is this a magic trick? Do people who play magic trick have such a fast hand speed? Brother you also said with a smile. Ignorant, how can you see the high-tech methods? Mark sneered, Don't forget that he is a top student in North City. Mark junior brother, high-tech very strong, we do have fewer attending schools, but don't forget the God group. God group. Sun Woo-ben eyes shined, he has naturally heard the name of the God group, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, Sun Woo-ben is so busy whether he is in school or dropping out of school, he can't wait to use 1 second for 2 seconds. You all know that the God group is a superb martial arts expert. Junior brother Yang said with a sneer, if there really is a magic trick like Mr. Sun Woo-ben, no one in the world knows it, and the members of the God group are also impossible carrying out such hard training. As one of the Central City's strongest military units in charge of the entire world, the Gods group has the world's most peak scientific and technological talents and resources. None of them have magic tricks like Mr. Sun Woo-ben. They train real martial arts. Hey! Senior brother Mark, we have few attending schools, but we are not to the point of being sold and counting the money. When junior brother Yang said this, everyone around each and every apprentice looked at Mark with weird eyes. Mark's face was so ugly as a donkey at first, and then laughed heartily. Joke, joke, ha 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 ha, you can see through it, this is a joke. Ha 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 ha. Mark laughed heartily. This Mark is really as thick as Satan from within Dragon Ball and can block bullets, et. Sun Woo-ben suddenly looked towards the outside. Woo-ben, what's the matter? A guest is here. In the alley leading to the 18th Fighting Dojo, a little girl, only about 12 years old, walked out of a house with a cold face. I just got out of a fish that escaped the net after the fall of the Qing Suppression Red Ribbon Army, and I was yelled by my big sister to come here. It really doesn't make people relax for a while. Strange, 18th Fighting Dojo, the strongest is the dojo master Sun Wushan, followed by his discipline Mark. And not at all other experts recently visited 18th Fighting Dojo. According to the big sister's life, stop the TK party with a coin. The expert of the mile away from the car disappeared near here. Who would this person be? A coin can be smashed into the car body, this lady can do it, but it is not easy to get stuck in a key position. I hope such an expert is not an old man of 87. It would be nice if he was a handsome guy. Luer hasn't made an appointment with anyone yet. Little girl is a nymphomaniac for a while, then she remembers business. It's better to go to 18th Fighting Dojo to find out the news, after all, they are also members of martial arts, maybe they can give some clues. The little girl muttered to the front of the 18th Fighting Dojo, and then curled one's lip, this family dojo is really shabby, it should be impossible to have any expert, headache. Then she walked to the newly painted red paint door and mentioned it. Kick passed with a bang. Pang! The door opened suddenly, and there was a large line of people standing inside, stared at the little girl who kicked the door open. Quiet! All around is quiet. The little girl looked at the large line of people behind the door looking at her with her eyes wide open. She couldn't react to her brain. It took a full 3 seconds before the two sides reacted. Why are you standing in line behind the door? Why are you kicking the door? The interrogation sounded at the same time, and then both stopped. On the 18th Fighting Dojo, all apprentices looked towards Sun Woo-ben. Woo-ben, your ears are not cat ears, right? You really said that, we are a guest. Sun Wushan laughed. A stranger who came to a stranger was either a kick dojo or apprenticing to a master to learn art, no matter what's the purpose? Now that Sun Woo-ben is there, he doesn't worry. Sun Wushan looked at the little girl. This is a very beautiful little girl, with her black hair floating slightly in the wind, her white and delicate face has delicate features, and her clear eyes look at you as if it's a hero's clear water. Just looking at the appearance, no one would have thought that such a little girl kicked the wooden door open with such a violent kick. Whose younger sister are you? Did you come to dojo to apprenticing to a master training? Mark rushed out first, raised his hand at the little girl, and pointed his thumb to his nose. My name is Mark, this is this family dojo's head disciple, don't look at our dojo house, but the skill is real, especially Big Brother me. I've played all over the Satan City and the other 10-7 family dojo has no rivals. Oh, forget tell you, the entire Satan City has 10-8 family dojos. Sun Woo-ben was speechless. What kind of look does Mark look at? Does apprenticing to a master have such a knock on the door? The little girl glanced over everyone one after another, and it seemed to light up when it fell on Sun Woo-ben, then moved away in a panic, and finally fell on Mark. So, you are very skilled. The little girl smiled shyly and blinked her innocent eyes. Luer admires the skillful fighting expert the most, but he is too fooled. Every time I see it, people who are to talk big, looks impressive but are worthless, the more they boast that they are very strong, the more rubbish they are. On the contrary, they are some people who don't boast so much and have real ability. I wonder if you are also such a person. Mark gave a stunned smile. Then laughed heartily up. Your name is Luer, a good name, Luer. I must not be that kind of person. If you don't believe me, please ask, mention me Mark, which family dojo doesn't know? To be honest with you, all those who come to our dojo kick dojo, I was beaten by Mark. Really? You don't look like very difficult to deal with. Luer shook his head obviously in disbelief. Mark is in a hurry. Luer, how do you believe it? He took off his shirt and pointed at his developed pectoral muscles. You know how strong I look like. The muscles are really strong, but I don't know if it's fake. I've seen too many fake muscles that grow from eating clenbuterol. Luer looked at Mark's exposed chest muscles, and even stretched out his take-action fingers. Putchy. There was a laugh all around, and Mark's smile was a little stiff. Clenbuterol was feed for pigs. Grandfather, Mark has bad luck. Sun Woo-ben said in a low voice. N. Sun Wushan answered, but his eyes fell on Luer's outstretched jade finger, and he saw the delicate little white finger gently poking on Mark's chest muscles. After brushing, Mark's face changed, and he saw his whole person dng back 3 steps, his face was blue and white. Hey, it doesn't seem to be too hard. Doesn't this muscle really grow out of clenbuterol? Luer retracted his fingers and tilted his head to think, as if the scene just now was not deliberately created by her. Mark's face quickly returned to his normal expression. He looked at Luer, then at his chest, and whispered, strange, did I not stand firm just now? I must not have a good balance. Yes, it is. This way. After that, he took the first 3 steps and stood in front of Luer. Luer, I know you won't believe it unless you show a few hands, or I'll show you split tile. Split tile. Luer's eyes seemed to light up. Can this really prove that you are very difficult to deal with? I don't want to be fooled anymore. No, Mark can split 10 tiles at once. I know you won't believe me, junior brother Yang, go and move 11 tiles. Today senior brother is going to punch 11 tiles. Mark instructed. Okay. Junior brother Yang rushed back. In fact, there are many apprentices who see that Luer is not good, but they don't care. Anyway, there is Sun Woo-ben who can easily play with Mark today. What else is terrifying? Although Sun Woo-ben is not of Android 18 Dojo, it is also the grandson of Dojo Master. It belongs to the discipline of Sun Woo style. It can't be representative of Android 18 Dojo to participate in the great competition. It's okay to deal with Kick Dojo. 11 tiles? An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Luer's mouth, and the smile disappeared in a flash. Wow, splitting 10 pieces at a time, it seems very awesome. Luer showed a cheerful expression, and then frowned again. This tile is also divided into good and bad, you can't be the kind that children can chop. Open the tiles, right? How come? Mark started blowing. Luer has interrupted him, or let's make a bet. What to bet? Mark is confident. If you are really very difficult to deal with, I will join you in dojo training. If your 10 tiles are broken at the touch of a touch, even a little girl like me can easily split the tiles, then you have to can you help me find a martial arts expert who is better than you? Looking for a martial arts expert. Sun Wuxian and Sun Wuben look at each other. Isn't this girl here to kick dojo? The two people were puzzled, but they didn't say anything, and Mark was allowed to go crazy. Help you find someone stronger than me? I am already the strongest in the world, but there should still be one or two stronger than me. This is not impossible. Mark said haha, but his eyes turned, LUER, although I am not afraid of losing, I am not that stupid. If you have also trained, you can still split a tile. Did you not understand? I mean your 10 tiles are broken at the touch of a touch, and even I can split them, not one piece. LUER looked down on Mark. Mark's rare old face blushed, and then a haha, joke, okay, I bet big brother will take it. Senior brother Mark, the tiles are here. Junior brother Yang put 11 tiles in front of Mark at the door. Mark took a step back and pointed to the 11 tiles stacked in front of him, and said, LUER, have you seen it? This kind of tiles are not those low-quality tiles, they are very hard, not to mention the child, it is Lord. After training, I can't split a piece. Oh, is it? LUER smiled and took a step forward, I'll try it. She stretched out her small snow-white arm and pointed it into a knife. She did not raise her head high like Mark usually does in split tile. Instead, she lifted it halfway lazily and swiped it gently. Pang! As the sound exploded, I saw the snow-white palm like a sharp steel knife, directly down all 11 tiles, which were all cut open like puffed biscuits. Chapter 45. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Stunned. Each and every apprentice youngster in the room are all stunned. Their usual experience, Mark is already a celestial being who can split 10 tiles with one blow. They have been training for so long by themselves, and they come to a split tile competition from time to time, which is one of them. There are not many games, but the best is junior brother Yang splitting 4 pieces. That is today I saw Sun Wuben with no difficulty, and 30 tiles were simultaneously disconnected. Then this young Miss LUER. It looks as pure as the cute younger sister next door, who is also casually, so. Some people stunned, their eyes turned between Sun Wuben and LUER. Strictly speaking of which, Sun Wuben split 30 pieces and LUER casually split 11 pieces, not long after each other. Mark is also about to fall to the ground with his mouth open. Damn it, Mark sweated down his forehead, his eyes rolled. Gu Lu made a sound in his throat, and his eyes turned to Sun Wuben. There was only a single thought in his heart. What's the fuck in this world? Sun Wuben and Sun Wuxian were also somewhat unexpected. Although they expected young Miss LUER not simple, the casually appearance of LUER, she split 11 tiles is not her limit. Of course, what makes Sun Wuxian the most confident is Sun Wuben. LUER's performance is not anything. Moreover, like LUER, Sun Wuxian can do it himself. Hee. LUER laughed, kicked the ground into a pile of broken tiles with a disappointed expression on his face, looking at Mark contemptuously. Hey, I said big man, this is what you said is high quality good tile. The drama, are all magic tricks. Mark whispered. Magic trick. LUER was stunned, but didn't respond. After a stunned regaining composure, his expression looked at Mark strangely. Mark's face was flushed violently. Even with the thickness of his face, speaking of the magic trick at this time is not as straightforward as in the previous performance of Sun Wuben. It is not always true that Mark splits 10 tiles. Ability, when others split 11 pieces, it becomes a magic trick. But after all, Mark got home with power level and soon adapted to the discomfort. Ha 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 ha. There was a loud ha ha, and then he pointed Luer with a big hand. Little girl, if you are under 11 years old, even if you start training in your mother's womb, it will only take a few years. How could there be such a skill as mine? This is not a magic trick. What is it? Ha 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 ha. Luer looked a little ugly, and she suddenly smiled. You lost. Originally I wanted you to find me a martial arts expert who had been here, but this lady thinks your mouth is very stinky and irritable, so I decided to beat your mother without knowing it. Tone barely fell, she saw her body shrugged and she was in front of Mark. Ha! Although Mark is a bit unreliable in speaking and doing things, his skills in Sun Wuxian subordinate training for several years are still very solid. When he saw Luer take action, he was not flustered, and even the whole person became excited. Under the shocking loudly, the left straight fist exploded towards Luer. Of course, in order not to spoil young Miss Luer's perfect, extremely pure and pretty face, the place Mark hit was Luer's shoulder. This little girl must have special training for split tile. In terms of real strength, my body is strong and my arms are thicker than her thighs, so I can definitely beat her to find north. This fist is for Mark in order to find face in front of the junior brothers and the beautiful little girl. The strength he has demonstrated is even faster and stronger than the punches he made before to deal with Sun Wuben. Don't dare to fight back. A coldness flashed in Luer's eyes, and he took a step forward at a faster speed than before, flashed past Mark's fist, and fiercely slapped Mark's big face. Pa with Macron. The sound is crisp and loud. Mark turned around 3 times before standing still. At this time, Miss Luer showed a pure smile again, but this smile became a devil's smile in Mark's eyes. This sound is so good, it's like playing a drum kit. How about a few slaps? How about I play a Central City song? Luer raised his hand again. Su. Mark didn't know where the power came from, so he rushed out. The speed was almost close to the human body limit. He hid behind Sun Wuben, only half of his face was exposed, and he looked at Luer with a frightened look. What? Luer's gaze fell on Sun Wuben, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Why is this big guy hiding behind you? Could it be, you are very difficult to deal with, can you protect him? Or you are the dojo master of Family Dojo? It's not right. Luer looked towards Sun Wuxian on the side, muttered, I remember, this dojo master of 18th Fighting Dojo is an elderly. Luer. Sun Wuben grinned with a sunny smile. Mark, this guy is a bastard. It has nothing to do with me if you want to entangle him, but I think you are coming here for something. I wonder if we can help? Luer was in a daze with his sunny smile. With world conscience, she looks 12 years old, but she is actually a 20 years old girl. Are you who again? Is this Family Dojo's apprentice? Luer asked. My name is Lohan, and I am also a trainer. Although I am not the apprentice of Family Dojo, the dojo master is my grandfather. Sun Wuben pointed to Sun Wuxian. Lohan was his English name. After all, the name Sun Wuben is easy to cause trouble. Lohan, I understood, this stinky young fellow, I don't care about your face. Luer smiled shyly, and then looked towards Sun Wuxian, Dojo Master Sun, you are here local tyrant, I want you to find someone for me. Looking for someone. Sun Wuxian frowned slightly, and Mark had already shouted, why should we help you find it? The bet just now was a joke. I want to use this to coerce us to do something for you, there is no way. Miss Luer, dojo is busy with business, and everyone doesn't have enough training time. If it's just as easy as lifting one's hand, but if it is, Sun Wuxian said. Dojo Master Sun, can you take a step to speak? Luer said. Yes, Miss Luer, come with me. Sun Wuxian took Luer into the inner room. After a while, Sun Wuxian walked out of the room, his face a little ugly. Master, who did she ask you to find? Everyone asked. Sun Wuxian set his eyes on Mark, his face was embarrassed, and the small hesitation said, Mark, wait for you and young Miss Luer to leave. Master, where are we going? Mark is bitter. If he doesn't know Luer's skill, he would be happy to go with such a beautiful little girl even if he goes under the mountain fire sea, but now. God group. Sun Wuxian spit out 2 words coldly. God group. Everyone changes color simultaneously, and Mark's face is like dust. What's the matter? Sun Wuben pulled junior brother Yang and asked. Mr. Sun Wuben, this is terrible, but fortunately, senior brother Mark is going to be out of luck, not us. Junior brother Yang patted his chest, and then introduced, our world is said to have 2 countries. Every country has its own army. This is not the point. The point is that above these countries, there is also the highest authority, which is Central City, which surpasses various countries. A great competition is held every 2 years among more than 103 countries' armies, and the winners and elites are selected to form the Central City Army. The Central City Army has 9 military regions. Each military region produces 10 special forces, called Super Elite Squad, which is commonly known as the Super Battle Team. Each member of the Super Battle Team is the elite amongst elites in the army, with unique skills. Then a more powerful special forces was selected from the next 10 Super Battle Teams, called the Military Region Level All Officer Special Forces, Military Region Level All Officer Special Forces, each of which can easily defeat 10 Super Elite Squad. This is the famous Super 2 Battle Team. From the Super 2 Battle Team, select elites to form a higher Level 1 team. This is the world-famous Super Scion 3 team. There are Army Super Scion 3 team, Air Force Super Scion 3 team, Navy Super Scion 3 team, Air Force, and the Navy's Super Scion 3 team selection method is the same as the Army's. The God team is composed of elites selected from these 3 Super Scion 3 teams. Do you know these? Sun Wuben nodded. So, every member of the God group is an elite selected from 10 million people. In fact, Sun Wuben, the reputation of the God group, has also heard of it, but he knows very little. Now I heard junior brother Yang say that he knew that he wanted to enter the gods. How difficult is the group? Since the God group is the elite amongst elites, senior brother Mark goes to the God group. This is a great thing. Even if you don't do anything, it is glorious to be able to see that character. Sun Wuben strangely said. Normal situation is like this. Junior brother Yang said, and then he sighed, going to the God group is not a sightseeing tour. It is said that the God group often seeks out martial arts dojo from various places, fights dojo, and summons the experts in these dojos into the God group. They only call young, handsome men, old, ugly, crooked men. Just handsome. Sun Wuben stared, why is this again? Who knows? But every martial arts expert who came back from the gods group was sucked up by the demoness. They were listless, weak, skinny. In short, they lost their essence, and some of them were even extinct. After entering the martial arts path, I changed my career to do other things. When junior brother Yang said this, his body was shaking a little, and he looked at Mark with pity. Such terrifying. Sun Wuben was speechless, unable to imagine what the martial arts expert experienced after going to the God group. Chapter 46. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Mr. Sun Wuben, in fact, the reason is not that no one knows, but he is not willing to say it. Junior brother Yang said this, his voice was extremely low, and he leaned into Sun Wuben's ear and said, do you know the God group member, there are many beautiful women. N. Sun Wuben nods, the normal army is dominated by men, but because of technological development and changes in the form of war, the melee combat and physical strength of primordial wars naturally give way to mastering high-tech modern weapons. At this time, some of the advantages of women, such as being careful and patient, being able to multitask, etc., stand out, and they are very popular in the military. Of course, at the grassroots level, those coolies running with guns and fighting at close quarters from Kanglen and street fighting are still dominated by men. It is said that the women in the God group are not only able to be 101 in a million, but also appearing to be 1 in 1 million million. All are beautiful and alluring, seductive, and very seduce men. Unfortunately, they are too mysterious and hard to be caught. Outsiders know. But, I'm lucky enough to get a photo of a member of the Gods group. Junior brother Yang took out a photo from his pocket carefully and hopefully. Look, this is it. Sun Yueben looked over and his eyes brightened. This is an image cut from a magazine. It was obviously remolded by junior brother Yang, and there are some scratches on the cover of the pasted plastic. Although there are scratches, it can't stop the stunning portrait on it. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green uniform and a green military cap. The skin of the woman was as delicate as that of a little girl. The light blue eyes were like gems, and her silver hair cap was draped like silk under a silver hair military cap. It's so hot that people spit nosebleeds. Pretty, perfect, and almost seductive. Junior brother Yang's eyes were bright like stars in starry sky, and several junior brothers around him came round, tisk tisk praised. It's a prickly rose. When junior brother Yang said this, he sighed and said, it is said that all these beautiful women of the God group are cannibal old who. I am talking about eating men, and the martial artist was invited to be absorbed group, during the day to fight and communicate with the male members of the God group, and feed the beauties of the God group at night, if it's other women, but the demoness of the God group, which man can bear it? So, you know of. Sun Yueben has a weird face, is that true? Looking at the silver hair woman in the photo, there is no doubt that this woman is very seductive. If she takes the initiative to seduce a man, no man can bear it, unless it is a special race like Namekian, but a woman who has gone through many trials and entered the God group is really so unbearable? Sun Yueben doesn't believe it. Master! Mark yelled, I won't go, I will never go to the Gods group. Master, you also know that I am the pillar of Android 18 Dojo, and I'm about to fight with Lu Feng of Dojo, how can I go to the God group? I know, but what can I do? Sun Wushan sighed, the expression seems to be more than 10 years old, Android 18 Dojo is his hope, but now. Master, why can't you refuse, who is that little girl? Can't just let any cat or dog ask us to go to the Gods group, we will go. Mark said, suddenly there was another haha, yes, then little girl is very bad, maybe she is playing pranks. Impossible. Sun Wushan shakes one's head, sighing, she is a member of the God group, and you think anyone can slap you like playing? How can it be? Mark shouted repeatedly, how can she be a 12-year-old little girl from the Gods group? Horse-faced man, keep your mouth clean, whoever is 12 years old, great aunt is 20 years old this year, okay. With the crisp voice resounded, Luer came out coldly from the back room. Great aunt Luer. When Mark saw Luer, he immediately smiled sweeter than a flower. Just stop playing, please, I really can't go to the gods. It's not you who decide whether to go or not. It's this young lady who decides. It's really act recklessly. Such a cute girl asks you to push 3 to 4. Luer snorted, rubbing his hand on his waist, banging with a sound, there was a handcuff in her hand. Luer shook the iron handcuffs in her hand and looked at Mark with a smile, donkey-faced man, you go by yourself, or let me handcuff them. Aya! Mark suddenly yelled and bent down to hug his belly, Aya! My stomach hurts, and it hurts me to death. It must be food poisoning. By the way, the potato I ate in the morning was green and sprouted. Aya! I won't make it, it hurts. I saw him rolling all over the floor holding his belly and yelling. Sun Wuxian's face was a little hot. His own discipline was too top grade, but Sun Wuxian didn't say anything. Of course, he also hoped that this move would make the great aunt of the god group change his mind. All around the apprentice also each and every flushed, "Senior brother Mark is really ashamed, I hope it works." Miss Luer. Sun Muben expression moved and asked, "Your god group is one of the highest military organizations worldwide. Is there any way to find Dr. Jero of the Red Ribbon Army?" Red Ribbon Army Dr. Jero? Luer's eyes widened and looked towards Sun Muben in surprise. The Red Ribbon Army is made up of a group of wicked people. The ordinary person does not know that they exist. How did you know that, and why do you ask this? The Red Ribbon Army has been basically wiped out, and most of those who fled are trash, which is not enough to be afraid. Sun Muben said. What? Luer screamed, she didn't know that the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters was destroyed a few days ago. How did you know about this extremely secretive thing? Could it be? Suddenly Luer's eyes were sharp as a knife, and the air in the room seemed a bit cold. With heavy pressure on everyone's hearts, Mark didn't howl anymore, looking towards Luer with a solemn expression. No one didn't expect, she looked so innocent, the little girl like a younger sister next door suddenly changed color, there will be such a thick murderous aura and aura. Don't get me wrong, I am not a member of the Red Ribbon Army, because I know a few friends, so I know about this. Sun Muben even explained. Luer's eyes were still sharp. Who is your friend? Luer said coldly. I am a member of martial arts, and my strong friends are naturally also members of martial arts. I made them on the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their names are Sun Goku, and Bulma, and Krillin. Sun Muben said with a faint smile. Sun Goku? You actually know Sun Goku? Luer exclaimed, then his eyes softened. As a member of the Gods group, monitoring the strange people in the world, Sun Goku, Krillin, who have achieved outstanding results on the World Martial Arts Tournament, are naturally also included in the Heavenly Eye of the Gods group. It's just that Sun Goku itself is too strong and has too much potential. The most troublesome thing is that Sun Goku has a flying nimbus, and fearing nothing in heaven or earth, wants to walk. It was in West City the day before. It took a long time to reach extreme Northland, and the behavior was like the day in June, which made people unable to monitor effectively. But they still know about the battle between Sun Goku and the Red Ribbon Army, of course not from Sun Goku, but because they monitor the Red Ribbon Army. It's just that the battle between Sun Goku and the Red Ribbon Army was too fast. After a while, they were helpless. They often rushed away, only to find that the opposite side was already outside the 10,000 li. Nature. They also knew that Sun Muben and Sun Goku killed the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, or they got the news when Sun Muben activated the first bomb and exploded the Red Ribbon Army headquarters base station, and then the Red Ribbon Army headquarters base station 1 after the explosion of another shocked them even more. At that time, Luer still started to talk in the group and asked if the attacker was Sun Goku. He was denied by the strategist princess of the God group, the very handsome guy. Princess believed that if it was Sun Goku take action, it would be straightforward, not even silhouette did not appear, and after the analysis, he extremely despised Luer's IQ, making Luer furious at the time. But no doubt. Directly sneak into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters and cause damage. Although it is very pleasant, it is also a reckless behavior. Luer still remembers that their big sisters flies into a rage when they heard that someone attacked the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Idiot, just rush into the Red Ribbon Army like this. But in any case, daring to pass the knife to the Red Ribbon Army, and it also produced good results, these people are also personal talents. Therefore, the God group was dispatched, and Central City also mobilized the Air Force and Army to head to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The purpose was naturally to see if they could find a chance to rescue the idiots who attacked the Red Ribbon Army headquarters without authorization. As soon as I set off, I heard the news again. Son Goku also took the flying Nimbus into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters and fought with the Red Ribbon Army. This time everyone was even more anxious. Son Goku is a good seed of amazing potential. Those idiots cannot be saved, but Son Goku must keep. So the above command changed from acting by chance, saving if you can save, attacking if you can attack, to must save Son Goku, even if it is worth paying for your life. But before they were halfway there, another news came. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters suffered heavy casualties, the base was basically destroyed, and the rest of the MAD ran away, panicking, and completely lost fighting spirit. So the above command changed again. This time I don't care about Son Goku, all personnel directly encircled and suppressed the broken troops of the Red Ribbon Army. Because of this order, the past few days of the Gods group was so busy that they smoked their ass until the genius was free yesterday. After all, their identities are mainly the scum of to deal with Red Ribbon Army, but the Red Ribbon Army, really the strong scum, was almost wiped out by Son Goku. Of course, their God group is idle, but the Central City Army and more than 200 countries' armies around the world have not been idle. At this time, they are still chasing down a fish that escaped the net of the Red Ribbon Army and finding the ones that attacked Red first. The Ribbon Army team, and the mysterious person who has never shown up, is in sorrow. Chapter 47. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. People in the Red Ribbon Army also know Son Goku and Bulma. Krillin, how do you prove that you are not a gangster of the Red Ribbon Army? Luer coldly snorted, of course, is not someone who really thinks Sun Wuben is the Red Ribbon Army. Knowing Son Goku and the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, who is this handsome guy? Luer Shuolingling's big eyes stared at Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben touched his forehead, unless he exposed his true identity to the opposite side, otherwise he really couldn't clarify himself. Miss Luer, may I ask, have you ever seen such a young, 16 to 17 years old, and such a handsome Red Ribbon Army gangster? With my youth and handsomeness, will I get mixed up to that point? Sun Wuben Luer smiled with 8 snow-white front teeth. All around each and every expression is weird, especially Mark. Che, like a big donkey face to have no shame. Luer snorted, still staring at Sun Wuben with big eyes, don't talk nonsense, great aunt is still 12-year-old, who knows if you are a 30 to 40 years old strange uncle? Bring your ID. I now suspect that you are from the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wuben smiled bitterly, looking towards Sun Wuxian. Miss Luer, he is my pro-grandson, I can guarantee that he is definitely not a gangster of the Red Ribbon Army. This point, all of us present can testify. Sun Wuxian said. I can testify too. If he is a gangster of the Red Ribbon Army, there will be no good people in the world. Apprentice can naturally see that Sun Wuben does not want to reveal his identity, so he did not directly name Sun Wuben. As for whether Sun Wuben is a Red Ribbon Army, yes, everyone can be sure of this point. Luer just sneered. Miss Luer, even if you are a member of the God group, you don't have the right to check other people's ID cards, right? Sun Wuben said, however, Miss Luer is fine if you really want to know my identity, but you need to answer me one question, is there any way for your God team to find the hiding place of Dr. Gero? Frog at the bottom of the well, how powerful is the power of the gods than you can imagine? Luer said coldly, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. You think like this to find Dr. Gero's hidden place? It seems there is a secret, let me talk about it, what is it for? It's not that I can't tell you, but I have to know first, can you find Dr. Gero's hidden base? Well, Luer lowered his eyelids, tapped his index finger on his arm, and suddenly smiled, this is a secret of the gods, please forgive this lady for no comment. Of course, if you tell me first secret, then this lady might make an exception to tell you. Sun Yuben frowning, he doesn't really believe in the ability of the gods to find Dr. Gero. Yuben. Sun Wuxian looked towards Sun Yuben, his eyes filled with doubts. Dr. Gero to do what? Grandfather, what else can it be? Sun Yuben sighed and whispered, it's not my mother's disease. Since normal methods are invalid, I want to try other methods. I looked up the genius of this world. I have personally searched for world top scientists such as Dr. Brief, Dr. Hatton, Dr. Dixie, and even found the 1000 guard doctor of Penguin Village, but there is no way, and I know that the Red Ribbon Army has a super genius doctor, his name is Dr. Gero, and his philosophy and technology in androids are at the top of the world. There may be a way to treat my mother's disease, so that's how it is, it's just your mother's disease. Sun Wuxian shake one's head, no consciousness at all. How strange it is to say the names of those doctors to Sun Yuben in one breath. On the contrary, the LUER pupils on the side shrank slightly and looked at Sun Yuben in surprise. This handsome guy reads the information and knows that Dr. Brief and Dr. Hatton, how can you even know about Dick Xi and Zijun 1000 guard? As a member of the gods, LUER knows that Zijun 1000 guard and drive Dixie are. How mysterious! LUER young lady, I have told my secret, it's your turn to tell. Sun Yuben looked towards LUER. You are a bit filial. LUER cast his lips down, then said with a sneer, but even if you find Dr. Gero, he may not be willing to treat your mother, even if he is willing, he may not have the ability. LUER young lady doesn't have to worry about this, you just need to tell me whether the gods can find Dr. Gero. But, LUER chuckled, why can the god group help you find it? Not helping me, but destroying the Red Ribbon Army is your responsibility. When the Red Ribbon Army headquarters were destroyed, there was not at all Dr. Gero's silhouette. Therefore, he must be alive. Once he creates terrifying weapons are a huge threat to this world. I can even say that a Dr. Gero is more harmful than the entire Red Ribbon Army. LUER forehead jumped, what Sun Yuben said was true, and she couldn't refute it. Humph! That's our god team's business, even if you find Dr. Gero, it's none of your business. LUER said coldly. Well, I'll go to your god group instead of Mark. Sun Yuben said solemnly, the price is, how can you provide me with the location of Dr. Gero? Everyone's expressions changed as soon as they were said. Yuben, what are you talking about? Sun Wuxian even shouted. Mr. Sun, you are, junior brother Yang also stared in surprise. Grandfather, I'm not talking nonsense. LUER young lady, what do you think? Sun Yuben said. He even dared to break through the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, who was helpless even by the regular army. The winds and waves had passed through, and he was afraid of a stream. And coming back from the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the strength once again leaped forward. The so-called boldness of execution stems from superb skill. The place where Earth can stop Sun Yuben is really not much. Even more how? Sun Yuben looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. LUER young lady's purity and playfulness make people feel like first love. Such a person would be the kind of rumored woman who seduce men for pleasure. Sun Yuben didn't believe it at all. Since the god group is the strongest military force in the army, they invite martial arts experts all over the world to go there, it must be for martial arts. This point Sun Yuben is still confident. Are you going to replace Mark? LUER laughed, she copied her hands and looked at Sun Yuben carefully, well, he is more handsome than that donkey-faced man. He should not look old, but it's useless. You know, our god team does not invite vases. And how do you think it is a silver like wax gun tip? You mean martial arts? Yes, the most important thing to go to the god team is martial arts training. Martial arts training with a big donkey-faced man is also reluctant. If you are lower than him, I'm afraid it won't work. Luer looks sad. At this time, Miss Luer, don't be fooled by 10 million. The screaming roar sounded, and Mark barely climbed up from the ground holding his stomach, shouted, "He is stronger than me, he is my master's grandson, you think about it, how could martial arts training be lower than me? Didn't you say that you are the strongest person in the world?" Luer faint smiled at Mark. Mark flushed. "Joke, I was cracking a joke with you earlier. Didn't I say that there are still 1 or 2 people who are better than me in this world? Mr. Lohan is worse than me." Mark haha said, "If he is usually let him, I admit that I am not as good as the Sun Wuben skill, and I can't kill him, but now, I dare to even pretend that my stomach hurts, and I dare to do it, let alone other things." And it's not that Mark framed Sun Wuben. It was Sun Wuben who jumped out to go. Mark didn't pull Sun Wuben into the water before pretending to have a stomachache. This is enough to speak of conscience. "You said, didn't you?" Mark shouted at the other junior brothers again. The junior brothers looked a little embarrassed, with Mark on one side and Sun Wuben on the other. No one was offended. At this time, Sun Wuben's body moved, but it was him who crouching slightly, and then he jumped out, until he reached the end, he kicked the wall and shot back. "It is good." Luer's eyes lit up. "As soon as crouching, you can leap so far without seeing any gestures. It's fierce than leopard. You have a very good lowering skill. It seems that your skill should be a bit bigger than the donkey face, and it should be enough for us to play for a while. You are walking right into a trap, then follow me. As for the donkey face, it is too ugly. If there is no one next time, let him go." Luer said with red light on his face. This scene made Apprentice and Mark feel so cold. "Go ah!" Luer turned and walked outside the door. After a few steps, he saw that Sun Wuben hadn't followed at all, so he turned around and looked at Sun Wuben suspiciously. "I said so," Sun Wuben said. "Humph, you play with our god team, our god team will treat you badly." Luer snorted, waved his hand faintly, "Rest assured, as long as you have merit, Dr. Gero's affairs will naturally not be hidden from you. I still want to take the shipment from my mouth and dream." "Well, I'll go with you." Sun Wuben stepped out and walked out. "Wuben, you are like this." Sun Wuxian grabbed Sun Wuben and looked embarrassed. He couldn't think that others were afraid of entering the god group, but his grandson was good, and he took the initiative to jump on the fire pit. "Grandfather, don't worry, I cherish myself more than anyone else." Sun Wuben comforted. "Dojo Master's son, please come back. This thing is not something you can stop." Luer said indifferently, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Sun Wuxian's body trembled, let go of his hand, his face was lonely for a while, and he felt so weak at this moment. "Grandfather, I will never have anything to do, don't worry." Sun Wuben said, and strode out of dojo. "Lohan, I'm still the first time I saw someone like you." Luer said with emotion, a big thumb flicked, a capsule flew out, and a bang turned into a 3-seater speed dock. Luer jumped on the speed dock, and then shouted to Sun Wuben, "Come on, very handsome guy. It's normal, a very handsome guy like me, only 1 in 500 years, you are lucky to see it once." Sun Wuben laughed and jumped onto Super Duck. "Cut. You have a thick-skinned face. I don't mean you are handsome. I mean you dare to ask to enter the gods group. This is still unprecedented first time, ah. Bastard." But it was Sun Wuben who reached out from she hugged Luer's waistline from behind, and the whole person came up from behind. The two people's body was pressed, Luer's body trembled, and she felt fire all over, and she jumped up all over. "Go away, who told you to sit here? Back, take the last one. So comfortable." "It's comfortable, right?" Then there was a sound of the rear canopy, which was a heavy elbow. "Luer, are you tickling me? Bastard!" It was an elbow blow, and then one after another. Because of the need for fighting, Luer didn't have to touch a man, but this time is different. Being hugged by Sun Wuben like this is like being given by a big python. After being entangled, I don't know why the whole body's strength can't reach 100% by 70%, and it can't break away at all, making Luer call the evil door in his heart. A dozen elbows hit Sun Wuben's ribs without any effect. "Quickly release me!" Luer almost cried. Being hugged by such a handsome guy, no one else would be envious of, Sun Wuben muttered, seeing Luer really crying, and then let go, then flew off Sukta and fled. Sure enough, when he let go, Luer went crazy. After making a fuss, Luer stepped onto the sudak again, glared at Sun Wuben and sat in the third seat, and then started the car. "If you dare to hold me again, I'll be impolite." As soon as the ground twisted the throttle, Sudak flew out with a rub, and out of this lane in the blink of an eye. Sun Wuben's eyes popped out. "Hey, this seems too fast, right? Unhappy? No, I remember that it is illegal for a street of this level to exceed 30 horsepower. You show that it has reached 260 horsepower. This is a drag racing, which is illegal. God, drag racing is all legal. Is this really happening? Fuss. Luer, looking at your small body, it's pretty predictable to hold. Bastard, don't mention this." Chapter 48. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Number 1788 Barracks. Here is the dining hall dedicated to the gods. In the dining hall, there are about 30 male soldiers who are so handsome each and every. Except for the soldiers, the front row is near the door, which is the entire dining hall. The only woman. Handsome guy. The woman was staring at the handsome black-hair youngster who was wolfed down one's food opposite with her blue eyes. Sun Wuben swallowed his food, raised the head suspiciously, and looked at his companion in front of him. That's right. The short girl with a pair of cat ears and sharp fingernails in front of him is his companion, who was also pleased from martial arts dojo by a member of the god group. Of course, besides the cat-eared girl, there are two other companions who are sitting around Sun Wuben with a frown, like a man preparing for their funeral. I really convinced you. Lisa glared at Sun Wuben, as if seeing a monster. Have you never heard of being invited into the gods? Men will be that, women will be that, and you still have the mood to eat. Women will that. Sun Wuben corner of the mouth twitch. He can naturally see that Lisa's face is very pale and her expression is very nervous and scared. It's a man who will be dried blood essence, that person is exhausted and so on. I saw the man on the left of Sun Wuben, who had a thicker waist than Sun Wuben, trembled. He looked at the food on Sun Wuben's plate. Such a large portion was almost finished by Sun Wuben. The man-girl is prostrated by playing. Why are we so bad luck? The thin man on the right has a bitter expression. He has been eating like Sun Wuben. Just by looking at his expression, he knows that he has no taste. Actually, I have heard this rumor. Sun Wuben swallowed a piece of meat in his mouth. Since we're here, take it easy. What do you think that many do? Can we still resist it? Besides, even if we were sucked in their essence, with our capital, it can also resist. Big brother Veru, brother Hank, your body and temperament do not look bad, it will not be a silver like wax gun tip. Hey! Sun Wuben looked towards outside. Go to the forest outside the cafeteria. Enchanting females, those are dozens of young key compelling women. Although everyone wears a green uniform, they still can't hide their charming and hot body. Walking in the shade is like a sea of flowers, slowly unfolding in the spring breeze. Of course, there are some special cases in this sea of flowers, such as the woman in the form of a dinosaur in the middle of the group of girls, and the dog man in the middle left, and the lion man in the back at least does not meet earthling like Sun Woo-ben. Aesthetics. Although the one named Luer is pure and lovely, his figure is not so hot. Luer, the Lohan you caught is really handsome. Leal, you take Luer's words seriously. Every time she arrests someone, she says she is handsome. I can't believe the words of this little girl for 100000000. Humph, I didn't lie to you, it's really handsome, at least it's my dish. Aya, Luer, you don't like people anymore, hey, blushing, Luer blushing, it seems this little girl is really in love. Don't make trouble, maybe Luer's men can't be seen playing. It's soft after 3-2 clicks. I won't tell you anymore. A group of goddess group members just talked and laughed and walked into the canteen, their eyes swept down on the table of Sun Woo-ben 4 people, and then WA. Awesome. Hey, this is my favorite category. That big man, I love it the most. I saw some of these women staring at Sun Woo-ben, and then the earth shook a few times, mainly the dinosaur girl in front, and a group of women slammed. He rushed over to surround the 4 people. Haha. All around the male god group members smiled on their faces, all showing a good show. Pang! A huge slap came over again. It was the dinosaur girl's hand. This hand was heavily pressed on the shoulder of the big person Veru on the left side of Sun Woo-ben, who was thicker than Sun Woo-ben's waist. Handsome guy, you're so stout, so stout? My kawaii favorite is a stout man like you. Wow, I decided, today your first time belongs to kawaii. The dinosaur girl is almost holding Veru, huge, all of his heads were close to Veru's face. You, Veru was almost dizzy. He doesn't engage in racial discrimination, but dinosaur-type earthlings are really not his food. Don't fancy me, don't fancy. Sun Woo-ben sat on the right side of Hank, a thin man who was trembling with fear, lowered his head and muttered to himself. Suddenly a slender jade finger hooked over and raised his chin. A handsome little guy, my name is Fei, and your first time today is my O. Hank, trembling with fear, looked over, immediately pupils swelled, and he felt as if his whole body was fire-like, and the red-haired woman with a pair of attracting spirit-seizing soul eyes hooked to his chin was hot enough to make people squirt nosebleeds. If Dinosaur Girl is not Veru's dish, then this Fei-Fei's hot girl is absolutely, 100% Hank's dream girl, even better than the dream girl. At this moment, Hank fell, and everything was lost, and everything was lost. Beauty, beautiful, I'm Han, Hank. Today, I'm unmarried this year. Hank's eyes glowed, trying to pretend to be a gentleman. Hey! A snow-white slap slapped on the table in front of Sun Woo-ben. You are the one who obsessed RLUER with confused, 5 obsessed with 3, obsessed with 2 drunk, can't find east, west, walking. The handsome Lohan from north, and south. With a hint of hoarseness that is unique to mature women, it is like pleasing to the ear voice resounded. Sun Woo-ben swallowed the bacon slice in his mouth, raised the head and looked at it, his eyes lit up immediately. The woman in military uniform in front of me is definitely a perfect beauty, her hot figure, sapphire-like eyes and skin that is tenderer than that of a little girl. Needless to say, the thing that makes Sun Woo-ben unable to take his eyes back the most is the satin-like flash-bright silver hair. The silver hair race Sun Woo-ben has been seen in the media. This is the first time I saw Daist, but this woman is different from any silver hair woman in that one of her silver hair actually hangs to the ground exaggeratedly. That's right, her hair is too long, almost hanging down to the ground. It stands to reason that with such long hair, the hair quality must be bad, but the scene before him completely broke this rule. Under Sun Woo-ben's abnormal eyesight, every woman's hair was so soft and shiny from beginning to end, as clean as a wash. In the same way, there is even a hint of translucent under the sun. This woman is the member of the silver hair god group in the junior brother Young photo. But the Daist is more shocking than the photo. For a while, Sun Woo-ben was dumbfounded. Hey, Mavis, handsome Lohan is fascinated by you. There was a sweet laugh. Mavis, don't frighten Lohan. Luer rushed over in a huff and pushed Mavis away. Mavis giggled, and put his arm around Luer. Why, my Luer eldest young lady is jealous, afraid that the older sister will take your man. With a brush, Luer flushed. She angrily pushed Mavis towards Sun Woo-ben. Whoever is jealous, go and go, each and every squinting, as if you have never seen a man. Lohan was brought by this young lady, first time it should be mine. Mavis leaned against Sun Woo-ben and stroked Sun Woo-ben's cheek with a tender finger. It's so handsome, no wonder it can fascinate our Luer eldest young lady. Look at this eyes, this nose, especially this lips. The finger touched Sun Woo-ben's mouth. Suddenly, Sun Woo-ben's face turned and he opened his mouth to hold Mavis's stroking finger. Quiet. Mavis seemed to be shocked by an electric shock. Although she molested a man, she was also measured. It's not that I've never met a man like today who molested her in turn, but she used her technique extremely fast and she dodges with a single move, but this technique has no effect today. I don't know why she didn't escape the opposite just now. This inclusion of side. The sound of all around was also much smaller, and both eyes fell on Mavis's grasped finger. Haha, Mavis stumbled. Walking a lot at night and finally meeting a ghost, Mavis has not escaped. All the male soldiers laughed. Luer's eyes widened, and suddenly he screamed, "You!" As soon as Mavis froze, he even pulled out his take-action fingers as if on fire, and sighed, "Hateful, my nails just painted, Aya, what you eat makes my fingers full of oil." Nothing is better than Mavis's older sister's green fingers. Sun Woo-ben smiled, his eyes fell on Luer again. Luer younger sister, should I also let this handsome guy have one? It's free. Bastard. Lohan, you bastard. Who is so rare to be caught by you? Luer went crazy, and dragged Mavis's hand. Go, go, what to play with, this bastard is more beautiful than you, it's you he still plays with you. He dragged Mavis out. Hey, hello, Luer, don't drag, can the older sister go with you? Mavis yelled, 100 while he was busy and turned his head to wink at Sun Woo-ben. Lohan handsome, today you the first time of this is the older sisters? Remember, after dinner, go to room 5 Android 21, room 5 Android 21, must remember oh. After Mavis left, the remaining many women still teased Sun Woo-ben for people, especially the two men, Varu and Hank, which made the two people panicked for a while, and then confused and puzzled for a while, and panicked for a while. And it's Sun Woo-ben, the one who is comfortable and even contentedly flirting with this group of love-struck girls, as long as it's not a special race such as dinosaur girl, leopard woman, dog girl, etc. Sun Woo-ben is completely you taking advantage of me, and I take advantage you are cheap, you touch my face, I will touch your thigh. Many women have not encountered this kind of thing, but this time is different. Once Sun Woo-ben started, they were surprised to find that they couldn't avoid it. Can't avoid it at all. No matter 1 or 2 times, but there was no dodge 3 times or 4 times. This is a wicked way. All the women in this group were surprised and suspicious. But they didn't have a lot of fun as usual, and left early. Chapter 49. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. 521, isn't it just I love you? Sun Woo-ben pushed open the door of the 5 Android 21 room, a strange expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, behind Sun Woo-ben, Varu looked towards the situation in the 5 Android 21 room, his face looked ugly. This is a large empty room. The whole room has nothing but a water supply machine in the corner. Others, but the ground. Sun Woo-ben stepped on it softly and jumped vigorously. When he fell, his body bounced up. The floor of this whole room is spring mattress. It seems that this bed is a place for joy and love. Lohan, we are really bad now. With such a big bed, it seems that in the future there may be an open tournament and a rhythm of sex. Very bitterly, her face was even more bitter when she thought of the dinosaur girl who liked him most. Bang! 5 Android 21A door opens in the room and a silhouette walks in. Seeing this person, Sun Woo-ben, Varu, and Hank all felt fire sprang up from under them, and came the tall and fierce Mavis. The difference was that Mavis had already taken off the green uniform at this time. Wear the simplest upper and lower underwear. That's right. Mavis is now the whole body up and down, 2 smears against white, a black sports underwear on the chest, a pair of black shorts underneath. There are no more patches of apart from this, exposing large areas of white skin, especially the pair that exceeds the normal length, his toned thighs, and a piece of snow white, with 6 faint abdominal muscles, and a delicate belly button, can almost remove the soul of a man. Fuck, don't you really play that? Sun Woo-ben stared at Mavis as he walked, feeling the fire rising from below, and there was a breathless feeling in the air. Sun Woo-ben has always thought that the God group invited them here for martial arts, and it has nothing to do with those dirty things, so he is not in a hurry, but now. You guys, it's another room. Mavis glanced at Hank and Varu, who entered the room after Sun Woo-ben, said coldly, hurry up, could it be for me? Or do you want to watch the show? Ah! Hank was a little awake, barely removed his eyes and exited the door. Varu was still reluctant to remove his eyes and steps. At this time Mavis flicked his head slightly, and a white unrolled bolt of white silk shot at Varu. That was actually her silver hair. At this time, this piece of silver hair seemed to turn into a snake, shooting towards Varu, and then seeing Varu stretch out his hand, he wanted to block the silver hair from coming, but it was a jaw-dropping scene. When it happened, the end of the silver hair actually bends automatically, only a curl, and then wrapped around Varu's big hand, and then Varu's body was thrown out, flew directly out of the door, and fell heavily into the corridor. Bang! Room 521 closed the door. Mavis looked back at Sun Woo-ben with a faint smile. Handsome guy, have you recovered? Ah! Sun Woo-ben regained his mind. The hair, like the tail and tongue of an animal, can make arbitrary movements such as twisting and twisting. It is indeed unfathomable. But when you think about what world this is, there are races even more exotic than this. It's not strange anymore. Miss Mavis, you are so cool, especially at that moment, with the 3,000 foot roll of white hair and threw people away, it is so cool. I found out that I seem to fall in love with you a little bit. Glib tongue. Mavis smiling sweetly, the silver hair behind it slowly fluttering, man, do you want to try it too? Oh, please. Sun Woo-ben made a pose often used in the Dragon Ball World Son Goku martial arts competition. I am ready, please feel free to ask. N. Mavis' pretty eyebrows raised, are you really here? Of course. Sun Woo-ben grinned, isn't this just for this? What do you mean? Isn't it here to fight? Sun Woo-ben swallowed saliva, his eyes a little unsure of where to look at the opposite side. I really want to see it everywhere, and it's alluring. Mavis' eyes lit up, and a flush of excitement appeared on her face. Why are you fighting? Everyone knows that our God team invited you here for that and that. Why would you think it was a fight? Don't be funny. Sun Woo-ben put away his boxing frame. Since the opposite side didn't have the idea of doing it right away, Sun Woo-ben naturally had to cooperate and glanced at the opposite side's body. The God group is who? That is the elite of the whole world. I was selected after several levels of selection, and once again, the people inside, no matter which one of the men or women is not, will be as strong as steel. Such a worldwide elite character will indulge in trivial sensuality. Are you insulting my IQ? Not bad. Mavis's eyes were brighter, and his gaze at Sun Woo-ben showed a softness. Although this principle is very simple, few people can understand it, especially the martial artist whose brain cells grow on the muscles. I can't see that you handsome guy, not only martial arts good, but also his brain is not like other people. Growing up on muscles, it's no wonder that our younger sister will be attracted to you, even me, but you still have a weak spot, the resource owned by our God team. How could it be missing a few martial to practice hands? Artist, you too think of yourself too high. Actually, it's easy to understand. Sun Yuben lightly smiled, you are selected from the army level by level. Every further step, you will fight with a large number of expert hand-to-hand combat in the army until you become a member of the God group. As your opponent, the military expert for your leveling is no longer there. If you want to go further, you can only fight against each other, but after a long time, it will lose its effect. After all, they are too familiar with each other, so this time need an outside martial arts expert. The martial artists outside may be inferior to you, but they are fresh. Maybe they have some martial skills and martial arts methods that you have never encountered or thought of. Of course, myriad laws return to one, there is nothing new under the sun. Anyway, it's the same to reach the end. Martial arts, especially at your level, can completely make your eyes shine. There are very few things that have not been in contact with, or they don't exist anymore, but they are fresh. It's better to fight an opponent than to hand-to-hand combat with someone who is too familiar. So looking for a martial arts expert outside, after all, there are 100 benefits and no harm. As for looking for young and handsome people, it should actually be attributed to looking for young people with high potential. Handsome or handsome is not in your consideration, and the reason is very simple. Older people can't survive your toss. PA with Macron. PA with Macron. PA with Macron. The applause sounded. I can only persuade you. Although there are still some reasons you haven't mentioned, but that is not important anymore. The reasons you mentioned are enough. Yes, it is because of these, so we invite you to come here. Mavis said that the upright face became ice cold. Stop gossip, let's officially start, the following words, you must listen carefully. First of all, you must remember that what you have seen, heard, and experienced in the God group are not allowed to be spoken outside the God group. This is the first one, you know. Sun Yuben nodded also understands why the outside world is so terrifying that martial artists go to the God group, at least this first rule plays a very important role. Secondly, as you think, we invite you to the God team for martial arts, so starting from today, every day all will have members of the God team fight with you, and one of the rules of fighting is that you cannot hit the key and sensitive parts. Sensitive parts. Men are the lifeblood, are we? We can't touch wherever we have cloth, understand? Mavis icily said. That is the place where underwear and shorts are worn. Sun Yuben blinked, what if it is not too small? You know, men are often careless, and they have no eyes on punching and kicking in fights, and cannot hit the chest. To a martial artist is equivalent to binding your hands, and you are so angry, men sometimes can't control the lower half of the body. Once you are stupid, you may. What you said may make sense, but we don't care. Mavis sneered, of course, it won't matter if you encounter it, that is, don't think about going out alive, specifically if you touch a woman's blouse, you may not be able to keep it underneath, maybe it's broken. As for whether we're not careful, are we blind? Even more how this house is not just for my eyes, but also for electronic detection equipment. Don't try to get through. I understand, it seems that it is very difficult to wipe the oil. Sun Yuben nods, the next doubt, we can't work hard when fighting, or pretend to be dead or sick, so what if we are too tired? This has nothing to do with us. Mavis smiled evilly, specifically, whether you are dead or alive, anyway, we will not stop during the fighting, and there will be no start off leniently, we will try our best. Every trace of our strength within the body, I think you should be able to understand it with your mind. Understood. Sun Wuben smiled bitterly. Under such rules, not only can't pretend to be dead, but full strength take action is required. Even if the skill is slightly inferior to humans, if the hands and feet are slower, you will have to be beaten and pretended to be dead. Human flesh sandbags. At this time, Sun Wuben also understood why each and every was completely wiped out after being invited into the martial artist of the god group, and even some of the foundation of martial arts was lost. Under this rule, it's your luck if you don't die. The only moment we start off leniently is when the machine detects that you only have the last in one breath. Mavis continued to talk about the rules, and soon. The rules are like this. If you don't remember, you can only consider yourself bad luck. Mavis said indifferently, well, let's fight officially, and pray that your martial arts training can hold my attack, said. No. When Sun Wuben reacted, a jade-like crystal fist magnified in front of Sun Wuben. This fist came too suddenly. It can even be said to have a smell of sneak attack. The expert of the god group is completely standing in the peak of earth martial arts. Although it did not break the realm gate, each and every is amazing potential, so each one is better than training for a lifetime. He thinks he has broken the human body realm gate. Sun Wuxian must be superior. It can be said that their full strength take action, without a sneak attack, Sun Wuxian can hardly handle it. Such an expert also plays a sneak attack, and any normal martial arts dojo expert will get a hit here. It's a pity that Sun Wuben is not another normal martial artist, and he reacted almost instantly. Chapter 50. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. 5 fingers spread, casually, Sun Wuben greeted him with one hand. Pa with Macron. Crisp voice resounded, that ice jade-like fist hit Sun Wuben's palm, and then before Sun Wuben closed his 5 fingers to grab the fist, Mavis slid back and stood 2 meters away from Sun Wuben. Besides, he looked at Sun Wuben in surprise. Hey, young lady, no one told you this is a sneak attack? Sun Wuben called. Mavis stared at it. What kind of sneak attack? When you encounter an enemy, who will stand up with you, open the knife and shoot the gun? But you are also powerful enough to catch the sneak attack of the gods. You can already be proud of it. It seems that you are not simple, and you are not honest. Are you always on guard against my sneak attack? If I say no, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Although I didn't use full strength, I might be able to catch this blow. You didn't prepare in advance to be absolutely impossible to do it. Mavis was full of confidence, and then pretty eyebrows raised. Lohan, although you just caught my blow, but I always think you are a bit weird. Weird? Sun Wuben was taken aback. How strange. It just feels that your martial skill is obviously very superficial, unbearable to look at. It shouldn't be able to catch my sneak attack, but it happened to be caught. Did your power break the realm gate? Mavis with a thoughtful expression. Superficial. Sun Wuben stared, almost wanting to roar. He thoroughly studied the martial skill of Sun Wu style, and the thoroughly tempered martial skill obtained from various ferocious beast life and death battles in the mountains. In the mouth of this woman it is so superficial that it is unbearable to look at. However, Sun Wuben also understood that he was able to catch Mavis's blow just now, and indeed he used more power than Mavis. Don't be convinced. Don't think that we invite you to the god team. It means that your fighting skill is very superior. In the god team's eyes, the martial skill that can be called superior is not extinct, at least not so easy to see, but you just, Mavis said, falling into thought again, looking at your style, it seems to be from a rateless school Sun Wu style of crane school under school. Such a superficial martial skill can still catch my blow, strange. Strange? Sun Wuben trembled, yet, who is the god group? That is the integration of the resources of the entire world. The martial skills that I have learned are only Sun Wu style in a school. Even if you have a thorough research on these martial skills, you will eventually be hoarded by insights, not to mention Sun Wuben has never. I don't think my IQ is high. And there are so many smart people in the world. Many of these smart people will serve the state agencies, and even without the help of other genius martial artists, the members of the gods themselves are not well-known figures in all aspects. Sun Wuben can only study one family, but members of the god group can study 10,000 companies. And you can also find every martial arts school expert for actual combat training. Compared with Sun Wuben, which can only fight Monkey and Old Hu in the mountains, the effect is 100 times stronger. Perhaps, I should change my strategy. Sun Wuben was excited. This trip to the god group was originally just to inquire about the hidden base of Dr. Gero. For other things, Sun Wuben didn't have much expectations at all. The god group member marshal, no matter how high the arts is it better than yourself? But now, standing on the highest point of martial arts, pure life level promotion, maybe they have nothing to teach me, but martial skill. Sun Wuben clearly remembered that in the original Dragon Ball world, after the advent of Universe Saga, the opponents that Sun Wuben encountered, like Raditz, Vegeta, and Frieza, were far stronger than Son Goku. The enemy's power several times more than their own, often as high as 100, above 1,000, or even 100,000. In this case, Son Goku can be entangled with the opposite side. Especially when fighting Frieza, if it is not for Son Goku's superior martial skill, and can be entangled with strength far stronger in one's own Frieza, where can we wait for the moment of Super Saiyan transformation? Already dead. Son Goku has an endless stream of guidance, and I have time to find expert comparing skills of various sorts and varieties, self-tempering my own martial skills, but I don't have time at all. It's not that Sun Wuben doesn't understand that his martial skill realm is too low, it's just comparing martial skills. Sun Wuben's highest method to improve strength efficiency is to promote life level first, how to make himself, an ant, grow quickly and even become an elephant. Elephants trample to death. Ants don't need skills, no matter how many skills ants have, they can't resist an elephant's casual kick. But it does not mean that martial skill is not important. Now there is a god group. Really, this is a great opportunity. If I seize it, my martial skill may be able to make a huge change in heaven and earth, turning upside down in a short time. Sun Wuben is a little impatient. Miss Mavis, should we start? Sun Wuben called. Oh. Mavis raised the head. Well, I want to see what is going on with your martial skill. Look at the trick. Who? Punch here. Sun Wuben instinctively fisted. No, I have to lower my strength. Sun Wuben understands that it is better to be on the sidelines than to experience the pain in person to impress. Sun Wuben does not have time to spend in the gods for a long time, so he must maximize every point, and every point he has here. Seconds, so it is best to use the physical body to memorize every move, instead of memorizing it with the eyes and mind. Forcibly suppressing his own power, Sun Wuben tried his best to put the punching speed to the same level as the opposite side. Not good. That beautiful ice crystal fist hit Sun Wuben's shoulder with a heavy blow, causing Sun Wuben to fly high, and a heartache came from his shoulder, so Sun Wuben couldn't lift a bit of strength for a while. Make another reaction. Pang! Sun Wuben fell heavily to the ground. What's the matter? Mavis stared, looked at his fist, and then at Sun Wuben, who fell to the ground and hugged his shoulders in pain. You could even handle my sneak attack just now. Why did you suddenly become so weak? Fortunately, I used my skill with this attack and only sent you out. Mavis said, eyebrows slightly frowned and thought about it. By the way, your take action just now was also Sun Wu style, but this is the formidable power that Sun Wu style should have. Although this Sun Wu style has been brought forth the new through the old by you and reached a very high realm, it is useless. The Sun Wu style itself has gone astray. Even if you make up for it a lot disadvantages, but wrong is wrong, even if you push it to a higher level of realm, it still belongs to the martial skill of the left, but it is strange, what happened to you before? Sun Yueben was lying on the ground. Although his shoulder pain was severe, his mind was just the punch. What's the matter? Just now I obviously. Although Sun Yueben wanted to try his best to lower his strength and use the same speed and strength as Mavis to fight, but just in a hurry, the strength and speed used were much higher than Mavis's, but in this case, Sun Yueben was both unfathomable mystery lost, a terrible defeat. Sun Yueben didn't even get half of the fist he resisted, and he was already hit. Suddenly a burst of ecstatic excitement erupted from the bottom of Sun Yueben's heart like a volcanic eruption. Yes, this is the power of the profound martial skill. This is the beauty of the original within Dragon Ball Son Goku and the opponent, which is obviously a level difference. Ants can't resist elephants, but the ants that were stepped on by the elephant but didn't die are gone. Pang! Sun Yueben stood up with a carp. Although his shoulders were still painful, his heart was even more hot and excited. If such a martial skill can learn a CD to greatly promote his power level, he will be eligible to compete with Son Goku and Tien in the future. Xinyan and others fight. Come back. Oh. Mavis looked towards Sun Yueben. Yes, you jumped up so quickly, your shoulder should still hurt, willpower is very good, okay, I'll give you another punch. Pang! This fist, Sun Yueben didn't use the super speed of the first time, but it still caught the unfathomable mystery, and even after catching it, Sun Yueben himself didn't understand how he used this move or how to catch it. This makes Sun Yueben very excited. Martial arts training, many times practice the instinct of the body, not the brain. The learning ability of the body is far stronger than the brain here. So look at the super strong warrior within Dragon Ball each and every. Many silly and brave guys, Son Goku and Piccolo can't get a driver's license when they learn to drive, but the creation and intelligence of martial skills are too strong and unscientific. Pang! Sun Yueben caught it and followed the body instinct to counterattack. This time, divine inspiration hit Mavis staggering. Well! Mavis gave a cold admiration, and fought with Sun Yueben again. P.S. Recommend an old book friend Bing Hiking Shui, Inheritance World of Online Games, the new pen name Kick Siege Lion. Chapter 51. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. 5 Android 21 in the room. Mavis shot out with both fists, exploded towards Sun Yueben one after another. Sun Yueben supported left and right, on the verge of collapse just supported. Suddenly, a wisp of white light flashed by. It was a bunch of flying silver hair. The silver hair shot out and curled up Sun Yueben's left foot. The movement of Sun Yueben's body became stiff, and the whole person was shaken up and a fist hit Sun Yueben's head hard. Pang! Sun Yueben's body hit the wall, and the whole house seemed to shake, only to see Sun Yueben's body fall. It was obvious that a huge green bag had formed on the back of Sun Yueben's head that was hit. Mavis didn't start off leniently just now. Who? Who? Mavis put his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, both eyes stared at Sun Yueben on the ground in excitement and surprise. Lohan, didn't expect you to look like a thin pretty boy, more durable than those tall and strong giant races. A girl's house, how can you speak words, you can do it. And the man who wants to be Miss Mavis, how can he not be strong? Sun Yueben grinned, he got up to his feet and rushed to Mavis again. If you want to be my Mavis man, you have to beat me first. You are still far behind. Mavis' ice-cold voice kicked his legs and hit Sun Yueben with fists like rain. After playing for so long, she also discovered that Sun Yueben the strength is not very good, but occasionally there will be divine inspiration. Bang! Sun Yueben again punches, can't do anything about it, just hit the head so hard, the pain is unbearable, still a little confused. Haha, Lohan, you are too soft, just like that, you can't get hard, you still say you are my man? Pa! He kicked Sun Wuben again, and then stepped on and kicked him one foot after another. Although Sun Wuben was suffering terribly from all parts of his body still rolled and bounced without knowing the brain. This series of dodge kicked, and finally reached out and hugged Mavis's kicked foot, and pulled Mavis out. Haha, how about this move? Is it hard enough, Mavis? I must fuck you. Sun Wuben laughed heartily, and pounced on like insane tiger. Who is the fuck? Mavis coldly snorted, and his eyes are also surprised. Obviously his martial skill is extremely powerful, and the opposite side is like a child smashing, but like Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten, the more he gets beaten, the more he gets beaten. Occasionally, there will be two strokes like a heavenly steed, soaring across the sky's divine inspiration. A careless one will be recruited. Although the fist on the opposite side is not very heavy and won't hurt, it still hurts. The two people have been playing for a long time, and they have played true fire. Sun Wuben, although vulgar swear words can't be produced, Mavis is also a soldier, who has never seen a soldier, where he can pretend to be a lady, and he is more vigorous than Sun Wuben when he scolds swear words, and even more under his hands. Without showing weakness, I want to fiercely press down on the opposite side. Of course, even so, Sun Wuben has always retained a sense of reason, trying to fight with no more than Mavis's power and speed. After all, Sun Wuben's heart is cheating with a powerful force to suppress others. Moreover, when Sun Wuben hits Mavis, he will also be subconscious subordinate, only hurting. Not hurting. Mavis can't feel Sun Wuben's kindness at this point, but it's very important. Mavis doesn't understand, but Sun Wuben knows very well in his mind that people like Mavis have such an amazing amount of physical strength, mainly because the bloodline is good, and the amazing potential is good. But what the potential is, Sun Wuben doesn't understand. If Mavis has the potential of Son Goku, there is naturally no taboo. But if it is only 1 or 2 floors stronger than Sun Wuben, the body is injured too much, causing too much irreversible damage, and it will always be impossible to break the human body realm gate. The two people punched each other 10 more at once. Mavis didn't find it, and Sun Wuben didn't even notice that he was hit hard by Mavis just now, and a bruised and swollen head was raised, and that big bag was disappearing quickly. By this time it was gone. Not only the big bag on the head, Sun Wuben and Mavis have been hand-to-hand combat for so long. They lose more and win less. They have been hit with many punches and feet. Many places are swollen when they are hit. Also disappeared at this time. This is a huge boxing room. Pang! 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 Go to hell! 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 The sound of boxing hitting the sandbag sounded like a dense firecracker explosion. In a corner of the east, the 12-year-old Luer gnashing teeth frantically beat the tall doll tumbler sandbag in front of him. Ouch, who is it that angered our Luer eldest young lady? Brittany, who else do you think it could be? Didn't Zhang He's muddy ball just come? The woman not far from Luer answered. Zhang He's has come to pester Luer again. Brittany frowning, Zhang He's real name is Zhang Heiju. People in their god group don't like this person, but it can't help this guy, and this guy is their head. Luer was entangled by him, and it really fell 8 lifetimes bloody bad luck. No wonder, Brittany gave Luer a pitying look. Luer, why are you angry with that bastard? Anyway, as long as you don't agree, ignore him, don't date him, don't talk to him, just treat him as heir. Brittany persuaded, although Luer has a bad temper, but her cute appearance makes the whole gods treasure her. Luer is in a bad mood, and Brittany is also distressed. Brittany, you're so easy to say. Luer kicked out and kicked the tumbler in front of him. A fly is buzzing around your ears. Can it be used as air? That black ball is better than that. The flies are also hateful, hateful, if my strength is greater than him. Luer is very angry. If he doesn't anger others, he will anger himself. Disappointing. Martial skill. Luer is not afraid of anyone, but his strength is not as good as that of others, unable to defeat Zhang Hezi. She remembers that in the early years Zhang Heizhi was frantically pursuing entanglement with Yamei, and even killed someone in pursuit of Yamei, but then Yamei's strength surpassed Zhang Heizhi, not only became the big sister of the gods, but also Zhang Heizhi again. If you pester her, you will be hit once at a time, and Zhang Heizhi will have a psychological shadow. If you see Yamei, I am afraid. Now everyone in the military knows that Zhang Heizhi is hiding from Yamei. Yamei is at the base of the gods. He will never be there. Yamei left before he returns to the base. Yamei passes by, and he avoids 10 li. Thinking of Yamei's domineering. Don't mention the envy in Luer's heart, wishing that one day he would let Zhang Heizhi change his face. Brittany, Yamei really can't use black briquettes as heir. Don't you know, Luer doesn't like the handsome guy named Lohan? Everyone can't help but crack a joke occasionally. Who knew Zhang Heizhi would actually return today? The base, let him hear the rumor, and then ran over. This is terrible. Brittany frowned and sighed and shook one's head. Luer likes people, how can I let Zhang Heizhi know about it? Isn't this harmful? Yet, Zhang Heizhi is the scum in our god group. Other things are okay. When it comes to the woman he likes, he loses rationality. The handsome guy he likes does not end well. Oh. The woman sighed, not because Sun Wuben fate was not good, Sun Wuben was an outsider no matter how handsome, but because Luer was distressed. The woman who was entangled by Zhang Heizhi was treason to the death penalty and could not have a normal relationship at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Luer turned around and yelled at the two women, who likes Lohan? I just have a good feeling for him, a little bit like him, and it's a moon's distance from liking him. At the end, he suddenly sat down on the ground in a frustrated manner. Lohan is also a bastard, lecherous bastard, even if he was killed by Zhang Heizhi, I won't care, and, he is in Mavis's hands now, it's hard to be afraid of. Luer looked worried. Don't worry, Mavis seems to like that handsome guy too, she will definitely start off leniently. Ah! Luer screamed, how can she? Hee, someone is jealous, jealous. Who's jealous? I mean, how can she release the water? Luer flushed, and stared fiercely at Brittany. Then Luer wants her to release the water, or does he not want her to release the water? I remember that next time it is my turn to hand combat with Lohan. Very handsome guy, Luer, do you say I beat him into a sarcoma or the meat bun is good? Is it okay to beat his mother to recognize but dad can't, or is he not recognized by father and mother? Brittany chuckled. Luer stared and slammed his fist on the ground, it's up to you, what's my business? Okay, I will label him as a sarcoma person. The whole body is full of one by one swollen sarcomas. The blue, purple, and red are like huge ripe grapes. I think at that time his eyes, nose, and mouth will all disappear, his face is swollen bigger than a pig's head, his consciousness is unclear, and his heart is full of hatred. The pain will last for 2 to 3 days. When his pain is slightly lighter, he will definitely I hate the man who brought him into the gods, Brittany described. Ah! Luer screamed. Really? Does he really hate the people who brought him into the gods? Luer asked timidly. That's natural. Anyone who suffers from this kind of unwarranted disaster will be filled with hatred in that kind of continuous pain. The harder he is beaten, the hate will surely be too much, and not hate will bring him into the god group. Yes, don't you still hate others? Brittany said. Actually, the weak voice resounded. Luer blushed and said in a low voice, the bastard is hateful, but it can help me, Brittany, you just teach him a little bit. No, it must be played so badly, after all, After all, she had been flushing for a long time, but she couldn't find a reason. Immediately, there was a roar of women's laughter in the boxing room. "Why are you laughing?" Luer roared. Many women laughed louder, and Luer buried his face directly in his knees. Chapter 52. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. 5 Android 21 in the room. Sun Wuben and Mavis fell again and again, and once again climbed up and rushed to the opposite side. Of course, 100 out of 99 falls belonged to Sun Wuben. Clang! A loud bell rang. "Time is up, stop, Miss Mavis, Mr. Lohan, please stop, please stop." The mechanical electronic synthetic voice sounded in the room. "Stop." Mavis put one hand on his knees, and the other hand opened 5 points to Sun Wuben to stop him. Today our hand-to-hand combat is here." Mavis gulped, gasping for breath, drenched like a fish out of the water. "Is it time?" Sun Wuben stroked the face clip that had just been beaten, grinned and gasped, and said with difficulty, "Couldn't it be delayed, and hit again? This time today?" With hand-to-hand combat, Sun Wuben can clearly sense the rapid progress of his martial skill. Especially just now, Sun Wuben feels that he seems to have some signs of breakthrough. If he fights for a while, maybe his skill will rise by a realm. "Are you a monster?" Mavis yelled. 2 people hand-to-hand combat, she had the upper hand completely, 100 punches, 99 punches on the opposite side, only 1 punch by herself. At this time, Mavis was too tired, and the opposite side actually said to delay. "Miss Mavis, I think, you seem to be able to fuck for a while, or we will." "No. Get out. This is the rule." Mavis shouted, turned around and kicked the door, entered the side door, and snapped the door back. This side door was actually her temporary recuperation room. Mavis was panting against the wall, feeling her face hot and bashful. "This damn Lohan," he said. He was strong, his martial skill was so superficial, he was weak, he came to move, and it was so good that you had to be convinced, and obviously he was beaten to grin, the pain was unbearable, and one pounced hard. Mavis whispered for a moment, and as soon as he pulled off his clothes, 3-2 took it off, kicked the bathroom next to him, and walked in. Outside, Sun Wuben mixed key thoroughly, and then opened the 5 Android 21 room. "This girl is really heavy." Sun Wuben walked out of the room grinning, his eyes widened like copper bells, and there were 3 stretchers in the corridor. "I want to go home, I want to go home." The crying voice resounded. I saw the door to the concierge opened, and 2 robot nurses carried one and bulged each and every bag, as if they were covered with blue and red. The potato-like person came out and put the person on the stretcher. "You are?" Sun Wuben watched carefully, and half-genius recognized that this was his companion with a lean fellow named Hank. "Hank, why are you doing this?" Sun Wuben exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not playing anymore, I'm going home, I'm not playing anymore," the thin man murmured, apparently silly that he couldn't hear Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben's face was weird. He remembered that Hank knew that his first time was given to Fifei's goddess in a dream. He swept away his frown before eating, clamoring happily that even is worth it. Ouch, ouch, groaning sounded, but the door of another room opened. This time it was carried out by the robot nurse to a huge mountain of meat. "Varu, what are you doing?" Ouch, ouch. Varu couldn't answer Sun Wuben's words either. "Pa with Macron." The door of the 3rd room opened. This time I was taken out to see that it has been set up. The cat's ears that are no longer energetic are understood. It is Lisa. Lisa is also not in human form. Obviously her opponent is not at all because she is a woman. Off leniently. "Lisa, this is Lohan, can you hear it?" "Lohan." Lisa's ears moved, and her face was still intact. Obviously, the opponent ended up having tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. At least he didn't hit her face, so Lisa opened both eyes, and then her eyes went round. Luo, Han, how are you? Lisa stared at Sun Wuben with incredulous eyes. Although half of Sun Wuben's face was swollen, his body was still intact. At least he didn't see a bulging like a hill. Even if it was not too short, the swelling on Sun Wuben's face would disappear. Of course, in these situations, Sun Wuben not at all noticed that he only regarded his own counterattack too strong, and Mavis started off leniently because Sun Wuben started off leniently, only to hurt her without hurting her. Just how did Sun Wuben know that Mavis had paid attention to his actions before, but was later angered by Sun Wuben's arrogant aura and bad attitude? In particular, Sun Wuben's constant swear words made Mavis angry. He wanted to fiercely suppress the aura, but later forgot to start off leniently when he hit the opposite side. Later, he wanted to be merciful and couldn't stay. Her physical strength is actually not as good as Sun Wuben's. Lisa, you're not bad, you can talk. You haven't seen Hank and Veru, both of them are confused. I told them not to, and they can't open their eyes. The whole person is like a blue and red body. Like a sarcoma, Sun Wuben was even comfortable. That's indeed I am better. Lisa had an ugly smile on her face, one after another teardrops fell from the corner of her eyes. Sun Wuben turned her head and couldn't bear to look again. Take a good rest, martial arts path is like this, it's cruel, just temper your consciousness, you don't know, martial arts path, cultivate body at the bottom, cultivate heart at the top. Sun Wuben strode away, walked out of the building and did not take a short walk in the sun. The swelling on his face disappeared, and then Sun Wuben went straight back to his assigned residence here. Medicine fragrance pervades. There was a faint groaning sound from a building in the 1788 barracks. There were 4 side-by-side rooms, of which 3 rooms lay on the beds covered with white bandages and were dangling patients with water. In the other room, although there were also hanging water and a variety of commonly used medicines for traumatic injuries, but not at all people in bed. In the center stands a bun-shaped building. I thought my son Wu Style's martial skills, although not superior, can't be weak. Sun Wuben was lying in the center of the recovery cabin in the Bun Villa with emotion, and Sun Wu Style's martial arts had been inherited for 200 years. And the ancestor inherited from Crane School. Even if it was not so good. But for 200 years, Sun family has used martial arts for generations. There are still many experts who have been training and researching martial arts like Sun Wuxian. Such a generation of improvements in martial arts, in Sun Wuben's original imagination, even if not strong, it is weak. No, but this time. Just for a while, my growth in martial skill is worth 30 years of bitter training alone. I just had a hand-to-hand combat with Mavis. I not only discovered how trash and weak spot my Sun Wu style martial skill is, but also saw what a truly powerful martial skill is like. If you leave here, Sun Wuben has with confidence, creation has produced a brand new set of martial skills in a short time, far exceeding the previous Sun Wu style martial skills. But let's go now. Even if creation produces a new and stronger martial skill, the realm is very limited. The Z fighter of the original within Dragon Ball has been trained for many years under the guidance of the famed master. Sun Wuben is not arrogant enough to think that he can comprehend how powerful martial skills are with just one day of Battle of the Gods. And Sun Wuben's biggest gain today is physically. Sun Wuben occasionally uses move Divine Inspiration in the battle. Although these styles are wonderful, they can't be used at all if Sun Wuben uses them now, and even forgot they were at the time. How to use it, what style is it to use? But this god group is also stingy enough. Sun Wuben sighed. He originally thought that the coming god group will help the god group member training martial arts and will have powerful recuperation equipment after being injured, but Sun Wuben was wrong, and it was very wrong. Whether it is Sun Wuben that is intact, or Hank or Vera hurts the whole body, almost none of the whole body is intact. After returning, there is only simple recuperation. That's slinging and applying bruises and potion, bandages, that's all. Although this hanging water contains all kinds of nutrient and medicine that can be directly absorbed by the cells, the special nutrition and recovery substances contained in the water contain too much water, no matter the quantity, the types are too rare, and the effect is only sun. 30% of Wu Ben's own recovery cabin. Coupled with the various special treatment methods without recovery cabin, the effect is even worse. Sun Wuben gave up completely speechlessly after experiencing it for a while, took out the capsule villa directly, and used his recovery cabin in the villa. The military elites should not use anything worse than mine. Sun Wuben had images of Mavis, Luer, Leal, Fifei and other godlike beauties. The whole god team, handsome men and beautiful women, looks unbelievably perfect. As a soldier, especially the physical body, he has a lot of training. Soldiers who deal with punching and kicking knives and guns every day are commonplace and have such an appearance. There is only one possibility, that every day I'll enjoy the treatment like Sun Wuben recovery cabin, let recovery cabin automatically repair any damaged parts of their body every day. Therefore, ordinary persons may be injured by accidents and have scars and knife marks on their faces that affect their appearance. Instead, they have no flaws on their whole body, and even appear to return to babies like Sun Wuben, and they naturally become handsome and beautiful girls. According to the goal, today's exploring key should be. Sun Wuben flipped through his training notes, put away the booklet, closed his eyes in the recovery cabin and started formal training. Sun Wuben in recovery cabin has always been very quiet. From time to time, he heard huge and surprising kiss. These kiss are sometimes vast, sometimes weird, and like spring breeze. This is naturally the result of Sun Wuben's research on exploring Qi. In Sun Wuben's martial arts, Qi is the real superior martial arts. It not only possesses the ability of transforming mortality into immortality, but also other abilities that are unfathomable, so doing everything possible to explore the potential and use of Qi becomes Sun Wuben's focus in martial arts. Of course, as a top student in the North City important class, Sun Wuben doesn't do things like other martial artists all at once, depending on his own feelings and interests. If someone can see Sun Wuben within the body Qi control and running, as well as Sun Wuben's training notes, they will find that Sun Wuben has a whole set of system methods and understandings for exploring Qi. Chapter 53. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. When Sun Wuben training Qi. In the boxing hall of the female god group member, each and every beauty, plus dinosaur girl, leopard woman, lion girl, etc. all surround Mavis. Not long ago, 3 stretchers were carried out of the fighting building. This is normal. The so-called martial artist fighting expert outside, no matter how distinguished the name is very important before, even hit the world without fail. He has won fighting, boxing, sanda, judo and other golden belts, but once you enter the god group, you can't be carried out after fighting with the god group members. It's just that there was an exception this time. When many women saw Sun Wuben walking leisurely and carefree on the clean stone pavement in the yard, their eyes were about to come out. Especially Sun Wuben, who was walking under the sun, did not swell up all over his body. The mental head is also very good, and it doesn't even seem to be ravaged by a member of the god group, but a happy date with the beauties you like. When did the god group beauty fighting that made people become terror-stricken at the news like this? Therefore, Mavis was besieged by many women as soon as he returned to the boxing hall. Frankly, did you fight? Are you dating? Mavis, even if you are fancy, you can't change the martial arts exploration of divine group divine to flirting and cultivating feelings. You're so embarrassed, you are really embarrassed by our god group, can this kind of thing tolerate start off leniently? Each and every asked harshly, especially Luer glared at Mavis violently. Yes, I'm dating, what's the matter, jealous, Aya, you don't know, Lohan handsome little guy is so gentle, so considerate, so smart, it is perfect incarnation. Mavis is also a fire in his heart, making an outsider unscrupulous walking out of the fighting room without damage. This kind of thing actually set a precedent for her. Mavis, you are not saved, Lohan is the one Luer likes. What does Luer like? Don't you allow others to like it. Didn't we say that there are handsome guys and everyone is playing fair? I think this Lohan is good, smart, good at skill, and good at fighting. Very humorous, and not a member of the gods. Mavis sneered again and again. Who likes it? Who likes the bastard satyr? Luer roared, and glared at Mavis again. Mavis, you are too confused. Even if you start off leniently, you don't have to be so big, at least he has to be taught a lesson. Even if you have a two-pack, you are like this. You obviously want to win his favor, so I don't want to start it. It's too hateful. Yeah, I'm afraid that my hands will be heavy. The handsome guy Lohan is unhappy and hates me to death. Where can I dare to make heavy hands? Mavis shook her silver hair and held her head up. You have the ability, you too. Luer eldest young lady, if you like others, just go after them, don't die for the sake of face and suffer, and so are you. It's anger me to death, I don't like that bastard, at most a little bit of goodwill. Luer roared loudly. Be quiet. An ice-cold voice suddenly sounded. Luer, and Mavis, if you really like that person, don't say these things here. The dinosaur girl said in a low voice, you don't like others, don't make this kind of joke. Don't forget today Zhang Heeza came back. Zhang Heeza is back. Mavis was taken aback, frowning immediately. Zhang Heeza is back. If he hears your jokes, no matter what you think, if he takes it seriously, especially Mavis, you actually, dinosaur girl shake one's head, you actually let Lohan go unscathed go out of the door, you are not helping him, you are harming him. Kawi, what do you mean? Mavis questioned. Nothing, just Zhang Heeza thought Luer was interesting to Lohan. Really? Mavis frowning, at this time she still didn't understand the reason. If Lohan is beaten badly by you, Zhang Heeza will only treat him as rubbish. Even if he is hostile, he will not do it himself, but now, he walks out the door unscathed. The dinosaur girl shook her huge head. Zhang Heeza must have noticed him, what can we do? Luer leaned on the sister behind him, muttered to oneself. Nothing will happen. Mavis was also worried. This guy Lohan still has some ability, in fact, I didn't, how start off leniently? Mavis whispered, his voice a little weak, after all she has experienced Zhang Heeza's terrifying power firsthand. Don't worry, Zhang Heeza may not notice Lohan. Luer, what kind of person this Lohan is really worthy of love, it's hard to say, don't think too much. Each and every comforted, a dull atmosphere enveloped the boxing hall. The sky gradually dimmed and night fell. Inside the capsule villa, Sun Muben floats quietly in the nutrient fluid in the center of the recovery cabin, and methodically controls the internal key doing various explorations. Abruptly, the nutrient fluid in this cabin rippled violently. I saw Sun Muben's body that had been still floating to the left like a balloon in the air being blown by the wind. Bang! Sun Muben touched the bulkhead of the recovery cabin with his left shoulder. With eyelids moving, Sun Muben's eyes opened. Why got here? Sun Muben whispered, moving his body back to the center of the recovery cabin, about to close his eyes and continue exploring key. Suddenly the body trembled. Wrong. As a high-achieving student in North City, Sun Muben's martial arts research has always followed the scientific method for research, so each time experiment is to erase the variables and variables as much as possible, so that the conditions for generating variables are as few as possible. Under normal circumstances, I'm impossible to hit the port side of this recovery cabin, so be careful. Recovery cabin, open for me to start playback. Time goes back to 40 seconds. Sun Wuben shouted. Yes, Mr. Sun Wuben. The electronic voice resounded, and there was an anime image on the recovery cabin's display screen, which was exactly the image of Sun Wuben just floating and moving in the recovery cabin. Go back 10 seconds. Go back another 20 seconds, that's it. Sun Wuben looked at the picture on the display screen and saw Sun Wuben floating quietly in the recovery cabin, but after 5 seconds, his body moved. My 4 limbs and body do not make any movement at all, and all around has no other changes. Abruptly, Sun Wuben's heart beat violently. Without any external force, the body moves to the left for no reason. What does this mean? Is key. Since the influence of external factors is excluded, there are only internal factors that can allow the body to move on its own. Doesn't that mean? A noun jumped into Sun Wuben's mind: dancing sky art. Dancing sky art is the flying technique of within Dragon Ball. This is an extremely eye-catching style in Dragon Ball world. In the early period of Dragon Ball, there is only Master Shen, and the 2 disciplines Tien Shinyan and Tutsu taught by him. Even Master Shen's younger brother Mercenary Tao has no one. I have seen him use dancing sky art. Even at the late stage of Dragon Ball, on Earth only Z Fighter and Videl will be able to dancing sky art, and other martial artists can still only feel mysterious and unfathomable to dancing sky art. As for Master Roshi, it's not like dancing sky art. Master Roshi won't, but because this is Master Shen's signature style, he is unwilling to learn it, and will never use it if he can. Key control moved my body to the left just now. Since it can move to the left, it must be able to move to the right, even up, and down. Isn't this dancing sky art? Sun Wuben was very excited. When I watched Dragon Ball back then, whenever I saw Z fighters flying free and easy in the air, that kind of eye-catching made Sun Wuben infinitely envious. I wish I could do the same. Previously, what I did to key control. Barely suppressing the excitement in his heart, Sun Wuben repeated the previous key control. His body moved again and bumped into the left sidebar of the recovery cabin. Yes. That's true. I just moved to the left, then I just want to do this. Sun Wuben's body drifted again, but this time it drifted to the right, bumping into the right column of the recovery cabin. Sure enough, then, Sun Wuben faintly nervous, turning left and right no problem, but dancing sky art wants to leave gravity and fly upwards. Can this work? There is no problem in theory, but in fact it is not. Sun Wuben is also worried. Take a deep breath and calm the tension in my heart. Sun Wuben key control, at first, couldn't calm the tension in my heart, but gradually began to find the feeling, as key control grows more and more stronger. Suddenly, Sun Wuben's body, like a balloon filled with hydrogen, slowly floated upwards, and gradually escaped from the nutrient fluid of the recovery cabin. It seems this is floating. Sun Wuben stared, floated for a full 3 seconds, before his whole body sank down, and then Sun Wuben burst into ecstasy rise in the mind. It is. Haha, success. There is no Master Shen guidance, and I have never seen anyone use dancing sky art. I actually succeeded. Sun Wuben was so excited that he almost roared towards the sky. Don't look at the late stage Z fighter in Dragon Ball world. Everyone knows dancing sky art, but Dragon Ball world has a rule. Before seeing a precedent, a style is like a scientific invention. The original creation is very dependent on luck and flowers. Over time, I have seen precedents, have personally had close contact with people who know this style of style, and even understood how powerful this method is, and it is easy to imitate it. This is why Dragon Ball Z Warrior is the genius of genius in martial arts, and still visits the famed master everywhere, learning from Immortal, Kami, Kai, and even a fisherman. Scion Prince Vegeta rushed to the universe, more than 10 years of fighting, key control, and many skills came to Earth to learn. Encountering a famed master can make a big leap. When you meet a good opponent, you can also learn the superior style from the opponent. This is the iron rule of Dragon Ball World. Now Sun Wuben has learned Dancing Sky Art, which is also a luck. Pang! Sun Wuben stepped out of the recovery cabin and came to an empty room in the villa. Try again. I saw Sun Wuben standing quietly. Suddenly his body separated from gravity vertically and floated up, and then the height of the float became higher and higher. Finally, Sun Wuben's head hit the ceiling. Haha, come again. After Sun Wuben landed, he floated up and floated back and forth in the empty indoor air, sometimes head and foot, sometimes like backstroke, sometimes still in the air. Once again, this night Sun Wuben completely gave up his normal breath, explore the mystery of Dancing Sky Art, completely immersed in the training of Dancing Sky Art. Chapter 54. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. The next day, a very pale grey dawn appeared in the eastern sky. The loud bugle sounded. Who are you? For whom? The 1788 barracks trumpet played a wonderful song. The first song that sounded was the song For Whom from Sun Wuben's Mother album. Inspirational song of positive energy. Inside an empty house, Sun Wuben floated around like a ghost in the air, having fun, and the song came into his ears. Sure enough, the worldwide military camps are all the same. Early in the morning, it is not a bugle or singing, which does not allow people to sleep well. Sun Wuben floated out of the villa without his feet on the ground, and after putting away the villa capsule, he floated out of this room, came to the opposite door. Boom, boom, dong. Knuckles knocked on the door. Little lazy cat, the sun is basking, get up, get up. Sun Wuben called. What's your name, handsome guy? I'm not you, I'm not doing well today. Lisa weakly and without strength's voice came from inside. I am injured, I am afraid I can't go today, go by yourself. I have never seen you like this. People who are abused seem to be addicted to them, and they wake up so early like rushing to reincarnate. Cannot go. Sun Wuben didn't think much, humming For Whom with the music on the loudspeaker, each minding their own business floated forward in the corridor, anytime and anywhere using Dancing Sky Art to walk. This is also a kind of training. At least now Sun Wuben felt that he could use Dancing Sky Art to fly as long as he moved his mind, instead of being unable to control a little nervousness as he did at the beginning. Outside this building, on the green field, a large group of people are galloping like horses on the runway. Mavis, what happened yesterday? When the guy named Lohan came out, he didn't have a trace of bruises up and down the whole body. He walked and hummed, just like a happy date. Are you not very strong? Why can't even an outsider be suppressed? Nice, do you doubt the strength of this lady? Believe it or not that this lady beat you so fucking hard to recognize. There are dozens of male god group members in the inner runway. One of them is a red-haired youth with a mocking look towards Mavis and the many women on the outer runway, and Mavis is flushed and furious. Father didn't doubt your ability. Who of our men's team would doubt Mavis's ability, said red-haired Nice and suddenly smiled. We all doubted whether your relative came yesterday, so it became soft. Foot shrimp, 3000 silver wire instantly changed from a king cobra to a cauliflower snake, don't you think? The soldiers of the entire men's team burst into laughter immediately. The women's team is angry each and every. Nice, don't you believe it, even if this lady comes, it still beats you into a big pie. Dinosaur girl shouted madly, and you are too, do you want to try? Try it, Kawi, if you want to fight, we will accompany you at any time. The member of the men's and women's two god team was talking, and suddenly the combed head glanced at the building in front of him, his eyes lit up. Good young fellow, I woke up so early, Lohan, not bad. When he said this, everyone looked at it, and through the window, he could see Sun Wuben moving half of his upper body. This bastard seems tall. Luer whispered with a trace of doubt in his pure eyes. Tall? That's not true, I think he walks a bit strange. Dinosaur girl Kawi shouted, normal walking should be one up and down, with a little ups and downs, but he... This bastard, I'm afraid I am skateboarding in the hallway. Early in the morning, he was in a good mood. Mavis coldly snorted. Yesterday he didn't beat Sun Wuben out on a stretcher. Instead, he was on the opposite side. The madness was so exhausted that it was impossible to breathe, but it made her very shameless. By this early morning, the men's team laughed at her, so she was naturally in a bad mood. Hey, handsome Lohan, shouted. Oh? Fei Fei, you call me? Sun Wuben upstairs looked up, do you want to ask me to have morning tea? He floated to the window and looked at the people downstairs. Come here, come here. Fei Fei beckoned, and his eyes widened. I saw Sun Wuben floating out of the window. That's right, it was floating out like a leaf, floating 10 meters away from the window before falling down. This young fellow. The other members of the God group who saw this scene also widened their eyes, and after a moment they made a shout of applause, but they did not notice when they applauded, Sun Wuben's body shape falling rapidly, not at all as getting faster and faster as normal, but always keep the same speed and drop at a constant speed, which simply violates the laws of physics. Bang! Sun Wuben fell in front of the runners. Yes, Lohan, didn't expect you to have such a skill. If you go to highboard diving, you can definitely take champion. Fei Fei stopped in front of Sun Wuben to say with a smile, and some female and male God group members also stopped. I walked around. Lohan, you can come out completely in the Mavis subordinate, you can't see it. Brother is good, few outsiders can come out of the Gods group safely. Although it may be Mavis that is here, haha, each and every man said with a smile. Get out, let go. Voice resounded, Sun Wuben even looked over. I saw a black man with thick thighs on his arms and black skin all over his body, like a black diamond, pushing the crowd away and walking in front of Sun Wuben with a cold face. With this black diamond, Sun Wuben's keen sense many women's complexion is very unnatural. You are Lohan. Black diamond ice cold voice, sharp eyes poking like a knife, Sun Wuben even has a strange feeling, this man has a strong hostility and murderous aura towards himself. Lohan, you, very good. This black diamond grinned, but this smile only has the corners of the mouth bends, and the skin around the eyes remains the same, the obvious skin put on a fake smile. He reached out a hand to Sun Wuben, I am the boss Zhang Heizhou of the God team. Boss? Is the leader of the God group. Sun Wuben looked at the black diamond who was very hostile to him in surprise. Zhang Heizhou, you are not ashamed to speak. A cold voice sounded, and the woman who looked like a leopard sneered and said to Sun Wuben, Lohan, don't believe him, he is just our current boss, temporarily. Leopard, you don't talk about conscience anymore. I ask you, am I the leader of the gods? Zhang Heizhou glared at the leopard woman. At this time, his murderous aura and hostility disappeared, and there was even a hint of cuteness. There is a word advance to be added in front, Vice Leader Lord, leopard woman said with a sneer. Everyone laughed wildly regardless of men and women. Zhang Heizhou has a black face and a little purple, Vice Leader is also a leader. Don't treat the deputy boss as a boss. Do you know what a fart? Don't fight with you inexperienced gang, Lohan, today I will come experience your brilliant trick. He looked towards Sun Wuben, indifferently said, and at this time Sun Wuben sensed his previous murderous aura. What's going on? Sun Wuben was puzzled, but didn't realize that at this time, many women's each and every complexion greatly changed, especially Luer and Mavis where complexion was ugly. What should I do? Luer bit her lip tightly. She still didn't notice it. She couldn't say anything, because once there is an act of pleading for Sun Wuben, it will only make things happen. To get worse, it is very likely that Zhang Heizhi would not be a killer, and become a real killer. Zhang Heizhi, is this not so good? Zhang Heizhi, you don't take action anymore, Lohan is not worth your take action. Some women said repeatedly, and many women were angry. I didn't take action before, no one was qualified. Zhang Heizhi ice-cold voice. Zhang Heizhi, what do you mean, didn't you say that you have already said it, and give me the second stage? Brittany yelled, no, Lohan, you go to my room today. Room number is 523. Humph. With a coldly snorted, Zhang Heizhi glanced toward Brittany coldly. Brittany, you wait next time, Lohan handed it to me today, this is an order, you know? Talk nonsense, I will treat you as if you violated the superior military order disposed of with military law. Command. Brittany complexion was ugly and did not speak any more. Although the members of the God group usually joked with each other and were not forgiving, once specific orders were involved, they had to be followed even if they were unreasonable. This is the army. And for the sisters, she also confronted Zhang Heizhi for a while, and she had done her best. Remember, Lohan, the room number you are waiting for is 444. Zhang Heizhi stared at Sun Yueben indifferently and said. 444, is this your fighting training room, indifferent? Sun Yueben stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhang Heizhi, shrugged, anyway, I am indifferent, leader or vice leader, 1 or 2 or 3, it's all the same to me. Young fellow is crazy enough. Zhang Heizhi sneered, and then stopped talking, turned around and pushed everyone away. Strange, Zhang Heizhi is actually going to take action. Lohan, be careful, the men said, looking at Sun Yueben as if they were dead. Some people turned and started running. It's all my fault, Luer bit his lip, trying to talk to Sun Yueben, but does not dare. What are you doing around? Zhang Heizhi's majestic voice resounded, early in the morning, I don't want to run anymore. I turned the father around and kept running. 121. 1234. Poor. How could this be? A very handsome guy, a martial artist who has boundless prospects, but, each and every turned and ran. Luer also stomped, turned, and ran. Chapter 55. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Sunlight shot through the window into the corridor, and a silhouette stepped on the sun lightly and walked forward. Zhang Heizhi. Sun Yuben's face was very calm. He saw the strange behavior of everyone in the morning, but he didn't take seriously, and just now Mavis actually pulled him into the dark room. Lohan, I killed you this time. If you can come back alive from Zhang Heizhi's hands, I will date you. Mavis's slightly shy words still echoed in Sun Yuben's mind. Zhang Heizhi was originally not a member of the God group in this issue, but a member of the top 3, because he killed people, he will become a member of the God group now. The murder is because of chasing women. Zhang Heizhi liked a super battle team female soldier named Yumei 7 years ago, but this Yumei has a boyfriend of childhood sweethearts, and he is not interested in Zhang Heizhi. At that time Zhang Heizhi was a leader of the gods and was also a worldwide individual. A military force strongest soldier, it happens that Yumei's boyfriend is also a martial artist. Sun Yueben recalled the information provided by Mavis, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In Mavis's eyes, Zhang Heizhi's strongest is not a martial skill, and his martial skill is on the same level as Mavis. What Zhang Heizhi is really good about is his physical strength. Zhang Heizhi's physical strength reached the level of surpassing all members of the gods 7 years ago, so what? Sun Yueben did not ask how great Zhang Heizhi's strength was, but it is understood. Zhang Heizhi's strength 7 years ago after reaching its peak, the growth of power has been minimal in the past 7 years. It is enough to know this point. This Zhang Heizhi should be overtraining. Before breaking the realm gate, he violated the concept of Supreme Fist cultivate vitality, and it was a pity that the potential was exhausted. Sun Yueben pushed room 444 away. In the middle of the room stood a big black-skinned person who was extremely tall and had arms thicker than Sun Yueben's legs. "Come in." Zhang Heijue gave Sun Yueben a faint look. "Does it look at me like a dead person?" A faint smile flashed in Sun Yueben's eyes, and he walked into room 444 indifferently. "Young fellow, do you know that our God group has a worldwide strongest martial arts expert?" Zhang Heijue looked at Sun Yueben coldly, with a sneer smile on the corner of his mouth. "In the past 3 years, you are still the first martial arts expert to hand-to-hand combat with the gods without injury. At this point, you are also worthy of pride. Therefore, I will meet you personally. Don't think that you have escaped with Mavis. It is still completely undamaged today. I know, they all say you are surpassing by far Mavis." Sun Yueben whispered. "Just know, Mavis has already talked about the rules, so I won't say more." Zhang Heijue both eyes sharply. "We will start now." "Wait a minute." Sun Yueben stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Heijue from doing anything. "I heard that you didn't know the severity of the attack, and you have killed someone." Sun Yueben said. Zhang Heijue's face suddenly turned purple from black. Silence. Deathly repressed silence. "Young fellow, what do you hear from them? Do you mean that I will slay every love rival in order to chase women?" Zhang Heijue's voice was hoarse. "Isn't it?" Sun Yueben looked at Zhang Heijue weirdly. Black Diamond's face was very ugly, and he was silent for a moment. "Yes and how?" "Not yes and how? Are you afraid?" "Young fellow, I'm afraid it's too late. Now that you enter the room, even if you want to leave, you don't want to go out unscathed, unless time is up, otherwise you will die." "I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, who can't be afraid of death?" Sun Yueben low voice, as if nervous. "Fear of a ball." Suddenly Zhang Heijue yelled, "You young fellow is afraid of a ball. Father missed and killed someone, but that's me? It's that young fellow who is weak, and a martial artist is so weak that he can blame me. Hey? Your young fellow can resist Mavis, and you are still worried about this?" Sun Yueben was taken aback. This Zhang Heijue's appearance seemed aggrieved. "You are not Mavis," Sun Yueben said in a low voice, "so my hand-to-hand combat with you is risking a mortal danger. How can you not be afraid? But you are also right. If you enter this group of gods, you can't leave, so there was a request before he died." Sun Yueben weakly said. Although the Lai Shen team can learn superior martial skills, Sun Yueben has not forgotten his true purpose. "Well, what are you afraid of? Father missed the last time. It was a miss. Do you understand?" Zhang Heijue yelled. After killing someone, not only his rank and position were beaten to the end, he was also detained for a long time. The dark room, the feeling of closing the dark room is scary when I think of it. Even if it is a miss, that miss once, can't it be the second time? Sun Yueben said. "Young fellow, tell you, it's a fly staring at the egg, father punches it, dead flies don't break the egg, don't you believe it? Father's power control will miss you and kill you? Although father wants to punch you rot in your face." Zhang Heijue roared wildly. "The condemned prisoner should be fed and decapitated." Sun Yueben said weakly. "Father impossible." Zhang Heijue's forehead jumped with blue veins, fiercely punched the wall, and the wall shook twice. Sun Yueben showed a look of fear and fear. "Look, your self-cultivation," and said, "You will not miss. Maybe your control of strength is good, but your temper, I think there is a problem. Okay, don't say anything. Father has served you. Tell me, what request? I do not dare pack the ticket. I want to know, can the gods find Dr. Gero's location?" Sun Yueben said solemnly. "Dr. Gero?" Zhang Heijue's eyebrows raised, his eyes flashed brightly, he was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "Young fellow, I won't tell you this now. Why? Not why. Okay, I'm going to take action, please ask for more blessings. Wait a minute, ah. I saw a fist who was bigger than his head critically hit, and the madly ferocious strength even produced a kind of weird pressure, which made people impossible to breathe. The power of this fist of Zhang Heiju far exceeded Mavis's attack. Fuck, this Zhang Heiju is too muddy. If you say take action, just take action. Sun Yueben felt distressed. He thought he could swindle the news of Dr. Gero, but he was still in trouble. At this time, Sun Yueben can only fight up. Time flies. The crazy strikes of Luer in the boxing hall were looking at the tumbler boxing bag in front of him, while Mavis was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the house in the distance where Sun Yueben and Zhang Heiju were fighting. Kami bless. Kami will definitely be blessed. Occasionally the boxing hall would have such a voice. Pang! Luer kicked the tumbler away with a kick. She stood in a daze for a while, then looked at the time, and suddenly walked to Mavis's side. Mavis, is there any movement? No, Mavis whispered, worrying on his face. Don't worry, if you killed someone, the alarm would have sounded long ago, but now it's okay, Lohan will definitely be lucky. Dinosaur Girl said. Luer, Mavis, what are you worried about? I don't think Lohan is like mortal. It shouldn't be short-lived, and Kui is right. If something happens, the alarm is already ringing. Brittany also persuaded. I hope so. Mavis whispered, she knows Sun Yuben's abnormal life force. With his life force, even if he is hit by a key attack, he can last for dozens of minutes. Now there is no siren, but it is not representative, Mavis whispered in his heart. The punching sound is still heard in the boxing hall, but all the women here are not thinking about training. What will happen? The bad luck guy will die. Each and every asked in my heart from time to time, gradually approaching the last moment, and finally there was a clang. Coming. Go. Go to room 444. Except for the restless Luer and Mavis, Brittany, Kui, Fifei, etc. all rushed out of the boxing hall, ran downstairs, and then rushed into the fighting building, and everyone rushed to the third floor. A silhouette appeared before their eyes. It's Lohan. Really Lohan? Hey! Many women's eyes are full of copper bells. The Lohan in front of them, the whole body is still intact, there is no trace of bruises, and even better than after fighting with Mavis yesterday. At least yesterday, when Sun Yueben walked out, his face seemed to be still, it looks a bit edema, and the expression is grinning. Lohan, are you okay? Kui's huge dinosaur head came to Sun Yuben's eyes, buzzing voice resounded. What can I do? Sun Yueben said with a slight smile. Then Zhang Heiji. He is fine. We played a very friendly spar match. The time is up, so it's over. Sun Yueben said with a smile. Very friendly. Many women each and every have weird faces, but looking at Sun Yuben's body, they are really in good condition. What's the matter? Has Zhang Heiji changed his sex? Watching the silhouette of Sun Yueben leaving, many women look at each other in dismay. P.S. I kindly recommend a new book of Dongmen Guanshui, Dragon Ball Super Senzu Bean. Chapter 56. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. This Zhang Heiji is really a little interesting. Sun Yueben walked in the stairwell, flashing in his mind the picture of the hand-to-hand combat time with Zhang Heiji. Lohan, young fellow, don't think it was me who started off leniently. It's just that father has an uncomfortable stomach. Maybe the food has been poisoned, so some muscles become soft, otherwise, hey. Zhang Heiju, gasping for breath, staring at Sun Yueben evilly fiercely said, young fellow, listen. Be nice to Luer in the future. If you let father know that you are bullying her, then you have escaped today, and you won't be so lucky next time. Father will definitely crush you. This face, break your neck. After Zhang Heijia finished speaking, he kicked the side door beside him and walked in. At first Sun Wuben I really thought that Zhang Heijia would kill him, but Sun Wuben didn't care, but two people fought. Sun Wuben was surprised to find that Zhang Heijia boasted that he could kill the flies on the egg with one punch. In Haikao, where he broke the egg, every punch seemed very strong, and his speed was much faster than Mavis, but once he hit Sun Wuben's body, his strength was not as good as Mavis. Of course, it only hits places such as the back, chest, abdomen, head, etc. However, if you fist with Sun Wuben, or hit Sun Wuben 4 limbs, the strength is indeed much stronger, but it is not at all exaggeration. This Zhang Heijia should still have a lot of power. Even if he confronts me, it is of no use. He is completely restrained in the fight, and his performance is far inferior to Mavis. I am afraid that I will be injured by a miss. Wuben's face is weird. Even if Zhang Heijia's power is increased by 3-4x, Sun Wuben doesn't care. This is the open realm gate. The powerful power after training gives Sun Wuben the confidence. After Zhang Heijia, it was Brittany who hand-to-hand combat with Sun Wuben for the third time, and then a male member of the God group. As for Sun Wuben's 3 companions, Veru, Lisa, and Hank, these 3 people were beaten into pigs on the first day, and they cultivated for 2 consecutive days, until the third genius played again, but they were beaten as the same as the first time. It's miserable, and then it's healing. In the blink of an eye several days passed. In the first 3 nights, after Sun Wuben finished hand-to-hand combat with the gods, he returned to organize his martial skills, and he was able to perform dancing sky art and even key training. But on the 4th day, Sun Wuben's martial skill breakthrough reached an all-level new realm. At this time, it can be found that the martial skill realm of the members of the God group has reached a peak that makes people high mountain further. At this time, Sun Wuben did not have time for key training. But as soon as I returned to my room, I began to organize and think about the martial skills during the day eagerly, in order to digest these martial skills at the fastest speed. As for the ones that could not be digested, they recorded them with videotapes and stored them. Sun Wuben, unlike other martial artists within Dragon Ball, has high tech but he doesn't want to use it. In this way, the progress of martial skill is simply rapid progress, so such a scene appeared. Room 500. The fierce fighting was going on. One of the silhouettes was in the east and the west was extremely sensitive. It was a woman with extremely long waist and abdomen and exaggerated buttocks and legs. This woman had a leopard head, and although the body was in human form, but wearing sports underwear with leopard print, it is a leopard woman with a distinguished name very important. Lohan, take this lady a paw. The leopard woman possesses leopard's sensitive and vigorous muscles and explosive power. Her full strength attack gives Sun Wuben the feeling of returning to the primitive forest again and fighting with a fierce leopard. If you really wrestle with leopard, Sun Wuben is not afraid at all. He doesn't know how many times he has fought leopard in the primitive forest, and he has always had the upper hand. But this time, although I feel that the opposite side is like leopard, but every move makes Sun Wuben completely unable to use the style of fighting leopard from the forest. This is the way that fusion uses the leopard hunting special muscles to exert force. Leopard captures the essence of movement, but does not have the weak spot that the animal instinctively produces when leopard fights. The fist method based on the principle of the fusion human supreme martial skill leopard fist. Leopard fist is extremely fierce and strange, but Sun Wuben is very stable. Who? Sun Wuben blocked a leopard woman's blow with a cross parry. Mavis would be very surprised if he saw this cross, because the blow was very similar to her Mavis's signature cross, with at least 50% essence. Bang! A claw of a leopard woman in Sun Wuben punch. Zhang Heijia would be dumbfounded if Zhang Heijia watched this fist, because this is the move he used most when hand-to-hand combat with Sun Wuben. Pang! 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 Sun Wuben, while defending, also fight back from time to time. His boxing skills have begun to have the shadow of the martial skill of the God group. Even if some Sun Wu-style boxing skills are used in Sun Wuben's hands, the formidable power has become extremely powerful, not as ridiculous as Battle Mavis. Pang! Sun Wuben knocked the leopard woman into the air with a fist, grinning, "Leopard woman, I hit you again with this fist, you still refuse to accept. Accept your mother, you got 60 punches from this lady just got you punches, you let me take it." The leopard woman yelled and rushed towards Sun Wuben, also very angry in her heart. Mavis also said that Lohan is a abuse crazy, just able to withstand the beating, crazy, actually martial skill is not that good? I am also naive. I can walk out unscathed again and again in our God group member subordinate. How could I just get beaten? His martial skill is the strongest of the martial artists I have seen outside, none of them, leopard woman roaring in his heart, he jumped on again. God group members are not afraid of being opponent, rather than being too rubbish to stimulate them at all. Lohan, this move will definitely hit your eggs. I'm afraid you won't make it, see how father surrenders you, leopard. 5 Android 15 rooms. This is a hot red-haired woman with a huge skeleton, 1.5 heads taller than Sun Wuben, and a tall, hot red-haired woman. It is Fei who once fascinated Hank for 5 or 3 times. Who? Fei's punches and legs are like an iron gun. She has a long arm and stands at will. There is no need to run around, so that Sun Wuben can't get close. Sun Wuben fought with her for a while, constantly punching and kicking, and finally caught fire. I saw that Sun Wuben was punched out by Fei, and he was about to hit the wall. But at this time, Sun Wuben in midair turned and doubled. The leg stretched out and slammed against the wall, and the body moved towards to the left. The body had not touched the ground. His hands had already been caught on the ground, and he sprang out again, and then fled eastward and westward, and suddenly punched Fei on the back. On! Little girl, if the tiger does not show its might, you would treat me as a sick cat. Sun Wuben shouted excitedly. Fei got up from the ground, grinned, and stared at Sun Wuben in surprise. The few shots of Sun Wuben just now were quite leopard woman possessed, but not exactly leopard fist. What martial skill are you? What martial skill do you care about? It's a good martial skill to beat you, little girl, how about it? Plus this time just now, I've beaten you 100 times, isn't it a big deal? So what, this lady has beaten you 3,000 times. Fei was also angry, his companions each and every desperately blew, saying that Lohan is not good at all, except for being beaten, life force is tenacious and crazy, nothing else strengths, but now. She had already used full strength, but it turned out to be good. After hitting the opposite side 30 times, she would inevitably get a punch. This trend cannot be changed no matter what. This Lohan really is out of the ordinary, this time I must have a good time. Fei gasped for breath, forced him to Sun Wuben again. Half a month again, room 508. Dinosaur girl, do you surrender or not? Ah! I'm going to kill you. Dinosaur girl Kawi berserk, and even dared to call her dinosaur girl. Although she is a dinosaur race, calling dinosaur girl is racial discrimination. Hey, aren't you a dinosaur girl? Is it necessary to be so crazy? Lohan, I must beat your stinky mouth. Then you come. If you can touch father's mouth, you can say father's name upside down in the future. One person and one dinosaur crashed frantically, making the whole building seem to be shaking, but the dinosaur girl became more and more frightened. How could it be that Lohan is too evil, although I got the upper hand, but if I want to slap him in the mouth, I really haven't done it. Every day, Sun Wuben is making great strides. Because the whole Earth martial arts circle recognizes that the human body realm gate cannot be broken, each and every martial arts expert has reached the human body limit, and since he can't find a way, he opens the road of diligence in the martial skill. God closed a door and inevitably opened a window. Just like ants can't fight elephants, but ants have muscle power that is several times more efficient than an aero engine. They can supply energy to the body without heat loss and lift a weight of 100x of their own weight. Elephants can only lift equal to 1.7 times its own weight. Earthlings were unable to take the path of high martial arts because of the low potential of the subject's bloodline, which also prompted their research on martial skills to reach an unfathomable realm. In addition, the most indispensable thing in the world is genius. Although most martial arts grandmasters are not so good, there are always some strange people, shocking and stunning generations, who have raised the martial skills of the predecessors time and time again and brought them into one. This kind of height is beyond imagination. These results are difficult for others to get, but the God group with worldwide resource can get it, and because each member of the God group is a genius character of 1 million, the entire God group is organized and researched from generation to generation. Now the martial skill realm possessed by the God group is so high that it is unimaginable. Sun Wuben, a martial skill rookie, entered the God group. Just like a huge dry sponge falling into the sea, absorb all around the endless nutrients speed, it's not too fast. Afterimage technique, learned. 1 layer of afterimage technique, 2 layer of afterimage technique, 2 RD layer afterimage technique, merging into oneself martial skill. Drunken fist, learned. The method of merging into oneself. Monkey fist, learned. Berserker fist, learned. Sticky fist learned. Chapter 57. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. On this day, Sun Wuben just came out of the fighting tower. Lohan. Lisa, Hank, Veru, what are you guys? Sun Wuben looked at the 3 people in front of him. Whether it was Lisa, Hank, or Veru, they all had a sad face every time they met. At this moment, there were happy smiles on their faces. Lohan, we are waiting for you. Wait for me. Sun Wuben looked at Lisa. Lisa Ed, didn't you get the notice? Lohan, don't you feel happy about home? Hank hee hee ha ha said with a smile, you young fellow, you are really jealous. Together, we 4 people, we 3 are terribly miserable. It's just that you are so happy. I heard that there are still a few beauties in the gods who are too obsessed with many fans. Is it true? Don't listen to nonsense. Sun Wuben even said, but a glimpse of pride flashed in his eyes inadvertently. These days, in addition to the martial skill of the crazy absorb god group, some other things have happened to Sun Wuben. So far, Sun Wuben still remembers Luer that girl with her head down, and she borrowed the watch phone from him in a whisper, saying that her bowl watch was missing, so she borrowed Sun Wuben to dial the number so that she could find the voice. Finding the watch, which seemed normal at first glance, so Sun Wuben too lent it to her without saying anything. But then Sun Wuben wondered, it's not right, why did you borrow a watch, and answer it shyly, making it like a big girl confession, and how easily the watch is lost. Even if it is lost, it is not easy to find the energy of your god group. It is not better to borrow the meter to find your god group sister. Instead, find him Sun Wuben from far away. Obviously this girl took the opportunity to steal Sun Wuben's phone number, and at the same time kept her phone number in the Sun Wuben watch. At least Sun Wuben later turned over the watch, and sure enough, there was an extra name Luer in the address book. Since Zhang Hezi and Sun Wuben hand-to-hand combat, Mavis has always brushed his presence in front of Sun Wuben. The reason is either this or that. Obviously it implies that Sun Wuben can date her. Of course, Sun Wuben doesn't have that time, naturally. Pretending to be a fool. As a result, Mavis knocked on Sun Wuben's door yesterday, and as soon as he entered the door, he twisted and stuffed Sun Wuben a bag with a set of clothes inside. He said that he was visiting the mall. When buying clothes, he saw that a set of clothes was suitable for Sun Yueben. I didn't have much money anyway, so I bought it together. Sun Yueben opened the bag and took a look, stunned. Is this really cheap clothes? If it's a normal martial artist, I really can't see the price of the clothes, but Sun Yueben is in the entertainment industry, and these are the most important things. This set of seemingly ordinary clothes, although Mavis has already torn off the brand, Sun Yueben still recognizes it at a glance. This is a limited edition work of Li Dandan Master. There are only 10 or 8 pieces in the world. You don't have much money? Really lie to him. Sun Yueben is a martial artist who has never seen the world? Lohan, don't you remember what day it is today? Varu said in a calm voice, I was invited into the gods, and I can go out as long as 3 months have passed. Today is exactly 3 months. And they have already notified we left. Notice. Sun Yueben stared. Why, Lohan, you didn't receive it. All 3 of us did. Lisa screamed. I really haven't received it. Let's call it. Sun Yueben said with a smile, and then turned on the watch, and soon the watch made a pleasant voice, Lohan, why are you willing to call today, my phone? Luer, I will leave the gods with Lisa, Varu, Hank later, but I don't know if you can find Dr. Gero, so I want to ask, now you should also tell me this answer? Sun Yueben said. Then there was no sound from the watch for a long time. Why, Luer, why are you not talking? Sun Yueben asked. This, actually, Luer hesitated voice resounded, actually, the 3 of them can go, but you can't. Why? Sun Yuben's voice sank. It's the above decision. Luer voice resounded timidly, because you are very strong, and you are not afraid of injury, and you are a martial artist outside, which can stimulate everyone, you know, fight with you, everyone's skill has been improved recently, so, the above decision was made. Really? Sun Yueben felt a little fire in his heart. He took a deep breath. It's okay to stay, but should I tell me the answer? Are you asking about Dr. Gero? This, no above, Luer's voice lowered, don't say it. Say not aloud. Sun Yueben broke out. Why don't you tell me? I'm a fool? It's just a problem. Sun Yueben yelled, Luer, whose decision is this? Lohan, don't be angry, in fact, it's useless if you find Dr. Gero. Luer whispered, his voice seemed to be crying. Forget it, forget it. Sun Yueben only felt fire in his heart and wanted to burst out. Luer, I don't care whose idea this matter is. Anyway, I'm going to leave. I didn't expect much from your god team. I only came to you because I can't do anything about it. Sun Yueben hung up. Phone, took a deep breath. Lohan, what's the matter? They won't let you go. Lisa asked. N. Sun Yueben turned and walked forward. You 3 people, let's go first, leave me alone. Then let's go first. Lohan, take care of yourself. Lohan, make a call when you have time. Lisa, Varu, and Hank rushed to the East Avenue excitedly after they said this. They waited for this day, and waited for this moment for too long. Not long after the 3 people left, the Sun Yueben silhouette appeared on the roof of the foreign martial artists' accommodation building. I'm really idiot. If the god team can find Dr. Gero, the original within Dragon Ball would be impossible to have the android's crisis later. Sun Yueben sneered, and then his feet were hardened and the whole person shot into the air. The barracks where the god group is located are naturally not free for people to come and go, otherwise it would be too funny. But no matter what detection equipment, there are limitations. Just like here, detection equipment will not give an alarm for the normal vertical jump of the human body, but Sun Yueben throws out the airplane capsule and leaves on the airplane, it will inevitably cause the alarm, and then it will be affected by the military camp. Follow the siege. Su. Sun Wuben ascended, 10 zhang, thousands feet, through a layer of clouds, appeared above the high altitude of several thousands li, and Sun Wuben shot in one direction. Zai. The high-speed moving body rolled up a cloud of clouds and learned dancing sky art. This is Sun Wuben's first time flying at high altitude. After Sun Wuben left. A full 3 hours later, Luer remembered that Sun Wuben said that he was leaving, and it always felt wrong, and then looked for Sun Wuben, and everyone found that no one was found. Then the whole barracks started a big search, and there was still no one. It was not until the scientific and technological equipment was called, that before Sun Wuben disappeared, he jumped into the sky hard on the building, and this jump never fell. The entire barracks are stunned. All the members of the God group are stunned. Even if you jump to a high altitude and throw out the airplane capsule, it will trigger the alarm device of the military camp. Unless you have the ability to jump 10,000 feet, it is impossible. No one in the world is so good. Master Roshi's jumping ability is not good either. So how did Lohan leave? Investigate quickly, investigate the identity of Lohan. The order was issued soon. In fact, when Luer brought Sun Wuben into the God group, he had to investigate first. So he had already investigated Sun Wuben's life experience, but these investigations were in charge of the military's specialized intelligence organization. Obviously Sun Wuben's life experience was in compliance with the rules of. As far as the gods are concerned, as long as they comply with the rules, they will not be able to scrutinize other things without special circumstances. Therefore, although the intelligence organization knows that Lohan's real name is Sun Wuben, he is still a brimming over with talent, a well-known singer. It is considered to be song god. Even his song god group barracks played from time to time, but Luer they don't know. At this time, the god group actively wanted to check Lohan's information. As soon as the order was received, the intelligence agency sent the complete information through the computer. His real name is Sun Wuben, a top student in North City. He dropped out of school due to his mother's illness, entered the draft, and won the first place in one fell swoop. A line of information about Sun Wuben on the surface was displayed in front of the members of the Gods group. Chapter 58. You can search for Dragon Ball Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. Red House Alley is named after a red brick house with a long history at the end of the alley. It is a very unremarkable alley in the Satan City slum. However, the alley has become more famous recently because the red brick house was rented by a martial artist. Next, the 18th Fighting Dojo was built, and in the last 6 months, this martial arts dojo has produced a genius disciple Mark. Mark is very powerful, beating Android 17, number 6, and No 1, and recently even defeated Satan City's most famous number 1 dojo disciple Lu Feng. Defeating Lu Feng, although it does not represent the representative 18th Fighting Dojo to become the Satan City Peak Dojo, it also means that this family dojo martial arts has reached the basic level line, which is not much worse than other Satan City's long-famous dojo. In addition, 18th Fighting Dojo is cheap, and the poor can afford it. So for a while, Android 18 Dojo has become famous. These days, every day, Red House Alley has heavy traffic, and they are all coming to dojo apprenticing to a master learns art. Just somehow, Android 18 Dojo is so prosperous, and their dojo master is depressed and melancholy these days. Early this morning, a sign was hung up at the alley of Red House Alley. Android 18 Dojo had important things to do and stopped receiving disciples for a day, and then the entire neighborhood of Red House Alley saw Android 18 Dojo's dojo master Sun Wuben and stopped early in the morning. At the entrance of the alley, looking at the street outside, it seems to be waiting for who? And this wait is several hours. Dojo master Sun, who are you waiting for? What kind of distinguished guests is so grand to welcome? Master, it's time to finish the meal first, right? Let's wait. But, everyone seems to be hungry, so I don't want to wait for Sun Wuben, everyone will go hungry. Mark muttered, although Sun Yueben didn't make a call and said he would come back today, but after the martial artist entered the god group, how much the sky will definitely come back, they still know, count the days, today is the time when Sun Yueben returns. I guess, Yueben should be here at this time, just wait, Sun Wuxian glanced behind him, and saw the entire dojo's discipline walking behind him. Master, everyone wants to pick up Sun Yuben's senior brother. Junior brother Yang laughed. Sun Wuxian frowned. Then brother Yu also continued, Master, this is also a break anyway. Everyone takes the opportunity to come out to let the wind out. On the other hand, by the way, greet the Sun Yuben senior brother. Follow you. Sun Yuben said indifferently, he naturally understood the thoughts of these disciplines. Didn't he know that his grandson had gone to the terrifying group, and wanted to see what he looked like when he returned from the group? I heard that coming out of the god group is like being sucked away by the legendary demoness. I don't know if it's true. Naturally, it is true. There are so many martial arts dojos in Satan City. Every few years, there are always some bad luck eggs invited by the gods. The results are worse than jail time. There is no exception. Sun Yuben's senior brother, I'm afraid, many people whispered to each other. Rumble. A faint voice came from heaven, and some people couldn't help looking towards the sky. Like here. In a silver private jet. Sun Yuben searched the scene below, and soon saw a red brick house in the slum, and then Sun Yuben even drove the plane in that direction. Inside the red brick alley. It's an airplane. Wow, that's a private jet, it looks like a high-end capsule product. Impossible, the best private plane is very expensive, hey? How come, he flew here? Android 18 dojo. Each and every apprentice looked up at the plane in the sky. Sun Wuxian also looked over, and then immediately I froze for a moment. This silver airplane was obviously moved towards them. It is rare for an expensive private jet to fly to a slum like them. Master, this plane seems to be landing on us. Mark said in surprise, and the people around were also full of doubts. There was no place to park the plane in this narrow red brick alley. Suddenly the door of this plane opened. What is he doing? Isn't it about throwing bombs? Everyone was still thinking, and saw a black-haired youngster revealing himself from the door of the plane, and then he stepped out. Yes, it was aimed at the endless void outside the plane. Step out as if there is a flat ground there. Everyone's eyes almost stared out. What? Parachuting? But the skydiving of several hundred meters is a bit reckless, maybe people fell to the ground without opening the umbrella, but soon everyone found it was wrong. Because the person who stepped out of the plane was wearing an ordinary casual t-shirt, without a parachute on his back. Without a parachute, he stepped out of the plane at high altitude. All those who saw this scene have a single thought in their hearts: no, this black-haired youngster is about to commit suicide. Quick, call 120 for first aid. Some people even grabbed their phones. Mark suddenly said in surprise. That's Sun Yuben's senior brother. Junior brother Yang, brother Yu, and other youngsters who have seen Sun Yuben also saw it each and every. No, it won't be Yuben. Sun Wuxian's hands trembled slightly, and his whole spirit had collapsed to the extreme. This won't be Yuben, this child is not so stupid. In his heart, muttered to oneself, right there. At this time, things changed again. I saw that the plane first obscured Sun Yuben's figure, and then suddenly disappeared. What appeared at the place of the original plane was a dashing black-haired youngster standing. What everyone didn't notice was that the youngster was actually parked in the air. It was just that the stop was very short, and suddenly it fell down like a meteor at high speed. Not good. Falling down. Really committed suicide. An exclamation sounded. When Sun Wuxian watched this scene, his entire brain seemed to explode, and his grandson actually jumped from the height of several hundred meters. It's over. Mark whispered. Sun Wuben senior brother was ravaged so badly in the god team, I couldn't think of it, so I jumped and committed suicide. Junior brother Yang whispered, and then saw Sun Wuben fiercely hit the ground. Sun Wushan closed his eyes, brother Yu Mark closed his eyes, some people closed their eyes, and some still watched this scene, but their pupils swelled again. I saw Sun Wuben hit the ground with his feet on the ground, and then stood there firmly. That's right, it's like jumping down from a height of 2 to 1 meters, standing steadily. So time froze. Except for Sun Wuben, the people in the whole lane were frozen in shape and even their expressions. Except for the sound of traffic on the street outside, there was no sound in the alley. Everyone looked at Sun Wuben. Others keep their eyes closed. Grandfather, Mark, why are you all standing here? Voice resounded, and Sun Wuben greeted with some confusion. What? Sun Wushan does not dare open your eyelids to believe. People who closed their eyes, such as Mark and brother Yu, also opened their eyes, and then their eyes were like bells. After 3 full breaths. Sun Wuben senior brother, did you just jump from heaven? Junior brother Yang asked. Well, what's the matter? Didn't you see it? Sun Wuben laughed, nothing at worst. I got out of the plane and pressed the capsule button to turn the plane into a capsule and put it away. Nothing at worst. Brother Yu yelled, senior brother Sun, it's 500 meters high, 500 meters high, you just jumped down like that. Training seriously, maybe you can do it in the future. Sun Wuben said with a slight smile and walked to Sun Wushan, Grandfather, I'm back. Just come back, just come back. Sun Wushan was obviously overwhelmed. Grandfather, I'm not going to stay long after this trip. I will leave soon. Sun Wuben said. Leaving? That's right, you haven't been home for a long time, and you should go back to see Mir. Maybe Mia is back. Sun Wushan said instinctively. Grandfather, you come with me, I have something to tell you alone, it's not convenient here, let's go outside. Sun Wuben threw a capsule, bang it turned into a scooter, and then Sun Wuben rode up. Sun Wushan sat in the back seat of the scooter blankly, and then the scooter galloped away. Just, that is Sun Wuben senior brother. Is that really the Sun Wuben senior brother? Is that the one we are going to meet? The youngsters who have joined the 18th Fighting Dojo asked one after another. They still feel that the scene before them is unreal, but it is 500-600 meters high in the sky. Then he jumped down with a bang. The old people of Android 18 Dojo also have a sense of unreality, but when they look at the shocking look of the novices, they are immediately proud. This is the natural senior brother Sun. Who else could it be if it wasn't senior brother Sun? Senior brother Sun is very difficult to deal with. We all saw him slash it with one palm, and all the tiles in the 30-year period were broken. Chapter 59. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. In a deserted gorge on the outskirts of Satan City, Sun Wuben stopped at Sudak. Wuben, are you still in the God group? Okay. Sun Wushan finally came to regaining composure and asked repeatedly. Judging from the appearance of Sun Wuben, it seems that the God group has not lost at all in the past few months, but it is still that way. Chic, sunny, and healthy, don't ask, Sun Wushan is always worried. It's too good. Extremely good. Sun Wushan jumped off Sudak, his cheeks twitched slightly, that's good, you this child, originally going to the God group is not your business at all, you just. It seems that grandfather doesn't believe it. Sun Wuben laughed, but I really didn't lie. Although I cannot tell grandfather everything due to the rules of the Gods group, I can tell you that I was taken into the Gods group with me at the time. The martial arts expert is very miserable. The name of hell of the God group is really correct, but your grandson is an exception. Ha ha ha. Sun Wushan ha ha laughed, who made you the genius prodigy of my Sun Wu family, grandfather believed it. Although I said I did, I simply didn't believe it in the expression. By the way, Wu Ben, you jumped down from the sky earlier, this, Sun Wuxian asked with a solemn expression. Grandfather can't understand, can you tell me? I brought grandfather here. That's what I said. Sun Wuben smiled and said, Grandfather still remember what I told you last time? Grandfather, you didn't mean that you broke the realm gate. It was me who broke the realm gate. I remember this. Sun Wuxian, hands behind one's back, this child was too arrogant, and his face was too hateful. I wanted to slap you and wake you up. But I understand now, your martial arts is indeed inferior to you, no wonder you are arrogant. Arrogant must have arrogant strength, haha, I happen to have it. But grandfather is not bad too, actually admits that martial arts not equal to me, if it's mark, I'm afraid it would say magic trick not equal to me. Sun Wuben laughed and teased with a sound. Sun Wuxian stared straight, and said, I accidentally made a bauble when I was training in the gods group recently. Once it comes out, it's called world shaking. It brightens all titanium alloy dogs, haha, titanium alloy eyes. Dancing sky art. Sun Wuben is not going to hide Sun Wuxian, after all, this style will be revealed sooner or later. World shaking stuff. Sun Wuben laughed, his eyes squinted at Sun Wuben. Then you take it out and let me taste it, and see if it can brighten up the old titanium eyes of old man. Grandfather, look good. Sun Wuben smiled and said, at the same time his body suddenly pulled up a foot, and then stopped. Stop in the air. Sun Wuxian was taken aback for a moment, and looked towards the solace of Sun Wuben, which was empty. Suspend, in midair. How come it floats? Sun Wuben blinked, staring blankly at the youngster floating in front of him, with a prosperous hairline. Grandfather, look again. Sun Wuben corner of the mouth revealed a relaxed smile, and then float up, suddenly soars towards sky flying, and then in circles to fly about like a large bird, doing various flowers. The performance seems to be a great time. This. Sun Wuxian closed his eyes and took 5 full breaths before he took a deep breath. Eyes opened. Sun Wuben was still flying in circles in the sky, and then flew over and stopped in front of Sun Wuxian, 1 foot in the air. All around the strong wind blows Sun Wuxian clothes and hunts. Sun Wuxian is completely frozen there like a stone sculpture. Grandfather, can this move brighten your elderly eyes? Sun Wuben said. Sun Wuxian's chest rises and falls. This, could it be the strongest immortal technique dancing sky art of the legendary Master Shen? Did you meet Master Shen and get him to elderly teach this immortal technique? No, Master Shen is really alive. Could it be what you said last time? This can indeed be called dancing sky art, but it was not taught by Master Shen, but I made it when I was researching Qi. It may be the same as Master Shen's original dancing sky art, or maybe not the same. Sun Wuben explained. Research Qi did this. Sun Wuxian glared at Sun Wuben, and then said again, Qi is what thing? Qi simply means a kind of power or energy in the body. Everyone has Qi in their body. Stronger the people are, the more Qi there is, like Master Shen's Doden Ray, Master Roshi's Kamehameha, essentially it is formed by controlling the Qi. The strength of the body is Qi, isn't it? Sun Wuxian squeezed the fist into a creak. It can't be like this. This is the strength of the muscles. Sun Wuben said, if you want to guide and Qi control, not only can you not use force, but relax. Relax. Sun Wuxian blinked. Except for shadow boxing training, I relax when I eat, sleep, and walk, but I have never seen any anger. It is difficult for people with very low power level to sense Qi. Grandfather, although you are a martial artist standing on the peak of this world, it is because others are too low level and not how strong you are, so sense Qi is not so easy. Sun Wuben said. In Dragon Ball world, when Sun Gohan taught Videl the knowledge of Qi, he didn't understand how Videl said, but no one taught Brat Sun Goten and Trunks at all. Ki usage was slippery because of Sun Goten and Trunks at a young age. Sion has a very high power level since she was born, with amazing Ki hidden in her body. And Sun Wuben himself is easier to sense Ki after opening the realm gate. Wuben, you don't understand grandfather at all. Sun Wushan smiled wryly. Well, I'll show you my anger. It's like, Sun Wuben spread his 5 fingers and stretched out to the front left. Grandfather, you look good. I saw a ray of light from the palm of his hand, and then this light is getting bigger and bigger. Light? The palm of your hand shines. Sun Wushan stared, only to see Sun Wuben shot the light out, and the light shot on the cliff not far away. Bang! The earth shook and the mountain quivered, as if a bomb hit the cliff. The whole cliff was completely shattered. Wuben, you! Sun Wushan opened his mouth wide, and pointed his fingers at the broken cliff. This was shot with the light from his hand just now? This is not a new type of ultra mini missile, right? Grandfather, you really love to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wushan laughed, his chest heaving up and down, and his laughter stopped. Wuben, this is Ki, was it Doden Ray or Kamehameha that moved just now? Grandfather is very informative. I haven't seen Kamehameha and Doden Ray, but they are all energy balls like mine. Which is to launch Ki gathering. Sun Wuben explained. Okay, grandfather travels around the world, seeking martial arts, and walking for a lifetime, but I haven't seen much from you. Sun Wushan was very emotional, looking at Sun Wuben with shining eyes. Wuben, what you said broke. Can you tell me the realm gate in detail? Is it so strong after breaking the realm gate? When the realm gate was first broken, it was naturally not so strong, but after breaking the realm gate, martial arts can really start. At this time, the training is rapid progress. What? Breaking the realm gate can be regarded as the start of martial arts? Sun Wushan was surprised. Sun Wuben's remarks overturned his common sense and made him completely overwhelmed. Well, really, it's only 3.5 months for me to break the realm gate. These 3 months were spent in the God group. In the God group, I mainly practiced martial arts and style. The others didn't have time to train seriously, so open realm gate. After the real training will only take a few days, you will have the current power, so after opening the realm gate, training in the correct way will progress faster than you can imagine. Is there anything else? Sun Wushan was speechless. Wuben, your martial arts. Grandfather, the so-called martial arts is nothing more than refining essence into Ki, refining Ki into spirit, and refined spirit return to emptiness. Sun Wuben said solemnly, he just flew in the sky and checked it again. This is all around, not at all people, so you don't have to worry about your martial arts ideas leaking out. Refining essence into Ki, refining Ki into spirit, refined spirit return to emptiness. Sun Wushan whispered. This sentence comes from Sun Wuben's previous life Earth, which he heard first time. Just listen to Sun Wuben continuing to say, essence, Ki, and spirit are the 3 treasures of the human body, and refining essence, refining Ki, and refining spirit are our martial arts training. These 3 are inseparable and need to be trained at the same time, but there are the focus. For example, the early period is mainly based on refining essence, and refining essence is to nourish the energy. When Ki is full and overflows, it can feed back itself, which is the so-called breaking of the realm gate. Ki full and overflows, feeding yourself back. Sun Wushan glared at Sun Wuben. The specific manifestation is the return of the human body to the baby. At this time, any internal and external injuries of your human body, potential internal injuries will be repaired under the action of Qi, so as to achieve a real flawless body. At the same time, your internal organs, vision, hearing, smell, and taste, touch, etc. will have a promotion, reach a perfect state. Myopia is no longer myopia, presbyopia is gone, body odor disappears, etc. Sun Wuxian suddenly said, "It's no wonder that Wu Ben your key's appearance is so smooth and free, giving me a feeling of seeing you in childhood. Could it be this is the return to the infant, right? The God group member, like that Luer, isn't it also a baby? They may not be." Sun Wu Ben twitched his lips. They use technology to repair physical injuries. Although they are not flawless body of perfect form, their physical health is higher than normal, so men are handsome, just like your grandson, the woman is beautiful. Something makes sense. Sun Wuxian nodded, his eyes bright. You keep talking. In martial arts training, the training methods are different before and after opening the realm gate. Not to mention later, let's talk about how to open the realm gate first. The training of martial arts circle emphasizes supreme fist cultivate vitality. This is naturally true. But just open the training methods in front of the realm gate, and how to raise it, is whether it can break the trick of the realm gate. Facing his grandfather, Sun Wu Ben is naturally not stingy. Chapter 60. You can search for Dragon Ball, Super Grandmaster Magic Pen Pavilion in 100 degrees to find the latest chapter. How to raise. Sun Wuxian looked at Sun Wu Ben. Grandfather, I use the analogy of a person's life. Sun Wu Ben said, martial arts training is just like a person's life. People start from falling to the ground and making the first cry. At this time, parents must take care of them. Only in order to grow up safely, in martial arts is the first stage of fighting to the highest and only raising. And when the child grows up, both the physical body and the mind have matured. This stage is the breaking of the realm gate in martial arts. At this time, the child can leave the parents and let go of their hands and feet. They may be soars toward sky flying. It's like peak scientists, 100 million 10,000 millionaires, heads of state and others born winners. So what I call the beginning of martial arts is the reason. Of course, if the parents are still caring for and kept in a greenhouse during this period, he will not be able to achieve success in his life. Let's not be too busy to talk about it, first think about how we can make our children grow better, and this is the real key to martial arts breaking the realm gate. Sun Wu Ben said that he stopped, giving Sun Wuxian a room to think. Sun Wuxian squinted, and suddenly his body shook after a while. Understood, child, yes, it means raising a child. Wrong, I'm really wrong. Sun Wuxian whispered, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Supreme fist cultivate vitality, it turns out that this raising is always changing. For a teenage child, if you still take care of a 2-year-old baby, you will be afraid of it. If you hold it in the palm of your hand, you're afraid of it, it will only raise him up. Wrong, it turns out that all martial artists in the world are wrong. It turns out that when we encountered the so-called human body limit, the growth became slow and almost stopped. Simply not the human body limit, ha ha ha, Sun Wuxian laughed wildly at the end, only to stop laughing until tears came out. Come down. What a simple truth, but it happened to trap the entire martial arts circle. Sun Wuxian sighed, he certainly understood. The so-called true transmission of one sentence, false transmission of 10,000 books. It's simply that after the piercing, not before piercing, because the bloodline of the body of the whole world training martial arts has nothing common with each other, the training conditions are also different, plus the culture, customs, martial arts inheritance, etc. It is difficult to understand and firmly believe in this kind of complicated factors. It can even be said that this simple principle is not easier to figure out than 10,000 gravitational understanding. Wu Ben, different raising methods in different periods, like raising a child I have personally experimented, but not at all success, why? Sun Wuxian both eyes shuo looked at Sun Wu Ben. There are gaps, and the balance is not reached. Lack, balance. Sun Wuxian looked at Sun Wu Ben. I just said that the human body has 3 treasures: essence, ki, and spirit, and training martial arts must all go together, and cannot lack one, otherwise it may fall into the potential of not tapping out, but progress becomes extremely slow or even stagnant. Martial arts. Many of the realm gates thought to stop growth are not real realm gates, because the training three treasures are lacking, and the fleshly body is lacking. The human body is an extremely complex system. Any missing piece in this system, or where it is not trained at home, will make the entire system unable to upgrade. Sun Wuben began to explain the specific training technique, which is a martial arts technique. School is the most important thing, something secret. In the blink of an eye 7 days have passed. Within these 7 days, Sun Wuxian not at all returned to the 18th fighting dojo, and a major event occurred in the fighting circle in Satan City. Because of this incident, all the disciplines of Android 18 dojo began to panic. When the panic was at its extreme, Sun Wuxian returned. As soon as he came back, the sensitive discipline discovered the difference of Sun Wuxian. Although his appearance has not changed much, his temperament seems to be the same as heaven and earth turning upside down. Especially Sun Wuxian occasionally opened and closed his eyes, shining brightly, an aura was compelling. Of course, the most important thing is the smile on Sun Wuxian's face. The confident smile of heaven collapses not startled, which is shocking. Suddenly, the panic of the apprentices who were still staying in dojo each and every calmed down. What exactly happened? Master is the fighting union promulgated the new fighting dojo grading system, which reclassifies the 10-8 family dojos. Unlike before, the fighting competition graded this time must go on stage for every apprentice in dojo. Go up everyone! Sun Wuxian understood in an instant that the real pillar of his Android 18 dojo is Mark. If every apprentice must accept the martial arts competition, then only Mark's competition for Android 18 can achieve good results. The rest is fundamentally impossible to withstand a single blow. Master, in this way, our dojo will be unbeatable in the grading competition, and will only become the laughing stock of the whole Satan City. So, junior brother Yang said this, his voice was full of frustration. So, worship these days the apprentice brothers of the underschool left one after another. Really? Sun Wuxian's face was flat and not surprised, and he didn't seem to be in a bad mood because of this incident. He smiled lightly. Whether it's gone, you and Mark go to count, who is going to leave? Don't stop them, return the tuition they paid to them. Ah! I will give you 3 hours to do everything, and I will see me in my room after 3 hours. Sun Wuxian hummed after speaking, and Shi Shiran walked to the backside door. Mark and others didn't understand Sun Wuxian's arrangement, but they had to do it if they didn't understand. Soon they passed on Sun Wuxian's instructions. We will withdraw the tuition if we leave. Very good, those expenses have been saved at home for a long time, I still think they can't be wasted. As the tuition fee can be refunded after leaving, I immediately left another 40% even among the group of 5 elderly people. There are 6-7 of them. Soon 3 hours passed. Go see master. This time, dojo is back to cold and cheerless, and I don't know what the master thinks. Mark, junior brother Yang, brother Yu, and other heave deep sighs walked into Sun Wuxian's room, and then each and every were stunned. Up! I saw an old man sit cross-legged in the middle of the room. At this time, although the old man is sitting cross-legs and eyes closed, it's empty below where he sits. That's right, it is suspended in the air in a cross-legged meditation manner, and this person is their master Sun Wuxian. It's all here. Sun Wuxian suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the crowd, and slightly chin his head. Yes, there are 13 more willing to stay, you are very smart. Master, what are you? Mark stepped forward, touched the air above Sun Wuxian's head, and touched the empty space under him again. What are you doing? Master, I'm touching the transparent rope and stool. It's strange, why not? Get lost! Sun Wuxian shouted, then let go of his legs and stood firmly on the ground. What you leave behind will be my official disciple, the status is the same as Mark. Yes, Master. Excitement appeared on the faces of the 10-3 people each and every. If they didn't care about this official disciple before, the scene they just saw completely conquered them. Master. Mark looked at Sun Wuxian weirdly at this time. You haven't come back in the past 7 days, so you learned magic trick with Sun Wuben senior brother? This magic trick is good, you can teach me anytime. Sun Wuxian expression is weird. This is Wuben style's dancing sky art. It is not a magic trick, but martial arts. Sun Wuxian said solemnly shouted, if you are serious about training with me, after all, it will let you learn. If you are not serious, it will still be like before. I'm afraid I'll teach you, but you won't be able to learn. Ah? No way. Mark stared. On the side, junior brother Yang noticed Sun Wuxian's words. Master, you just said it was Wuben style? Are we not Sun Wu style? Wuben style is derived from Sun Wu style but surpasses Sun Wu style. It is the martial arts of my grandson Sun Wuben. Sun Wuxian indifferently said, Wuben style martial arts, if you can learn a little bit of fur, it will last a lifetime, whether you can learn it depends on your performance. Which performed? Everyone looked at Sun Wuxian suspiciously. Sun Wuxian waved his hand, okay, you all go out. Sun Wuben easily told Sun Wuxian how to open the realm gate because the two people are grandfather-grandson. Although these disciplines are the official disciple of Sun Wuxian, they are far apart after all. Who knows how many thankless wretches are among the 10 or 3 disciplines? Sun Wuxian has traveled all over the world, knowing that will of the people is vicious, and naturally will not easily teach him what Sun Wuben taught him. Even after teaching for several years, Sun Wuxian has no intention to teach Mark, who has a deep affection, at least not at the present stage. When apprentice left, Sun Wuxian used to think about making money with Android 18 Dojo. Now he has nearly 10 million bank cards in his arms. There is no shortage of money at all, so naturally it is indifferent.